Now they're going to try and fight back here. XG, if they've got anything in them, they're looking towards Maureen, trying to take out this Nature's Prophet. He's falling low, but he's healing up.
He's healing.
The job they can. Maureen gets taken out. Now they're trying to turn for more. They've got the stun on Arme. Arme trying to hit back, but he's caught by the root. Snake King will die as well to XM, but Maureen TP's in off the back of the buyback, gets in the face of XM. They're cleaning up here, Falcons, GG. As this game is over. GG is called.
Borrow time on cooldown, 35 seconds. XXS has to be careful how he walks up.
They want to keep this pressure on.
Ame.
Get the silence from straight away with Lotus. He's in pretty deep here, Amar. Got the Abyssal on towards him, but they need that break in coming in. The block of the cheese is there to heal him up, but they get the break in from XXS and Silver Age, the bash as well. Amar,
Satanic.
low, but he's healing up. He stands his ground, turns towards Arme. Arme having to run back towards the base. Will get back into the fountain in time, so they'll heal up. But the game, they're looking to end it here. Skinner hits onto the Ancient, now close this one up as game 3 goes to Falcons.
Toss it back.
Maybe now. Okay, they get the toss back, they're going to try and burst through knife, but they get onto the team. Watch out, they've got him.
Rapier hits the
They
deck.
built the PA. They're able to grab the Rapier here into the hands of Mickey. The rest of Aurora have to run. The rock throw catches onto Lorinov. Jump forward from Mickey, is closing the gap. He's going to settle for, he's going to get caught by the Atos. Buyback now comes out from Nightfall. Neon this procs on Panther, he's going to get the chance to walk out to the side. Nisha's getting bullied by Toronto Tokyo. Jumps in aggressively with the Remnants. He's looking to try and finish up both Insania and Nisha. A slide of fist, catching onto the two of them. Nightfall jumps in, they kill Nisha off. Nisha out for 2 minutes. Now they can turn the tension over on Sableye, will charge the high ground. That's the Aegis, of course. They've got the time zone to hold the Pango in position. Mickey's going to try and cut through him. It's the stun to follow it up. Lorinov's able to get away with the swashbuckle, but Mickey chases him down. The Black Hole
instant buyback.
The buyback. Global silence comes into play there from Insania.
That's at least one big kill. Schofield blocked off from the rest of his team, trying to get a kill into Amaterasu. Solar Guardian's not going to be enough to keep him alive, but they will get the kill into Rainbow, and now they'll look over at Ifafel. That's 2 dead on the side of Yellow Submarine. Eventually, they will lose this Dawn, but how much can Morphling do? I say eventually they'll lose the Dawn. Whisper doesn't die. They don't commit completely for him. Amaterasu's dead. Nesphere gone, and now it's going to be a full team wipe for the side of Heroic. Just right-clicking away at these buildings, and Nesphere's going to step up into Vision. They've got the gem, they have the refresher. Nesphere and Morales both die, and that should be it with no Terrorblade, Nathal projection or not. It is not going to matter. Rabel ends up dead. 4 heroes gone. They find the Weaver. Full team wipe here for the side of Heroic. GG is called. Just the Aegis, he's got his second life. Noob popped the borrowed time. They've got the toss back onto the Abaddon into the Walrus Punch. Shad inside the base, but they go for Sanctity. Already bought back. Noob is in trouble. He'll end up dead, but Sanctity with no buybacks gone as well. They get the Kona Kaori. He'll drop the Golem in death. It's only just one, so it will just be the singular Golem for now, but the Ice Path lands. There's no BKB available for this Gyro. They got the kill into Omar. They've got the Fatal Bonds down. They get the kill into G. She'll look over at Ghost. He's dead. No buybacks on 3 heroes for Nigma Galaxy. It's a cool chest. Honestly, I would love to have him. Fiend's Grip, though. Holding him down. And Noob rebounding, unleashing. Can he get a kill here? He can. He gets at least one. Now he's going to fight Boom. He's got the BKB. Oh, no. Oh, no. Sanctity's also dead to Ghost. 2v1.
Give him the old walk away. And now turn. Ravage connects. Damage out. It's on to both of them. The Aeon Disc is going to proc, but they end up getting a bash in the second black hole.
Wait,
the heal. Oh, Pike, the liver, the damage out, and they turn it. Matthew, the star comes in at the last second. What? I cannot believe that sort of worked. The problem is they are dying to the throne. No! Smiling Knight hits onto a couple of them there, but now they have them under control. Forces the BKB, gets away. Now the jump forward, Walrus Punch, control is there. He still has Satanic going, but it's not looking like it's going to be enough. Dead for 2 minutes. GG is called. Mosquito Clan come away with game number 1.
Difficult to find the angle, though.
Try to initiate.
Tide would have buyback TP.
Echo Slam onto 2, but the Ravage comes out thanks to the Kraken Shell again. A huge anchor smash that follows Dyrachyo trying to take on the Tyler. There's going to be a lot of damage. Finally takes him out. That is a buyback, though, from Faith Beyond. They've already lost 2 on Tundra, and now the Roar to follow, but Dyrachyo stuck inside the trees. That's 3 dead. 33 again left all alone. That's 33. Gets the shard placement onto the hero. You're not going anywhere. Wukong's command to follow. There's the RP onto 2. They're able to take out Soxa pretty swiftly, but is that all they can get? BZM is infested. He is basically invulnerable, and his damage is just out of this world. He's going to be fountain farming at this point as GG's come out, and I don't believe he's going to die here sooner because the Ghost Scepter activated again. Quinn showed.
Nice Ghost Scepter.
Quinn showed, Quinn dies.
Oh, good cut.
Yeah, he's going to be stunned. The arrow's coming as well. The macro pyre place collapses, just doing so much work, destroying Tofu. Ace finally gets off the ult, but already 3 members of Gaimin have died. GG's likely to come out any moment. 3, 2, 1. Watson falls, and there's the GG. Toro turns off his radiance, so he is not being shown as, oh boy, Dragontail.
Yeah, well,
Laurel has been all over things
nice
today.
Little flowery grave
Quinn,
there.
I mean, now that he does not have to worry about the Dragontail, but he does have to worry about the global silence. Laurel already at half HP, but Watson turning his sights to collapse, who pops the Kraken Shell, so he's not going to be that easy of a target. And now the beautiful Terrorize onto 3. And now the root up on top of the Marcy. This is 3 dead for Gaimin. GG's come out. Spirit just outplaying them hard in these 2 games.
This is good. The closer they are to the tier 4s, the easier this will be.
This is like
12
Pippin.
seconds. This is what we're waiting for. We're waiting for the Aegis. Then we're going to get our BKB.
It's like Pippin in Lord of the Rings. The closer we are to danger, the further we are from harm. They jump in and try and blow him up. He has not died. Whoa, buddy. He did not die even a little bit. GG is called. Wildcard, come in.
Greetings, esports fans, and welcome to beautiful Bucharest. We're back for another day of PGL Wallachia Season 3, the third day. We're going to be separating some of the wheat from the chaff, and we're going to be talking about that right here in the studio. Joining me on the analysis desk, of course, we have TI winner Fear, and the man whose expertise for Dota is only outmatched by his collection of rare Pepes. It is, of course, Lacoste. How are you guys doing this morning?
Wonderful. Another day of Dota. We're getting into day number 3 now, so we're starting to see who's good, who's bad, and who needs improvement.
Yeah, and we're starting to see more even matchup, which I'm really glad. I mean, Swiss day 1, it was mostly 2-0s. Day 2, we saw a lot of 2-1s, a lot of even matchups, some really long games.
Yeah, it was a real long day yesterday. Shout out to all the production crew. Like, I was complaining, and like, I went home at like 6. They were like still here at like 2 a.m. putting all these graphics together for us. So much love to you all. But anyway, you can see we had a higher caliber of games. This is just how Swiss works. It's why it's a great system. You know, you pair up teams that are kind of equal, and then we go from a day of almost exclusively 2-0s into a day of 2-1s, long back and forth, super interesting drafts and matchups. And honestly, it was a long day, but it was a good day.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. The Dota was immaculate, I will say, yesterday. So I love to see that. I love to see the progression we have as well with the patch right now. A lot of new and cool stuff coming out here, but not a lot of huge surprises here. Maybe Wildcard is doing... They're in the middle of the pack right now. I think that's pretty impressive.
NA's back, baby.
They're back, yeah.
And OG, they picked Axe,
so
and,
back.
like they wanted to have another Seb moment, but failed to do so against Wildcard, which is a big question mark for me. I think also another surprise that I want to talk about is potentially Tidebound taking a game off Tundra. This team, we said that China is going to be looking strong this tournament, and they're already showing, but yeah, definitely a team that has a lot of potential.
Yeah, well, look, let's also talk about the meta and how it's evolving before our eyes. Obviously, we did see a big patch, a big change. We had a tournament on it. People started figuring out the meta. Then we got the letter patch where you start adjusting the numbers and, you know, rejigging everything around. And then suddenly we come to this tournament, and some things we thought we knew, we don't, and some things that we're kind of surprised about are emerging over the course of the tournament. I guess your area of expertise, let's start by talking about, you know, the evolution of the carry position. We're really seeing PA emerge kind of as the carry here at this event.
Yeah, I mean, PA is definitely coming back. It used to be super popular in previous patches. We thought we patched her out a little bit, but not yet.
Wrong.
With a 75% win rate. So these are the carries right now that we're going to be seeing a lot of Terrorblade, PA, Ursa's been nice. And the trend I'm seeing with a lot of these heroes is the fact that you have to have a carry hero that does a lot of physical damage, right? And all these heroes do it. They're all tanky in their own regards as well, like Sven, Tiny, Ursa. Very tanky heroes. You got the evasion for PA as well, and Terrorblade, very high armor, and you can burst through a lot of these offlaners as well. So I think the carry meta is evolved usually around the offlane meta, right? You want to be able to kill the offlaners in a lot of these situations. So this is why most of these heroes are being picked right now, but PA, it's still here. It's still here.
Yeah.
And into offlane, yeah.
Yeah, this is what we've got in the offlane, Dom. You can see, obviously, Tide still sticking with us, even though that, you know, win rate not as perhaps as good as it once was. And
yeah,
Baden got kind of hit a little bit too.
The one that maybe doesn't stick out the most is Darkseer. Darkseer has been highly contested. He's been only played 6 times. Nobody wants to play against Darkseer right now. Tidehunter is the big one, even though after the recent nerfs, he did receive a little bit of a buff and then a little bit of a nerf as well in the B patch, but overall feels like a really strong hero. And we can see that these very tanky heroes that are almost unkillable. So you have Tidehunter, you have a Baden. The big surprise for me is Mars. I didn't feel like this hero has a place in meta right now, but I've been proven wrong because
some of those stats are Armada. So.
Yeah, he had an amazing game, definitely. And I'm also glad that they're going for a different facet, the Victory Feast facet, which does allow you to take more early engagements. It does allow you to get a heal, get an extra bit of a damage. A big fan of the Vlad's build on Mars as well, if you're like lacking some of the lifesteal. So a lot of the things that you can do with the heroes that are kind of unexploited in this patch.
Yeah, what do you make of the offlane at the moment?
I mean, the offlane is, you're seeing a trend. It's like big team fighters, tanky guys that kind of like get in there. So I think right now Tide is really good, not only for Ravage, but I think his best spell is a Shard. Like every single game we see this leash just destroy like half the heroes in Dota right now. So this Shard, it did get nerfed in the new patch, but just conceptually, it's just too strong, honestly. And there's nothing you can do to really itemize against this very well. You have to BKB, and it still stays on you, right? Yeah. But it doesn't slow you down, at least. But when the only counter we saw was Nature's Prophet, and when he had the leash taunt, is you have to BKB to counter like some shard or something like that. It really is not a good situation to be in. It's really hard to play against.
Yeah, and just also as well, just to quickly touch upon the Dark Seer, because we were a little bit confused. I guess mostly me. It was because it was being banned a lot in the first phase, and it was like you said, the pros have just sort of all agreed that it is the strong hero you don't want to let through unless you absolutely have to.
Yeah, it comes down to his innate ability, which does allow him to heal every single time he levels up, and also the build-up. Like, basically your core item is Heaven's Halberd, which is a pretty cheap item. Most of the offlaners do want to buy it. Also teamfight that you do have with the rest of the team, and also some of the position 4s that you're playing with, like Tusk, Marcy, are feeling really good to play with the Darkseer.
Yeah, and you see the other contested ones. There's some strange ones and not so strange ones on the list. We obviously saw RCY put on that Dazzle Clinic. Dazzle's kind of ended up being banned out quite a bit. Nature's Prophet just seems to be, a lot of people maybe sleeping on that hero. Super strong. We saw the giant Trian doing its thing in
I think they're the only ones that won with it, though. The win rate on NP is atrocious.
The win rate here is atrocious. It just looks strong, like conceptually in the patch. Meanwhile, Monkey King, you know, didn't have a great win rate at Dream League. Still seems to be hotly banned out and hotly contested. I mean, are there any real surprises here for you, or is it pretty much what you'd expect?
Surprises? I'm gonna say no, not really. I think all those heroes were pretty popular last patch. They still are.
Maybe not Thinker as much. It kind of started to get some play during the end of the Dream League, but nothing too crazy. And now people figured it out that the hero is actually super strong. Like Whitemon yesterday had a great performance where he cornered himself, and I think he tanked like 2k damage.
Yeah, and you can see these are the ones that we've kind of put in the spotlight. This is very interesting because Jakiro is one of those first phase pick heroes that's been pretty popular coming into this patch. Hasn't obviously had the win rate you would have expected. DK did get absolutely obliterated as well in the previous patch, so maybe it's not a surprise. It hasn't been picked as much, so that number is obviously skewed.
Yeah, I mean, these are actually the times they were picked, so the 21 times, 9 times, and 8. So the win rates are about 44% for DK and Jakiro. That's not really that bad, but Leshrac is at 25% win rate right now. So these are the heroes of 7.38 when it came out that were dominating, right? And we see so many Jakiros, people are first picking it, but it's sitting at a 44% win rate right now. This DK, it was not even allowed to be picked in 7.38. People are now going for the green facet, and we've also saw one Brave Soul go for the Frost Dragon.
Ooh, how did that one end?
They lost, unfortunately. Shad did pick it. So the red facet seems to be just, it seems to be dead, but it seems like this hero is playable now, but it's not OP, but the red facet's definitely dead.
Yeah, any observations?
Yeah, I think that he definitely has a place in meta. We see that there is a shift in priority of the heroes that are becoming strong. Some of the new heroes are coming in, so we will also see some of the heroes that were kind of strong in the previous patch got slightly nerfed, that teams will forget about them, and suddenly we'll see them back in action after a couple of days.
All right, let's check in with the schedule. It's a PGL event, so we've got 2 streams. You can pick which games you like. This is the B stream, and you can see we're going to be starting off with Aurora Gaming versus Heroic over there. Team Tidebound versus Wildcard. Remember, NA's back. They're so back. OG Esports fighting for their tournament life against Yellow Submarine. It would be an ignominious end for them if they were knocked out by Yellow Submarine. Let's see if that happens. And then to end out the day, it will be Na'Vi versus Mosquito Clan. We haven't had a lot of opportunity to talk about OG, so just before we take a look at the next schedule, I mean, they really appear to have fallen on very hard times. People are excited that, oh, we maybe get to see Seb do a run back, but it just hasn't panned out like that so far.
I mean, yeah, no, I didn't get to watch many of their games, unfortunately, but from what I did see, they are struggling on all fronts there. Like, they're having problems in every lane. Seb is trying to bust out new heroes. Like, he tried the Faceless Void offlane, wasn't good. Their day 1 was just a complete stomp by Spirit. Hasn't got much better for them, unfortunately. But luckily they have Kezu there. They can ring them in a little bit. He's very good and smart at like finding out what's good and what's bad, and hopefully they find something that works for them.
Our thoughts are with Kezu. We'll take a look at the mainstream games that we're going to have for you, and we'll work our way backwards because we're going to be talking about the first one in just a few moments. You can see we're going to close out the day with Tundra Esports versus Team Liquid. That will be a banger. Falcons versus Spirit. Oh, another banger. Gaimin Gladiators versus AVULUS. And we're going to start out with Xtreme Gaming versus Team NGX. Now, we've talked a lot about Xtreme already. We've had the pleasure to watch their games. I've been loving this. For me personally, I kind of feel not the best team I've seen at the tournament so far, but the one I'm most excited and stoked to watch.
Yeah, most definitely. The way they draft, Zhao 8 is back in action with the team, and he's going to be directing how they're going to be playing. You can see that they are also like just theory crafting a lot. The way they were snap picking yesterday when they were playing against Team Falcons, like immediate picks, they have their own ideas how to play the game, and that's why I always respected Zhao 8. Very interesting team. We also saw Undyne. I think a lot of people are not familiar with him, but he had some really good
hero or the player?
The hero and the player.
I saw both.
Yeah.
Okay.
We did see both. What have you made of Xtreme?
I think right now they have a very high ceiling. I think, unfortunately, I don't know if I agree with their drafting being good right now. I feel like they're confident in their drafting.
I didn't
feel like
say it was a top tier draft. It was interesting.
Yeah, it was interesting, right? Like, I think they need to improve on their drafting. That's where I'm at with this team right now. They're like a team that has so much potential, but I feel like they got outpicked pretty hard in the Falcons series, or they outpicked themselves. I guess I should put it that way. But the game they did win as well, it's hard to say. Like, picked AA4. Like, is that a good pick? I don't know. Maybe that's just their style. I want to see Ame pick later. I think that was my biggest concern. He had like a first phase lifestealer in one game, and then he was playing Broodmother in the other game, and it's like, those aren't. That's not the Ame way, you know? I want to see them change that at least.
Yeah, you can take a look at their stats here, but I'll just come back to you, Dom. We're going to talk about Xingqiu in just a bit. I mean, this is the reason why I think they're such an exciting team to watch, because you are going to see something that is atypical to how the game's played right now, particularly in the 4 role. That appears to be where a lot of the experimentation happens, and it does make it really, really interesting because, you know, while people are going for more traditional picks, these guys are throwing out curveballs, and as you said, the drafts might not be the best, but they are interesting drafts.
They are. This is why he's one of the most interesting players to watch. If you want to learn position 4, maybe not traditional position 4, definitely look out for this guy if you're a bit greedy. I was expecting him to be a slightly more greedy when he was playing that Marcy, and when he was playing Ancient Apparition, that he's going to be going for like more Aghanim Scepter type oriented build with the Witchblade, Marcy go for the other facet with the Fleeting Fury, but no, he's building up for the team, so he toned it down a little bit, but very interesting hero pool that he does have. He's been playing this Faceless Void position 4 with Road of Atos, which really looks good. He was playing Marcy, Shaman, and also Ancient Apparition. Banged it out as a position 4. They did win that game when they were playing against Falcons, long game, but on the other side, Omar, he's been playing more of a traditional position 4.
Yeah, Omar's interested in his approach as well. It's like you said, it is more traditional, but we're seeing this Weaver kind of emerge as a pretty good pick in the 4. I mean, that seems to have been one of the more contested picks in that area.
Yeah, we're probably going to see this hero more and more. Talk about a lot how the bugs were buffed. On top of that, the facet's just better now. It was also buffed as well. So this hero just gets like an injection of gold. And it feels like we look at a lot of drafts that teams that heroes want to pick, and there's not a lot of stuns, right? Oftentimes Weaver does benefit from that when it is like these Tidehunter metas. He doesn't have really good stun for Weaver, stuff like that. So yeah, this hero is getting more popular, and I think he's just very strong right now. He's the one exception, I will say, for position 4 that isn't like the melee guy. He's one of the few ranged heroes that are viable.
Yeah, definitely lacking that department. We saw like Xingqiu playing Rubik. I don't feel this hero has a place in meta right now. It's just like another Rubik game that you don't really feel the influence. Not a strong laner by any means. Muerta is the one that I'd say sticks out the most because this hero does everything, especially if you're playing from ahead, getting rid of Atos into Aghanim Scepter, back to Gleipnir, so you have like these 2 dead shots with the talent as well if it comes down to the late stages of the game. But overall, very strong hero, and always a pleasure to watch these Muerta players playing the game. I think there's going to be slightly more popular with like one of the heroes, Dark Willow. I know Omar loves to play it, and I still have a little bit of mixed feelings when it comes down to Dark Willow, how strong she is with the new facet. It's very good at mid and late game, but at the early stages of the game, you really don't feel the influence of it.
Let's talk about Team NGX. They're a team, it's a who's who of Dota on their roster, and you know, my favorite player of all time, GH, is on there. I love watching these guys play. I just wish they could win more. It would kind of justify the time sink that gets put in. Can you explain in professional terms what you think might be going on, why they're a little bit off kilter? Because I always want them to go deeper in tournaments.
Well, I will say they're actually getting better, because oftentimes they just weren't at tournaments. So at least they're at the tournaments now. That is true.
It is better to be present.
Yeah, it is indeed. So they've actually been improving. I think they do have a new carry player, so they have to mesh with him a little bit. His hero pool seems a little interesting to me. He's playing some more ranged carries. Like he played Medusa, he played Sniper, he played Marcy, right? Not necessarily the meta right now. So he does have his own take on the game, but NGX has always had their own take on the game.
Yeah, and you can see here as well by looking at the team stats, there's a lot of, you know, kind of traditional picks, meta picks that are in there. So, you know, they are trying to feel out the patch and see what works.
Yeah, nothing too crazy except for that one game where they were playing OD when they were playing against Falcons, where Sumail did go like 22, but still managed to lose the game. So they have a couple of these picks that they could bang out. Overall, I would say that this team, I have to agree with Fear, it's getting better, but these are like baby steps. You don't see like them exploding and suddenly getting a good read on the patch. They start beating everybody, but glad to see that there is some kind of an improvement. And we did check the heroes that they're playing. I think Noob has been... His transition to the offlane has been good, also a little bit slower than maybe other offlaners.
Another one of these players transitioning to the offlane.
Yeah, it just happens. It is slow, but he's been playing. I checked what he was been up to in the last couple of days, and I see a lot of Faceless Void. I see a lot of Marcy. I think Marcy is going to be heavily contested because you did say that they play it from the safe lane. They do play it from the off lane, and of course, Jin Q does love to play it. But yeah, he's been undefeated in the last couple of days. 6 matches on Marcy from the off lane, won all of them.
Wow, that is something.
Yeah, I mean, which is interesting because I think I was looking at the stats earlier of how Marcy's doing this tournament, and it was really bad, right? This hero's not winning a lot, but we just saw they won with it already, so, and he's winning in pubs with it, so it might have to be a respect ban for this game, because even though the hero's not good for everyone, it does seem to be good for NGX.
Yeah, it could be an interesting component in the upcoming draft. I mean, it's kind of weird as well, just in general. I feel like offlane is kind of, it's the most interesting position from a meta and pro perspective. Yeah, because everyone's like it feels like every team has someone that played somewhere else before they moved to the offlane, and they're like learning it and picking it up. But also, it's at a time when we're kind of feeling out which heroes are going to be viable.
Yeah, definitely does help if you played mid, if you played offlane. We saw yesterday in a series where Toronto Tokyo, because he played 3 different roles in like 3 years. So we saw Ember Spirit being played mostly from the mid lane, but he's been playing it from the offlane, and some of the top 3 offlane combos so far. Bristleback and Muerta probably comes out from Team Falcons. They love to run this combo. Mars and Muerta, another, like, you have big ultis, big circles that you can put on 2, like, I would say that Mars is not the strongest laner, but if he's paired up with Muerta, it makes the lane so much easier.
Yeah, I mean, Muerta's just a strong hero right now, and those are just kind of like the strong support, strong offlane combinations here. Everyone has their own feel for what's good right now. I think for sure this Tidehunter, this Bristleback are going to be contested for sure. Noob is really good on both of them, so we'll have to see what XXS wants to pick up, but he also likes Mars, he also likes Tidehunter, so, and they're between the two of them, right? They both share Abaddon as their most played hero, so Abaddon will be also contested for this one, I imagine.
For me, the real question is, our Xtreme Gaming, we saw yesterday, they had this insane theory crafted, super confident draft. They just laid it out. They barely used any time to respond whatsoever. They knew exactly what they wanted to do, and when it worked, it was fantastic, and obviously when it didn't, not so much. So I wonder if they've been cooking in the kitchen overnight and they're going to pull out something else crazy here.
I'm pretty sure that we're going to be seeing some crazy drafts. I mean, the one thing that they do is once they are done with one draft, you can tell that they have multiple strategies, multiple drafts prepared for the series, because I see from yesterday there are only 2 overlapping heroes in 15. So
interesting.
I mean, there's a lot of cooks in the XG kitchen for sure. I mean, you've got Jiawei, one of them. Of course, we have to mention Jin Q. He loves playing a lot of new stuff. Ame has always been up there with his picks. I can't have a broadcast without mentioning the Ame Juggernaut. It always comes out at least once. Hopefully, we get to see it. And then, of course, we saw an Undying from Undying. So that was great as well.
All right, well, we're about to get off to the races with the draft. So we'll see if it's just the standard bands coming out at the start. Maybe a Magnus, etc. Been one of the most banned heroes here.
We talk about like teams, what they're going to be picking. For example, Team Falcons, they're a very predictable team in terms of what they're going to pick. But then you have Xtreme Gaming. Every single time this team plays, I would say that they are the most unpredictable teams when it comes down to draft.
I just want to note real quick that Dazzle took like 30 seconds to ban, and then instantly, 2 bans. Like, boom, they didn't even think, boom, boom, like instantly. Like, Xiaowei is just a speed runner when it comes to the drafting.
Look at him go. I mean, we're joking about it, but it does put a lot of pressure on the enemy team because you can tell that he did practice this draft, how it's going to go.
Yep. So, yeah, these are some of the most contested heroes and most banned heroes. With the Night Stalker and the Magnus.
Oh, Io, interesting.
The Io Phoenix is interesting. I'd like to see how many times they've been banned.
I mean, Io is a hero that through the history of any Croaky team, right? It's been
banned every single time when NGX played.
Yep.
Right, interesting.
5 out of 5 games.
It's like, even when this team, when Croaky was on like Liquid, right? GH, his Io was just always so good. Now he's on NGX, still playing Io whenever they can. So this is an interesting ban. A lot of respect, because I don't think this hero is that good right now.
No.
But it's just, got to put respect on it.
What do we want to see? Do we just want to see like Marcy straight up? We said that it's going to be heavily contested in this one because they can run it from basically 3 different roles. We also saw some mid laners practicing mid Marcy. Sumail is not one of them, but this hero pretty much gives you everything in terms of like, you're never going to be lacking damage with Marcy. You will be having save potential if you're playing it from position 4 with the pick me up facet and immediate like, this is just how it is.
Yeah. This was something I wanted to ask you guys about, actually, because the Winter Wyvern looked really, really strong, obviously, you know, when the big patch happened. And then we haven't seen a lot of it in the letter patch. We haven't seen a lot of it here at the tournament. So, I mean, still viable, still very good.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. This hero is, like, still very strong, I think. His laning might not be as strong as like some of these Jakiros and Warlock heroes, but the ultimate makes up for it. And if you're going to pick a hero like Marcy right away, who's very single target, you have 2 tools to deal with it. You can either Cold Embrace that guy, or you can just use the ultimate to redirect it on one of his allies, which is also great.
Wyvern got slightly nerfed with the Winter's Curse, with the recursive facet, so no longer amplifies physical, magical, and pure damage taken from Winter Wyvern, but still a strong hero. Not so much, like not so strong in the lane as you said, but what the Wyvern does is it secures the lane for the carry, because it's basically very similar to Warlock in terms of heals. So for like 50 mana, you get almost 200 heal. So pretty difficult to kill, but hard to also get the kills with this hero in the lane.
It's always this phase, is a lot of mind games going on. Not a whole lot to talk about, but it's generally just thinking ahead of time what they're going to pick and what they need to ban to protect what they're going to pick, right? So they banned this Ursa because they wanted the Tidehunter. But luckily for them as well on Xtreme Gaming, that Monkey was banned by NGX here. So it also helps the Tidehunter out as well.
A lot of teamfight coming out with these 2 heroes. Like, it's very easy to set things up as well, where we're talking about Wyvern using the first curse and then maybe reapplying the curse and then setting things up for Ravage. Even the leash mechanic that you said, Dead in the Water, one of the better overall shards in the game right now. We've seen Tidehunters actually rushing it at 15 minutes before picking up a
may actually be the best shard in the game as far as I'm concerned.
It's definitely up there.
Yeah, it's definitely really good. They just have to be slightly careful. I mean, these are professional, you know, athletes here, of not stacking their ultimates here.
You can see as well the facet. It's one of those heroes where, you know.
That's a lot of mind games. Now you see Pugna as a response to Winter Wyvern, so they want to have some kind of a heal. Pugna has been nerfed in terms of mana combination, so you're not going to be seeing Pugna plus the Storm Spirit anymore, but his ulti does provide a little bit more heal compared to the previous patch.
The Cryptify is very nice against the Wyvern ult, right? Whoever's getting targeted by him, just make him unable to be hit. So that is a nice tool there, and that's probably the Omar hero. He seems to really be stuck on playing these ranged position 4s right now, trying to win the lane for noob. And maybe it's not a bad playstyle. Like, I'm actually looking at this, right? You pick your 2 supports. They've just shown that this is a core Marcy. There's no flex anymore. So likely it will go to noob. From what I see in his pubs, he's playing it a lot. but maybe there is a chance. We also seen Ghost play it, so still a flex at the end of the day, but they removed the support flex from the equation here. Now, probably picking up one support here, I would imagine. And ideally, if you could get a mid carry flex, since your second pick here, that would be ideal for Xtreme Gaming.
I'm just thinking how they're going to be able to kill this Tide. Marcy can do it, but there's also Wyvern behind it. I'm talking about like the mid-game fights, which is going to be very difficult with the heroes that they have right now. There's no really a burst damage. I've been checking what Ghost has been up to in the last few days. My man, he lost 9 out of 10 games, last pub games that he played. So yeah, losing a little bit of a confidence as well in what he's been up to. Is Phantom Assassin still in the pool?
Yeah, it is.
Maybe the break mechanic that could come out from the shard. Sure, you're given the free lane to Tidehunter, but I don't see a hero that they can pick that's going to be able to contest the Tidehunter anyway. So you might need to start thinking about some scaling and some mid-game fights. But another big team fight ulti, man. Zhao 8, he woke up and he's like, yeah, let's check what the best ultis in the game are, and pretty much picked all of them.
Not going for a flex here for Ame, but this is his hero, you know.
Yeah.
If there's 2 heroes that I know Ame, well 3, I'm not including the Juggernaut, he loves playing the Slark and the Terrorblade a lot. Some of his favorite heroes there, so.
And to your point, this is what you were saying yesterday. You want Ame on Ame
I do,
heroes.
yeah, absolutely. So I don't hate this. I'm fine with it. Is it strategically the best pick possible? Probably not. But is Ame great on? Yeah, he is. So I don't hate this at all here.
What about Tiny? Some mixed damage, or buys into Revenant's Broach, buys into Silver Edge. So you have, like, itemization-wise, your natural item progression is really good against both of the cores, and you can also maybe snipe the backlines.
I like the PA more, just because, like, you are very high base damage on Tiny, right? And you're playing versus Tide. I feel like that matchup is one of Tiny's worst for the laning stage, but it's good for the game, I suppose. So
it got nerfed as well. It did go down from 60 to 40%.
70 to 40, actually. So it got was it 70? Maybe 60. I'm not sure. It was a big nerf.
Listen, you said
it's down to 40.
Yes, it is.
You said it so confidently. I'm going to allow it. I think you're right, Clint. Well,
well, that's just how you do things over here, you know. Just be confident in numbers, even if you have no idea if they're true. But anyway, moving on from that, Shaker will come out, and this is probably going to be their mid lane. I'm going to imagine it does have like good potential to lock down the TB. TBs hate buying BKB. Like, you don't really want to buy BKB on this hero, so you do need to put him in a situation where he feels like he has to, and Shaker is pretty good for that. You're going to see most likely like a Huskar and a Sniper ban come out here. Oh, Death Prophet ban. I saw that hero yesterday. It got destroyed. I saw it twice, actually, got destroyed.
Maybe they have a little bit of information, but I don't believe this hero is that strong. Too ulti dependent on a too long of a cooldown, but maybe they think, you know what, they're going to bang out another like 160, 180 ulti cooldown, and it's going to be almost impossible for us to take the fight. I do like the Shaker. Problem is you're going to be playing at the Silencer, but also in terms of lockdown that they have on side of Xtreme Gaming, they don't have any like cheap spells. It's going to be... I think mid laner needs to be fixing that problem, because Wyvern and Silencer, if these heroes are on the back foot, you have no ways of playing the game aggressively. You have Terrorblade and your Tidehunter, which could be a very, very slow game from Xtreme.
I definitely agree. You've got the recursive on the Wyvern, right? And then you got the re-silencer, whatever that facet's called, where it's really hard to play against Shakers. Like, even if you buy BKB, that was the old way. You go Blink, Echo, okay, so they global, so you can't follow up. Then you press BKB, and then you continue your combo anyway. No big deal. But now it silences you whenever you get out of the silence again. So you're going to be really stuck trying to get that combination off. Team fighting looks very difficult for NGX here, but they've never been a team fighting type of team. They always want to take these small skirmishes and win them on the map and get a gold lead. So this really feels like a lot of what I'm used to seeing China play back in the Zhao 8 day, right? No surprise, I guess, here. Massive team fights, right? It's always been popular. One hard carry. So a different clash of styles here. I really like it. Very curious on... we did get a drow. I hate the hero, but we did get one. He picked Ember into Shaker. What a madman.
Oh, and they instantly picked that one.
Yeah.
They don't care. I've got so many mixed feelings. Like in that last 3 seconds,
I need 30 seconds thinking about this.
But yeah, so we got a Drow, and then we got an Ember versus Shaker. So what do I like here about the Ember? I like about the Ember that they have so much reach now that they can play on. They're a bit slow with their big team fight ultimates. Ember really speeds up the tempo a lot for them. I think they needed something like this. Drow is one of the hardest counters to Terrorblade in the game, and that is why they picked it. Good versus Tidehunter in the lane as well. You're not getting anchor smashed. So if there is a good Drow game,
it is this one.
This is the one.
They have nothing other than Ember Spirit that can close the gap. Maybe Tidehunter with the blink later on, but that's gonna need a little bit more time. When it comes down to the team fight, Xtreme Gaming, they definitely do have an upper hand in this one, but I kind of like what Nigma Galaxy have in this one. I think this Drow Ranger pick is kind of gotcha.
I think Drow is just too bad to win, unfortunately.
Yeah,
it looks good on paper. I really do think this hero looks good on paper.
This is where we get Dom to say his patented line again. Go on, say it.
But Dota 2 is played on Steam.
I love that.
This looks like paper to me.
Yeah, it's true. I mean,
I play on paper.
I'm like flabbergasted actually to see a Drow. I'm like, I understand why they've done it conceptually, but yeah, still.
I just think the numbers on this hero are not good enough right now. Yeah. It just feels like even if you have items, you still aren't doing damage.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's kind of like my only gripe with the hero. But however, it might do damage against Terrorblade if you get a bit lucky on your procs. So
all right.
Love to see it.
I'll bring in our commentators. They get to have an opinion too. I believe in casters' rights. How are you doing, guys? What do you think of the draft?
Yeah, we're doing good. I mean, I've got to say, I appreciate the confidence from Xtreme Gaming with that last pick. You know, the fact that XM, he doesn't care what carry the Nigma Galaxy are going to pull out. They just go, bam, Ember Spirit. He's that confident.
I think it's pretty interesting how what Fira was saying, the clash of styles, right? Because this looks like it's dating back to, not completely, but dating back to more how China has liked to play, right? Big cooldown ultimates, one solo carry. They picked this Ember because they wanted some extra catch, even if the laning phase might not be the best. So, I don't know. This is going to be a curious one. I think Nigma has looked pretty good in the early games in a lot of situations, and Xtreme sometimes can be a bit slow to get things rolling. So, yeah, looking forward to this
guys, I'll let you get in the game. Looking forward to this one. See you soon.
Awesome. Thanks very much, Richard. Yeah, this should be a fun battle, and indeed a lot of team fight that we are going to be seeing coming out from Xtreme if they can get things together, whereas Nigma Galaxy, they're going to turn up today and see if they can make the Drow Ranger work. As always, I like to see some of these players, especially, you know, someone like Ghost, you know, someone's kind of newer on the block on what they're good with, what their bread and butter is. Yeah, looking at that top, it's a Grandmaster tier Drow. So this guy, he knows what he's doing on the Drow Ranger, Fogged.
And they do actually make it away from the gank immediately. They were about to get swung on there from 4 heroes. Yeah, this, on paper, right? When you look at it, you're like, the biggest worry that he really has to deal with is either the Ember closing the gap or Cold Embrace stopping the target that he can focus on, right? But on paper, it does look like a good Drow game. We're just going to have to see how decent this hero actually is, in particular versus TB nowadays, because it used to be one of, if not the hardest counter.
I mean, because what is it about the hero nowadays that sort of led to being a carry that most teams aren't really considering?
I just find the hero incredibly squishy. That's my big thing. And the numbers, it just feels like the damage isn't what it quite used to be with precision. I'm not sure why, but something just feels like you just don't do as much damage as you once did on this hero. It takes a lot more time. Undyne, so we got to fight.
Let's see what they can get here. Big sleight of fist coming in. Omar's in trouble. He's caught by the blood grenade, but Ghost will get the first blood, taking down Undyne. So 1-for-1. Nigma Galaxy able to strike first and get the first blood secured for the carry.
And they make sure that he doesn't lose the int. They get the silencer before he gets the kill. No brain drain. Cool little engage there. Blood grenades connecting on, I think, 3 heroes from both sides. And let's see how these lanes go down. I think Jin Q is going for the, I'm never going to play the same hero twice in this tournament, because I think this is the 6th game that they're playing and the 6th hero that he's playing. So a bit interesting to see how they're flexing and varying in terms of that with him.
And yeah, looking at the stats. So yeah, the Ghost, he is he's a Drow Ranger connoisseur. He's got 567 games on the Drow, and I'm looking at out of his top, kind of 20 most played. Drow Ranger is his highest win rate.
Okay.
So this,
if there's any game
by the stats, this is his literally his best hero.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
We'll see how that ends up going. Because his lane in particular should be pretty good versus the Tide Wyvern. He has a Pugna behind him too, so it's a ton of harassment that they have between the two, just the right clicks. It does start to add up a lot versus a Tidehunter, so the lanes in particular do look quite strong from Nigma, I would say. Especially because XG, they picked the Ember into the Shaker, so XM confident at least in the mid game perhaps, but the lane, definitely have seen Shakers take advantage of that a lot.
Let's see what.
Bottom. Undying stepped up again.
He could be in trouble. Oh, he's got those stick charges. I mean, Arme's able to trade a lot of damage back into Noob here with these Metamorphosis hits.
This is probably the one that has the most chance of, I would say, XG coming out ahead in, right? With the TB plus the Silencer versus the Marcy and the Willow. Can sometimes be hard for them to get enough to bring down the TB before they take all this damage from the Curse. But yeah, those other two lanes definitely look very solid for the side of Nigma Galaxy.
Yeah, those denies in particular going to continue to rack up in that mid matchup.
Nice, Sumail, this has been his most played, right? For quite some time, I feel like. Every time I watch them, it's Sumail's playing Earthshaker. I guess we did have the other day where he played OD too, but yeah, he had 1, 2, 3. Okay, so he played it like 3 or 4 times in the last month, so.
And XM on the Ember. I mean, obviously, as we say, with the pick in the draft, he didn't care.
Nope.
He was going to play this, whatever was coming out for the carry position. Already knew his guaranteed mid matchup, so.
I think it was mainly because we have no stuns, right? We have no great catch until later, and just from ultimates that come out from Ravage and Dead in the Water. There's nothing else to really catch heroes, and it also is a hero that gets on top of Drow, right? So I think there was like a multiple different thing that XG was looking for with this pick for XM here.
Bottom lane. I'm going to try for Omar. He's got the Shadow Realm to try and get away, and Dine's going to try and chase him down a bit, but he's also getting very low himself on the Silencer.
He's got the Lotus, so Omar does have to respect that once the bubble spells are up.
Especially, okay, yeah, Metamorphosis is still on cooldown for 40 more seconds, so that's going to be the timing that Nigma Galaxy is going to have to be very aware of.
This harass damage is actually pretty insane. The Arcane Curse plus Reflection, it almost just brings down Omar. Dancing in the trees.
Yeah, with the Jukes, he'll be fine.
He almost died. If he gets hit by the last word there, he's likely dead. So
on top lane.
Top.
They're able to finish off XXS, tries to step up to contest this pull, coming over to the small camp, but ends up dying. The Pugna Wall coming into action.
Lane's looking pretty solid.
A complete free farm, 24 and 12.
But we have seen this a lot from Xtreme, right? Sometimes they're a little bit slow to start in the laning phase, especially with this lineup, right? It can have some greed in it, so can definitely see them have a bit of a slower start. Nigma's had, I would say, pretty good success in laning phase for quite some time. It's just afterwards what ends up happening. Sam, taking quite a bit of a beating there.
It's not an easy lane.
I mean, Sumail's gone full for the totem. Literally 0 even in the fissure. Literally just looking to dominate the lane.
Oh yeah, XM. He's playing on he's got the stick charges and the Fairy Fire, so.
He's got the slight too, so he can't play around to dodge the top. But the sluggers are adding up.
Yeah, he's got to be careful.
Another slugger. Every time I watch that, I'll never forget the one with Quinn, right? When he got quad sluggered versus Kiyotaka and he got one-shotted. That was one of the better moments I think I've seen.
Oh yeah, but he was on a puck, right?
He was on puck, and it was all 4 creeps flew at him and he died.
We got the good reaction on the cam for that as well. I remember. I can picture the face.
Yeah, it was one of the funnier things I think I've seen in Dota. It's just the way that it happened. Yeah, Sumail continues to do well. The bottom lane's also Noob he's handling the pressure. Ame is getting the farm, but Noob is also being able to reciprocate.
They're doing great on all 3 lanes.
Yep, all 3 looking solid.
And it's looking like a very hot start. That top lane in particular, just XXS is getting completely dumpstered, really. 34 and 16 against the 12 and 0. He's barely getting anything out of this lane as the Tide.
And it won't get better. Not for some time, at least, because Jin-Q has now left the lane to go secure that 6-minute power rune. So a 2K lead off of these first
They're crushing
5 minutes. They're
all right.
Lanes. Doing very well. Yeah, Jin-Q's like, I can't do anything top, so yeah, he's just moving. He's even looking to play around bottom, perhaps set up for this bottom rune. So he gets it, because Nigma's rotating both heroes as well.
Let's have a look. Noob. He's going to get the grab on towards Undyne, but Arme's turning up with the Metamorphosis. Noob able to jump away with the rebound. And
Sumail's coming in.
Yeah, that will get them away safely from that Metamorphosis used by Arme. So Nigma Galaxy not going to lose anyone here.
Nope, and getting themselves that power rune for Sumail too. All important. Making sure that XM doesn't get that fill up. XXS will start to drag waves, so he's going to start getting a little more up here.
Oh, Omar.
Hard for them to chase as Omar.
He's got the Shadow Realm and the Bramble still to play around with, so if anything, might be going for a bit of a bait at the moment. And yeah, XM won't fall for it, doesn't want to jump into the river whilst he's low on the mana.
GH being sneaky. Not only is he putting a ward down because he maybe expected some stacks to have been made from the Wyvern for the Tidebounder, but that Shrine is up in about 15 seconds. Xingqiu is going to be late.
Radiant are scanning.
This could get stolen here. They're going to TP over the Silencer. Okay, now they should be able to contest it in time.
Now GH is going to try and be sneaky. And they got a stand in it. Oh my goodness.
That was so close.
I mean, Undyne nearly dies.
He still might to the Blood Grenade, 1 HP.
And meanwhile,
GH is fighting.
I mean, GH, he's going to win this fight, I think.
He's winning 2v1.
He's still got his Pugna ward down.
Blood
if any
grenade.
buttons are pressed here by Xingqiu. Another blast. Oh, he brings him down, but Undyne will be the one surviving and able to activate the Shrine for himself. But he gave it a pretty good fight there, GH.
That was sick, actually. This dropping that Pugna ward, it actually did so much.
I mean, he literally went down to 1 HP.
It was literal
close.
1 HP on Undyne.
Literal 1 HP.
And if he doesn't come back in to throw the Blood Grenade there, very likely GH does get that steal. So cool little interaction.
That's crazy.
Sumail in the mid. XM, no mana.
Got to be careful. There's an Echo Slam already.
There is.
Don't get too close to the Shaker.
That poke hurts quite a lot. Rune coming up in 5 seconds.
Is he going to get lucky?
Bottom one. Who's getting it?
It is going to be Sumail.
The dream one is Q.
Yeah, they can try and go for him. He's caught in the brambles. Sumail gets in, slaps him down with the Enchant Totem.
XXS continuing to cut creep since he doesn't want to just play versus that Drow. But now TP's coming in. Sumail.
Oh, they're going for him. He's already suffered so far this game, XXS. And he's not getting out of this.
Nah, he knows he's dead.
Can he get the money creep?
Oh,
no,
denied.
Not even going to get the money creep. As his dead body gets knocked to the side. Oh, Sunder's at the ready.
One attack. Literally one hit left.
Still, a noob's not doing too badly here. That is close.
That was close.
Oh my goodness, Arme lucky to live.
Little toggling coming out there from the treads, I believe, maybe saving his life.
Mid.
Mid.
They got him in the brambles. They got him. XM not expecting the backup to be there for Sumail. And now they can turn over towards Undyne. Xingqiu's going to be here. Looks like Nigma Galaxy will have to hold back from this one. XXS turning up as well. I mean, Sumail still wants to try and get back in. There's going to be the buyback. Okay, here we go, XM. Turns up with the buyback play. Joins them. They've got one. They ideally want to try and get this big kill against the Shaker. I mean, XM's going in for this, but Ghost turns up.
XM?
Uh-oh. He's got one more Remnant left to throw out. So he should be fine. Still has XXS pushing forward, but the fish actually catches him. Oh my goodness, XM! Careful!
Sumail?
He's moving in.
He's blocked.
He's blocked it. Yeah, the fish from himself actually causing him issues there. Noob's in the river. XM, he's got to be so careful.
This is such chaos.
They're in with the rebound. They're going to kill XXS. I mean, they can try and dive this a bit, Nigma Galaxy. Fisher catches onto Undyne. They get to dispose. They'll get the Silencer as well. I mean,
good reaction from Nigma. The buyback from XM, he wanted to get that second kill.
Yeah, it's at the end, right? He's kind of getting involved in one of the support kills. And yeah, not getting the Shaker, not getting Sumail.
If he dies there, his respawn becomes what?
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing, right? That's what he could be telling himself, right? It could have been a whole lot worse.
It could have been way worse.
It weren't great, but it could have been a whole lot worse because he didn't die back.
Yeah, but great responses. Nigma, I mean, TPing everybody in, even bringing the Drow because Ghost is just having an absolute
You see this buybacking Ember Bar in your tier 1, you're straight over there.
Smoking up. Echo's still on cooldown. Or sorry, Invis on Sumail. Looking for Ame. They know that Sunder was down for some time, but it's actually going to come back up in a second here.
Ame. Oh.
He's got. Get the Sunder off.
I mean, at the moment, it's not much use, right?
He can use an illusion plus Sunder it.
They'll do it now. Ame will get a little bit of help back up and turn towards Sumail, and he's able to deal with him. They still want Ame, though. The supports, they want to try and finish off the job here on Nigma Galaxy. GH is dead, though. Omar, he will get the job done.
Xingqiu getting cleanup kills.
But it's cost them 3 lives. Can Noob do anything on his own? He's got the ult. They're just going to ravage him. They do not want to mess around with this Marcy. And
triple kill.
He turns up, gets the kills. He's going to be the new core in town. Triple kill.
Oh, and that kind of stopped everything from Nigma. That was their own
They
move.
went all in for that.
They went all in for that, and Ame just turns and sunders. I thought he was actually just going to spawn an illusion and sunder it because he has the soul fragment thing, so it comes out at full HP, but he actually just sunders Sumail and gets the kill, so that actually comes out perfectly for him. As Nigma, that whole lead that they've had.
Oh, he still died, but I mean, you're absolutely right, right? If he'd done the play with the illusion, he would not have even died, right?
I don't think so, right? But sometimes it's hard to do because you're losing a chunk of HP while doing it, so you're like,
it's sure, then you're not going to get the chance. Yeah, it's tough call to make, yeah. Well, yeah, Xtreme will take that.
They absolutely will.
Xingqiu, one of those supports that you don't mind seeing him getting a triple kill because you know he's going to make some crazy plays.
Absolutely.
Especially on the Wyvern.
Quite a bit of ultis there to be able to defend it, but yeah, well worth it. Tower bottom. Looks like it probably should go down to Ghost. But XC strike back, 9-9. Let's see what build Xingqiu goes for, too. I'm very curious what he's going to go on this Wyvern. He's gone for the drums this game, nice and early. But I think this hero has a lot of different builds that you can go down, so yeah, definitely curious to see which one it's going to be. Blink can always be value, especially if you know where the Pugna is. You can always get good curses if there's a drought, but looks like right now it's just going to be more team items.
GH doing his best here, trying to hold on to the tower against the three of them.
He's got a healing Lotus. He might have to use it.
Yep. Another sleight of fist, but the Decrepifiers at the ready. GH, he's out there.
Still almost dies on the 60 HP, but great decrypt to protect himself.
Sumail, Blink's close. So we're going to be ready for some big shaker plays very soon. Tower's going to be gone, though. Xtreme, they take that down.
And XM, even though he bought back, his net worth isn't... it could be way worse, right? It could be quite a bit lower. It's still bottom of the cores, but it was, you know, him versus a shaker. He bought back, so... Taking a look at the neutral items, I think these are the best ones, yeah. Orbit Destruction, Shovel, and the Clarity, I call it, the better Clarity.
Well, they're getting some pressure on themselves still. This top tower, Ame, pushing in. They're going to try and fight this. I mean, they've got the Blink right.
They do. Undyne has Global.
They're just going to drop the Echo onto XM. The Global comes out. Is it enough to give XM the chance to live? It is. He's able to get the Sleight of Fist off and the Remnant away. XM will survive the Blink reveal there from Sumail.
Got the Decrypt to protect him. Can they get Undyne? Looks like they should be able to. Xingqiu's coming in for a curse.
And he's got the curse here. And now Noob is going to pop the Unleash. Tries to look towards Xingqiu. Actually not able to get on top of him. Maybe he can turn it back towards XXS. XXS has got the Ravage.
Right on Ghost, and Sumail catches him.
I mean, it tickled them. That was the very edge of the Ravage as well, right? Catching Omar and Sumail. That was a perfect one there from XXS. Catching them. They couldn't outrun those tentacles.
And those are those big ultis that they were talking about on the panel, right? The ones that can be very tricky, especially the Silencer versus Aeroshaker. You're never going to get your full combo off if the Silencer's either in the area or it just has Global up. Undyne able to get that off perfectly, and yeah, they utilize those ults. Probably the best way they could have. That Ravage was insane that it clipped them up there.
It really was. It was right on the edge. We'll see it on the top of the screen. I'm seeing this. I think.
What happened in that curse?
What do you mean? No, I think Xingqiu, he went for it because he saw obviously the Fleeting Fury from Noob after he rebounded. He was like, oh, he unleashed, but obviously he hadn't unleashed. It was just the facet from the jump.
Got it.
Because yeah, it was like, oh, he's going to destroy this Pugna, but no, it was just the one flurry from the Fleeting that he jumped in first with. So yeah, Xingqiu's got to, if he wants to live for the big curses, he's got to make sure it's the real Unleash being used.
Did Sumail just get tossed by Roche? Why is his HP so low? I think he got grabbed by Roche. Yeah, he did.
Yep.
It does so much damage. That whole lead completely gone. Just 2 moves. That's all it took. Bottom, them going for the TB, getting turned, losing 4 heroes, and top, losing 4 heroes again as well versus the ultis. And with the time that they have to get the ultis back up, almost everything's back. Ravage still 50, but Global's ready.
Yeah.
Got the counter versus Sumail every single time.
Yeah, it's just so terrifying, this team fight. BKB now, Noob.
It's a pretty fast timing from him. He's quite threatening at this point. He does have to watch out always because Cold Embrace is available. So Xingqiu, they have to know where this Wyvern is if they do want to go super aggressive. And he is getting close to Blink, so he is doing that. I kind of expected it when he's playing versus Pugna Drought.
Like Sam.
GH.
He's got the grab on him. GH is going to go for the TP out, but they'll just drop the curse.
Why not?
Well, this is the thing with sort of the array of big team fight ultimates. They know they don't really have to save all of them for the team fights, right? It's like one thing dropped independently here and there. Doesn't matter because they've got so many other ways to cover themselves in the fights.
Absolutely.
Ravage up.
And Ame he is starting to farm pretty hard.
He is.
Hasn't really been slowed down. He's got his shard, he's got his manta. He's actually running at Noob a bit here.
Yeah, he's got no fear.
Look at him go.
Yeah, puts the meta. He's ready to try and go for this. I mean, Noob tries to stand his ground with the Unleash. Not going to work with this many illusions up.
That's such a cool solo play there from Ame. Literally just walks in and kills a Marcy.
And it's a valuable kill, right? As we were saying, Noob, he's not underfarmed. He was having a pretty good time. Getting that quick BKB timing. It's not going to help you at all against that terribly. It just tears you apart.
It's good gold, but it's also the XP. I'm just watching the levels on Ame. Sometimes I've seen TBs get a bit under-leveled. He's level 14.
Sumail? He's going to get in with the Echo. And it's beautifully done.
No global.
Enough to just blow up Ame. I mean, you take that. Yeah, global silence forced out. You just easily killed Ame, who we were already talking about, who was so far ahead in the levels in gold.
Big kill.
That's a nice and easy one there for Sumail.
I think Undyne maybe was going through the twin gate as it happened, maybe? So his global came a second late. If he gets the global off pre-enchant totem,
that's true to interrupt the combo.
Probably turn, maybe. So it does get caught off guard, which will give Nigma the allowance to go for this Tormentor too.
There we go. Nobody getting close there, but they'll survive. Omar to get the shard. Also, what do you think of this? I feel like I've seen sort of mixed opinions online about these Shakers getting the Kaya early in the build. Are you a fan or not a fan? Worth the money or not worth the money?
Usually not the most worth it, but I
understand because some Shaker players do this. They do like to get it pretty early on in the build. And I feel like we've seen a lot of Shakers lose the game with this build, and that's probably why it gets criticized. I mean, I get it, right? If I play Shaker, it's more damage, right?
Sure.
It feels good.
It feels incredibly appealing, right? It's a lot of spell amp, but yeah.
But I mean, that's the thing, right? Is it though? Because it's 10%, it's 2k gold.
The problem is it slows down your next items. Is this going to be a kill hit from Xingqiu? Looks like it just might be.
These are big kills as well. A couple of times now, they've been able to catch and kill Noob. And now that's going to be the blink.
Usually the problem for me with the Shaker is just, delays your BKB or delays your Aghanims quite a bit of time. But yeah, we'll see if it ends up working for Sumail. And maybe what he wants is just the big explosive damage out of the first thing, because he knows he's going to get global. I don't know, right? He just wants the Echo to just do as much as possible.
Sure. It's quite the investment, right?
It is.
2k gold.
Absolutely. Push commencing up top. No glyph available. This tower's going down.
Easy push for Ame.
The Ghost is still farming very well. It's just, they're losing control of the map a bit here when they lose that tier 2 as well. Now there's a lot of access points for XG to surround them. Yeah. I mean, this is the thing, right? Even though they have this farm on Nigma Galaxy, they're just not quite able to match the pressure that Xtreme's getting away with. They've just got a very nice, rounded sort of, here's the carry Terrorblade pushing the buildings. Here's the team fight ready to back it up. Yeah. What are you going to do about these plays? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, with the double support duo, right? These two are like they're the counter initiation fully, right? Yeah, they're global. Probably two of the best counter initiating supports. Yeah. So it can just break any type of jump that Nigma wants to go to. That's probably why you see them being patient and not wanting to make a move again. Because the last 2 times they made moves, it blew up in their face. So they're being more defensive now, it seems, on the side of Nigma Galaxy. But it's giving a lot of time to XG, who loves to play these kind of more farmy-heavy games. XXS, I believe he's going to go for the Blink Dagger. He's very close to having it if he wants to commit. Yeah, that's going to be pretty huge. And then they've got what's sort of the double blink. Double blink. The initiation from XXS, and then the counter initiation from Xingqiu. And then they've got the Ember, who naturally can just jump in as well, too, right as Omar. He's going to go for the Fear TP, and that'll get him out. Smooth moves, saves himself. Same time over the mid, Sumail. The 2 supports. They're kind of causing him some issues. They're going to pop the global. XM's able to jump across. Sumail's going down. The 2 supports just setting it up onto him completely. Ghost, he'll have to Manta. GH should be okay for now. And that's kind of the problem as well, right? Nigma Galaxy, they did have Ghost and GH there, but they're not even able to punish the Silencer. And all in the meantime, too, Ame is just not really under much pressure. He's died twice earlier, and whenever the Shaker's dead, he feels free to go wherever he wants. And these moves, they're hitting pretty hard. All these curses are very impactful. I mean, Jinkyu is having a hell of a performance on this first pick Wyvern. 5-2 and 9 right now.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Right?
I mean, as you were saying, right, this is something that Xtreme do. They'll just pick these kind of crazy heroes out first pick, and they just don't care. And they have good games with them.
They've done now, I think, 3 of the games that I've seen them do. They did a Slark first pick, I believe it was one game, an Undying first pick, another one of the games, and now this Wyvern first pick, which is working honestly quite perfectly. Yeah. He's catching up to some of the cores. He's very close to the Marcy now at this point. XG starting to take full control of this game, it feels. As Nigma trying to set something up, but it's off the mark.
Dire's middle tower.
I mean, they've got to try for a smoke play, right?
They just did.
When this global, yeah, I mean, sure, but I mean, I guess it's...
They just tried.
Have they not got another one? Is it try again? I don't know.
Did they actually have another one? I don't... Oh, yeah, they did have another one.
Noob's got one.
But now it's getting close to where Global is going to be coming back up, so maybe
I guess that was your window.
Move again.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's tough to go for these pressure plays on Nigma versus this very defensive lineup that XG's gone for. SGH. Let's get the decrypt off.
Yeah, they don't want to put too many resources in chasing GH down.
XXS wants to.
Okay, he's got dead in the water. All right, with that, he'll go for it. It's a dead Pugna. Noob.
They're getting up.
He was watching from the side, but now they've found him. He was just kind of chilling there. Uh-oh. Well, he's dead.
That's awkward.
Yeah. I mean, I guess
have completely fallen apart.
And this is the thing, right, that I feel is going to feel kind of bad for Nigma Galaxy. They got this really good BKB timing on their offlane Marcy for Noob, but they've not found an opportunity to really make anything happen with it. He's not even pressed it yet because they just haven't found a situation in which to kind of do something around it.
I think they truly are just terrified of this counter initiation after the two fights that went poorly for them, and now they're sitting back farming, maybe waiting for those, for the BKB on the Shaker and for whenever Ghost feels like he's going to be safe enough to join the fights, maybe with a BKB also.
Sure.
But yeah, this is problematic. XG's just getting pretty much everything, it feels like, in the last 10 minutes.
Oh. Well, he went for it. There's a swing and a miss.
And he doesn't have his BKB. He's gone. I mean,
even on a good day, that's a risk, that's a ballsy play, right? To just go for a blind echo.
Yeah.
I mean, I think, they're only, the goal difference doesn't look too terrible right now, but I feel that going for that play definitely says something about how Nigma Galaxy feel in this moment.
Game state, yeah.
You know what I mean? If they're going for that sort of stuff, they feel that this is not feeling too hot.
You know what's wild?
Yeah.
They got the Aegis and the win probability actually went down for XG after the Echo Slam misses. I don't understand this win probability anymore.
Yeah, that is a bit strange.
That's definitely strange.
Who knows?
Ame, another tower to be claimed. And he's just cruising at this point.
He's chilling. I mean, he's going to get to go for this Revenant's Brooch next, just after the Manta. Hurricane Pike.
That's really nice for us to draw. He can even potentially throw a Blink into his build at some point, too, to follow up with his team with the Blink Ravage. See if he does want to do so. The smoke's coming up. Nigma's looking to strike again. Global is on cooldown, but there is a curse. Jinkyu is at the ready.
They don't have the Echo Slam. They're going to try and burst him, but Jinkyu's in.
Big Ravage.
The Ravage and the curse, it's a little awkward, comes out at the same time, but should still be enough for them to have this fight under their hands. Noob will get the jump onto Undyne, so Noob's able to take up the Silencer. Actually, maybe at the end of the day, the overlapping ults is going to hurt them, yeah. Ame forces away with the Hurricane Pike. Noob makes the jump forward. They'll take the Aegis out of his hands. So they can do it a second time. XM trying to go over towards GH, but GH is able to heal up with the Life Train. Now Noob comes out with the BKB. Dispose onto Ame. They have the Cold Embrace there to keep Ame safe. Noob is trying to run away, but there's very little place that he can get out. In fact, he's kind of blocked in by Jinkyu.
Ends up not mattering, actually.
Yeah, for a moment it looked like, okay, maybe with those two ults kind of not, kind of being wasted on one another. There was a chance for Nigma Galaxy, but no, there wasn't. Nope. They still lose the fight, Nigma Galaxy.
And that truly says the game state, right? The fact that they overlap the Ravage plus the Curse, and Nigma can't get a single kill out of it. So, well, they get an Aegis, I guess, but yeah.
Definitely a shame there, though, for Xtreme Gaming, because either one of those spells would have been great, right? It was like a 3-man Ravage or a 3-man Curse.
Yep.
They were both just too good at their individual jobs there.
These off, yeah, this off lane, right? The 3 and 4 position, just too quick for each other.
I mean, if you're on the team, who is that on? Who are you saying, hey, you should have waited for me, bro? Who had the right to ult the most there?
Ooh, that's, I don't know who I can,
yeah.
I think it's actually a 50-50 because you can set up the argument for both, right?
Sure.
A curse into a ravage is really good, but a ravage into a curse is also, yeah, it's too hard to say. Can't blame either of them. And they both had some pretty incredible games in this tournament so far, too. I mean, XXS is literally carried as that Centaur offlane, and Jinkyu's had some pretty crazy performances, especially this game.
Oh, noob.
Look at himself.
Yeah, that's usually unleashed there to take out the anchor.
Jinkyu. He's got a Witchblade now, too, so even more damage going to be coming out from this Wyvern. That's just difficult. So Nigma, they have to, for team fights, it's like they have to get on both of the backline supports. Now they do have the BKB on the Shaker, but yeah, they have to get like a smoke wraparound to find these two. Otherwise, these fights just look so complicated. It's always just going to get counter-initiated. But now at this point, too, it's XXS is always going to be there to probably help them because he's actually gotten so farmed after all these moments of just sitting back. And I mean, the last 15 minutes have been dominated from XG. So yeah, he's got Blink, he's got Ags, his Ravage is back at the ready. Just feels like they always have their ults ready for every team fight.
Yeah. So Mel's got the BKB now. So
okay.
A bit of a better chance, but obviously, yeah, the reverberating silence from the global is still not going to be fun for him.
No, it truly messes up everything. I mean, Silencer. I mean, I'm gonna do another thing which I feel like I've done too much lately. But Silencer in Dota 1, Dota 2, even in the beginning, has always been really devastating to play as a Shaker. Super difficult for you to ever get your combos off.
What can they get with the smoke? It's into everything. So difficult smoke to go for, but as I say, they're feeling a bit desperate now, Nigma Galaxy.
They're trying to get this wraparound, right? They're trying to find that backline. But XG's just ready. They're smoking up themselves. XM.
What do they do?
He's got BKB, Mage Slayer, and the Kaya already finished up on this Ember Spirit, too. I mean, we didn't really talk too much about how XM's game has gone. He's 6-1-10 after that laning phase. So.
Oh, well, they're going to find GH. Sending the illusions. They're going to know that Nigma Galaxy's up here now.
Oh, this is awkward.
Oh, they're in!
In his face.
Straight away, are making the jump immediately underwards. Ghost to get the BKB off as he tries to run. He's trying to go for the twin gate, trying to get away from this, but the curse holds him back. Samael will be able to BKB TP out, but Ghost will fall. They clean up the 3 of them, and they're able to turn towards the Tormentor. They do lose Undyne, but they do not mind that whatsoever. Xtreme, as once again, the team fight, it's theirs.
Every team fight has been an absolute stomp so far. XG just perfectly landing the spells. They get the Ravage literally in the face of the Drow. You couldn't ask for a better setup there from XXS. And then the Curse follow up on that BKB attempt to TP out, or Twin Gate out.
I mean, how do they fight this
Nigma
Galaxy?
I honestly don't know. It just looks like every single time the fights start in a pretty disastrous way. They showed their Pugna, one of their saving heroes. And Sumail just, he feels like he can't initiate, right? Because of the counter initiation.
And just, yeah, as soon as Ghost shows, they go for him. Noob. Well, he's having to deal with the illusions.
He's got to be careful. I mean, Ame is toying with him. News Farm has completely disappeared, right? We said he got a pretty good timing on his BKB.
And that was about it.
That was about it.
Yep.
Hasn't been able to do anything with it.
I mean, Jinkyu's about to overtake him.
Sure is.
Give it one more good team fight for Xtreme.
And they're getting closer to, they're getting close to some big items on these supports, too. They're able to go greedy. I mean, Jinkyu has already been going full greedy, but look at Undyne. He's going for the Aghanims. He's actually halfway already there.
Yeah, this game went quite downhill for Nigma Galaxy.
Fast.
The lanes, it was like, all right, these guys are cooking, but whatever they're cooking, it got burnt. Pretty badly hit. Now, XM on his last pick, Amber, 6-1-13. This is why he insta-picked it. He didn't care. He knew he was going to have a good game. Doesn't matter about the lane.
Yeah, they've just played it, honestly, so nice, the way that they're patient, right? Waiting for, like, just those team fights. Get caught back up on XXS, and then just wait for the overextensions. And all it really took was, like, 2, right? Those 2 plays that they made on the side of Nigma has just catapulted forward for XG to just get all these other setups.
I mean, yeah, Samael's got to be careful here. They were eyeing up him in that mid lane.
Yeah, they were backpacking the Vlads on XXS to hide to potentially go for the setup. Full Scotty now also on Ame, level 21, continuing to hit some pretty crazy numbers.
Nigma Galaxy, what are they close to?
I keep checking. The thing is that they got the BKBs quite some time ago, the triple BKBs, but they haven't been able to do anything with them versus the big team fights, which is usually what you want to have, you know, your timing of BKBs look good versus. It's like, okay, they've got all their big team fight ultis, we got our BKBs, we can counter it. Not been the case whatsoever. So, yeah, I'm not too certain, Owen.
It's a tough one.
It's a tough one. They just have to get better angles of approach into these team fights in particular.
Omar. They'll get out with the TPs. They won't drop any ults for these.
GH. Looks like he should be able to get out as well.
That's the one benefit, right? If the Ember's not around, it's kind of what they've got the dead in the water, but other than that, it's the ultimates that they'd have to use to cancel some of these TP outs, which they don't want to do. I mean, at the moment for Xtreme, finding these little kills on the map, it doesn't really mean much for them. You know, they're more interested in just keeping the waves pushed in and looking to save everything for what could be quite the aggressive play. They've very much got a lineup that could just blink up to the high ground. Now, if XXS sees a good opportunity to once again get in with the Ravage on top of Ghost, he'll go for it, even if it's in the base of Nigma Galaxy.
Yeah, they just have such a good lineup of hybrid damage too, right, to follow up. So the Gush, now at this point with the Aghanims, is going to be fantastic with the Ember and the Terrorblade. Nigma, I mean, Nigma's just trying to farm up for something here. I mean, they did get the Revenant's Brooch now onto Noob, which will help his damage a lot versus the TB, but they still just have so many answers, it feels like, as Omar.
Wow, look at that damage.
I mean, Ame is just getting a bunch of kind of like solo plays for himself. He gets the kill, and bottom.
They're going to find GH. Supports of Nigma Galaxy continue to suffer. They drop a global. What was that for? Is that just to kill GH?
I think so.
I guess, yeah.
It's bullying.
All right.
Because they're like, he's going to life drain and he's going to stand there, so we have to global. But now he's life chaining and standing there anyway.
He's actually being quite annoying. They can't kill him. Oh, meanwhile.
In the back.
Oh, okay. Well, he's struggling. He's running up and down. He don't know where to go. He's dead.
Sumail's game. Just so hard. Everywhere he goes, just seems that he runs into 2 or 3 heroes.
And Parasma, I mean, Jinkyu's ready to have some fun now.
He's really playing like Jinkyu does, you know? Yeah, I love his build. Across the board, they played this very nice. Pretty cookie cutter, I would say, in terms of like itemization on the side of XG, but that's all you really need to do if they're this confident in the draft. You can see, yeah, like you said, you can see why they last picked the Ember.
Exactly. Yes.
It was an instant last pick. So.
It really does seem that they, at that point in the draft, were like, well, we got everything that we wanted to get. What rounds us up nicely? An Ember. It rounds it up so nicely that we just do not care what they're going to last pick, what they're going to do with their draft. We already got everything. It very much seems like that was the vibe from Xtreme at the end of this draft. And we're seeing it in their play. Yeah, they look very comfortable here.
Oh my God, Owen. They're about to have an AC done on the Tide, and he's hit level 20. So everyone's going to have minus 15 armor if they get hit by the Gush.
So he just gets slighted, or
a slider,
either a curse where you're hitting each other, you're just tearing each other apart, or you see Army just even sending some illusions in hitting at you. They're going to hit like a truck.
And they've got the plus. It's both benefits it gives, right? It gives the plus armor as well versus the Drow Ranger and the Marcy too. So not your usual itemization you would see from a Tide Earner, but I can absolutely understand why XXS went for it when he's got this type of game. He's top 3 net worth. Remember, XXS actually had no lane.
Yeah, he was getting completely bullied top. They were destroying him. Well, here we are.
XG. They're fully. Everyone is just like, okay, there's no pressure on us, so we can just continue farming up that next item. Undyne's about to have the Aghanims. Ame, he is going to go for that Blink next, so he can get on top of the Drow Ranger and follow up with the Ravage. Ticking all the boxes. And for Nigma, it's just, yeah, they're farming, but it's... I don't see the big next item in particular. They just need to get the big angle is really what it is in order to find that big team fight. But it's, yeah, so hard when they're playing versus constant Aegis, constant every ultimate up.
I mean, if you're Nigma Galaxy, what are you looking at from this game and saying this was the problem? Is
that bottom fight?
It was just, it was.
I think that was the biggest one.
You know, if you rerun this back, this draft can work. It's not there's nothing necessarily wrong with the draft.
I mean, it can. I definitely did think XG's was more well-rounded in a way,
Sure.
but I definitely could see where Nigma's on paper could work with the Drow, but definitely feeling the weakness of some of the things. But yeah, I think that bottom play really, it just like stopped all of their momentum. And then the top play as well happened afterwards and hurt it even more. And there's been pretty much nothing else that's happened, right? They were at 12 kills.
They couldn't do anything.
I think at the 13-minute mark, and now they're at 14. So they haven't been able to find objectives because of the big team fight lineup, and they haven't been able to find kills.
Oh, Noob. He'll get the jump away.
That was an interesting interaction. I think the anchor wasn't on him just yet, but he's still getting poked. He will survive. Raxes have fallen. Meta is about to wear off, but they still have 2 minutes on Aegis, so they're just going to stick around. Looks like it.
They've got to try something soon. They just haven't been able to do anything really for like the last 20 minutes.
Full Swift Blink. Ame is like full slotted already.
Yeah, he is cruising through this game.
Almost level 25 as well. How do you approach these team fights now at this point? Again, it's got to be from some type of wraparound, finding the back line, but yeah, super complicated. They're going to go for the smoke, but walking into this vicinity is not easy at all.
Yeah, Xtreme's ready for them. There's Noob. He's just dead. He didn't even want to put the BKB.
He didn't even pop the Gale Guard either. He just died.
Oh yeah, Gale Guard as well. Yeah.
He just died.
I mean,
maybe didn't expect how much damage it was going to end up being there, but
yeah,
he did take quite a lot.
Well, the vibes probably aren't great, you know. They know that this one is like, well, what do you do? Yeah. What can you do right now?
Ame waiting in the wings. He's got the Blink Sunder if he sees a target that he wants to go for. They can just full Blink commit if they see an opportunity.
Yeah, they can.
Yeah. Ame puts out an illusion, Sunders it back up. He takes the Sunder cooldown Talon.
How many percent's the old Dota Plus giving them right now?
Let's take a look. 4%.
4%. It's better than 1. It's better than 2, better than 3.
Ghost.
Here we go. They're in. They get the jump onto the Drow. No buyback on Ghost available. They find Sumail at the side. He's going to try and run. They're going to chase. Remnant in from XM. Sumail's going to go for the BKB TP up, but they've got the curse to stop it. Sumail is dead. This game, it's over.
It's been over.
It is
XG
very over.
After laning phase, things were looking good for Nigma Galaxy, but then a true masterclass from XG, right?
Yeah,
they played it perfectly with their ults and stopped any moves that Nigma could go for.
There we go. They're going to try, but there's no Sumail buyback. There's no Ghost buyback. There's nothing to be done here. XG, they're closing it up. They'll pick up some more kills on the way out. There it is. Genius called. Xtreme Gaming will take this game 1.
In a very XG style. Took them a little bit. First 10 minutes or so, a little bit slow, but then boom. As soon as they get those timings, it's just smooth sailing. Ame hitting some absurd timings in this game. Crazy farm from him. Yeah, XG. Love their approach.
Yeah, really fun draft. A very impossible draft to do anything against. As I say, that whole second, maybe 2/3 of that game. Nigma Galaxy just couldn't really do anything at all. Well, game 1. There we go. In the bag for Xtreme Gaming.
Yeah, thanks a lot for that, Owen. So it went pretty much as we expected. The Drow not able to emerge victorious in that one. And
what's the fee, guys, to join the Drow Ranger Haters Club?
Listen,
it's free. Anyone can join.
It's also called the No Doms Club because you thought the hero was going to win. So.
Yeah, I did. He did look good, I gotta say. For the first, like he was staying on top of the network. They did completely dominate it. I'd say that Nigma Galaxy, they had some really interesting decision-making in this one. Like this play this is just happened here. Yep. No Echo Slam, so he comes in. They're going to be getting multiple kills from this one. Like blind Echo Slam inside a Roche pit.
Kill here, basically.
I mean, the way sometimes XG, they have a bit of a slower draft where this is how they play. If we go a couple of months back, a different iteration of Xtreme Gaming, they're picking some Shadow Demon Silencer, Shadow Demon Phoenix. They're losing the lanes, 10 minutes in, they're 5k gold down, and then they speed things up. This is a very good team at making a comeback after having a bad laning stage, and this game really shows it.
Yeah, Drow was on the high ground there.
Yeah, I know. You saw all that damage.
I mean, he didn't even get the facet for high ground damage, to be fair. Which I mean, none of the facets are good for that hero, which is part of the reason why that hero is bad. Speaking of bad heroes as well, I think Marcy, as a core, you have to know when to pick this hero. Like we talked about how he's jamming this in pubs and he's winning every game, feels super confident. He comes into this game with the Marcy, has almost no impact this game whatsoever. You're playing versus the Terrorblade, you're playing versus the Wyvern. It just feels like an impossible game. And this, I think I maybe said this in the green room, but like the Drow plus Marcy duo, like if maybe Drow Tide might be somewhat acceptable. No, I scratch. It's probably not. Drow's just bad. However, just it's even worse. So you have a Marcy and you have a Drow. These are both single target heroes, right? And you are playing versus Wyvern. Jinq Wyvern here, man. He's been showing that he can play these heroes that are just like not traditional as position fours and have massive impact.
Yeah, I mean, I just love watching him play. I think he's so good, and that's why he's a standout player.
Yeah,
but
absolutely. Love watching him play for a good reason. He is going greedy this game, which I really like. Drums into Witchblade, into Blink Dagger, then gets Parasma. That triple kill that he got definitely did help out, but I love to see this guy scale. With the itemization, he had some really nice curses. Also, very difficult for Nigma Galaxy to play into all these counter initiations. That's why we've seen Shaker not doing so well in the game, where he jumps in, first Global Silence, second Global Silence, Curse on top of that, even Ravage. So you need to have multiple layers of saves. You need your BKBs, like you need your Aghanim Scepter to be able to disengage. It never really came down to that.
Yeah, and I think what would be a good feeling if I was, you know, in the Xtreme Gaming camp, I think they really executed the game plan just pretty flawlessly. It never really felt like they were ever really in trouble in that game. It was just a nice, clean, well-conceptualized, well-executed victory. Whereas in some of the previous games we've watched, even in the ones where they've took games and they've won, there's always this like hairy moment in the middle of the game where maybe you feel the game could slip away from them.
I definitely like the new approach that they're doing, where like they're picking more team fight, and this really felt like the director coming in, very clean game, very clean draft. You do have Ame just playing a hard carry. You have a lot of team fight, and that's your game plan. Ame gets farm. You have good team fight. Eventually, you win the game, right? It's very simple. It's not overcomplicated. I feel like NGX, their lineup has to do so much, right? You have to get lots of kills. You have to snowball. This Marcy has to become a core. Drow, you have to pick heroes off. Like, it's so complicated, it's hard to execute. So they might need to do better in that regard, make it easier to play.
Yeah, simplify
it a bit. And I think the draft is just so good from this team, where you can just like pick heroes everyone's comfortable on. Jinq can play whatever he wants, and now you just have team fight in an easy carry solution. So I liked it a lot.
One thing I liked about Nigma Galaxy is that they had pretty strong lanes. I wanted to point out that with what Earthshaker did in the mid lane, he was maxing out Enchant Totem, didn't put a single point in Fissure, which did allow him to stay on top of the CS and also deny board. Same goes for the Drow Ranger, because XXS, he was having a really bad time in the lane. He was playing into a very difficult matchup into Pugna and Drow Ranger. You could see him like 6-7 minutes in, where he was completely creep skipping, not even like he was basically playing between tier 2 and the tier 3 tower, which did not allow him to basically play with the team. So he was kind of playing for himself. Again, Xtreme Gaming, very slow team a lot of the times, and yeah, they managed to pick up the pace in the mid game.
Yeah, and you know, Team MGX, as you said at the start, there was a couple of, you know, started the laning stage very well and what have you. You can see here, you know, the carry to carry kind of head to head at the 7-minute mark.
Yeah, denies are pretty massive. Like we can see that the Ghost has been popping off. He had a great start. Like he got his Falcon Blade relatively early on. He's sitting at 24 denies, which is pretty impressive compared to Terrorblade at the time. He was sitting at 34. And then you also have Earthshaker, Sumail, who kind of dumpstered his lane. He has 37 last hits. He has 20 denies on top of that. But I've been very impressed by XM, the recovery that he managed to get in this game after dying that one time in the mid lane. I don't think he died throughout the whole game after.
Yeah. And this definitely feels a little bit like a win lane, lose game situation, right? Where you're picking these heroes that really want to win their lane, but they're not really good together in the whole state of the game. So maybe focus less on winning the lanes and focus more on like getting a good strat to win the game, right?
Yeah. We've got some clips that we'll take a look at just to look at the game in a bit more close detail. I'll start with you, Dom. What have you got for us here?
Yeah, I think this is the fight where everything kind of turns around. At that point, Nigma Galaxy lost a little bit of advantage, and another good curse, like this is one of the starting ones where they managed to kill Pugna almost immediately. You can see that the Gust misses. Nice try from Ghost, where they're like, yeah, we're going to try to catch Ember Spirit, but Tidehunter comes in, and they're going to be able to clean up another remnant from Ember Spirit. Very difficult to fight into that, knowing that the Global Silence is also ready to back you up with the Ravage. You don't have that much damage, especially if you get caught off guard.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I just think this game got really hard as well. Do we have another clip? I think I did want to show one of the Terrorblade versus Marcy at some point. Yes, this is it. Okay, so this is like one of the problems I do see with first picking Marcy right away. Marcy is supposed to be that hero that 1v1s and kills you every single time, but Terrorblade is better than that. And you can see in the inventory of this Marcy, you have to itemize for a Ghost Scepter. Yeah, like this is counterintuitive to this is the state of the game, right?
No, I'm joining the lineup with Pugner as well.
Yeah, I think the reason why he's buying the Ghost Scepter, he did not want Ghost to feel alone, so he's like, yeah, I'm gonna help him out, because a lot of the times you would see Ghost being isolated. But yeah, definitely not the build that you want to see on Marcy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's a bad build either. It just shows you how useless he was this game. To the point where he just had to buy a Ghost Scepter to survive this Terrorblade. And I think they need to go back to the drawing board and deprioritize this Marcy, because it did not work out.
Is that what you say to your the teammates when they're playing bad? You're not bad, you're just useless.
That was his
I mean, that's not a bad one.
That was his big pep talk when he was a coach. Guys, I'm not saying you're bad. You're just useless. All right, guys, tell you what. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, the series will continue, so make sure you join us.
Please welcome the true stars of tonight. The heroes of Dota, who have claimed the top prizes from 1xBet. Best carry, Phantom Lancer. Best support, Marcy. Best mid lane, Zeus. Fudge. Best Players Award, 1xBet customers. 1xBet, it's your pick.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Yes, welcome back. Xtreme Gaming have the advantage against Team NGX in this series. We're about to get into the second draft, and hopefully we're going to see something a bit more competitive in the second game. We will see, though. The drafting, as you said, for Team NGX, a little bit complicated to execute in the end with the heroes that they picked.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that. I think the Terribly just dismantled the Marcy. You pick Shaker into Silencer, that matchup's going to inevitably be a disaster. You thought you could make Drow work. I mean, that one I get, though. Like, it's a new patch still. You might as well throw it out there. It's Ghost best played hero all time. He's Grandmaster on it. He's had most competitive games on Drow. So if there wasn't a game to really decide if Drow is good or bad, good Drow game, good Drow player, still useless.
I think there's a proof of concept now, though. We can definitely put Drow to one side, because that was a good Drow game. Yeah, she's in the bin for sure. Any thoughts from you, Dom?
Yeah, I feel that the way they drafted, like the way they opened up with all these counter initiatives, basically 3 first picks from Xtreme Gaming were Wyvern, Tidehunter, and Silencer. So it gets pretty difficult to play into triple counter initiation, one of them being global. Pretty similar to what was happening at the Dream League. I think I talked about it quite a few times already. Dawnbreaker plus Silencer combo. I really like that one, especially if you lose the lanes. You need to bring 2 extra heroes, and it also doesn't guarantee you to grab a kill, so it makes the game pretty difficult to play. I think it's pretty similar here. Nigma Galaxy needed to win the lanes, which they did, but we also didn't see anything pretty much after the laning stage other than some like attempts, but that was about it.
Tide just keeps winning.
Yeah,
I mean, at what point do you address that?
I was going to say, we were watching the B stream too.
Yeah.
Baroque was winning with it too, so I'm 100% with you. There's something fishy about this hero.
Yeah, good one.
It was better than yours the other day. Your joke was so bad we had to cut to a break.
Yeah, okay. Now I'm just thinking if we could, like, if the joke was so bad right now, I don't think we would go to the break.
Man, they just fire us.
Yeah, we might just get fired.
Yeah,
but
just mute casters, lol.
Looking at the bans, Xtreme Gaming, same bans as they did in the game number 1, Dazzle. So they're going to remove Terrorblade instead of Slark. So something fishy. There's going to be another thing that could be picked up. Because I really like that they opened up with this Tide in the second phase, knowing that there is no Ursa. They banned it themselves. They also removed Slark on Nigma Galaxy and also Monkey King on 11. So Tidehunter doesn't have any bad matchups.
Yeah, it's true. Kind of feel we are getting to a stage now. I mean, like, we started the day talking about his win rate at 66%.
Yeah.
And
well, it's up to like 70 now or something.
Exactly, yeah.
2 wins on just the first series of the day on both streams. They're really thinking about this. Like, not oftentimes do you have to burn into some reserve time. If we're going to talk about iconic heroes for just a Kuroki team in general, right? Tusk is in that conversation for sure. Like Enchantress, Io. Because we talked about the skirmishing, right? This is a clash of 2 different styles. And if you're going to be a skirmisher versus a team that's big on team fights, you got to be ahead a lot in the early game. Otherwise, it gets to a point where last game where you just don't have the tools to deal with it anymore.
I think this is the hero that opened up quite a few times in their last couple of games inside of Nigma Galaxy. I want to see if this is their response that we want to leave Tidehunter in, because we have Tusk with the tag team. That's going to be our way of killing the tanky hero. You're never going to be lacking damage. It gives you a good Tormentor, gives you good Roche, but they still want to give it respect to. It caused way too many issues. Yeah. I also wouldn't mind seeing maybe Silencer as well. If they don't want to ban it, I also wouldn't mind them taking it for themselves, so they have a pretty free entry to the fight, using the Silence so that there is no follow-up on the Winter's Curse. Or because I think with the Silencer Tusk, you can also make mid lane pretty miserable for the enemy mid laner with the constant rotations. This is something that Spirit did once or twice during the Dream League.
Even though they do have the Tusk, as mentioned, they're still afraid of the Tide. Yeah. So just putting respect on the hero, which I think that hero is definitely I don't know. Is it worth just banning first phase, or are we just going to see a lot more Tides? There's a couple of counters, but once the Tide players figure out how to play versus those counters, which it will happen eventually, then we're going to start seeing that hero more first phase, I believe.
If it was a different team, I would say Doom definitely comes to mind, but pretty much the only one who plays it is 33 right now.
Yeah. And there's Slot gone, another army signature hero.
Yeah, I mean, that's just, it feels like respect ban.
That's a respect ban.
First phased it last game too, right? They banned Tide and then banned Slark, which is like, normally you ban Tide, or sorry, you ban Slark because you want Tide, right? But in this case, it's just like, nah, we're just gonna get rid of some of your better heroes. So I want them to address potentially, I don't know, what I guess I talked about before, TB, Slark, these are some of the best heroes for Ame. This makes me a little nervous that he's gonna pull out a Juggernaut or something.
It has to come out eventually, at least once.
Again, I know the hero's real bad right now, but I'd still love to see it.
Yeah, love to see it.
Yeah.
I also have been waiting for a Spectre. I want to see that hero at some point too. And
see, we got the MP locked in. The win rate at this event really hasn't kind of told the full story about that hero.
No, he had a pretty bad day one.
Yeah.
He started with 0 and 6, but slowly getting there. We see other teams also starting to realize that it's not always a good thing to just straight up first phase this hero. I also don't like it as much when he's played from position 4. I feel like there are much better 4s out there. Sure, you're using it as a flex, but we've seen Falcons yesterday use it to a great extent in terms of scouting the camps, getting the maximum value, paired it up with the Dawnbreaker. So there's a lot of combinations.
Just the ability to farm as well.
Well, that's what I mean with this hero, right? Like, you have to be a complete nerd to make this hero work. Like, you have to be warding camps just to get vision to use your ultimate, because if you're not using your ultimate efficiently on this hero, the hero's not that good. But if you are like having vision on camps that are completely stacked, ancients, whatever it might be, you're being incredibly efficient with your ultimate, this hero is very good. So I think that is like a high execution hero right now. Like, you have to be able to just know how this hero works, otherwise it won't work. And they're going to go back from the Marcy, and they're still playing their style, right? Very single target style, very skirmishy, low cooldown, wanting to fight on the map. I would not be surprised to see Xtreme throw down a big team fighter here.
The Batrider gives them some interesting options here, though.
It does. It does allow them to drag the target away from the Winter's Curse, from the heal from Winter Wyvern. It's another hero that doesn't care too much about the Nature's Prophet, because you can fly away from the trees, so you don't have to buy a Quelling Blade. Damage, like, they have pretty, like, I think they simplified the draft where they can easily kill a hero, tag team plus Marcy. Batrider goes in, lassos one guy, that's -1 at the start. But let's see the counter initiation, if they maybe want to go back to that. I don't know, I'm just feeling Silencer is really good, position 5 right now. Might be a bit too squishy, because you have Nature's Prophet and Wyvern, but XXS hero pool kind of gives you that extra bit of a protection. And speaking of protection, you're going to have now Mars Arena, so there's not going to be people flying out of it. Marcy can't jump out of it, so they want to keep them in place. And this is how they've been playing. Position 4, position 5, not too many lockdown abilities, and then you get it from the offlane.
I mean, I will say in the first draft, I was like really vibing with every choice they made. Faltering a little bit in this one, because I'm not entirely sure what this Undying is for.
Yes, it's a bit of a question mark for me as well.
Because Marcy is one of those heroes that loves killing tombstones, eggs, like, very good at it, right? And I suppose the lane is okay, but at the same time, Bat could just go into the offlane, which is, I think, was going to happen. And now you cut waves with Bat. Undying doesn't like that. Marcy will get a game. Now you also now playing versus a Morphling who can turn into an Undying, get his own Tombstone to play with as well. And if NP is going to be the carry here, you no longer have the carry-to-carry matchup. So it's still okay. They have a lot of team fight. I do agree with that. Just, I'm not sure where this Undying is really coming from. They tried it yesterday. Don't think it worked out, if I'm not mistaken.
They lost that game.
Yeah, they lost that game. They picked it. The first pick into the Falcons, because I guess they were expecting a lot of strength heroes in that one.
But yeah, if they just would have dropped a Silence or something, I've been much more happy with that. But either way, this is a nice game for Morphling overall, just generally speaking. The hero is very good versus Nature's Prophet, wins this one-on-one quite handedly. You have mixed damage. If someone does get cold embraced, you can do damage through that. You are going to be the hard carry of this game.
Oh, look at Nigma Galaxy. They're like, you know what?
No.
We know when it's a good OD game to pick it, so they ban it themselves. Could be a pretty good in terms of like putting down the target that they go with the lasso. Great against Morphling as well. Yeah. I still think.
What else is good versus Morph?
What?
Drow Ranger.
No.
They could play it. I'm just saying. Drow. Remember the Drow Undying meta? A couple of years ago, it was like in every single game.
Yeah.
Suns fans' favorite. It was Glacier and Tombstone with the Shard.
It was why are we blanking on this?
Well, what's it called?
Grab Ally.
Grab Ally. Yes. That's it.
They're thinking. They might actually be thinking about the Drow game because this guy's a Drow player. He's like, Drow's so good this game, we gotta ban it, guys.
What about Faceless Void carry? With time zone.
Sorry.
Yeah, come on.
Leash mechanic against all these heroes. Time dilation. Yesterday, Tundra played it. It looked pretty good with the Vanguard / Heaven's Halberd into Radiance type of a build.
Dracio's not a carry player.
He's the offlane.
He's just Draccio. Anyway, moving on from that, it might be okay. I'm not entirely sure. I have not seen much success though from that hero because laning is kind of hard. I'm just so curious of where this NP is going. Is this the Ame hero? Is he just going to do this again? Like some brood carry, some. You think it's going to be mid? So this might be an Ame pick, last pick.
Yes.
I would like to see that ideally.
Yeah, that's why I said Faceless Void. I think it would be pretty good. Leashes everything, gives them like cooldown. For Undying could be pretty good inside, especially Mars. I mean, this is not something that you think about like, yeah, we're going to use double spear, but could be very helpful.
This is something we haven't seen a lot of as well. This is like maybe the first time we've seen them without a clear idea where they're going. They're using up a lot of time here for this pick.
Yeah. And they're going to go with carry NP and go for the Queen of Pain. They're just going to try and have a better laning stage, it looks like. It is a hero that buys Dagon, lots of burst damage, which is good against Morph, right? Pure damage, magic damage is the way you do want to go there, so.
I'm sensing you guys feel like Team NGX have got the better draft here.
Overall,
hard to say.
You do?
I'm not sure. I feel like their team fight's still lacking, but I mean, you can say your opinion first. I'm still formulating my thoughts.
Yeah. I like XM when he plays Queen of Pain. I think they have a pretty good team fight. They have a little bit of a bounce back as well with that Sonic Wave inside of the arena, so that's nice. And I also like that, again, they have overwhelming team fight on their own side. And also what I like about Queen of Pain in this patch is ever since we changed the bottle, that you can't refill bottles anymore, you put multiple points in the dagger and you destroy that matchup. And it's very difficult for mid laners, especially who are melee, to come back into the game.
Yeah, I think this series is going to be a learning lesson for Nigma Galaxy that Marcy offlane might not be that good because they're lacking a lot of team fight, and I think this is just a meta where team fight is going to ultimately win.
Yeah, I definitely have. One of the things I've been loving about Xtreme is their commitment to the big team fight. I just love that. I mean, it's just so much fun to watch, and I feel right now in the patch, it's like just, I don't know, the optimal way to play, right?
Yeah, I would agree because like you can make mistakes, right? If you have a lot of team fight, it's very forgiving. Where if you don't have team fight and you make mistakes, it kind of might feel like the game's over because now the other team has all these ultimates online. You don't have your BKBs. You're a little bit far behind, and you can no longer enter the fights. So yet again, it's another game of Nigma Galaxy. They've just got to do well in the laning stage. Ghost 100% has to go beyond godlike this game if they do want to win this game. So a lot on his shoulders.
And of course, Jin Q.
Jin Q again on his signature Wyvern. Like anything he touches pretty much becomes signature because he always has a bit of a different item build. He owned in the previous game, already warmed up playing the game just now, which makes it a lot easier to play the hero again.
Yeah. All right, guys. Well, great talking. Let's go watch the game. I'm going to hand you back over to Odie, Pixel, and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yes, game 2 time here for Nigma Galaxy and Xtreme Gaming. And Fogged, what do we make of this? We're seeing some similarities, differences, right? We're starting the draft from XG in a similar way. We get that Wyvern from Xingqiu. This time, the Shaker comes out for Sumail again. It's last pick this time. So it gives Xtreme the chance to pick something responsible. We've got this Quap coming out from XM. And then the main one I feel that's going to be the change-up is Nigma Galaxy. They're going to try and do it around a different carry, right? This time, we're getting the Morphling come out. Also, another Grandmaster Tier 1. It's one he's very experienced on. How does it look for a Morph to be able to carry this game?
I mean, not the worst by any means, right? There's limited disable.
Yep.
For him, it's literally just the Mars, so he can have a lot of liberty. It's just the burst damage. I think that's my concern for him. The Quap plus the NP ult in the early game, it's so much damage, right? We've seen that Wrath of Nature be, like, if they do it with the wards, with the maximum bounce damage, right? It's like 450 plus damage, plus a Sonic Wave, plus a Scream. That could catch him off guard, but they ideally wanted this because they see the Undying, you know, you can turn into him, drop the Tombstone for the team fight, so... I mean, overall, it's a much better hero than Drow Ranger, so Ghost, we'll see how he's going to be able to do here. Xingqiu, break the smoke. He gets a hit onto Noob, so puts that debuff onto him. Decent amount of damage. Do they want to fight this? They'll just get a decay to start it off. XXS does not get the click on it. Ghost is able to claim it. So for me, what I think I see, at least from XG, is they're stronger in lanes this time, especially, right? Because last game they did have a little bit of weaknesses in the lanes. They exploded after that, the 10-12 minute mark. This time I think they've gone for much more lane dominance. They have the Quap versus the Earthshaker counterpick. They have the Undying versus the Marcy. So to me, it looks like they want to come out even stronger out of the lanes, besides just having strong team fight in that mid game. Well, for Nigma, it looks, you know, like you said, quite a bit of the same, right? One of the concerns that I do have for Nigma is just lacking a frontliner again.
Yeah, like who is going in?
It's just got to be like a blink start initiation. A Noob kind of just has to go, and we'll see if it works. The Marcy's just, I'm not sure about this hero still at the moment. I know she's gotten so many buffs, so many different changes, but if I'm not mistaken, this hero still has, I think, the lowest professional win rate in all of pro games. Yeah. So we'll see what Noob's going to be able to do this time around. Because last time
he had a tough game.
He got a quick BKB, but he did nothing with it. Literally nothing.
No, I felt it was like, what, 5 minutes maybe at least after he bought the BKB before he actually found a chance to kind of use it in a situation.
Yeah.
Had to make a move. It was pretty rough.
Yeah, in this top lane, they have the Bat Rider, which can help a bit versus the Undying, but I feel like this lane is going to be very difficult for Noob this time around. Let's see how it goes, though.
Now trying to go on to Undying. They might just have him. He'll get another decay off.
It's okay. Now Noob has to be careful as he's got down to 100 HP before going for a CS.
I mean, that's rough, right? You don't get the support kill and you've traded away a lot of your life for that.
Sometimes can be the issue versus these Undyings. I mean, he has 12 strength built up, so... And he does get the D ward and he blocks the hard camp. And Ame does get all 4 last hits on the first wave. And yeah, XM, I like what Lacoste was saying about this overall now for the Queen of Pain. Since you can't refill bottles anymore, this hero can actually bully way more, it feels, because you just get these Shadow Strike points and you're always able to claim the runes with Blink. It does seem a pretty cool approach versus the Shaker and also versus the Morphling, right? So.
Now, I guess at least for Sumail, with this game, he doesn't have to worry about a silencer.
Very true.
So in terms of him being able to get sort of these crazy jumps, echo combos off in team fights, should be easier for him this time.
Should definitely be much, much easier. It's just they need to have somebody to give him the information at the start of these fights. One of these other two's jumping and maybe initiating or giving their lives for him to get that info, to get the jump.
Mid lane dead even so far between Sumail and XM.
So it's always at the 3, right? 3, that's when it starts to get much harder for the Shaker. Level 2 on the dagger. GH.
Gonna get the spear connection. Won't have enough to quite finish him off.
This is probably the lane to watch for the balance of things. The 50-50 down here between the Mars Wyvern and the Tusk, plus the Morph top. Ame.
Or they're gonna go for him. Yeah, they can't continue the chase down, and again, Noob's just going to lose a lot of his life for these efforts.
They just cannot deal with the tree at all in this lane.
I mean, yeah, it's pretty much what managed to last its full duration, and they've only tickled it. Yeah.
And the other thing, too, for this lane, sometimes in dying, because he's just spamming decays so much, he does run out of mana, but he's playing versus Bat Rider. So he is getting the benefit of getting these little extra stick charges constantly so he can keep the decay spam onto Noob. Bottom again, XXS, they're getting aggro onto him.
That's a good spear that pushes back GH. They're not able to stay on top of him. It's difficult to make these aggressive moves in the lanes for Nigma Galaxy right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Sumail is starting to just manipulate creep wave since he doesn't want to play head up versus the Quap. So this is a nice move. He actually got the full drag behind the tower here. Unfortunately for him, it does get onto the range creep first, so he's only going to be able to get maybe 1, max 2 denies in the wave, but at the least we'll be able to get some free last hits here. XM. We'll still continue to bully every time dagger's up. They keep getting double decayed top. It's really hurting Noob. He's not able to get many last hits up here. 7 on him at the moment to the 18 of the Nature's Prophet. And this is ideally when you pick this type of lane, right? Marcy plus Bat. This is a killing lane, but you can't actually go for the kills because you're playing versus Undying on the Undying.
Yeah, this pick seems to be really strong.
Yeah.
For just trying to stop them from what they want to achieve with this duo.
And he knows exactly what he's doing when he's playing this year, right? They first picked it yesterday. He's about to be. He's actually about to be a master tier, right? He's level 24 on the Undying. One of his most.
Which is pretty
played.
rare, right?
Yeah, it's his most played, right? I think you said yesterday. Or one of his most played.
I think it was one of his most played, yeah.
Yeah, it's just a comfort thing for him, and we're seeing why. Mid, Jin Q. Able to get that rune denied away from Sumail. Sumail is handling it, though. 23-5 to the 23. He is doing fantastic in the mid lane. Even though he's playing versus the Quap with 2 points in dagger, that creep drag that he was able to get off was pretty huge for him. Although he won't get the refill, he's handling that pressure.
Bottom lane.
Ghost.
And each time they try and make a move, it's just not working out for them.
GH taking a fair bit of damage here, too.
XXS just a bit too beefy, and Jinkyu, he can just provide that much as sort of a counterplay anytime Nigma Galaxy go aggressive onto the Mars.
It's a lot of burst damage that they have down here on the side of Xtreme. If you just like overstep on Ghost and you don't shift properly, you could just die to the Cold Embrace plus or the Splinter Blast plus a Spear.
Yeah, Smell.
Has to be cautious here, GH. GH is so low down here. He's got the raindrop benefit to at least absorb one of the nukes, but has to be very careful. No kills just yet. Lane's going better for XG as we kind of figured that they would. GH, he's just going to suicide so that he can come back healthy since he was sitting at like 100 HP. 20 seconds, though, that Ghost is alone. But he's got the lane in a good spot. Power rune it. See who gets it. XM has hit 6. Sumail still a bit off of it.
Radiant are scared.
Noob is actually even making the move.
Yeah, they want to try and maybe contest this if he goes for it, but it's going to be down bottom anyway, so XM will have that easily.
They even shifted the 3 position over to try to secure that. They get a bit unlucky. Sumail now.
They're going to jump in for him.
Not 6. He is looking at
very dead.
Pretty dead.
Yep. XM might not even need to use the Sonic Wave. He will.
Efficiency. He hits the creep wave too, and now they're TPing. It looked like instantly with Ame, but he gets gone on. They actually have 3 heroes on him.
TP backup coming in. But the tombstone drop down. They will kill off Ame, but can they get out of here?
Big nukes. Can they TP? Noob can.
Noob's going to get out. Omar is getting chased by the zombie. But actually gets the triple kill there. XM continuing from that kill he got in mid. Turns up top. Gets the 2 up there. So overall, a triple for the Quap off the back of that move.
Very well worth it there for XM. And it's all with an Arcane Rune too, so his TP's going to come back up faster. The ult as well in 50 seconds. Very solid move. A good move from Nigma, at least to punish the Nature's Prophet when he was trying to TP mid and go for the push. But now Ame respawns, and he's going to go for the push anyway, because they still have the catapult wave there. So this mid tower likely to just die from this rotation unless they shift over.
SML's going to need some backup.
They've got 3 here on him, though. XM
tanking the tower, but he can kind of do that right now. He's GH.
Get the deny.
He's getting in on this. They want to try and fight this. Xingqiu should be pretty dead. Cold Embrace will only buy him a little bit of time, so they get the Wyvern kill. But the rest of them, XM and Ame, are safe.
But they get the deny too, so decent rotation at least to bring in those 4 heroes to get the kill plus that deny to stop that extra snowball that could come out from XG. Ame, still not quite level 6. Yeah, XM having a very, very good start. power rune, 10 seconds. He's set up for it. They're even going to bring Xinkyu again to set up for that rune. Sumail.
He's looking pretty dead.
Another Sonic Wave.
It's back up. Sumail's in trouble. He's going down.
He actually throws the Echo as well.
I mean, that wasn't going to do anything.
No, there was no creeps, nothing. That was a big whiff there.
Okay.
I don't think he anticipated that the Sonic's up again. Do they have enough?
Ooh,
they do.
There we go, noob. Same time down bottom. They're going to go for Undying, and they'll be able to take him out and his Tombstone.
That was the other Tombstone.
Can we get anything else here? GH is going to go down. Ghost and Omar have to run.
That was Ghost Tombstone, yeah.
Oh, yeah, well, I was so confused.
Yeah.
I was like, two Tombstones.
It's one of the big reasons why, I mean, you see like the Morph pick versus the Undying.
Just turn and drop it early. Yeah, that's pretty nice.
Gets away. Immediately, Ame was more at the ready than they were. And this tower also, hopefully to fall. XG, kicking up the pressure. And those kills on, I mean, that kill on Sumail is massive, right? Him using Echo Slam also means 75 seconds that he can't actually perhaps look to set up.
I want to try and defend this. The tower's gone. They make the jump onto Arme, but XXX is able to push them back. Waveform in from Ghost, gets it on top of Arme, but the Soul River Heal comes in. Arme still goes down. Can they find anything more in Nigma Galaxy? Ghost pretty low on mana and HP. Omar's got the stick charges. Spear, pushing back, doesn't latch.
XM is connecting.
The Splinter Blast. Omar should go down as the Decay from Undying finishes him off.
Noob might not be so lucky. XM is cutting them off. He has spells up. He's going to go for Ghost instead.
But he wants the big target. Waveform's up in a few seconds.
They'll be okay. They'll be able to get away. Again, great pressure, though. Even though Ame does go down, he's still top net worth. He's able to just TP back up to his lane and defend it, and they get the tower. So 2 tier 1s claimed pre-10 minutes for the side of XG.
How are we doing on the timings here for Sumail? 1600 onto the walls of the blink.
And Echo is going to be back up in about 15 seconds. But yeah, his game's gotten slowed down a decent amount. His farm, 900 behind the Quap.
We'll see if they can just find that opportunity to make these blink plays. But even when the blink's there, there is going to be answers from Xtreme. Even if it's just sort of Xinkyu waiting in the wings, ready to respond with a solid curse.
It looks like this game he is prioritizing getting the blink even earlier. Since he doesn't have the, luxury of a global silence, he's going to have to be that main counter initiation, him and the Mars.
He's going to echo for the stacks. Get the blink money.
I think so, yeah. Bang.
There we go. That's the blink dagger done.
And they reveal that he is there. Or they reveal that they have the ward. Nature's Prophet ult bounces. He will be able to back away. And that's the blink attained.
Omar.
Maybe didn't anticipate that they were going to be there. And smoke. Looks like it should connect. Omar, no Firefly. Looking pretty dead. Next blink scream. They don't even need it.
Noob's getting a bit of space top, but still having the tougher time right now.
He's having the toughest time. Does have an easier matchup, I would say, this game when he's playing versus the core hero, though, right? Last game, he's playing versus TB with like 20 armor, so if he does jump on top of him, he can't just get turned. If he gets on Ame, when he's alone, Noob can actually do quite a bit here, since Nature's Prophet is just that much squishier than something like the TB. But Ame plays it careful, he backs up to the jungle, doesn't get caught from it. Close to blink on XXS also. Nigma, gonna look for the smoke up. They've got no Echo Slam. But they do have Lasso to follow up on a combo. It's going to be around the power rune. Will spawn bottom. XM's going to blink into them.
Awesome out. So we get the rune and blink out.
They don't have the damage between the two of them to go for XM at this point. He's got 1200 HP, or 1400 on Strength Shreds. It's very close to the Dagon, too. They're going to smoke up themselves. They're going to bring the Undying in as well.
Okay, they know well, Echo's still down for about 30 seconds.
And they know that. They saw him use it on those Ancients, so they're very well aware that it is on cooldown. They might just run directly into Sumail and Omar.
They're going to find him. Straight in they go, Sumail. He's going to go down. Omar, can he get out of this?
There's a Sonic Wave and a zombie still on him. Oh, that's cool. The Splinter Blast on the zombie.
I even dropped the Sonic Wave for him.
XM. 6-1 this game. The Dagon is finished. He's already got the big burst damage versus the Morphling very early on, pre-13 minutes.
I mean, what's the plan from Nigma Galaxy? I feel like as soon as Sumel's back up, they've got to go for a smoke, right? They've got to try and get something done with this Echo.
They do have to be cautious, though. The counter initiation, it is there. They've got the blink finished up on the Mars, so he has to get it on a big target. Set up on bottom, maybe anticipating that they're going to make a move onto Ghost here, but not actually the case right now from XG. They show themselves in mid.
So let's see what Sumel's got.
Sees XXS. They could potentially set up for this here.
They'll go for the setup.
Oh, spear off the mark.
They'll get the kill.
If they connect the spear, they don't have to use the Echo, so it is going to be 2 minutes without that, but a kill nonetheless. Ghost will be able to claim. And Ghost's farm, still pretty solid. Keeping himself at a good range between Ame. And it is all about Ghost. I mean, Fear said it himself, right? This is a game where Ghost, he really does have to go beyond godlike, it feels. So far, 2-0.
And you would say you believe more in the potential of a Morph to be able to carry this game as opposed to a Drow being able to carry the last game?
A billion X. Yeah, a billion-fold, probably, I would say. XG, blink up for XXS. They want to be more active. They've got the Dagon at the ready, too. They've got the ward down too, so they're gonna get information. They're gonna see Noob.
They're gonna catch both supports. Snowball's gonna come. I was going up to supports, the offlaner and GH. Noob and GH, they just get them both. They make it look easy.
And they can take the double stack if they'd like to with the Tombstone. Looks like Undying at least will. He'll take it himself. XM can continue looking for plays on the map.
That's just gonna slow down that BKB for Noob even more.
Yep. They really, I feel like they really do have the number of the Marcy. They just know how to play versus it in a lot of these situations. And even when he has BKB, right, it's not the easiest of games when you're playing versus the Mars to jump into the arena versus the Cold Embrace. Like I said, his matchup versus the NP can be decent. Just with the supporting cast, it makes it a lot more complicated. Top tower, it's another one gonna be claimed. I mean, XG's getting the kills again. They're getting the objectives again, and Nigma's not getting the even close to touching towers. I mean, that's only that top tower is taking half HP. The other two are full HP.
They're gonna go for the Tormentor.
Right, can they get this objective? I mean, Jinq is in the area.
He's got Curse.
Got a ward.
He's just gonna step up and Curse. They're gonna kill him. The Recursive is gonna bounce over towards the Morph.
And the team's connecting. Ame.
He's got the Sprout on GH. He's able to block him off as well as he makes the Treant. GH tries to roll away with the Snowball, but he's gone.
Jinq is, what a menace. I mean, the ward right on top of the Tormentor. Perfect setup for the Curse.
It was risky to try and go for that Tormentor anyway, right? There's still a tier 1 up. There's backup potential to be coming in around this time. They try it, but it does not work out for them.
Dagon to clean it up. Jinq is just one step ahead, it feels like, in both games. This Wyvern first pick working beautifully for them, and soon to, I mean, the two supports soon to surpass that Marcy in the offlane after these moves. After getting that Tormentor plus kills, 7K lead. And this was the one time that Nigma was like, oh, we can actually get an objective, right? They haven't been able to hit a tower.
Yep.
They go for this one.
They tried.
He's just too ready. Jinq in particular. And they're playing it very methodically, I would say, on the side of XG. Ame playing a little bit more careful with his positioning since he did die twice, but his farm is still great. They're just having the rest of the team make those big moves, and now he's got his Mjolnir to get that farm increased even faster. Omar does have Blink, so now they do have a secondary way to start fights. No BKB yet onto Noob.
And what do you make of this as well? We're going to see Sumel go for a different build this time. Last game went for the Blink Kaya. This time he's going to go for the Blink Ags.
Okay. I mean, similar things sometimes where it's like you need the BKB, you know, but it's not. It's what he opts to go for. My only issue is you're playing versus Mars, so, you know, if he drops that arena down, you can't really totem. Can't totem in or out, you know, so.
Yeah, that arena wall goes all the way up.
It sure does.
Can't jump over that one.
So that's my other concern about it's still about not having like the BKB build, but we've seen a couple players do this, right? I think we were talking in the green room too. I think we saw BZM do the Kaya build one game too. So mid lane, using Q, sitting behind XXS in case any aggressive moves come out. Omar, that's his Blink reveal.
Oh.
Nigma Galaxy just unable to find anything.
GH doesn't really want to show himself here.
Maybe just blocks a camp or something, blocks an ancient.
Noob's nearly got his BKB.
Okay. I mean, it feels like he desperately needs it to be that frontliner for the team, because so far they're not able to get the best setups so far with the Echoes as Noob.
It's going to be all right. Oh, no, the spear! He's not going to be all right! XXS is able to close the gap. That's the BKB put on hold again.
They just keep finding these kills, keep slowing down any potential timing from the side of Nigma. Like I said, Ghost is still farming well, but they're finding these really nice pickoffs over and over again. These supports, yep, they're catching up to the offlane and the mid of the side of Nigma Galaxy.
Yep, and they really are.
And they're getting closer to Jinq having that blink. He did end up going for the drums first again anyway, but then they're going to have the follow-up for the curse, or follow-up with the curse for the arena, or for any of the aggressive plays. It's been a very slow game for the side of Nigma Galaxy.
It does just, unfortunately for them, feel like they've again got to this point where, what sort of moves can they make? Maybe this one. Lasso in. They get the catch onto XXS. They've got the burst. There we go.
They're killing the Mars. That's the second time they've been able to find him there with GH, but they will lose their 2-2 out of it. But he did hang on to Echo Slam this time around. That's the important thing.
Yeah, so could still look for potentially another move. Ghost is pushing pretty aggressively top.
It's got backup of GH, but he did use his Manta, so does have to be a little careful. GH. Go back away.
And there's the BKB. So Noob's got his BKB. Smell, very close to the Aghanim's, about 600 gold, and he'll have the point booster.
I feel like it's smoke time, right?
I think you're going to go...
You pair up the Bat, the Shaker, and the Marcy, and you probably want to try to look for something. The positioning in the lanes, though, isn't really the greatest. Bottom lane is very pushed in. Mid lane also has a Treant with a Mjolnir pushing. So maybe you have to wait till you do it. After you push out these lanes, maybe you try to go for it.
We'll see if Ghost continues this. I mean, obviously, they're the trend for a while now on these calls. Do you think do you like that he's getting a Glimmer Cape on his build-up?
Oh, I haven't seen it on the Morph.
On the
I've
Morph.
seen it on like these PAs.
Yes.
When they have like the S and Ys, they have their Battle Furies, but I mean, this item is pretty insane. And his whole job is just to survive the initial burst so that he can try to play.
Sure.
So
but do you not need to go greedy? I feel like the whole game is on his shoulders.
I was about to say, I can understand it, but this is a game that Ghost has to mega carry, right? So
yes.
We'll see if the more defensive route is the right choice.
It's going to slow down the rest of his build.
All right, Roche. Looks like it's on the menu here for XG. XM has the Kaya Sanj plus the Dagon finished up. His burst is quite crazy. 21 minutes. Set up on the bottom side. All right, blink on the Tusk also. So now, triple blinks. They have the BKB on their frontliner. See how they want to approach this. GH. Nice sneaky move. He had been planning that for over a minute. He pinged it out, actually, I think at like the 1950 or something like that. So he's very ready to do that move.
I mean, this has got to be fight time for Nigma Galaxy.
They're smoked up. Undying is in the front, though. Not the target you want to go for.
No, they want to find it. Yeah, anything other. But
they'll go for him.
They'll settle for it.
He instantly respawns, though. Of course, back at the base, but dies.
It's just the lasso. It's just the lasso they use for it. They've still got the other ways of making moves.
I guess at this point, a kill's a kill, right? As long as they don't counter-initiate and jump on you while that's happening. That does end up being worth it there. But Undying, yeah, right back up. And now they might look to counter-go. Do they actually? I don't think they have a smoke on them. They do not. This game state is, it's, you know, the pace of the game slowing down. It's better for Ghost, you know, it's all things considered. Of course, Ame still getting a lot more out of the map as this Nature's Prophet, but Ghost being able to sit back and farm is nice. Ame. For GH. They can't find him. Immediately with that, they'll go for the rush.
I mean, Nigma Galaxy, surely they want to try and contest the rush.
Can they make it in time? It looks like they probably will.
They don't have Sumail with them right now.
They do not, you are right. And he does have it.
Ooh, that's an illusion. unfortunate.
Baited. And now that Rush is dead.
GH, does he want to try something? He's not going to be able to do anything about it. Indeed, Roche is there. Aegis' Armes.
It's big Aegis to have on one of the squishier heroes that could potentially get caught maybe from some of the jumps there from Nigma. Now him having this plus the Cold Embrace behind. And he also has the shard from the Undying, so have to keep track of if there is going to be that grab ally that comes in if any aggressive play comes out. Omar.
XXS has found Noob. Now I put the BKB. XXS has got his own BKB in response. Cold Embrace heal coming in as well from Xingqiu. Arme TP's in. Noob's got to run.
Oh! Omar! They actually get the force off.
Oh, that was risky. Omar dodged the rebound.
Omar almost griefed him, then saved him afterwards with the force.
Redeemed.
It's like, oh no! Oh yes.
Dude, if he got caught in the arena after that, that would have been a rough one.
I hate that about Rebound, I have to be honest with you.
Well, then you can get disjointed like that? Or?
When you get disjointed by your own allies.
I mean, it's like, yeah, because it has to work that way, right? You can't have it, like, follow the blink.
Well, of course
someone when you blink. That'd be crazy, yeah.
Omar looking for the jump. They found him dying again.
They'll get him.
And TP gets canceled. A good pickoff. Looks like they might be able to get this objective here in the mid lane now.
Dire's middle tower.
Just Ghost.
This could be quite the nice catch, Xingqiu.
Ghost. Can he get the shift off?
Xingqiu gets caught. Ghost is out.
Nice play. That was quick fingers from him to get the shift off. XXS just blink and spears him, but he did get it off. If he doesn't, he's surely dead. And honestly, maybe if he doesn't even have the Glimmer Cape too, he's probably dead. So yeah, little things coming into play there from Ghost. And they find pickoffs on the two supports. Looking much better than last game, but it's still consistently sitting at the 7,000 gold lead for Xtreme.
Yeah, they've shown that this time around they do have the lineup to make the plays. Killing the cores, of course, is something that's not happened too frequently or recently in this match. It's mainly the supports that are getting caught.
But Sumail is getting time to finish his BKB too, right? So he's actually getting away with the greed of going for the Aghanims.
That's going to be the super strong timing, having the Aghanims BKB. Then he's more than ready to go into these team fights.
And they are maybe set up here for another... I mean, Ame has Aegis, so... This could be a bit of a risky one under the tier 1 if they want to go for it. Tormentor is going to come back up. XG.
They're looking for Ghost, by the looks of it. I know that at least someone was likely to be farming around this area, but Ghost is already out.
They do see him now. They are going to swing and wrap around. Ame's just going to TP in his face.
Okay. Sprout to Ghost. Ghost has got his team by his side. Same to be said, though, for Ame.
Nigma seems to know. They're like, he's baiting us, it feels. They don't want to go on to Ame here. The rest of the squad's coming in.
XXS is in. He's going to get the arena and spear straight around towards Ghost. The Nigma jump the tombstone. GH Noob goes straight over towards him. Noob is able to put the BKB, but gets pushed back by the Sonic Wave. They'll take down the Undying Sumail. He pops the Echo. What's going to get the blink off? They've got the lockdown onto the Quap. They'll bring XM down. Now they turn over towards Ame. Sumail closing the gap on towards the Nation's Prophet. In with the Enchant Totem. They bring Ame down the once.
Huge fight.
Tombstone. See if they can take him out a second time. Nigma Galaxy. Beautiful Fisher from Sumail. Lines it down, the two of them.
What a play.
Takes down Ame. XXS is going to go for the BKB TP out. They haven't got anything to stop it. But absolutely ends up being quite the fight there for Nigma Galaxy.
In a perfect setup. They get the actual catch onto the Morphling there, but this Glimmer does a ton of work. And I think XM's Sonic Wave doesn't actually connect onto him there. He blinks on south side near the Tombstone, shoots it up north. It doesn't hit the Morph all the way on the north side. And then he gets full combo. The Marcy and the Earthshaker are on top of him.
There we go, Nigma.
They needed this fight, and they catch him.
Absolutely.
And look at this jump, right? XXS, he gets the catch, but the Glimmer comes off. And watch Queen of Pain, right? Watch XM when he jumps. The Sonic Wave, it doesn't quite reach. I don't think it's enough, obviously, there, but he puts himself in a dangerous position. Yeah, picture perfect fight, really, from the side of Nigma. Ghost surviving, and the Glimmer doing so much work.
Yeah, very, very nicely fought out.
Glimmer Cape carries.
It's looking good, Jay. It's absolutely, as you said, paid off for Ghost. You can see why he wanted it in the build with these sort of fights kicking off and them not being able to kill him. Yeah, without it, this game would have been a whole lot rougher for him. So.
Yep. And Noob, it's a big fight for him too, right? Now he's got his Blink, his BKB, and he even has a full Revenant brooch as well too, so a significant burst.
That's a massive burst, straight up like a 5k, 6k gold swing off the back of that, and the Tormentor. Nigma Galaxy finding exactly what they needed to get their sort of teeth stuck back into this game.
And it really is just all perfect timing, because Sumail had gone for the greedy build for the Ags. Now he has the BKB finished. After that fight, he didn't even need the BKB, so he's gonna have Echo Slam back up after that. Exactly when they needed it.
I mean, now that you've sort of managed to even the situation of the game out as Nigma Galaxy, what's the plan now? Do you continue to look for these plays, or are you happy now to just allow Ghost to farm it up?
I think you can now. I think you've shown you play versus Aegis. You can play aggressive for sure. You can absolutely kill XM 100 to 0 if you get on top of him with Noob and Sumail. They have the damage to kill him.
They're trying to bait with Ghost at the moment, pushing the tower. The rest of Nigma Galaxy smoked up around him. TP over towards top. But Xtreme already out of that.
For Xtreme, it looks like they probably want to wait for Ame's BKB before he goes for any type of play, because he was controlled a lot in that last fight. Jump. Ooh, that was close.
Noob's looking for a shot at Xingqiu down here.
Speaking of Noob, too, I didn't point it out, but he did get both of the best neutral items that he could get.
Easy kill for Noob.
He got the Brigand's Blade first, and now he's got the Nemesis Curse. Literally the two best neutrals that you can get onto Marcy. So his damage is very significant at this point.
They might find Undyne as well. Shards won't grab him.
So close. Wait, maybe Punch?
Whoopa! No, they're going to have the interrupt on that with a snowball.
Another kill. He respawns instant, but Noob getting some big momentum.
Yeah, he is. He had a slow start this time round, and yeah, he's getting back up there on the board now. Kills like this. He's now above that of XXS's farm.
He can buy the shard if he'd like to, so he can just cast it on enemies and jump whatever target that he wants without having to rely on somebody else being near him. Infinitely better game this time around for him.
Yeah, had a really tough game one. So yeah, this is looking good now for Noob.
And Ghost, he does have the Eye of Scott. He finished already at this point, too. So, yeah, they're getting really big timings now after winning that huge fight up top, even into an Aegis. Starting to feel more comfortable to play more aggressively, too. You see Omar's positioning here. If they do set up for the Tier 2, could potentially get another grab here. The entire team is in the area. And Sumail for the next fight does have a shield run as well. So, XG. They do have that BKB on Ame. Do they feel like that's enough for them to look for the fight? I think the Shivas is also finished on XM. But looks like they're being patient. Looks like they're maybe waiting, I guess. He's very close to Hex. Okay, so maybe that's the call. Wait for XXS to have that for the secondary lockdown versus the Morphling. But it's giving Nigma a lot of time to get control of the map, get the Tier 2 bottom, get some wards set up as well.
Oh, yeah, the big one's going to be the next Roche, right? Because Nigma Galaxy now, they are set up in a position where they themselves should be able to have a shot at taking the Roche.
They kill it fast.
Yeah.
The Marcy plus the Morphling at this point, they will kill it incredibly quick. 100 gold to the Hex, and then that's probably going to be the call to make the smoke. Nigma are pinging out XXS, though, so they should know that it's coming very soon, because he has the two components. All he needed was the recipe. So they're going to make the move. Let's see what they catch. Let's see if Nigma is prepared for it. Noob is showing himself mid, but he blinks out quickly.
Big damage on Ame now that he's got the Revenant's approach completed.
Omar might just get caught from this.
Yeah, it's just too much damage, yeah.
They might get another catch to Noob.
He's in the trees. He's going to put the BKB in the Unleash. Tombstone's going to be there to protect XXS for now. They'll just opt to get out of this one. Nigma Galaxy don't want to try and fight back as Noob's able to retreat with the BKB.
That's a BKB forced. Instant D-ward coming out. XM just jumps in onto Ghost. They've got the Hex.
They do.
He doesn't have the shift off.
The spear push back as well. They've got the lockdown. They've got the damage.
Ame, TP's in the front.
Sumail's trying to burst Ame, but the BKB's off. Ame's going to be fine. They kill off GH. They've got the curse as well to hold Sumail in position. Ame's getting healed up by the Cold Embrace. Arena's at the ready. Sumail, he'll be going down.
What a grab from XXS. I mean, the Hex timing.
And it went downhill so fast. I mean, Ghost, he was going for the D ward. I mean, as you said to yourself, that they were probably aware that this Hex was online. In that moment, it was as if it was all but forgotten.
It did seem like it. I didn't get the shift off, right? As soon as that doesn't happen, it's very likely he's just going to get burst. I mean, XG, a very confident move forward, and it catches at a perfect timing, too. Yeah, look at that. Just chain stun. Sumail, he goes for the back because Ame TP's super aggressively in the front, so they don't have the follow-up of the Shaker to maybe protect Ghost. So a very good fight from XG, the way they approached it.
I mean, it's just... Sometimes it's tempting when you're the core and there's an award to take down, but sometimes it really does not pay off going for the D ward.
Yeah. Maybe it's because he thought that he had Sumail behind him to go for the Echo Slam and all that, but yeah, Ame's TP in, you know, it kind of baited Sumail to go for that play there on the left side, and now they're going to be the ones that actually get the roast off of that. Big hit.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a bit bitter for Nigma Galaxy because, yeah, that could have been their Roche.
Absolutely. You can see the confidence, though, from XG, right? When they have the Shivas done, the Hex done, too, they know they have the way to bring down Ghost. He's going to need a BKB, and that is the choice for him next. He's pretty close to it. And they've gone for the Lincolns on Noob, so probably just to throw it onto the Morphling, too, so that he doesn't get hexed up. Yeah, huge strike there from XG. That Revenant Brooch finished up for Ame is going to make him do tons of damage as well to that Morph if he's ever able to get the attacks off. And he is getting close to the Satanic, too.
And for Nigma Galaxy, do you have to just wait out this Aegis, or are you still okay making moves into it?
I think I would still like to see them try to get these pickoffs. Especially if you get any information with any of these wards, that you have initiators, so you have lassos, you have Earthshaker, you have Tusk with the Blink Dagger, so. But XG, not really giving them that opportunity, all connecting towards the Mars. Looks like GH will get away with stealing another Shrine of Wisdom, though. And they're connecting. Omar does have an Aghanim. This can be very impactful if he gets the double of these targets, 2 of these cores, or maybe even the double supports could be massive. But XG with this Aegis, backing up, playing a little bit safer. They saw Ame, I believe, there for a second with the Watcher.
Oh, yeah, I mean, how far did Nigma Galaxy want to poke for this one?
Are they going to expect
go to the high ground?
XG is prepared? That's the question here. Still an Aegis for 3 minutes.
GH trying to head him first.
Trying to scout something here. He gets seen immediately. They're going to back away.
Yeah, too difficult of a spot for Nigma Galaxy to move into.
Especially into that Aegis, right? Still 3 minutes on it. Full Satanic now for Ame. A lot more durable. Will always give Jin Q the time to get that Cold Embrace now, likely. It's got to be some big jumps from the side of Nigma Galaxy. It's got to be some really coordinated double, triple initiations, which they do have. But they do have to have information of where the supports are again, similar to that last game. Sure, it's not a global silence, but it is double saves. And they're getting closer and closer toward that dreaded level 25 Nature's Prophet. He's 24 now, all in.
And that's the thing, right? That's definitely one of the timers that's got to be in the back of Nigma Galaxy's minds.
Anybody got a Dagon queued up soon? Might have to.
Someone's going to have to, right? Probably looking at the bat, maybe.
Yeah.
Omar.
I mean, maybe even Sumail. I don't know. Sounds kind of whack, but... Amp damage for XM.
Radiant are scanning.
Ghost able to sneak himself outside. But a gem now grabbed. So Undying looking to restrict some of that vision that Nigma Galaxy has had. And they're very ready for a jump. Aegis reclaimed, still 90 seconds that they have it.
It's proven difficult for Nigma Galaxy to try and get out right now.
Yeah, just scared. Scared versus the initiation of XXS. They do buy themselves a counter gem, so they are looking to take out some of this vision. This ward will get taken away.
They might try and time another movement out with that smoke when they know that this Aegis is about to time out.
At 60 seconds, they do see Ame as well, so they have information of where he is if they do want to make a move elsewhere. Level 25, it's approaching, Owen. 1300 XP remaining for Ame to have it. And it just changes so much, right? Because this tree just starts giving... It starts applying so much pressure in terms of giving information, because this tree just starts walking at buildings and racks. And not one hero usually can deal with it. Maybe the Morphling can, but you usually have to bring like multiple cores to deal with this. Or multiple different heroes in particular. Tormentor. Looks like Nigma is looking to set up for this here. XG starting to approach the area too, but they get spotted by a ward.
Yeah, I think Nigma Galaxy, they probably want to take the fight before trying to force the Tormentor.
Ame.
Oh, he's TP'd in between them.
The Aegis, 5 seconds remaining. Ghost.
He's split off from the rest of the team. He's on the completely other side of XG. Looks like XG are going to back out. There's at least Ame's going to head up towards the top.
He has TP back up in a second so he can rejoin. That 25 is about to be finished. Nigma will be able to get their Morphling together with the team to go for that Tormentor now. Patience.
Yeah, they could go for it if they were aware of the fact that XG aren't actually that close right now. Yeah, they'll start to go for it. They can do it quick enough.
Very fast. And Noob actually gets gifted a shard rather than him having to purchase it, which he did want to do earlier. All right, Owen, he's 25.
Yeah, and all 3 waves are already just constantly pressured in against Nigma Galaxy.
I'm already watching the tree, the march of the treants coming through the river. Dun, 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 dun.
I see how well prepared they are to deal with this.
I see the Daggons already queued up from the Tusk.
Oh, there we go.
GH knows the same thing for the Bat, so they are anticipating it. They're knowing.
Yeah, you got to do it.
But here it comes. There's 2 of them.
They got good stuns at least.
They do. But look how much the information it gives, right? Like you do this with 2 treants, and it's 3 heroes inside the base that you just absolutely know. And it's just going to consistently happen. He's even just playing super defensively on the far right side of the map. Ame just sending the tree, popping his ult every single time it's up. And he's getting close to Butterfly too, which is going to be really strong versus the Morph and the Marcy. And getting toward that crazy separation of farm that we've seen a lot of times on this Nature's Prophet. The jump, lasso.
They put the lasso drag back here. If they got the damage to take down XXS, they don't. He's able to pop the BKB. Ame's already killed off Noob. And there's the spear set up on the back of the arena to try and burst through GH. GH will get the snowball off. Ghost is going to go in aggressive over towards XM, but XM's able to walk away. They've got the curse on him in position. Samel's in with the Echo onto Ame. They're trying to burst through the Nature's Prophet, but the Cold Embrace comes out. Ame, he's going to be very, very low at the end of this Cold Embrace. They've got the punch up to keep him locked down. They kill off the Nature's Prophet. Samel seeing if he can maybe get anything more here. The TP's out for the rest of XG. Will get the remainders out alive.
Cost 2 buybacks.
It does indeed. Noob and GH having to come in with theirs.
But good punishment.
Yeah, good jump from Samel. Gets the target that matters the most, really. Just locking down Ame.
And Ame actually, when he comes out of the Cold Embrace too, he actually does get the BKB off. So one of those charges does get ticked down. It still was, I believe, an 8-second one. So Jinkyu tried his best to go for that save there with the Cold Embrace, but he had already taken way too much damage. Gets surrounded. Good hold there. But yeah, does cost the buybacks, especially from Noob, right? He gets caught pretty quickly at the start of everything from Ame. Getting on the aggressive, though. They have the lasso back up.
I want to see how much they can get done whilst Ame's gone.
And Ghost is actually the one to get the butterfly first before Ame was, so same kind of thing where now he has that advantage versus the physical.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah. Very good hit from Nigma. Even though it did cost those buybacks, they were appropriate at the moment.
Look at the trade of the shrines. Undyne was able to take that from Nigma's side of the map.
Oh, I didn't even see him over there. Oh, no. Nice for him.
And into the Roche. This one should be Nigma Galaxy.
Got it. That's going to be... I mean, Ghost is also going to hit 25 of this. It's actually pretty huge for him. Sumail also having a refresher shard. So these fights, I feel like they got a little more complicated from the side of XG after that. Even though the buybacks were used, them getting the Roche makes it super worth it. XXS does have a full refresher, so he does have a lot of control, a lot of combo that he can do on this Mars. But yeah, very good strike there from the side of Nigma Galaxy.
Yeah, definitely with a pretty good shot this time round, Nigma Galaxy. It's a way better look than what they're able to come with in game 1.
Feels like the game is almost back to like pretty much even, right? Because of this, them getting this Aegis now for Ghost. Just going to be up to this team fight execution.
Look at that. Pretty much 50-50 on the Dota Plus.
Does feel like that. XM will be able to claim himself a shield rune.
Oh, there with the Hex. They just quickly burst through the bat, but Seacoast try and fight back.
The Hex comes out again.
Indeed, he'd put the refresher. He's ready for that second round. Doesn't want to commit here, though, with the second arena. They'll back off. Ghost, he's still going to try and chase forward. How much further does he want to go? Does he want to go again? And Ghost, he certainly does. Gets him with the jump onto XXS, but XXS ready with the second BKB. And the punch to control him, Noob. He's getting it on the backlines. He has to jump out with the rebound. Another aggressive move from Ghost. In with the blink again, but Ame turns.
Ghost is
the Hex down on the Ghost. Ghost is in trouble. He's gone. That's the Aegis out.
And Sumail is getting controlled in the back from XM.
Can they go for round 2 on towards him? They get the spear set up.
Ghost.
Anything else to follow up? They don't. The waveform's there down to low ground. The second arena is now here. They trap him in. XM jumps over with the shard silence. Sonic Wave pushes back. Ghost. Ame's bringing in the damage. He's got one more waveform. But there's the Hex. It's up again. XXS catches him out. Ghost will fall out for 100 seconds.
Sumail?
He dropped the double echo on a one hero. Well, that's not going to do a lot. Uh-oh. He's dead. He's not got buyback either.
Nigma tries to get aggressive, but way too over-aggressive with the position. They can't catch up to Ghost. They get split up completely. It's a disaster, Owen.
They don't have buybacks on the 2 big cores. They don't have the money.
They had just evened things out, and then that fight just a total disaster.
They don't have the money. He's 200 gold or so short, 1,300 gold short here on Ghost.
They might lose the entire base here to these Treants.
They might lose even more.
Well, what's more than the entire base?
Well, the game?
The game.
It's a minute without their mid or their carry.
Oh, honestly, a total disaster. A great fight from XG, the way they jumped in and stopped Sumail from getting the jump up to help Ghost, but Ghost feeling himself and getting a bit too aggressive there. Gets isolated completely from the side.
Let's see how much XG push it. They're gonna, okay, Sumail's now got the money. Noob got him the money. Noob went out, got a bounty. So Sumail's got the money.
Treants, they're taking out everything. That's 2 sets.
Yeah.
And they need Ghost. He's all the damage.
Okay, Sumail's buyback's going to come out. We'll see if XG care. Nope. Careful. XM waiting in the sidelines.
20 seconds.
Still without their morph.
Another tree.
They summon soon. What's the plan?
I mean, they have to wait for the morph. They don't have damage without him. 10 seconds.
Oh, no, because they don't have the echo, right? 20 seconds until the echo's back up for Sumail.
And they will Dagon it. Okay, so they will at least hang on to that final melee.
That's a lot of damage done, though.
I mean, it went from 0 pretty much gold lead up to 21k in seconds. And
you're all that's back a couple of minutes. Nigma Galaxy, they had it was 50-50.
It was pretty.
What's it gone to now? 50-50 to what? Oh dear, that is the quickest. God. That is such a quick drop-off.
In 3 minutes after that, I mean, they literally lost everything in that fight. An Aegis, refresher, everything.
XXS is in.
Zen, Ghost.
BKB's come out and respond, but it's just the space to let the train hit the barrack. They got the mega creeps. I mean, if they can get out now, they're fine. XG, they got what they came for. Nigma Galaxy, they have to try and punish this, but GH is caught by the silence. He's dead without buyback. The Hex is there. XXS ready with a refresher. The arena's down. Ghost, he's gone again. 100 seconds, still no buyback available on him. They're trying to kill XM, but he's got the blink at the ready. Ame's ready to cut off the escape. There's a Winter's Curse down onto the 3 of them. This game, it's over, folks.
It truly is. They're trying to get away at least with Sumail, but he can't even live in the fountain.
They had a chance.
They did.
And that chance got taken away or given away that quickly. It was gone. The game's over. The series, it's all XG.
Right after they make that big comeback, it's just too aggressive for Ghost. He had confidence of going forward, but XG, they were ready for it. And a big credit, at least to XXS in particular. His build, it's his build that he does every time on Mars, right?
Yeah,
Blink, BKB, refresher, Hex. But it's literally what causes them to just take over those team fights massively when they need to as well, too.
I mean, that whole fight, I think kind of the Hex off him like at least three times there off the back. It went on that long. He got the natural comeback of the cooldown as well. Well, yeah, rough one. Honestly, probably even rougher than game one for Nigma Galaxy, because this one, they would have felt that for a large point that they had a shot. They didn't at the end of the day. Xtreme shut them down and secure the 2-0 Xtreme Gaming. The series is theirs.
Yeah, that's a bit of a heartbreaker one for Team NGX. Definitely were in it. Owen is right, but in the end, it's going to be Xtreme Gaming. And I'm super happy to see Xtreme Gaming doing so well at the tournament and just being able to make these big plays in crucial moments and, you know, really put Chinese Dota back on the map.
Oh, absolutely. Love to see it. They are playing this team fight Dota, which we like to see. It's more entertaining overall. But, yeah, they had in the mid-game a couple of weird decision-making, but you can definitely tell that they were on point. They understood that, like, Shaker's going to go for the triangle Echo Slam, but they were late for like 5 seconds. They have a pretty good read on what's happening in the game. Laning stage-wise, this time around, it has been much better overall. Yeah. And the team fight execution, they're just overall better than Nigma Galaxy.
And that's a key point. It's not just that they're executing well in the team fights, it's their understanding of objective timings and how to get around the map and be ready for those, I think, Clint. That's really made them look so good.
Yeah, I mean, they have all the right heroes to do it. And one example is that fight we're looking at right now. Like, that's a perfectly placed tombstone there to the point where you're just so off sync with Nigma Galaxy here. Like, you have Morph going in. This is your chance to win this game here, essentially. This is a refresher Shaker. We see it being used here, but this is after Morph dies on the high ground with the Aegis. You want all your spells to go off in sync here. But unfortunately, this team goes a bit new to the team, not having the best synergy here with Sumail and the late game situations where Xtreme, they never had these issues.
Yeah, I think that is the word for it, really. It is synergy. You know, Xtreme Gaming were all on the same page, executed incredibly well, but you're right, there were a lot of weird little off-kilter moments, which I know we'll talk about some individual moments that happened in the game, but yeah, they never really seem to be on the same page.
Definitely not. But I do like that Xtreme Gaming are kind of feeling themselves right now, and you can see that some of the flaws that they do have, they are managing to fix them. If they're having like weaker lanes, you will see rotations coming out from XM. Sometimes XXS will rotate to the 6-minute rune, try to get something out of it as well. And yeah, it was a last pick Queen of Pain for them. Looked pretty good. XM, he did great. Standout player, Undying on Undying. Did the
name alone.
Yeah, he did the job. Maybe production just wanted to.
They just wanted to use this photo. Let's also be real about it. That's great. No, there's nothing wrong with that. I appreciate it. But no, yeah, it's absolutely true. Give the support some flowers indeed. And we were a little bit skeptical about this pick, raised an eyebrow or two. Definitely made it work in this game.
Yep, 7 wards destroyed. That's a lot of dewarding there, especially this patch, right? Because typically speaking, it's kind of hard to find wards right now on the map. It's also hard to ward on the map right now because there's not many obvious places to put them. So good job overall by him. And I wonder how much of him playing Undying is because his name is Undying. There has to be
something.
There has to be something.
You think he's got like a clause in a contract maybe, where it's like, you know, he just
he put it there.
Yeah, it's like I must play every other game or something. But no, I mean, look, for a hero that's like not necessarily in a great place right now, and that wasn't a particularly great Undying game. He definitely made it work just by, you know, understanding the broader concepts of the gameplay and immaculate execution.
He did. And speaking of immaculate execution, I think XM is the one who kind of had a very good read what's happening in the side lanes. 6 minutes in, pretty much, he is making the rotation. I'm not sure if this is the clip, but he is the one who's dominating the laning stage as well. He's ready to, like, you can see that he put 3 points in Shadow Strike, something that we did mention, and then he also comes to the top lane, I believe, and they're gonna be ready to clean up. They're so, like, what I like about this team is that they're ready to bring the numbers in immediately, like having a good read. So XM ends up getting actually a triple kill there, cleans up the whole thing, and which sets him up for a really good game.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And I think that just kind of like translated into the rest of the game as well. Sumail, he really struggled in the laning stage. He got ganked after that. He did get his Blink Dagger as well shortly after. And we're going to show you, like, right here, this is the timing, which he got Blink. It's still an okay timing Blink Dagger, right? 11 minutes, 30 seconds. Thanks to that Ancient Stack and Big Camp and the triangle there, you're able to get that. However, how was this used is going to be the question. Like, if you're having a bad game, you're rushing Blink Dagger, something good needs to happen first, right? But this is your Blink reveal. You are getting initiated on, right? So, like, when you're in a situation when the game is tough, you're having a bad game, and what I really want to note here is, like, normally when you get Blink, you're the one smoking, right?
Yes.
You getting smoked on when you have a Blink Dagger is very unusual, and it kind of goes to show, like, this team right now is not in the right headspace on making the correct calls in the game.
Is there any chance they were, like, maybe scouting that out, like, waiting to see, and then kind of wanting to neutralize that reveal, like, for Xtreme?
I mean, maybe. I'm sure they knew, but, like, you should be by your tower and ready to go as Team
Just
Nigma.
to go back to that point, first Echo Slam was used on Queen of Pain. They like
there was a rage echo.
It was like it wasn't even close
really
to getting
bad,
the kill. The second one was used to clean up the Ancients. The third one that we're supposed to use to get a big kill on one of the cores with the Blink Dagger reveal, they don't get it. He's the one getting killed. So 3 Echo Slams kind of wasted, I would say. But also Jinkyu, one more time, having a really good game. This time around, not opting to go for a scaling itemization, but look at where he is. With we saw, I think
this is mega. This was the play.
Yeah, this is the Giga Chat move coming out. 15 minutes in, he gets the solo kill on Omar, sets everything up for his own team, who's gonna TP in, and at this point the fight is pretty much over. Everybody's down to half HP, so pretty difficult one. They're gonna be getting some extra kills, getting that Tormentor gold. This is the new area of the map where Batrider and Winter Wyvern can fly over. It looks kind of weird because we didn't have that back in the previous patch. Ever since the map changed, there's this like massive area that you can fly over.
I was asking you in the green room because I've never seen it yet, but is it possible for Batrider to like take someone up there maybe?
I mean, it's really new. I don't have an answer for that. Maybe you could probably drive up there if you're Pango too. Pretty useless. I mean,
Pango always finds a place where he can get stuck, especially with the new map changes. I'm sure there's a lot of them.
Yeah. We can take a look at the last team fight as well. What the closed it out again. Just this is kind of when the writing was on the wall.
Yeah, essentially. And I think this was an opportunity you still had in this game. But what I really want to point out here is that Ghost is camping his ward. He's being good in this situation. Like, we have a ward here, let's fight, but he's the only one there.
Yeah.
Right? So, like, this is a miscommunication again. Like, he wants to defend his ward. His team doesn't really want to defend that ward. So who's making the calls in this game that, let's go back, let's be fighting? It felt like it was really, like, I don't know, someone needs to step up and be a shot caller in this game and be a leader. It doesn't feel like this team has that right now. I feel like GH might need to step up and be that person for this team because there needs to be a bigger voice.
Yeah. And XM stealing that standout player award as well. He's like, nah, I'm having that. So supports don't get those.
We get 2 of them.
Yeah, we get 2.
We get 2.
Are we sending the other one?
Fair as well. I thought that team fight illustrated how Undyne did work.
He did one hell of a job on this Queen of Pain, always finding the right targets, but also XXS. He's one of my all-time favorite players, so I gotta give him a credit as well. He's top 3 Mars. He's always been ever since he started to play the hero. Loved his itemization, and you could see in the last clip that we played, Victory Feast Facet, it looks like Legion Commander healed him, and they got like instant burst of a heal because of the new facet. They get extra bit of a damage, but this is the guy that almost never misses a spear. He's the one who makes the hero look pretty imbalanced. Same with the Collapse and ATF.
All right, guys, it is time for a quick break. When we come back, we will have the second series of the day. Make sure you stick around.
Please welcome the true stars of tonight. The heroes of Dota, who have claimed the top prizes from 1xBet. Best carry, Phantom Lancer. Best support, Marcy. Best mid lane, Zeus. Pudge. Best Players Award, 1xBet customers. 1xBet, it's your pick.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
welcome to another interview with the one and only amazing Quinn from Gaimin Gladiators. So good to see you yet again, Mr. Quinn.
Hello, thank goodness there's only one of me.
That's right. So, Gaimin Gladiators, I like to say that on my interviews so that people, you know, can read.
You gotta hype yourself up. You don't believe yourself, who else will?
Gotta hype it up. Gaimin Gladiators, let's talk about it, my friend. Okay?
Okay.
What's going on? A lot of changes here.
A lot of losing, too.
Okay. Wasn't going to go there, but yes, that was the end goal of the conversation. So let's talk about these changes with the team. I mean, Celery's out, which is pretty interesting. I know it's been, you guys have already got some experience with that, but he was a big part of the team dynamics here. You guys are kind of, how do you feel about the team right now? Is you finding your new, you know, rhythm or?
Yeah, I mean, we're figuring it out. He was, you know, he was part of the team the whole time, and a big part of it. I think the way he plays is like quite, like it changes the way a team plays quite a bit because he has his heroes and he likes to play his way, and so we played around that for a long time, and that, you know, it worked. But I mean, this season's and Dota in general is pretty taxing on like your time and your mental and all sorts of crap. So he just needed a break, and you know, fair enough.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're just trying to figure stuff out. Trying to suck less. Been way too much sucking for way too long. It's like we're out here on a baby bottle, just.
Oh.
So you know, just trying to win games.
Yeah.
We'll tournament for another day. You know, I mean, you know, like maybe like that day is in 12 days, but you know, like just one game at a time.
So what's the strategy then? Because you guys have been on both sides of the coin. You had these unstoppable win streaks where you were just invincible, and now you know, you're in a period where it's all about trying to get back there. So what is your guys' strategy? Is it looking at other people, seeing what they do? Is it working on yourselves? What's going on?
I think it's a mix of both. You should never be like fully, you know, focused inwards because people who are winning for a reason. But I think also we, like individually and as a team, like they're all components that need improving and fixing and working on. I think generally what it comes down to is everyone needs to focus on themselves individually, and then that together, that everyone is focusing on themselves, then you are now focused on like the team in a way. Like, because if people think about the team too much and they're too worried about the fact you suck and whatever, then it's easy to get sucked into this black hole where people focus on things that are too grandiose and not enough on not individually sucking.
Tell me about the new guy on the squad.
To be honest, I don't know that much about him. We haven't. I mean, he's like Watson's best friend.
Yeah.
And he seems like a pretty smart dude. You know, we've been playing together some, and I think we're getting better and hopefully moving in the right direction. Yeah, he's easy to work with. Smart dude. You know, takes responsibility when he messes up. Has ideas about things. No complaints so far.
Okay.
So yeah, he's. You know, was the first time meeting him. First time meeting him was today.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, it's the first land since he's been on the team. Yeah. So yeah, the first time I saw him in real life was like 5 hours ago or something. So, you know, we're it's a work in progress.
He's chill.
Yeah.
New patch, Quinn. You guys, is it helping, hurting? What do you think?
I think it's helped. I think when you're in a rut, just change is nice. Wherever that change comes from. You know, moving some pieces around, getting a fresh perspective is nice and cool that you can like, okay, this wasn't working, now we can focus on something else and we can try something new that's outside of like us as a team. And so, I don't know, there's like blame and sort of responsibility removed from it. It's like, okay, full fresh start, and that's nice. And so I think this map and patch also probably fits us better. Or, you know, at least we hope so. Maybe we find out in a month it's like the worst patch ever for us and we're cooked. But you know, as of now, we're not cooked.
How much worse could it get?
Exactly.
I mean,
we're already not qualifying.
No, okay, take it easy. Yeah, it's fine. All right, cool. So how do you keep your, you know, yourself going? Because you guys, I know back in the day, you were going to every tournament. You were constantly grinding. I don't think that ever ended. And you still seem just as motivated as ever. I mean, you're still having a great time. How do you keep it up?
Well, things aren't always as they seem. I think, you know, it's a battle. I think when you, like my journey as a player was I sucked and lost for a really long time. And then I joined this team, and we won stuff for like the first time ever. We're really dominant.
Yeah.
And then now we're back to sucking. And so I've experienced the highs and lows and done the roller coaster. And I think there's a battle and a journey in refinding motivation after you've won, and like, where is that coming from? You know, before it was proving that you could be the best, and you were the best, and so now you're not anymore. Do you have the drive to try to do that again? Where is that coming from? There's like a, you know, a journey of self-exploration there.
I mean, that's really powerful stuff. And don't take this the wrong way, but out of everybody on your team, I think you would have the most experience with being really bad.
That's true.
So how do you help your teammates with that? Like Tofu's never had a negative experience in his life. Till now.
That's what you think. I mean, I think the best thing anyone can do when you're in a rut is to try to do as much as you can to get out of that rut. So, you know, like you can try and be positive and nice and stuff while you're in the rut, but like, you know, if you're living in like a dump with like trash being poured on your head, you would like to just not have the trash on your head, you know?
Yeah.
Like I like bananas and all, but like the peel I could do without. So, so yeah, I think my part in sucking a lot is just maybe I have more experience on how to get out of the rut. So that's what I'm trying to do, I guess.
Well, despite, you know, if someone was reading a transcript of this interview, it would sound extremely depressing, but I think we're having a fantastic time. And honestly, as much as we've seen you guys winning before, it'd be great to see you guys get back there again and start winning this one. So this tournament could be the one. So
maybe so.
All right. Well, always a pleasure, Quinn. Thank you so much for being so candid and so fun. Pleasure interviewing you, and a pleasure, I'm sure, to watch Gaimin Gladiators. Don't look at that one. Don't. That's yours. Pleasure to watch Gaimin Gladiators yet again.
Sharing is caring.
To PGL Wallachia.
Yeah, Quinn, everyone's favorite all chatter there with the quote of the tournament. I like bananas, but I can do without the peel. It's a package deal, homie, but okay, whatever. Anyway, we've got Gaimin Gladiators versus AVULUS. We'll no doubt talk about Quinn over the course of the series, but let's start by talking about AVULUS. Obviously, one of those teams, we had them here last time at Wallachia. So, you know, intrigued to see what they can do this time around.
Yeah, definitely. And I think one of the players that I always keep an eye on for this team is Eki. What is he going to play, right? Because he is the type of player that has a very wide hero pool. I think he came into the scene playing like support Centaur and stuff like that. So
European Jin Q. Yeah,
essentially. So he's going to keep an eye on him for sure and what he can do. I also think Stormstormer is very important to this team and how well he does into the mid lane. So want to see him play potentially an Evoker. Like we've seen some players pick out Evoker like BZM. He's really good at it. I don't think he's played it yet, but I want to see some cool stuff. And speaking of drafts, though, I do want to talk about like going into this series. They lost game 1 versus Mosquito here, and you can see their draft. Okay, it's fine. They picked Tiny all 3 games, but what that happened eventually in this series is they started picking Enigma Tiny first phase, and I'm expecting this to likely get sniffed out and either countered or dealt with because we haven't seen support Tiny in a long time.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Eki is playing it.
I think the thing you do is you want to split up the combo by banning out Enigma, because this is one of Jibei's better overall heroes. He might be even his best overall hero. The man loves to play it. We have a couple of Enigma enjoyers, but not sure what to think about the team right now because they had their ups and downs. They did lose to Tundra in a pretty convincing fashion. They also dropped the game against the Mosquito Clan, which is not what I would expect them to do. You did mention the Stormstormer. I think he is probably the key component of this team.
He had a number of standout games last time around.
He did. This guy is really good at what he does, and he also has a pretty interesting hero pool that he does play. So some heroes that he did play so far at the tournament, I don't think many other mid laners have shown the similar hero pool, because he's been playing Visage, he's been playing Slardar, Storm Spirit, and he also brought out Viper in one of those games, which is not shown here compared to Quinn, who is playing pretty standard Quinn stuff. Yeah, if you think about him, Queen of Pain, his Ember Spirit, Lashrak is back in meta, so he's been enjoying that one as well. And I also want to see if they might bring some, maybe Io plus Lashrak combination, something that Gaimin Gladiators did when they were on their prime.
A Pangolier enjoyer.
It just might be Pango in the end, who knows. But they did got stomped 2 times when they had Pango.
True.
I mean, I think this patch is really good for Quinn because There's been patches where it's like very sniper heavy, coddles, whatever it might be. That's not really the style that he came into the scene with or really shown with, right? These Leshrat, Queen of Pains, Spirits are right down his alley, so really love to see it. And Stormer, he's been very polarizing for me. Oftentimes when they win, Stormer is just playing out of his mind. When they lose, it's like, oh, he could have done a lot more in that game, having a bit of a rough one, so... It's interesting, but one player I do really want to talk about is going to be on Gaimin Gladiators, Watson. I think he is a player from the carry position that had a lot of expectations when he came into the team because he replaced Dyrachyo, right? And I feel like in a lot of ways he has not met those expectations because his playstyle is just so different from Dyrachyo's, and Gaimin Gladiators have had a difficult time adjusting to this one. They already have a different support now. Celery's out. They brought in Malady, who is like a good friend of Watson, and this is to cater to his playstyle, right? Like, all right, we're going to bring in my friend. He's going to make me play the heroes I want to play, but unfortunately, it's not working out. So what I want to see from this team is really you have to play around this guy. He's been rank 1 leaderboard for like years, right? He's incredibly talented individually, but something is just not clicking with this team. Like, they have to change up the pace, the speed that they want to play to really match him.
Just gonna throw it out there. I think he needs to be slightly more active in this current meta. We've seen other teams as well picking some non-traditional carries. Falcons definitely. So you see these earlier twin gate rotations and such, some early TP rotations when people are playing Phantom Assassin. This is what I want to see. This guy takes a lot of farm, but I also want to see him use the farm. And also Ace. I think this guy has, you know, he had some great performances back in the days. Now the meta, I would say, doesn't suit him as much, so he needed to learn some of the new heroes as well. He's been playing Pango, his Abaddon, playing Magnus as well. I think the Jibe is the one who banged out Underlord, which is a traditional carry, like traditional hero for Ace, and we might be seeing some of that, maybe even Darkseer, because whenever I think about Ace, it's these tanky, beefy offlaners that are building into some auras, so definitely Darkseer, definitely Underlord comes to my mind.
I mean, to add to that, I think when I think of Ace as well, he's been very quiet on this new roster, and I think to me it's no surprise because every single time in the old roster when they were succeeding, Dyrachyo was coming through the gate and ganking his lane. He was just hyper aggressive. So I feel like a lot of Ace's performance going down is a lot because Dyrachyo is not ganking his lane a lot too. So I think that's also a valid thing. But this is a different patch. Going through the gate and ganking isn't really meta anymore, which I think highly favors Watson, right? Because now you can stack the camps and the ancients and you can farm them, and that's the type of player that Watson is right now. He likes to farm a lot. He likes to play these heroes that can flash farm.
So what do you think has overall been the issue with Gaimin Gladiators? I know you saw them at the previous tournament. Obviously, you were there for Dream League, and they didn't have a good time of it there. We heard Slacks in the interview. You know, he's saying you are in a bit of a rut right now. I mean, is it just as simple as they need to find the tempo for their carry?
It's essentially, from what I've seen this team play, is that they don't really have an identity right now.
Okay.
Like, I think a lot of players, and I think this happens a lot when you are a team that's very successful, you're used to playing a certain way. But I feel like the Watson Malady hasn't really meshed with, like, the Quinn, Tofu, and Ace, right? Because I think they want to play really fast, where we have Malady who's playing these Warlocks and stuff. Sure, meta has changed quite a bit, but this is a team that just doesn't know exactly how they should play the game, and they're not on the same page.
Yeah, and you can see that from the finishes here, it's been kind of, you know, not great, not what you would associate with Gaimin Gladiators, Dom.
Oh, definitely not. I mean, they got second place at Blast Slam, but that format is also quite different. I think in a longer, if you played a longer tournament, because basically you get seeded, like if you're winning, you get to play like 2 more games, suddenly you're in the grand finals, which is a bit of an odd one. Interesting though, but doesn't really show the picture how good Gaimin Gladiators are. If you look at the other results that they did have, not really where they, I think most of them want them to be. Like this team, one of the best teams of 2023-2024 season. But I also got to say something about what Fear mentioned about carries not being too active, not going through the twin gates. Because when I was checking the neutral camp stacked the player who stands out the most, you know who it is?
Go on.
It's not a position 4. It's not a position 5. It's your position 1. It's actually Skeeter.
Oh, okay.
Because he wants to be playing these like Tidehunters, these Dawnbreakers, these Slaughters, heroes that can like relatively easy farm some of these camps that are close to him, farm the Ancients. So we're seeing a change in meta and how some other teams are approaching. Because if I look at the others who are stacking, these are mostly position 4s and 5s.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, you know, we've talked about Falcons obviously as well, and kind of the way that they're approaching the meta. You know, it is just essentially farm heavy, and take the game long, and that's working for them right now. I don't know if they're maybe the best example this patch, but they're right up there.
I think this is definitely a good patch for Gaimin Gladiators in theory, right? I think if you just look at all the players and what they do, we can take Xtreme Gaming, who seems to have a formula that works well for them. I think Gaming can apply the same concept to them, right? And whereas you can just like, okay, we have a hard carry. We have one of the best hard carries in the world, and Watson, he's good at farming. He likes playing the heroes. Now we just need to adapt to that. Quinn, he's always been really good at playing these space-making mids. Back to the Quincy crew days, right? That's like was his bread and butter. He would just destroy the map by making rotations. But patches have evolved a lot where Sniper was really the meta. Carries had to be really aggressive at like TI and stuff. It's really dialed back a lot. And I think if Gaimin really lean into that, they could be good here. And I think Ace is the one that might have to make the most adjustment here and start to like play these Mars type heroes and just like be that initiator, not necessarily the hero that has to take the game over with these brood mothers and stuff.
Yeah, and we've talked about it from day one, you know, the evolution of the offlane and kind of how that's changing. You know, it's been quite dull in recent times, you know, with just get the aura items, don't die. That used to be the MO for an offlaner.
It's basically another carry role from the offlane. Some teams don't treat it that way, but I think the most successful teams are treating the offlane as having a secondary carry from it. I keep going back to Falcons because they've been very successful. Amar, you're never going to see this guy playing like anything sacrificial. He's going to be playing for himself. And
the
I think that's
offlane game this tournament was wild.
Yeah, you got to itemize for yourself. Like Bristleback, you're going to be seeing him getting the seeing red facet instead of the green one. And that's what I want to see Ace kind of do for himself as well. Because when I think about the Ace, if we go 6 months, a year back, he was always the guy staying on top of the network. He was basically the real carry of the team.
Yeah, just for everyone at home, in case you're wondering why the draft hasn't started, we've got a slight
Casters haven't started it?
Yeah, and the casters haven't pressed the button, guys. I don't know why Owen does this, but he has the big red button on his desk that says start game, and sometimes he's a bit of a space.
He unplugged it.
Yeah, so we are having a headset issue for one of the players, so we are getting that resolved, and that does mean we get a bit more time to talk and kind of set the table. But yeah, look, I think as well, just in terms of, like you say, where the meta is heading to, it is interesting that the people that are moving into the offlane are coming from positions that would ordinarily be a hindrance, but the offlane are changing the players, the heroes rather, from other roles where they've already played those heroes.
Yeah, we've seen that quite a lot. A good example is Toronto Tokyo, who kind of was playing mid heroes from the offlane. It's been working out for them, so we might see that as well. But yeah, offlane, I think very contested role right now in terms of how many people want to play it, because it feels like a really fun role. I mean, we've had some really nice patches for the offlane.
Sure.
You had this hard plus blade mail meta. You had pipe that's not as fun, but people understand that you are getting quite a lot of farm priority, especially in the triangle early on. So people want to play it. People love to kill creeps.
I agree. People love killing. I love killing creeps too.
You do.
It's a lot of fun. Yeah,
an essential component of the game. Let's also talk about like Gaimin Gladiators as well. Obviously, there's a couple of players that we definitely should highlight. You know, we got to talk about Quinn. Obviously, a phenomenally talented individual that the community. They don't give him as much love as I love the guy. I'm very much a Quinn stan. Like, I'll go to the wall for him. Yeah, he's someone who I just love watching him play. I think he's so impactful.
He is, and he might actually have more impact now with the bottle changes, because he is the lane dominator. He's that type of a guy that is going to destroy the matchup, and he's going to be the one controlling the game. Whenever I think of him, his heroes, you know, these active, his Ember Spirits, his Monkey King as well, something that can move across the map and gank the side lanes relatively early on, because this is the guy that mechanically is one of the more skilled mid laners.
I mean, I definitely agree. I think his mid lane performances are always stable, to say the least. He never really loses a lane, but when it comes to situations where he wins lanes, he doesn't normally just like take it out on the mid lane. He'll spread it across the map. He'll win lanes for his entire team, right? And I think that's going to be very important, especially if he gets the right heroes. I said this is a good patch for him. He needs to make this happen. And I'm very curious on what AVULUS is going to do about this, because this is a team that is always just sitting in the middle of the pack typically. Oftentimes doesn't qualify, or they get eliminated a little bit early. They need to have more like these standout performances, and they oftentimes do pick heroes that are a bit strange or they're stubborn with. Like they love picking the Darkseer in the last patch. Wasn't so good, right? But this patch, it is a good Darkseer game, so maybe
they knew the change was coming.
No, they don't. They're just stubborn, and they just want to play what they want to play, right? It just hasn't been working out for them. So it comes to one or two things. They need to wait for the right patch, and then they'll be good all of a sudden, but then they'll get patched out and be bad again. So I want to see them just play what's good in the meta and kind of adapt. And I think that's the one thing this team has been missing.
Yeah, it's weird as well, because as you said, a lot of the picks that we've highlighted as being, you know, GG kind of heroes, they're getting banned out right now. You know, it's just not viable. You're not going to get them, so you need to kind of draft around that. And if you're going to pick then something that is similar but not as good, you're not going to do as well here. Just back to the Quinn point in mid. I mean, we saw on the earlier graphic, he's picking up, you know, pretty much traditional picks, and these are the ones that are being allowed to get through, essentially. We are seeing Queen of Pain, we are seeing Ember, we are seeing Lesh make it through.
Storm Spirit, these type of heroes. I just want to see if there's going to be some IO coming out from Malady, because I'm down. I want to see IO Lesh. I want to see maybe IO Marcy that's going to come out from Watson, like you're playing with Marcy early on, then you start to pair up this IO with Leshrac through the mid game. Could be very interesting. A player that we didn't talk too much about is Tofu. He was, I would say, also the shining star of the team when they were winning, but right now he haven't really seen much. I'm not trying to flame or anything, but it also comes down to the team not having the greatest performances, but he's also been kind of silent, I would say.
I would say, if we're gonna look at Tofu in particular, this player is very selfless. He's like the reverse Gen Q, right? Like he's not going to play for himself almost ever, and at least when gaming was popular. And let's go back in the meta a little bit, when Hoodwink was a hero that would buy Gleipnir all the time, right? And just kind of scale for the right click. He was going like mech and glimmer capes and not really opting ever to do the damage. So I don't think his playstyle has ever been, I'm going to like be a star of the show. It's more of been, I'm going to be a true support to the team. We're going to hit our timings and we're going to make things work, which yet again, I think is good for this patch. I think it's going to be very beneficial.
I mean, not everyone is Jin Q, and not everyone's going to have the license in a roster to kind of play as greedy as he does. So yeah, being a bit more sacrificial, you know, if they can find heroes that make it work, he could definitely be one to watch out for.
Yeah, his hero pool did look relatively small from what we've seen, playing only 2 heroes, but if you look at what he's been up to in the last couple of days, his most played hero, the Clown. I can't remember.
Clown?
The Clown, yeah. Well,
Ringmaster.
Ringmaster, there it is. This hero doesn't have, like, when Dream League started, people, when we had patch during the mid-tournament, people started to play it a little bit, but then figured out that the hero is not the strongest. But seems like he still believes in the hero, even though the win rate's not the greatest, sitting at 33% win rate for him, but played 6 games, so they might bang it out. Maybe they see something to it.
All right, well, we're going to see, but first, before we do that, we have to change a PC, so we are going to go to a quick content piece where Slack sat down with Malady, and hopefully after that, we'll be straight into the game.
Hello, everyone. It is time for Dota Letters once more with Gaimin Gladiators, Malady. Hello. How are you doing?
Hello, I'm doing great.
Very, very good. We have a game to play here today. You're going to hear some hints for a Dota hero or a Dota item. Now, you have to decide what that is. If you don't know, you can use a hint. The point is to do as many as humanly possible. We need your hint word, though. I hear you're from Kazakhstan. What is the word for hint or help in Kazakhstani?
Kumik.
Kumik?
No, it's kumik.
Kumik.
You don't know how to pronounce. Oh, well, kumik. Kumik.
Kumik?
Yeah.
Great. Well, good luck saying that. All right, we're going to, whenever you need a hint, say that. Kumik, right? Okay.
You almost got it.
Thank you so much. Let us begin. All right, number 1 here.
Hint.
You're supposed to say kumik. All right, a knight who embraces death, turns wounds into strength. Allies find solace in his presence. Okay, this is probably the hardest one. So you could use a lot of hints. Another hint.
Abaddon.
Oh, there we go. Okay, we're off to a good start. Well done. A spell-shutting monk who drains magic. A nightmare for any mage.
Mage, anti-mage.
There we go. Okay, we're cooking. A simple headband that amplifies all attributes, gaining clarity and focus to those who
Circlet.
Wow. Okay, we're cooking. I'm a master of the
Beastmaster.
Okay. Fearless warrior.
Mars. Oh, no, not Mars.
Uh-huh.
My enemies.
3 letters.
Blues. Hint. Axe.
There we go. Fantastic. An axe made of a reflective material that confuses and makes disarray. 2 words.
Can I skip?
No skipping. You can use
What?
one of your 7 hints.
Hint then.
Hint, he says. 2 hints.
Manta style.
There we go. Brimming with stubbornness. I dare
Enchantress.
enemies. What?
Enchantress?
No, but is that even the correct amount of letters? You did that math very quickly. Those who attack me from behind will...
Bristleback.
There we go. 1 minute left. A holy
Mars.
warrior. You say Mars for all of them, but
I just
that's
see 4 letters.
Okay, well, you could use a hint. This is a
Chen.
Chen. Yes, correct. Bought from a merchant in the woods, a radiant crown imbued with lunar energy. Lunar energy. You have 5 hints.
Tiara of Sulemina.
Oh, you don't need any of them. Yes, that's correct. All right. The power of life or death, my spells mend the wounded and curse the wicked. Is a hero.
Another hint, please.
Yes.
Hint.
Yes.
Dazzle.
Dazzle. Well done. Stone.
Battle Fury. Oh, no, never mind.
Go.
I just saw the Fury.
What do you got? Stone and Fury. Use your hints.
Hint. Another.
Yep.
Another. Fast.
Another.
Earth Spirit.
Yeah, that's right. That is extremely well done. I think one of the highest, if not the highest one for this specific batch. Barely made it with a 0-0. How'd you know so much?
I don't know. I just tried to translate and tried to use my logic to figure out what's the item or what's the hero.
Your logic is very strong.
Yeah,
You're very high with the...
Even though I don't understand much of those words.
What do you mean you don't? Did you just count the squares, or how'd you figure it out then?
I just trying to translate the words that I know and trying to figure out how much letters do I need.
Okay. Well, very efficient, very well done. I have to say, incredible job. Thank you so much for your time, and we'll see such incredible intuition with Gaimin Gladiators games coming up at PGL Wallachia.
We will indeed see if Malady can apply that logic moving forward. But the good news is the draft is underway. We're going to get straight into it here. So far, guys, I'm looking over. What have you made of it? It's kind of standard stuff so far.
I have a question real quick, though, before we begin.
Sure.
How does he use that logic to translate Quinn?
I don't know. I don't think you can.
Maybe that's the problem.
Yeah, maybe that's it right there.
Quinn says a lot of words that are hard to understand.
Yeah, no, I get it. Yeah, for a non-native speaker, absolutely.
Yeah, we did mention that
Quinnese. You need to be fluent in it.
That Enigma might have to be removed in the first phase, considering that AVULUS did play it. It's Jibe is one of the most played heroes, and this is the hero that Eki loves to play. He loves playing Batrider, and I also was checking some of the stats. Eki was the guy that in the last Wallachia also had the highest amounts of pings, and he does have it again. This guy, he just loves to randomly ping on the map. I can't even believe you looked
up that stat. I remember last time you did this.
It is important. This guy's hyperactive. He loves to just check everything that's going on the map. It's a good sign, though.
He's engaged.
Yeah. And one guy that we don't give enough credit is AVULUS' coach, Mag. This guy legit has the same IQ as Einstein. It is true. It is like written on Wikipedia, and
it's on Wikipedia. Yeah, he could have written it on Wikipedia, dude.
It is true. It has been confirmed by Valve. It has been used as official stat during one of the TIs.
Wow. Okay. Has he invented anything?
Maybe some hero combinations, but
is he in the right profession?
Yeah.
I don't know what other things he's been inventing in life.
If I had Einstein's IQ, I'd like you wouldn't Ever heard of my name? Well, not for esports anyway. I mean, I would have like, made something cool. I don't know. Just put it out there. Like, drafting's good, I guess.
Yeah, it's good. The man loves the game. He's the old school Dota 1 player. Back to the draft. Back to you, Clinton.
Oh yeah, I was just looking at who has the most deaths at this tournament, and Eki's only number 2. I thought he'd be number 1.
I was going to say Dom's joke writer, but okay.
It's interesting because like I did watch the games that they won, right? And he was playing Tiny. He was dying a lot in those games. One of the games he was 1-17 on Tiny, and he won, by the way. 17 deaths and he won. So not really super relevant to this right now. I just remember that clip and I'm just like, this is a guy who's not afraid. I guess it kind of is relevant because he's the guy that's not afraid to get in there, even if he's going to die, because he's still going to get the kill, right? And Batrider is one of those heroes that can potentially do that.
It has been meta for quite some time that position 4 heroes have the most amount of deaths with the Nyx Assassin, Ricky, Bounty being popular. You go in, you set things up for your own team, then you kind of die. And now the counter initiation is going to come. We were praising Silencer in the previous series, how good he looked. We wanted to see him in some other games as well, but we get to see it here.
It's a throwback, honestly.
I would say that this combination between 2 heroes is relatively easy to use. Blink Lasso into Global Silence if necessary, if you're not dragging it further away, which does give you easy entry to the fight.
Yeah, this used to be incredibly popular back in my day, you know, like we would pick this all the time. Obviously, different meta a little bit, the concept exactly the same. You initiate with Batrider, well, oftentimes you pick a hero that can break that initiation from Batrider, but if you hit global at the same time, then all of a sudden whoever you lasso back is just a free kill. You do have to commit 2 ults for it, which is a little bit expensive, but if you get the right hero, like a Terrorblade or something, it could be very beneficial. And it like kind of ruins heroes, like if you're thinking about an Oracle or these Venges to kind of like break the combo, not going to work anymore.
No. It's pretty standard.
Yeah, good pick. Abba, he doesn't care too much about like Batrider because he can dispel everything.
What the Silencer's for, though, right?
Silencer is, yeah, sure. But overall, I think like eventually, if we're talking about some like mid-game fights, I think this Abba is going to be having Manta style. So removing one of the silences, you can also remove global silence on somebody else with the shield. Great against Lasso, of course. But yeah, now you have Terrorblade who builds into Manta style. So you have that one covered with the first global silence. Then you also are playing against the Batrider. So itemization-wise, it's going to be, I would say, relatively easy to itemize for Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, it's interesting they just slammed down that Abaddon right away, because we looked at like some of the more popular carries of the patch, right? Terrorblade was definitely up there. We saw Ame pick it up earlier as well, but I assumed they would maybe want to flex that with the TB potentially being an offlaner.
Yes.
Because this is something that we do see oftentimes. But I think when you pick in Abaddon here, it's kind of just saying like, well, we got our Abaddon offlane, we've got our TB carry. I don't think Abaddon or TB particularly want to play support. I know Abaddon can, but I think with the new nurse, I think he's much worse than this B patch. So yeah, all right, they're going to pick Ursa anyway. This is one of the better heroes against the Abaddon in the lane. Shield does nothing to the Fury swipes. You cannot remove that, so that helps a lot. And then you were talking about Silencer Dawnbreaker earlier.
I think I said it X amount of times, even during the previous tournament. Just feels very difficult to fight into because you have double global presence. And this looks like a relatively good Ursa game. And I really like that Smiling Knight is the guy who's not afraid to pick it in this meta. When we talk about Smiling Knight, he is more of a traditional carry player. He's going to be playing Terrorblades, Morphling, Naga Sirens and such. But yeah, Ursa is definitely one of his stronger heroes.
I'm wondering what the angle here is for Gaimin Gladiators, because this is the best pick of the game, right? So I think you're looking at a Quinn hero. Like when you're on first pick, we call this the 18 pick. This has more value than any other pick in Dota. So like getting the best possible hero here, covered by 2 bands, is very nice to see. So I don't want to see them use it on a support, because I can't really think of a support that's really that high value right now. So what does Quinn want to play here?
I mean, all the heroes he's played so far at the tournament, I think, is still available. Just looking.
Yeah,
I mean, Silencer is good versus his hero pool in general.
Yes, so he's going to have to take an L in one regard. I was thinking maybe Queen of Pain, maybe Ember Spirit. Like both of these heroes, they don't like to play into Global Silence. But in terms of lockdown, there really isn't that much lockdown. Like Batrider, pre-Blink Dagger isn't that great unless you're initiating with the Global Silence. That's pretty much going to be the only thing that can stop you.
All right, so we need to look at the Stormer hero pool then on what he's been using. And he had a Viper in there, you did mention that, which does destroy Ember in the lane. He doesn't strike me as a Huskar player. They already banned out the Monkey King, that definitely makes sense. But maybe before getting too ahead on that one, we also do get to think about what Gaimin is going to pick for their most likely position 4. Unless they're really cooking with some like support Abaddon, but I doubt it. I truly do doubt that. So Tofu's played Shaker and Mirana. So
he might need to show a new hero if they ban Earthshaker here. Also, in terms of lockdown for Ursa, there isn't really that many things. Like
Yules, it's like
pretty much.
Item. So maybe a hero that buys Yules. There's always like Dark Willow and stuff like that, what are pretty annoying for Ursa. Can't really hit him. Yule's buyer, lots of control. That is an option. I don't know. Who likes it?
They might be picking the clown. Ursa goes, and I do prefer Dark Willow's suggestion. I think it would give them a lot more control.
Coddle, cool. Okay, so this is totally a Tofu hero. I can see it. Very supportive. It is going to be a hero that can just like keep the shields up forever, I suppose, if they want to do that in the laning stage. Maybe we'll see some stacking shenanigans, but it's definitely down his alley of like wanting to play this type of healing or a buying type of hero. So cool. Ember, Coddle, we're seeing a lot of old classics come back. We got Bat Silencer and Ember Coddle. And I guess maybe Dawn Silencers becoming a new household favorite.
And you also have Terrorblade with Keeper of the Light. This is the combo. Like, I know that he doesn't play with meta as much, but still, it is important to have meta in a lot of these fights. And it's not your ultimate, even though it sounds like it is, so you can still lower the cooldown on it. And look at the shield stacking. Like, all these, like, first of all, Ember Spirit, he builds into Mage Slayer, so it makes him super tanky. Then you have Abaddon on top of that with a couple of heals, shields. Keeper of the Light heal got buffed as well, so now it's 70% at each level.
Other things you can pick up in the game.
Yes, all the items that you can buy.
Still very curious on what Stormer's response will be. So it'll be the Slaughter. He has played this before. I mean, I guess overall, if you're looking at this game, you're got a pretty good Terrorblade game in your hands, right? Slaughter doesn't do much. Ursa is whatever. Silencer doesn't do anything either. So good game for Watson overall, but the Slaughter is supposed to shut down the Ember in the lane. That's his objective here.
But I've seen this lane, it can go, like, with one rotation, it can change how this matchup works. So it's bad for Ember, but I also think that overall Quinn is a better laner than Stormer, so he's going to be doing some shenanigans, and he has Keeper of the Light to stack, he has Keeper of the Light to play with him, lower his cooldown, which is something that Ember Spirit does like to have. And a little surprised that they did go with the Slaughter plus Ursa. These are all physical damage dealing cores, and you're going to be playing into Terrorblade and also Slaughter into Abaddon, so a lot of things that can be dispelled, which I don't really like. So you have two cores who are physical against heavy armor. Sure, you're lowering some of that armor, but not sure if I like it too much.
What have you made of the drafts overall, Clinton?
I mean, this is exactly how I want Gaimin to play, right? This is all around Watson. He's the hard carry. You've got this Coddle heal, you got this Abaddon sitting behind him. Quinn is running across the map on this Spirit hero. He's got a Coddle to enable him there. He's got a strong position 5 in his lane. This is, if Gaimin's gonna win, it's gonna win off the back of drafts like this.
Yeah, I hope you're right. I mean, I always love that kind of, I like the meta where it's you have a hard carry and everyone else is trying to augment him and, protect that. I think that's just a good time, a good thing to watch. Oh, we've got the guys up on the LED. You've introduced yourself like the Kool-Aid guys. Owen, why didn't you press the button to start the game?
I don't know. Yeah, I'm holding it right off. You can't see it here, but there is a big fat red button ready to go, and I'm not going to press it yet because you know we've got to have some words right about what we think about this draft. Fog, what do you make of this?
Yeah,
I'm just glad we're getting to see the more supports and things being opened up. Right, silencers now being very popular.
Coddle,
we've got the coddle, of course. You knew I was getting there. The recall facet's insane. I think there's so much potential you can do with it, and this is a lineup where all 3 cores thrive from getting cooldown reduction or getting that extra mobility. So yeah, I'm liking this last big coddle.
All right,
I'm pressing the button.
Press the button.
Nice pressed. Here we go. Thank you very much, Richard. Yeah, time to get in the second series of the day. And Fog, yeah, it's going to be a fun one to see. We don't see a lot of Coddle.
No.
But it should be good, right? And I feel like if we do see some good performances, it could be something that kind of bleeds into other teams' drafts, right? If this Coddle can prove itself to have these strong combos like it did in the past.
It's literally gotten buffs across the board.
Yeah.
It did get one of the big changes around level 20 where you can't have like the permanent spirit form, but that's usually like the core kind of thing anyway. So I think there is so much potential to this hero, just being able to move things around the map. The heal is a lot, so I'm going to be eyes on Tofu to see how much he can do and able to enable his cores. On the side of AVULUS, though, they do have a lot of aggression coming in.
They do a lot of aggression.
They want to be playing very aggressive, but I do like what Lacoste said at the end there.
Yes.
It is 3 physical cores. Completely physical, pretty much. Dawn maybe a little bit different, right? A little hybrid kind of in a way, but the other 2, I mean, Ghost Scepters are going to be phenomenal. Any type of armor is going to be really good this game, and they always have this Dispel that's going to be coming out from the Abaddon from Ace versus the Corrosive Haze and the potential Batrider. So, gonna have to get some very good global combos out with the Blink Lassos and the follow-up, so let's see who executes better.
The battle begins.
Coming in for the bouncies.
Eki.
They can look to try and run him down a bit here. As Eki.
He actually gets himself away. Nice crush there from Stormstormer.
We'll see how this lane goes. So this one is a lane that you're picking the Slardar to try and bully the Ember.
Yep. Absolutely.
So it should be a win for Stormstormer in the matchup.
Yeah, versus most of these melees, it tends to be. And yeah, I think we've seen now the mobility, of course, with all the water that you have, how much you can do on this Slardar. And he's played it before in this tournament already, so looking forward to see how that's going to go. The one thing about Gaming's draft also is they are pretty lockdown lacking, right, in particular. Could see some Yules maybe picked up, something along those lines to at least control these physical damage cores. But yeah, they have like no stuns. They have the root, the chains, of course, and that's literally it. It's not even ultimates. And sorry, I mean the Jakiro, of course, but that's literally it.
Sure, you got 3 heroes that aren't going to be able to do a whole lot when it comes to setting up.
The Ice Path is a fantastic one, because especially if you see the Dawn ult coming in, you can just place it down on top, but yeah, very limited control for these heroes.
And how is this lane for the Dawn down bottom against the Terrorblade?
Jakiro, I think, has been dominating almost every lane that I've seen, but I think versus the TB in a nutshell, the Dawn can be pretty okay, but I think the Jakiro does just, yeah, skew it quite a lot. As soon as that level 2 gets hit, that's the worry, really, for the bottom side of AVULUS this lane. See if they're ready for it. Watson has hit 2. Malady's about to hit 2 as well. He does have to be careful of that spot.
And overall, do you think it's going to be possible for AVULUS to find the chance to make those aggressive plays when there is this Abaddon? You know, how much is Ace going to sort of throw a spanner in the works as this hero?
It'll be problematic for sure, unless they get the global coverage kind of perfectly, right? Because then
Sure.
it can prevent some of those saves. But yeah, it could be pretty problematic. Every time they don't have that global, it is going to be very annoying if Ace turns up to these fights. And so far, I mean, Quinn, he's doing excellent in this mid-match.
Yes, good
He
stuff.
actually has the deny advantage over Stormstormer at the moment.
I mean, you've got to imagine, right, that's going to change, like, kind of now for this level 3 period onwards, right?
That's what you would imagine, right?
Or you would have already said that you would have expected the first few levels to not be easy for the Ember against the Slardar.
Usually it's like level 2, the Slardar can start to play around the, the double bashes and setting up with the stuns. But yeah, Quinn has done very good in these first 4 waves. Not really missing too many CS at all.
So far on the side lanes, pretty even across the board.
It's tough for them to get. You're just giving so many stick charges down here to Watson and Malady, so you do have to be careful. When level 3 gets hit, that's the aggressive moment for AVULUS. When Jibe's got the level 2 hammer, they can look for something here. Stormstormer. Yeah, he continues to just get the upper hand out of all this. Let's get bashed up. But he's trading pretty effectively.
Yeah, he really is. I think this is, as you say, just not going as well as Stormstormer would have planned for.
Quinn is low now, though, so stepping up to the wave, dangerous. Smiling Knight.
He's getting kind of blocked off here.
He's in trouble. He's got the healing Lotus. Is it enough?
He's dead.
Not.
First blood for Tofu here up on the top lane.
It's a very strong lane with the two of them. Just constantly shielding, constantly refreshing the shield. They have full mana.
Bottom lane.
Infinite mana bottom.
Like he's going to be fine. Jibbe, can he finish off Watson? He can't. Watson's perfectly fine. Malady can just fight back against the two of them.
That was level 3 timing. Looks like AVULUS did try to go for that kill onto Watson, but got turned on from Malady. They have to be careful how far they go in onto it there. And yeah, so far, all 3 lanes looking pretty solid.
Mid.
The side of game in mid. Quinn.
He's still good. He's got the chains. Bottom. They actually do end up getting that kill on Eki. Steps back up. I mean, they're trying to... They're out of regen, right? Jibbe's just got the 1 charges. He can't step up.
I was about to say, they're no longer healthy. And this is, Jakiro, the power of this hero, why it's getting first picked even in some situations. You're just seeing it pretty much in every single one of the drafts, either picked or banned. Just so strong in this laning phase. And in the mid game, and in the later stages, just does always seem very useful. Jibbe does have a salve that gets brought to him, so we'll be able to get that sustain back up. Doesn't get it canceled.
And can they sort of fix this bottom lane with just the 2 of them, or is it going to take someone else coming down?
I think it might take a third hero to rotate down to go for Watson at this point. And usually when you're playing Rich TV, you want to be able to pressure him at least a little bit inside of this laning phase. So far, they slowed down his CS a tiny bit, but not really too much at all. But Tsuneko can't really make a move through the gate. It's not really one of the better ganking. Even though, actually, I say it's not really one of the better ganking heroes. We've been seeing more silencer rotations, but he doesn't want to leave Smiling Knight.
No. Yeah, Smiling Knight needs the help to be able to continue to get as much as he's getting out of the lane, which is a good amount so far.
Yep.
You know, it's not bad farm whatsoever for Smiling Knight. He's able to trade farm very nicely here with Ace, both of them getting a lot out of this lane.
One other thing also, I kind of forgot about this a little bit, but Blinding Light actually is going to be very effective, as we were saying, versus triple physical cores, right? Just the miss rate that it applies can be very useful too. So I mean, yeah, Tofu definitely has a lot of different potential that he can do.
In mid.
Chakra to refresh the slight. AVULUS set up with 3.
He's trying to contest this area here. 6-minute power runes coming up.
Malady's starting to make his way down toward bottom.
Quinn. Good blinding light. And
kill the rune.
Yeah, Tofu has to go for the deny.
And he gets his refresh too, so he has another slight up. He's going to constantly get that refreshed up from the chakra.
Eki might be in trouble here. Yeah, he gets caught. Not able to quite match the power that Gaimin Gladiators were able to bring there with the 3 of their own around this mid. Kills continue to roll in for Gaimin, and AVULUS not getting any action. They're still getting good farm, of course, for both the top lane and the mid, but yeah, definitely the fact that mid Stormstormer was not able to shut down Quinn. Quinn, he's had a perfectly fine opening to this game on the Ember.
And Jibbe he truly is struggling a ton down bottom now at this point. When he gets left alone by Eki for a second, now Eki comes back and may just die immediately.
Jibbe's going to come in. He's going to try and get in on this Jibbe.
But he may have just given his life too.
I think he has. This bottom lane,
it's a disaster.
It couldn't really be going much worse now.
Yeah, a true disaster from AVULUS, as it's also around the 7-minute mark. Oh, and Malady is going for the Shrine of Wisdom.
He's going to get it. Nobody's TPing over.
Smiling Knight looks like he should be able to take this one away, so they will at the least get the 1-for-1 exchange.
That's something.
But yeah, big blunder bottom. Jibbe feels like he might have enough damage to go for Watson there, but actually just gets baited in.
Yeah, I should have just ran.
Should have just ran. Yeah, CS is struggling. There's a Sunder up too, so they put Jibbe low. They might go for him again.
Oh no. Well, I guess it could get worse down there.
It could get worse, and it
did. It really did. He's dead again, Jibbe.
Right, Watson just was kind of just posturing that he was going to go for the Sunder. Jibbe just not.
It was an easy Sunder play for him,
he literally just walked up and clicked it. And he was standing under the tower the whole time.
It gets the killing, gets a good amount of HP back as well.
Yeah, one of the better starts I think we've seen from Gaimin in some time.
It's pretty clean.
They've secured Watson's lane completely, and now they can look to play around Quinn, which was used to be their formula of success. Quinn, he's got the chains.
So they just with as much as Quinn got from this matchup mid, it's, you know, in other sort of situations, say he was able to kind of play those first few waves in a way where the Ember doesn't get anything. Maybe he's getting these opportunities to kill the Ember.
Perhaps.
But yeah, Quinn had a good start, so not possible for Stormstormer to find those solo kill opportunities in that mid matchup.
No, and Quinn is definitely going to be more enabled, right? The Chakra in particular. It's level 3 now, finished up. Ace.
Well, he's fine.
Swipes are stacking up.
Snako is coming in as well, but Shield's there in a second. He'll put the borrowed time.
His boots, he's got a buddy too. He'll remove the last word. And it's heavy TPs coming in. Ember as well. Quinn wants to get involved.
Stormstormer is around. Slight chains. Running Light to push him back as well. Snako will get taken out. Stormstormer moves in on towards Ace. Ace, he should die for this one, but the neutrals get him! Okay, I mean, they'll at least get the Kotl right.
The slight change, Silent Knight has to respect it. He will get the enrage off.
But yeah, they don't even get the core kill. At the same time, bottom is Jibe!
Jibe, level 4!
Oh, blood grenade off the mark.
Oh, Ice Path too.
He's gonna make them work for it.
Watson's faster than him. He's speedy. And here comes Quinn. He's cutting him off. Jibe going down the Wandering Whirl, trying to outrun them.
Well, there we go.
Look at the speed bonus. Look at it go.
He's zooming.
Well, he will definitely make them work for it, but he is getting nothing out of this.
Maybe get denied to neutrals.
Let's see if he can.
Let's have a look.
Watson really wants
the plan. He's going to try.
Oh my god, can you? If he did get that deny, that would be pretty awesome, because he did waste a lot of time from Watson. But Watson gets the kill. Jibe, level 4. This is devastating. It's almost 10 minutes.
They need that Solar Guardian online.
They need more than just that. They need, him to have some farm too, like any type of farm. He's got phase and 2 gauntlets.
And he's level 4. His bat support is level 6.
Yeah. He's definitely Grim Malady. Setting up for the amp damage. Quinn trying to go for Stormstormer here. Got the Ice Path to follow.
Got a lot of damage. And Stormstormer, he's looking pretty dead.
Got another slight chain too. Tofu's there for the Chakra.
Ooh, this one's getting pretty rough pretty quick.
Absolutely. And Quinn getting enabled beautifully. That starter matchup did not go as they wanted, and that bottom lane, as you said, total disaster, really. I mean, Eki, he's going to play for the greed, so he's just going to try to rush this Blink Dagger now at this point, because he's kind of been promoted to the offlaner in a way, right? Since he's level 6 and the Dawn is so low level. But that does mean that there's going to be some limited playmaking on the side of AVULUS in these next few moments.
So who makes the move?
It's got to just be Stormstormer, because Jibe is totally shut down, but Stormstormer again getting set up on.
With the chains, he needs TP backup coming in. But is it even going to be enough to get him out of there? Snako turns up, but he's already gone.
The playmaker that they need is struggling.
Yeah, both of them right. Both Stormstormer and Jibe not having a good time now.
And Snako too, just getting poked from Quinn. The lack of lockdown is very apparent for this Ember Spirit now, even though they have the Slardar. He's just going in under the base even. Not going to commit for the kill, but forces reactions. 4K lead off these first 11 minutes with the Terrorblade.
I mean, what do you do? I mean, you know, for Smiling Knight, is there sort of a world where it's like, well, there ain't no way I'm going to have the time to get a Battle Fury and farm this up. I got to buy something that gets me involved. Or is that just...
I don't think he can do that this game.
You can't do that as the US nowadays.
I think in this game, when you're playing versus TB, you can't go down these type of other routes. In most games, you can't anyway, but yeah.
You just sort of have to suck it up and accept the fact that you've got to go for this Battle Fury and hope that the team doesn't lose the game before you're able to carry it.
This is a fantastic start, as we said, for Gaimin Gladiators. They have been struggling in some games, but this is looking back to their powerhouse.
Yeah, they're absolutely right. This is kind of what you expect when it comes to the caliber and the experience of the history of these players. Yeah, Gaimin turning up today and looking on fire.
And when you start getting ahead with this type of lineup, this is why I was highlighting the Coddle quite a bit in the pre.
Yep.
You can just move around so much. You can recall heroes. You can get recalled to them. There's so many different potential things, and you keep them very healthy in terms of mana and HP, of course. So everyone on the side of gaming is always ready to fight. AVULUS has their ults now at the ready. So Solar Guardian's ready. Lasso is ready. Can they make a play? Seems still very difficult. Quinn will have the haste. He'll be able to get himself away. Eki also, by the way, he went treads, so not saving for Blink Dagger, which kind of interesting.
Yeah, I guess feels that I mean, maybe indeed still would look for him to try and go for that blink rush.
I feel like,
but it's good. It's probably saying because there's the Abaddon, right? He feels he doesn't want to go all in on that blink timing.
But when you're playing with silencer, that's the whole point.
That's true. You do have the silencer, right? Yeah, that is very true.
So the Treads purchase.
And they're struggling. You know, this is the warm-up game of the series, maybe.
Yeah. It's not just one person struggling either. It's literally everybody at this point on their draft. 12-1, 7K lead. Gaimin making it look easy here so far. Ace, he's got the talisman.
Eki. Did use the lasso. Doesn't get anything with it. Does live.
They're set up to potentially steal.
I mean, Quinn might dive in for him.
He actually might. Go for the slight. Can't catch it. But this Wisdom, this Shrine, I don't know if you can contest it. You still don't even have... Maybe that's why he went Treads. They don't even have Global online, right? So maybe it's because of that.
How close are they? He's nearly there.
He's nearly there.
He might go and try and steal theirs, Snako.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. But there is time for Gaimin to TP back. So we'll see if Gaimin sort of has the foresight to get someone out over here and do something about this. But it looks like they won't. So Snako should be able to get his 6 online.
Yep, nice sneaky little play. So he's got 6, but they don't have a way to initiate and start these fights just yet. And Stormstormer has struggled so much from the rotations. He's 0-3. Tier 2 to fall already this early. It's 14 minutes and they got the Tier 2 bottom already.
Yeah.
Opens up the Ancients to Watson. He just consistently gets refreshed from the chakras, so meta's gonna come back up, always able to spam the Conjure Image. Yeah, this seems like one of the best chakra games I think I've seen. Ember is always one of the best, but yeah, so is Terrorblade. As they're gonna continue looking for more kills in for AVULUS. And they just need time to try to farm, but it's not being given to them.
I can't remember, so have we seen Kotl at all on like the other streams?
I think we saw 1 or 2 of them. I can check for you in a second. It's Nico. He's gone.
But yeah, it's looking pretty good. Looking pretty good from Tofu. Shibate. Yep. I mean,
only one other pick, by the way.
We're just seeing those cute plays right there, right? Tofu, he brings himself over to the Terrorblade, and then he brings Quinn over to him. And it's just, how do you deal with these sort of map movements?
It's once you start getting that advantage, Huddle, this is the... I actually think this is pretty crazy how much you can do with it. It's surprising it's taken people this long to have tried it, but
he's just got a one win,
and now it looks, it's probably going to get
it looks so good. Yeah, well, if you're a team right now and you don't have someone playing Kotl, it's like, what are you doing? You got to get this hero onto your roster. It looks good. It looks really, really good.
Yeah, because the crazy part is, of course, the mobility from it, but it's also the fact that the recall applies a chakra to you and the target as well, and then you can chakra them again. So it's like a double cooldown reduction.
I mean, is this hero at least getting banned, or that's not really, right?
Let me. I see they got picked once, and it won. In terms of bans, that's it. Did not get banned either. So yeah.
They're starting. There you go. People have got to start getting this Kotl in their lineup.
Yeah, I like it quite a lot. That's why I was. I mean, I showed how excited I was when we on the draft in particular, but yeah, especially when you get an advantage, this is what the hero tends to do.
You just take over the map.
Yeah, and he's, speaking of taking over the map, he did get his shard now too, and he's actually surpassed 2 of the cores on the side of AVULUS because of that, which now makes the, you have 2 recalls, and your heal now does 100% instead of 70.
I mean, maybe that's just what it is. Maybe there's just not a lot of people that are confident with the play style of it right now. Because looking at sort of like the pro tracker games, it is a negative win rate. Most people are struggling with this. Best win rate is actually still in the mid lane for Kotl right now.
But watch this. He's gonna, because of his double recall now, he can bring the entire team top. So he ported himself up, and now he can recall.
Now he brings in Quinn.
So 5 heroes appeared on top of them instantly.
Oh, Snako. He's just there everywhere.
Yeah, they
how do you? It really is the ultimate snowball hero, especially on the map nowadays. That's as big as it is.
At the least,
everyone's everywhere.
They were able to sneak the Roche, right? They've got the Battle Fury, but that's literally the only thing that has gone well.
Yeah, and they're not going to turn up to fight with this Aegis, right? This is an Aegis just because they can, because they have an Ursa lineup, not because they're actually able to achieve anything with it. Right now.
And Ace, a very good game for the Radiance as well. I mean, they're 12,000 head, but a very good game for the Radiance. Your first typical physical cores. Radiance has its merit. Gossamer K picked up on Watson, and yeah, they're actually just going to start hitting the high ground here, constantly refreshing and getting more and more illusions from him.
Here we go, 18 minutes in. What are you going to do?
They don't have their glyph. They actually used it on that tier 2.
Oh.
So, this is a Rax. We have yet to see a Solar Guardian, right?
Did we even see a global?
No, I don't think so. Have not been given an opportunity to play the game. This Gaimin just walks in, takes the objectives. It's 18 minutes.
And this is one of the stompiest stomps we've had, right, this tournament. It's a fast one.
And Stormer, everybody's just appearing
they're all
around
just down here. They're all turning up.
Hello,
look at that, dude. This call, it's so good. This.
I was telling you in the green room, man. I was gassed for this hero. I wanted to see it more, and I'm.
We should charge for some sort of coaching tips to teams. They pay me money. I say, hey, pick Cottle. Learn how to play it. This looks great.
It is one of those heroes, though, like you mentioned, that can be a specialist hero at times.
Yeah, you got to know what you're doing, I guess, but I don't know. Click around the map, call people in, phone a friend. Job done.
Job done. Another tier 2 to fall. Every objective claimed, 18-1. Let's see, will they get their ults off? They've got the blink on Eki, they've got Solar Guardian.
I mean, yeah, you can't end the game.
They have to use their ults
at least once.
At least a global combo, let's see.
Just give it a shot. Storm's in. There's the global. They got him. Okay. Storm will die. They get Quinn as well. Okay. Can they get anything more? Macropire's down. AVULUS. They just got 2 massive kills. Can they get Ace?
Well.
Ace. He's going to have the Solar Guardian coming in on towards him. He's able to dodge it, though.
He's standing
can take the Aegis out of Smiling Knight. And he's going to opt for the TP out of here. Ace will get away. But hey, there we go. They pressed the ult.
They got it.
They got it.
2 kills. Big ones as well. And a 3rd.
And a bonus. All right, AVULUS. Bit of a punchback. Quite a bit of a punchback if you could just consider sort of the trajectory of the game up until that point. They kill Quinn. They kill Watson.
All of Gaimin just completely stacked up for it. They did. I don't think they actually expected them to even go for that play there. So finally they get another thing going for themselves. But besides getting that Aegis, they will be able to get that synergy of Lasso plus Global plus that Dawn ulti, which come out later on. But good catch nonetheless.
We'll see this again. As you say, grouped up pretty heavily. Storm able to find that angle to get in there and start. You know, what was the biggest punchback? Well, they actually, the Crush did only catch on the Terrorblade. But that was enough, right? They delete the Terrorblade. Quinn gets caught by the silence. And AVULUS show that they've still got a little bit of a fighting chance in this game.
A very, very small hope, but something at least to show that their draft, it does have a potential synergy.
Also Neko.
But back into the game, Gaimin. Back to looking to take over the map since they have all of their towers.
Well, they've got eyes on Smiling Knight. He's just going to get out with the TP. Anything to stop it? No.
Actually, they're both out.
Yeah, they're able to avoid it.
So they're going to be able to buy time for their ults to come back up for the base defense again. This time, though, Gaimin probably going to be a little more anticipating the move. I believe they have a Lotus Orb now finished up on Tofu.
They're going to go for the smoke.
Let's see if they can get it again. It has to be exactly the way they did it before. It has to be a full commit onto one hero.
Yeah, and if it's Quinn or Watson, that's the dream catches.
Let's see.
Let's go wrap around for the Stormer. They're going to jump on Quinn. So the Guardian, the Global Silence, they're going to drop everything down onto the Ember there, so they've got him. They've done it again here, AVULUS. Now let's take out the Chihiro. Now Gaimin Gladiators, I mean, Watson's considering trying to fight this. 3 versus 5.
They did expend pretty much everything on the side of AVULUS there.
Storm's back in.
Ace.
Looking towards Ace. Do have to still respect the Terrorblade's damage output.
Perfectly done again. Quinn had Manta, but they got, I think, the stun from the Slaughter into the Bash, plus the Lasso. They got the full control onto him there. Soon maybe a BKB coming out from the Ursa, too. So.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, right? Smiling like he's keeping up in farm now. He's getting up there towards the top. This is big moves from AVULUS and big sort of uh-ohs from Gaimin Gladiators. They had a dream start to this game.
They're still in a very comfortable position, but they now have to start giving a little more respect to the jumps that can potentially come out when all the ults are at the ready. Quinn. Can't get that set up there. Global on cooldown 50 seconds.
keep doing what he can to cut the waves.
Seneko.
Stormstormer. Some of the jumps, Seneco's going to be fine. Gets the space to head back to base.
They just have to keep buy time until they have those ultis every single time and make those type of jumps. That's their potential chance.
I mean, they're buying that time right. It's the ults, they're going to be back there pretty soon. 30 seconds until the global silence. So unlike the Gaimin Gladiators is going to do anything before that. So AVULUS, they should be set to try and go for a third time and look to make these plays happen. So far, so good. First time around, they got the 2 cores. Second time, they get Quinn. Let's see what they can get here on the third time.
Seneko has to be, he has to be alive for the global. The global is the most crucial part of all of the jump that comes out. So eyes on him for that. Ursa, BKB's done. So can stick on targets now also. They're going to smoke. They're going to look for the play once again here. Has to be on one of those 2 main targets, though. Either Quinn or Watson are the main priority ones.
Absolutely, yeah. That's what they're looking for every time. This time, Gaimin Gladiators seem a bit more prepared for it. They're smoked up themselves. Can AVULUS find the jump?
They're looking. Quinn.
Quinn. Oh, he gets the side finish on the globals there, and he's able to get away.
Ooh. That's the global used.
That's it.
Gaimin looking to strike back with that.
They certainly are now. There's no global. Eki gets caught by the fire.
Without the global, you can't go for the jump anymore now. Badin's always going to be able to get the shield off to stop any of that combo. That's a rough one. 100 seconds that it's going to be down. And Gaming, they're going to run down the mid lane with that.
And can AVULUS form together defense without that global?
Feels very hard without the global.
Also stepping up pretty aggressively. This is going to be the tier 3 going down in the mid. Barracks as well going to fall pretty quickly here to push the Terror Blade.
Everyone full HP as well from the blasts. The recalls coming in to refresh him.
Yeah,
is going to be those racks.
They do indeed. They need everything.
They do.
To be able to try for this here. He's got the BKB ready to press.
Smiling Knight.
He's not able to press it. He gets caught in the ice path. Does he get a chance?
And now they can continue. The silence is back up. It's still no global 50. Ooh.
That was tough. It did, you know, it had to be kind of perfect, right, for them to turn this around. They did not have the room for a couple of mistakes. With how far ahead Gaimin Gladiators were ahead of them. Stormstorm's going to try and get him with the jump. Seneko goes down. He's got the buyback, Seneko. So he was able to do it. Still 30 seconds until the global. Stormstorm's going to get dove by Quinn. Chains onto the 2 of them. They're looking to clean this one up, Gaimin Gladiators. As Shibe falls, Eke's gone, and they don't have the buybacks.
That's game.
And it's game. There we go. Well, GG's called. They gave a little bit of fight towards the end of that, AVULUS.
Yeah, they shook them up a little bit.
They
with their
do,
combos.
a little bit.
Slight, very slight bit, though.
But all in all, it was very much a stomp here from Gaimin Gladiators. 26-6, 20k gold lead here, 25 minutes in.
And their lanes went way too well, right? Bottom lane in particular.
Super well.
They absolutely destroyed the Dawnbreaker. He was level 4, and I think he hits level 5 in 10 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. Quinn also did good in the matchup.
He did great in that matchup.
And yeah, they did pretty well top, so all 3 lanes going well, and then snowballing massively with that Coddle rotation, just pumping up the hours.
Yeah, they were just all over the place. All over the place. It was too much for AVULUS. A rough game 1, and an impressive one here from Gaimin Gladiators to start this series.
Yeah, cool pub stomp to watch there. Always nice. But your Gaimin Gladiators very much in control of that one. Just executed from start to finish. And, I mean, it's going to be tough to analyze, honestly, because it's kind of one of the most one-sided games that we've seen this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty easy to analyze, really, because it was so short and not much to analyze. But what I do want to talk about is I really like this play style for Gaimin Gladiators, right? Like, Quinn, he had so much support this game from, I guess, just his sports, but the itemization that they had in this game was great. Or not even the itemization, just being the Coddle with the recall facet was so nice to see. He was just taking Quinn everywhere, giving him mana, refreshing his cooldowns, and he was just all over the map. That just gave a free game for Watson to just completely farm the map. Of course, he did also have a free laning stage as well. I feel like this is just one of those games, if you are AVULUS, where you just lose too many lanes, it starts spiraling out of control. You have an idea how you want to play, but you just can't get there.
The only good thing that happened for AVULUS is the trade that they got, because Quinn and the crew, they did go for Tormentor, while Slaughter and Ursa did go for Roche. So that was at least something. That was kind of the whole highlight of this game from AVULUS' point of view. But yeah, they definitely need to work on the draft. I really didn't like this Slaughter overall last pick because you don't have mixed damage. You're basically all in on physical damage. We talked about having this Abaddon Shield that can remove Corrosive Haze, double Manta Style, actually triple Manta Style that did come off on all 3 cores. You also had Vlad's coming out on the Jakiro. They knew, like, even Lotus Orb on Tofu, so it was very easy to itemize against what you were been playing.
And just for context,
yeah,
the tech pause was longer than the game.
It definitely felt like it.
I mean, you were saying you wanted to see Tofu have more standout performances, right? And I feel like this Caudle was exactly what we're looking for, right? It's not your Jin Q, I'm going to carry the game. He's going to support one of his players to carry the game. And Caudle is absolutely perfect for him. Like, pretty much on our whole wish list we wanted for Gaimin Gladiators, they gave us everything we wanted. It was an immaculate game by them. And I think going forward, hopefully they can realize and recreate what they did here.
Yeah, as I said, just a super solid draft from start to finish, and AVULUS never really in the game. There were a couple of moments I know that we want to kind of highlight.
Yeah, because they overall last pick this Slardar to win the lane against Ember Spirit. Sure, you did at the first 4 or 5 minutes, but the way you play against this type of a thing is you rotate your support, so you can expect 2 supports from Gaimin to stick around from the 6-minute mark. They make a rotation, and they're going to be able to secure some extra gold for Quinn, and they're going to keep repeating and doing that. And this time around, it's going to be a kill on Slardar, because they want to give him even more advantage. This Slaughter got completely shut down, and this was overall your last pick, so definitely not how you want it to go. 2 supports did quite a heavy lifting in this game. Very easy setup, lowering the cooldown. You see the Searing Chains. They have more than enough lockdown to bring him down. And also, itemization-wise, Quinn, he's buying into all of these cheap items. He's buying into Orb of Corrosion. He is gonna get the Blightstone as well, lowering the extra armor, and then also playing with Keeper of the Light, so you have that mana sustain throughout the whole game. While Slardar, he's the one who's kind of struggling, and yeah, itemization-wise, you get that Mage Layer later on, you get Manta Style, while Slardar needs to get the Blink Dagger. He needs to be the initiator for the team, and if he jumps in, he's 100% dead, no matter what happens afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, this game was just a support difference, really. Like, if you're going into this next game, you know what the problem is. The problem is, of course, the lane wasn't great on the bot lane for them, but mid lane just kept getting collapsed on. You're bringing 2 supports every single time. You're killing this Slardar, and that's kind of how you win these matchups that are unfavorable. Like, you just bring a lot of heroes to Ember's lane. Like, Ember Jakiro was just an amazing combination. Like, not many heroes can really deal with that. So as long as you have the space to move on that position 5 to mid, it makes a big difference. But this was the one good thing that AVULUS did this game. I thought I'd give them a good shout out here. They buy triple Blink Dagger. They use the Global Silence. This is like how they envisioned their lineup. And when you do get that jump, you can make that burst right away. I think the moment you did get Manta on the Baden, and this is no longer a possibility, right? So it was a little bit cocky here for Gaimin to want to go high ground without having all the items available. They didn't even have an Aegis. Ursa had the Aegis, right? In this situation. So even though they are playing really well on Gaimin, there's still some decision making that isn't really crisp that I did want to point out a bit.
You did say that when we were watching the game. You said that it was like kind of one of the things that Gaimin Gladiators used to do so well is when they got into these unassailable positions, they did not let themselves be assailed. They just played it clean, clinical, and slow. And it looked like they did try to force it on 1 or 2 plays there a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, you have to realize that the global will come out, right? And Abaddon, unless he has Manta, can't get rid of it to save his TB. So, and Ursa already had the Aegis. So I'm hoping that they continue with this style, but still give the enemies the respect they need. And for AVULUS, it's back to the drawing board. Honestly, nothing worked for them.
Yes. Well, guys, the drawing board begins now. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll get back into the series. We'll see you soon.
Please welcome the true stars of tonight. The heroes of Dota, who have claimed the top prizes from 1xBet. Best carry, Phantom Lancer. Best support, Marcy. Best mid lane, Zeus. Fudge. Best Players Award, 1xBet customers. 1xBet, it's your pick.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
All right, welcome back. We just witnessed a stomp. Gaimin Gladiators were able to just batter AVULUS. But what I'm hoping, guys, is that, you know, they can just put that out of their mind. AVULUS can think about the draft in a different way and actually make this a competitive series.
Yeah, I think we're all hoping for that because nobody wants to see a stomp like that. Hopefully they can get a game off Gaimin Gladiators as well because it's very difficult to go into these, get stomped 2-0, and you go into the next game. If it happens again, that does a number to your mentality.
Absolutely.
Yeah, most definitely. I want to see some draft changes. I think it's always easy to say, yeah, this one's on the draft, and they didn't really draft, blame it on the coach.
Who are you doing an impression of there?
I don't know. It's just my other voice.
Someone,
yeah.
It was Jenkins, was it?
I could hear it.
Does it sound like Jenkins? Do you guys think this sounds like Jenkins?
Can't decide.
A little bit, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, three of us, we have very nasal voices. Shrapnel. It's difficult. You're getting stomped like this. But the idea that you had didn't work out. You come with an idea into the series. You're practicing some of the drafts. This is not the one. I'm gonna go back to itemization, where you, with each item that you get, it feels like you're becoming so much more stronger. Ursa, he's really not good at dealing with Radiance on Abaddon. Everybody's building into Manta style against Slardar, so it gets pretty difficult to play the game. and you're also playing it from behind. I think Jibe also had a pretty terrible game. I
still want to get to the bottom of the Revenant's Brooch kind of popularity as well. We're kind of doing our own theory crafting around it. And
haven't seen it in this one.
Yeah, we didn't see it this one, so
game wasn't long enough. Otherwise, Ursa probably would have got it.
That's what I mean. Yeah, it was a kind of a strange one. But yeah, I mean, look, I think AVULUS definitely got the players to obviously make this a competitive series. It didn't really look like it in that first game. But obviously, if they can just get a better draft, a stronger draft, I think this will be competitive.
Yeah, I mean, AVULUS is a very strange team. They're definitely if I were to describe a team that can beat anyone but also lose to anyone, AVULUS is definitely on that list.
It was the same last time we saw them, you know, and it was like...
It's been that way for a while.
Yeah, you had these standout performances from individuals on the roster, supremely talented, and you would be utterly convinced that, you know, they were going to have a deep run, and then something would go wrong in the series, and they would have these really, really flat games.
I mean, that's where they need Einstein to step in here.
That's what I think.
Yeah, this one didn't work out, so he's going to need to cook something different. He has a couple of notes. He has a full notebook, I guess, of the ideas that he's writing down, because this one didn't work out. I was also seeing that Jibe wanted to pick up Aghanim Scepter at the end of the game. What do you think about that one, Fear?
Sounds like it would be good eventually. I
haven't seen Aghanim Scepter at all after the recent changes. That's
I mean, it just changes so like it lasts longer, right? But you drop sooner.
Yeah, you drop sooner.
You don't get the evasion
immediately.
anymore.
No evasion, so that's the big thing that has been removed.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about it. I also have not experienced it very much myself. Oftentimes, when I do see a Dawnbreaker, they don't go for it, right? So it must not be super strong right now. But if you are in a position like he was in, where he was like level 5 at 10 minutes, right? Maybe you're thinking, I need to do whatever I can to support the team. The dreams of being like a semi-core are out the window here. So perhaps a little bit desperation. But maybe that item has a little bit of hidden potential, but we'll have to see it first.
Yeah, I'm asking because I've never seen it. And it also, after reading the changes, it does feel a lot more underwhelming to what it was before. Let's see what they're going to be preparing for.
Seems like a good Aghanim's blessing to get, you know? That's like
for free?
Yeah, for free.
Can't really argue with that. Everything's good for free.
That's not true.
Yeah, it's actually not true.
Yeah, free ass beating that they just received wasn't really good for them.
No.
Very true.
Right, well, the draft is about to begin. You can see the players are locking in.
They need to, especially that man right there.
Yeah, absolutely.
I 100% did not agree with his itemization that game. He went treads first on Batrider, and I get it. If you're owning, maybe you can get away with that, right? But if you're playing from behind, I think they need that blink dagger ASAP. Yeah. They gotta have it. So
I agree with that one. I've seen him do it when he is playing from ahead. There was 1 or 2 games where he was the one getting the first blood and then upgrading, which I'm fine. You are putting in quite a lot more damage compared to the brown boots, having that extra bit of a stats, which is nice. But yeah, I do agree that you need a blink dagger, especially in a losing game like that, because your offlaner, he wants to be enabled in the game, and he wants to be able to be that secondary jump with the global presence, but it's not coming out because your blink dagger is delayed by 1,000 gold.
I wonder if the meta is set in stone right now for, you can just first pick Terrorblade and be like, that's my carry. It's fine. We've been here before. Yeah. Most people don't like it, but...
I mean, they drafted around it exceptionally well.
Yeah.
As well, so...
I mean, you kind of have to, right? Like,
yeah.
So they are just going to ban it. They're not even going to take the chance. So I guess we have kind of reached that territory where some of these carries can just be first picked. And there's always been, like, different flavors of different patches, right? We had like the Lena first picks, you know, PA first pick, whatever. But something about Terrorblade is a little bit off-putting if you can just pick it first and it's guaranteed a carry. So we'll have to see, because I haven't really seen the support or offlane Terrorblade very much in this patch.
No.
This leaves Tinker in the pool if they want to go with it. I think this hero looked super strong every single game that I watched. It gives you pretty much everything. It gives you the healing, gives you relatively good laning stage. It's not like Jakiro by any means, but it's more about the stacking. It's more about getting slightly greedier, getting that holy locket for yourself, and also this is the hero that scales so well into the mid and late game.
Yeah, I think you were on point. I think moving forward, if it's there, this will be the 5 pick. This is like pretty much everything you want, especially when you consider as well some of the other 5s that had high win rates that haven't been doing as well. You know, we've seen Jakiro have a bit of a drop off and what have you. So if Tink is available, yeah, definitely grab him.
Yeah, I like it. I wonder if this is an exclusive 5 though, because I wouldn't.
This could be a flex.
Oh, you wanted to see it mid.
No, I don't. I want to see Tofu play it, I think. I think if he's playing like these Tinker, Coddles, they're a very similar archetype of support hero that really fits what I think he does really well. And that is just get his team rolling, getting behind them with some support items. And we're going to just pick the PA right away. This is not like an answer to Tinker, in my opinion. Like, they have very little interactions.
I mean, they have some interactions later on when Phantom Assassin picks up a nullifier against Tinker, but maybe they wanted to have some extra bit of like instant damage, some burst damage, because Tinker's heal comes in throughout like 10-15ish seconds. He wants to get multiple rounds of spells. It's not an instant heal by any means, and maybe they also thought that they're not going to be able to get the hands on Phantom Assassin.
I think more than anything, this is like some next level block picking type of.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's also at this tournament, it's on like a 75% win rate. Probably
it is good,
more, so I think it's the best carry.
It is, but it hasn't been in a position yet where it's picked like this. Yeah, right. It's normally picked in a game where PA is generally quite good. This is just like, in my eyes, a completely just blind pick for PA here. So I'm only assuming that they ban Watson's, you know, Terrorblade here. What's the next hardest carry in the game? It's PA. We're going to take it. Yeah. Then maybe they're going to ban another Watson hero here. Then they're hoping potentially they have the scale. But like, I don't know if that's where you should be thinking right now. You just got destroyed in like 10 minutes. Maybe the late game isn't where you should start. Maybe you should start in the early game a little bit.
Okay.
But it is an idea. This hero is not bad in lane, so we'll see.
So they're sticking with their silencer, which is fine. I don't mind it. They'll remove the Ember Spirit, so that's going to break the combo with potential Keeper of the Light coming out. Only banned one other carry. They're just like, okay, Terrorblade, we don't want to play against this hero. The hero is super strong right now, but I feel like there are answers to Phantom Assassin. In the previous patch, if we go back like a month ago, Phantom Assassin was kind of a no-brainer first pick, and I would definitely agree with it. Right now, it feels like the hero can be answered. And also, the hero got nerfed, like 75%, 25, 50, 75% chance on Methodical Facet, so you have less damage. Still, you're pumping out some insane amount of damage, but that was way too OP.
I mean, the only difference is you have to play like a carry now. You have to build real carry items. You come online a lot slower. I still think PA is probably going to out-carry any one-on-one matchup for the most part. However, you can lose in the early game now.
Yeah, it was sad watching PAs running around with support items. Not a great time.
Those were the days.
Yeah, those were the days. All right. Glimmergate PA. Yay.
They're going to go for the Badanian. They're doing something similar as last game. Like, in my eyes, this Tinker's the Coddle, right? They got the Baden again. They need heroes to play fast so I can complement these two heroes in particular. You got tons of heal and sustain already, but you don't have very good catch. So the Ember being banned is a good ban. Needed to get out of the pool for sure. The Silencer does... I think Silencer's a little weak against Ember in particular compared to other spirits like Storm, right? Where Storm can't really buy an item like Manta style very comfortably. You have to commit with your hero Storm, or Ember can just sight chain from afar. So
yeah, he also doesn't care about your damage that is coming from the Arcane Curse because you have the shield. They definitely need some lockdown on side of Gaimin Gladiators. It's probably going to come from mid lane because this ABBA can be played from two different roles. I haven't really been seeing Watson playing this Abaddon as a carry. He likes more traditional carries, right?
He's more of like a Yatoro Satanic type player. They don't want to play these Abaddons and Tidehunter carries, right? They want to be the ultimate scale in the game. So you do see it. It can be a flex. I'm not saying they won't ever do it. It may be a mistake to flex it though, because I don't think that is Watson's playstyle. So the way I see this, they got Pos 5. And that's their offlane too. It's pretty strong. Abaddon plus Morta. And I think one of the big reasons why Morta is one of the few ranged position 4s that are actually working right now is I feel like Gleipnir purchasers are pretty strong right now on POS 4, and she's one of the best with it.
Yeah. I think the Morta Abaddon was in the top 3 offlane duos so far in this tournament, I think.
I was thinking if they're going to go with some kind of a dispel mechanic, because you're playing against Abaddon and you're playing against Tinker. It is a good game for Shadow Demon. You're also going to be paired up with the Beastmaster, so there's going to be a lot of stacking going on. So there's a good synergy between them, and also just locking down the target, not caring too much. Because with Shadow Demon, Beastmaster, Phantom Assassin, you have roach taking potential. You can easily take the team fights as well. So already liking the changes that they've done so far on AVULUS.
I wonder what's more important here, Quinn's hero or Watson? Because the one they value more, I was thinking like a Pango or something might be pretty strong, but they're going to go with Tiny, which it's open.
Yeah, it is open, so keeping the flex. They don't have overall last pick, but maybe they could sneak in something that could still go to the mid lane and the safe lane, which is not that easy to find. But I do like Tiny. I could just because of the item that he's buying into Revenant's Brooch, which is always going to be nice on him. He's buying into SNY. I think this game is definitely going to be the game for SNY. You're playing into Shadow Demon, so you want to have that status resistance against the Silence and the Beastmaster, and also Silver Edge against Phantom Assassin.
There's a part of me that really thinks this is going to be mid, though, because we do want him to play a hero that can do stuff on the map, kind of like the Ember, right? But I think the options we talked about, like the Storm, you don't want to play that for Silencer in any situation. I did mention a Pango could be good, but it's the same line. Like, these heroes that just kind of get in there and they press their buttons and either they kill the hero, which Tiny does immediately, or you can be like a Pango and you don't really care about the spells that are coming out too much. So, yeah, I guess if 2 mid laners get banned here, maybe you think about this Tiny going mid for sure, because I don't know what other options there will be.
If Tiny is going to be played from the mid, then 2 supports are... maybe I would like that slightly more, because carry Tinys, they don't build into Blink Dagger, at least not until very late. Sometimes they're completely skipping them, but I want to see these 2 supports getting jumped, because if they're going to be sitting in the back lines, having completely free cast, it could cause a lot of issues.
I mean, I think the biggest difference between the carry Tiny and the mid Tiny is
the facet as well.
The skills you level to, right?
That's also true.
You're going to level your tree grab, or you get the nukes on the mid one, so you kill those supports right away. And that's just very nice to do when your mid laner can pick off supports easily. We saw in the last game with some rotations to the lane, could do a lot. They banned Sniper as well. But I'm also thinking about, like, what carries can they pick? I mean, I'm thinking Troll. I don't want to be thinking Troll, but I am.
No.
It is good versus Beast and PA if you're looking for, like, the better scale.
If you're looking for... I think Morphling for Watson could be good. You have a bunch of armor. There's not too... You build into Manta style. You don't have to care too much about... because in terms of explosive damage, there really isn't much except for Phantom Assassin. Damage from Silencer and Shadow Demon isn't really there. Beastmaster also needs a little bit more time to build his damage, so could be a good pickup for them.
All right, so it'll be carry Tiny. And we're going to throw the puck in the mid lane, and this is a... You can buy Yules at least. That is an item that does help you. Like mentioned, the Storm. You don't want to buy Yules. You don't want to buy BKB. Those are just nothing you really want to buy versus Global. But Puck has a little something, something.
Are we thinking about some green Dragonite here?
I am, yeah.
Because they don't have enough lockdown right now.
Maybe a little bit of Huskar. Action could be good too.
Let's see if Stormstormer has been playing some Huskar.
He loves Slardar, though. We saw that last game. And he's going to die on that hill right there. He just wants to play Slardar. Yet again, I mean, Tiny typically is pretty decent for Slardar. It
fulfills what you were talking about with the lockdown, no?
Yeah, it gives them something. It gives them that almost instant stun with the Blink Dagger. It gives them extra bit of a minus armor. Phantom Assassin plus Slardar, you're never going to be lacking damage. Gives you roach taking potential. Gives you a Tormentor, of course. But yeah, they have a much, much better draft than what they did have in game number 1. But also do not underestimate this Tinker. I think Tinker has... Stonks have been going through the roof. And slightly, I would say... I would give this 55-45. I think that they adjust some of the issues they did have in game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, they addressed some of them. I do agree with that one. I'm just not sold on the starter mid yet. I feel like you just can't farm on this hero since the bash no longer does extra damage, and you need to scale on these cores. And I'm a little worried about that one. So we'll have to see. I think the support duo is also something we have to be a little worried about. We saw last game, the supports making rotations to mid lane. Silencer, Shadow Demon.
Not the best.
Not the best, right? So
rotate.
That's the only thing that they didn't really fix. So they have to fix that with gameplay, because I don't think they were there on time in the last game. So really just want to focus on making sure that Stormer has a good game.
I want to see how the matchup. Yeah, I want to see how the matchup is gonna work, because he has pretty high armor. He has good amount of regen on Slaughter playing against Buck. Should be able to win that one, but again, it's gonna come down to 2 supports rotations. Quinn, we saw it in game number 1. They were ready to help him out already at 6 minutes, 8, 10 minutes every single time the power rune is coming up. They were ready to be there.
All right, well, let's hope it's not a repeat of game 1, but we are ready to get into the game with OD Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yes, let's see what goes down here in game 2. Yeah, just a bit more hopeful for AVULUS this time round, Fogged.
Yeah, as long as they don't get completely crushed in the lanes again, right? That's the first thing that we need to go off of, because that last game, it accelerated very quickly because mid lane didn't go the way that they expected to, and their off lane got completely destroyed. So step 1, do better in the lanes, and then let's see if they can thrive off of their lineup.
And maybe they can find a first blood here. We've got the setup.
Can they get to him in time to protect? They got a shield from Ace.
Looking pretty dead. Watson, he'll go down. First blood for Jibe. Now, can they get out of here?
Ace also getting beat down, but won't die. Eki.
Oh, so we're going to try and change, but the crush is back up.
Dead shot.
Is there in a second, but he misses it. Doesn't get the angle. The shield won't save him. Tofu's dead as well.
It's a bloodbath.
A 2 for 2. I'll see AVULUS, they did get the first blood out of it. And Jibe, he's going to be kept very low, but he'll make his way back to lane. Same for Eki, so they'll start off very low on the HP.
And this does change a little bit things of these matchups and stuff in the laning phase. This top lane now for AVULUS, they have like 100 HP on a Shadow Demon, 200 or 300 on the Beastmaster. Ace also now sitting at 300 HP. See if that has an effect in the first few waves.
I did get that first blood though, Jibe.
They did.
So good money for him. He'll treat himself to a salve. He's got 500 gold in the bank already.
That was a wild exchange. Over chasing there onto Ace. Stormer gets himself killed. Let's get triple assist.
Let's see how this one goes. Last time around, Stormer not able to really punish Quinn's Ember in the lane. This time, it's should be an easier one for Quinn. Even though he already had a very good one against the Ember against the Slardar. So we'll see what comes out of this. I mean, can you bully the puck at all as this Slardar, or unlikely?
On melee heroes, you do have decent times in a lot of situations versus the puck, and you have this crazy sustain that you get built in from your, your whatever it's called, Seaborn Sentinel. I always keep forgetting what the name of the Senate is, but I feel like Stormer can do pretty good, but Quinn, he's getting a lot of harassment onto him, just like he did before on the Ember Spirit as well.
And this is the
constant poking. Yeah, that high physical damage. There's a bash that could come out, and Quinn will be okay.
Definitely chance for some slip-ups in this mid. Now, one of these two could go down in the 1v1.
Definitely. There's like a dodge on the stun that comes out. But overall, yeah, it's looking better for Stormer in this first few waves. Last time, Quinn had every single CS by now. But he's playing for the harassment instead for now, but Bottle, it's already coming out for Stormer because of that whole situation that happened level 1. Yeah, Stormer looking to have a better time, at least in this lane.
And then so on this top lane, you said you want to see Jibe do a bit better. Had a tough time last game. Is this sort of the setup for him to do good against the tiny Tinker, or?
I don't know how you go. I don't know how you actually do. This is another one of these support heroes that I feel like might just be kind of broken in a way. Tinker just seems to be absolutely insane. So I'm not sure if they can actually ever really get aggressive up here onto him. Later in the game, they have the Shadow Demon, which is one of the better answers, just because you can always get that constant dispel if any of the saves come out, but yeah, in laning phase, it's just very hard to fight under March of Machines. Tofu? Quite a bit of a beating.
Yeah, some great harassment here from Seneko.
Smite Knight's in!
He's going for it, he gets it. Takes quite a few tower hits, though. As Ace will try and chase him down.
Ace.
Oh, same time. Eki's going to get caught there by Watson. But this bottom lane, Smiling Knight gets away with the dive. Gets the kill, gets out, he lives.
That was a really cool jump. Keeping them very low. Seneko using his entire mana pool to just harass them out with the Glaives of Wisdom. But ensuring these last hits here in the first start here for Smiling Knight. Mid, continue to see Starstormer thrive. So yeah, much better time for him. But Watson, not feeling pressure. He's farming up here with the backup of this Tinker.
Top lane. Still able to interrupt with the pulls. And Watson not losing out on too much.
They do at least get that side pull off, so it gets the lane in a better position there. Will they be able to take some of the creeps? I believe the March got almost all of them there. And they secure the last hit on the big creep with an avalanche as well. So Watson, yeah, 21 last hits. Having a bit of a freer time than Smiling Knight, but Smiling Knight has gotten those kills. Quinn just stands his ground and continues poking Stormstormer.
Stormstormer, as you say, making a good job out of this one. And doing better against the puck than he was against the Amber.
Much better so far. One run, a few minutes. Melody, 4 poisons. Won't even attempt for the 5th one. Neki gets a good connection. He's got a salve too to heal up, so they can continue attempting to apply some pressure here. Watson might go for Jibbe. He's got 20 stick if he wants to go for this move.
AVULUS have got to bear that in mind.
Neki.
Disruption used aggressively. And they're trying to find Malady. It's a lot of poison stacks. Malady, he's going to live though.
The robots, the repair bots are too much. Axes, they connect, but not quite enough damage there again. Attempting to go for these plays, but getting baited again.
And amongst this all, yeah, Watson's perfectly fine. Jibbe steps up. What?
He's going for the axes on Malady, but he does not respect that there's a tiny in his
there's
face.
a tiny there. You can't walk past the tiny. He's not going to let you do that.
That looked very reminiscent of how he died on the Dawnbreaker earlier when he tried to help Eki earlier.
And it was going right up until then.
It was, and now they just give up massive kills. Trying to get aggressive with the Shadow Demon disruption, and then...
Oh dear.
That gives Watson a lot now at this point. He's top of the net worth by a significant margin after those kills. 800 ahead of his counterparts. Can't make those type of mistakes.
They want the setup in the mid, but Quinn is not going to give it to him.
Is Quinn going to get any help himself over here? Doesn't look like the supports are actually healthy enough at the moment to do so. Tofu just not being able to trade effectively versus Seneko.
Seneko's just going to get it. Might die.
He does. Ace. He's got another stick and shield. I can't look away from here. Smiling Knight's going to come in again.
He's going to go for the attempt now. Smiling Knight. Who's going to win this? It's close. It's Ace. I mean, honestly, I can't blame Smiling Knight for that. I would have been tempted as well. I think a lot of carries would. It looked, you know, shield have been used. He's got nothing else to pop. You run the numbers in your head. You know it's close. You try for it. You don't win it.
No, when you're playing versus the Curse of Avernus and the Withering Mist from the Innate, it does add up these little things of just reducing any healing or attack speed slow. It matters when you have that many creeps on you. Giving up some big kills, AVULUS.
Yeah, I mean, both of those deaths, I guess, are unnecessary, right? Jibby didn't need to die top, and Smiling Knight did not need to die there. They both chose to make those moves.
Yeah, unforced errors, really. Seneko playing in the mid lane. He's got the last word. He's going for Quinn. He's got the curse on him. Quinn looking like he's pretty dead.
Might get something in return. Watson's coming with the TP.
Robots.
Stormstormer gets out.
Good pick up there. Nice little rotation there from Seneko, but here comes Tofu to strike back. Stormstormer, can he chase the Muerta?
Oh, he's going to certainly try. Trying to play around the silence, his Tofu. And
off the mark.
It's going to miss.
He might have time to connect with Ace.
Backup's here. Stormstormer's not going to get anything there for his time spent chasing down Tofu.
If he hits the stun, it's a kill. Just whiffs it.
Jibbe should be fine.
Tried to go for the toss back. Gets a hawk. China Wisdoms will go 1-for-1 exchange in normal ways. Not anyone stealing anything. Bottom, Ace playing very aggressively forward and double TPs from the supports.
Doesn't have 6 yet. He's
got a shield up again.
He's trying to tank as much as he can before he gets it out. And now pop it.
Help. Seneko now potentially in trouble.
And with the good shot on the dead shot, Seneko dragged back into the calling. He's gone. Eki will also die. And Ace
is alive.
He's going to be fine.
What a bait. Right, they're forcing a lot of mistakes out of AVULUS here with these little bait plays that we're seeing. Ace able to survive just enough. Gets the phase boot off, and now he's got 6, so he's got the ult at the ready in case anything does happen again. 10-5. A closer start. Stormstormer having a much better time in the laning phase. Same thing for Jibe, but definitely hemorrhaging a couple kills that perhaps they shouldn't have. And Jibe, he has shown he's going to go down the Aghanim build this game. We've seen a couple different... I think we saw one of the Overlords. I think it was Saberlight who did it in a very, very nice game for it. This one looks like he wants to maybe have a little more scale potential, I guess, but see if it works out. Quinn.
Eki. He's not going to be able to get the disruption.
Nice try. Setting up on top again here, Watson, looking for the flank wraparound.
He might get it. No, Jibe's aware.
Almost Echo Saber finished on Watson, so hitting some good timings.
TP's coming in down towards the bottom.
Eki looking for a catch. They want to try to get Ace, but he still has the ulti at the ready.
Coming in with a Stormstormer wraparound.
They're going to go for this here.
As you said, it is on this level 6 Abaddon. Now the backup comes in, they're calling the dead shot, and the coil fall up onto the 2 of them. That's Eki gone.
Interesting attempt there. Maybe just wanting to force the reaction, but ending up losing a hero, almost potentially 2. Stormstormer will get himself out of there. But they have to have known that he's just going to get the ult off.
Yeah, it's rough. They have, what, 4 of the heroes there to try and make that play onto the Abaddon. Does not succeed. Still questioning if they can maybe find a way to go on Ace. Meanwhile in the mid.
Too hard with these two.
Get the crush into the bash. Not long enough lockdown to stop him from jaunting away there.
And doing better overall in terms of lanes, but we're seeing the support difference in particular, right? The gold that they're able to get so far in gaming on the 2 supports is pretty crazy, and that's something that I've seen these Tinkers do so much. They actually become a core very quickly. We actually saw what Whitemon was, I think, top net worth on a 5-position Tinker, if I'm not mistaken, yesterday. It was like top 2 or top 3 net worth. Crazy impact that this hero can have, so it's top 3 net worth. Thank you very much, production. So yeah, even though you do see, Puck is struggling, Quinn is having a little bit of a slower start there. The supports on the side of gaming are having that gap. And very impactful supports this game in particular.
Eyes on the bottom lane again. Tofu and Malady here to back up Ace. And I don't think we're going to see AVULUS try and go for a play on towards the Abaddon right now. They know how rough that went last time. Eki gets caught solo top.
By him, completely by himself.
Yeah, Watson just able to get in there with a combo.
Guess he's just trying to soak XP, but yeah, just gets flanked on. Watson now going to go through the portal to join his team bottom.
Stormstormer's TP down.
Up.
He's going to get him with the crush.
This is a bold run into.
Yeah. What? I don't know what was going on there. That was rough.
Running into repair bots and the calling. That's...
That's not how you want to start the rotation.
No.
He's dead.
He's 0 and 2 now. So, again, they picked the Slardar to do very good with rotations, but this hero is not one they really want to fall behind on because, I mean, like Clinton was saying, too, we mentioned it day 1, you don't really farm too much on this hero. It's all about rotations. Those not connecting. He is going to get surpassed by the 5 position now at this point. Seneko.
It's just going to get run down by him.
Sure is. One more hit. And he's dead.
I'll go towards the Radiance Fund here for Ace.
Taking control of the game once again.
They are. We've got to sort of see AVULUS do some sort of move. I mean, but where does it come from? I mean, at the moment, right, it's just going to look towards Stormstormer getting that Blink Dagger finished.
It'll be Jibe's Aghanims. It'll be the next one, right?
Okay.
Because I think Stormstormer now at this point does have to be a little cautious.
They've got a chance for Quinn here.
They got it.
It's a nice one.
Top though, Jibe.
He's got the roar.
Ooh, they don't get the toss back. They tried for it. Should be able to get himself away.
And with that, that's pretty much the Aghanim secured.
That's a good kill. I mean, Stormstormer Gets that last hit onto Quinn. That can help him get that Blink Dagger that he does need to be able to keep that aggression going.
Definitely the ace factor here on the Abaddon is going to be quite the problem, right? Because he's had this great start. They want to try and do something bad. They're coming in with the smoke now. Maybe see if they can get the hit on him before he gets the borrowed time back up in 30 seconds. But Ace is already backing up.
He seems to know.
They're off the map. He knows to not push his luck any further down that lane.
Yeah, he can just be patient for 20 seconds. And again, yeah, he's doing the Radiance build. Similar kind of game. Not 100% physical, but very predominantly a physical lineup again from the PA plus the Slardar. So Radiance is going to be super value. Will, of course, give some illusion to the SD in some points in time, but that'll happen. Quinn? They were smoked up. They got a bit afraid there. They have a lot of stacks which have been scouted by AVULUS. Can they contest these stacks, though, is the question. If they do, they have to bring Jibe over, and at the moment, he's not the most healthy. Does have his Aghanims finished, though, so he's hit a pretty big timing. But they have to be able to... They have to have the synergy again, like last time, where they roar plus global, because otherwise that roar is going to get dispelled in most fights. It's going to get blocked out from the Abaddon if he's in the area. Stormstormer with the blink, looking to contest these stacks, but they're all gone.
Looking around the mid. Gaimin, they do have the ults at the ready if Quinn wants to try and set something up here.
So hard to push into this. As the march is down, and you almost immediately do not want to go for the push anymore.
Yeah, super hard to take objectives with the way that Gaimin Gladiators can set up the defense.
And Mali's just always going to be there, so. And running into this lineup, it is scary. You need to get, yeah, like you said, like the blink, they need to get some like really good blink initiations with the global, because otherwise you're running under the calling, you're running under the march in most situations, and that does not sound great.
I just feel like they've got to try. Go for those smoke plays with Stormstormer. I don't know if sort of sitting back and farming works. I mean, they do have the PA, right? So maybe there is a world in which they're feeling, as long as Smiling Knight's farming, they've got a chance. They're going to try for the jump top. Backup comes in, though. Watson's perfectly fine. A toss forward Ace is able to get in onto Stormstormer, but he's got the shield room ready. Eki holds back Ace with the disruption. They start to retreat, but the dead shot will force Eki back into the hands of Gaimin Gladiators. A nice little catch there from Tofu.
Coil connects onto two. They're chasing.
They are. They're going to move it on towards Jibe. The global silence has been used. They'll try and use the Raw to try and run. And in a second, they're going to have the toss. And they got the dead shot. They got the kill. Jibe goes down. Watson gets the double.
Gaimin starting, yeah, just cruising actually at this point now. They were already completely ahead, but now these last two fights, the synergy from AVULUS just not there. Gaming just very ready for every single one of the occasions that comes out.
And they really are taking all of these fights. And
they just bring 5. And as running into this draft is so scary. Running in and trying to turn into March and calling. It just doesn't seem that that's a potential for AVULUS to take any of those fights. Tormentor's up. They already have that ward that Snake had placed from earlier. Tofu actually predicts it. He's able to take that one out, and they're going to swing over to look for the Tormentor.
Yeah, not a chance for AVULUS to come over to the Tormentor at this point.
No. If Gaimin is set up for those fights, like, yeah, it does feel just way too difficult to farm into this constant damage that's being dropped down.
Now this is all, of course, whilst the Ace has got a lot of money that he's not spent saving up for that relic. So you take into account that soon this Radiance is going to come out, and then AVULUS trying to fight into this lineup with a Radiance Abaddon on top of it. It's going to be tough. They're going to try and sneak the Roshan.
This time they know, though. Believe they saw it with the ward. They saw them step outside for a second there.
They're not going to get away with this AVULUS.
Malady in the front lines.
Stormstormer's going to make the jump across, but the silence is there. Dreamcall as well on towards Stormstormer. He's just dead again, likely. The disruption will come out, but he's already so low he can't run. The waning rift finishes him off. Eki gets caught in the pit. It continues to get tougher and tougher here for AVULUS.
Pew Pew Lasers, top 2 net worth on his team, the Tinker. He even has the shard gifted to him for the Warp Flare, gets that root onto the Slardar. It's a full bait. They cannot go for that target. He is super tanky.
Yeah, I think Tinker's definitely one of those heroes right now in the patch in these games that has to be, you know, when it does get through, you feel it so much that you're like, we really should have banned the team. Like, this is going to be one of those heroes that regret sets in pretty early when you're playing against it. And you see how farmed he is.
The first game that we saw from it when we were casting, right, we saw Liquid doing it. Insania had that tremendous game as well, too. So, yeah, I think most of the games I've seen this hero just is literally like a top 2, top 3 net worth for their team. Is pick off after pick off after pick off.
It's getting a bit messy now. Maybe they can get a support kill out of this. Sophie's got the ult. And Quinn's coming in with the backup. Stormstormer's got to run. And he might not even get that chance. The Wenny Riff will pull him back. Ace is closing in. And Watson, he's in with the combo over the side. He's managed to find the bigger kill. He gets the toss back on the PA. The global silence will be used to try and get the cores out of there. They're having to drop the Roar as well on towards Ace. They do kill it.
Stormstormer gets out too.
They've killed Ace. And now they can maybe turn for more. They're going to try.
Oh, Jibe.
And he got tempted. They jump in as well. They really want to try and force more out of this, but it cost Stormstormer his life. It might have cost Jibe's as well.
Watson, a toss.
They're going to get him. Toss forward. Jibe, he falls. Malady on the killing spree. They tried to take some extra sort of scraps out of that fight, AVULUS, but it does not work for them. They lose all 3 of their cores.
And Watson gets the big cleanup. 8, 1, and 5 now on this tiny top of net worth by a significant margin.
Look at that.
And yeah, they get a pretty ideal start to that fight too on the side of Gaimin. Always seeming to be just faster to connect with all 5 heroes, but just, yeah, that much stronger in every single one of these team fights, and now with a massive gold lead as well to get all these next items. Watson now has the SNY finished up too.
We'll check this again. Like, there were moments of this where you could certainly see why AVULUS were like, we got to do something, let's try and fight back into this, see what we can get.
But again, I feel like every single one of the fights, I see Stormstormer jumping in to either a calling or repair bots, and it causes a lot of issues for him to go for any of these targets. This is a nice little move though, where they get the global plus they get the Roar to catch out Ace, and Stormstormer almost survives, but then he ends up getting cleaned up anyway at the end of it all.
Yeah, just up to the top there, the fact that the coil is available, they can lock down Smiling Knight, and then at that point, if you're AVULUS, you probably want to sort of cut your losses and run, but they wanted to try and get back in on this as Seneko. Very dead. 24-8 now, 19 minutes in. They've got their hands on the walls. Watson, actually, he's got his hands on them. Heki is gone as Watson now godlike on the Tiny.
Gaimin cruising through this one. Full Greaves now on the Tinker to deal with the global. Yeah, Silencer, a hero that really, it's like Disruptor kind of in a way where you absolutely hate getting ran at, and that's literally what's been happening now for the last 8 minutes or so. Another jump potentially, but they're just checking the tree line. Cliff gets forced. They've got the heal, and they actually glyph the wave too to keep it alive.
Yeah, I mean, they really want to go hard with this push. And 20 minutes in.
They're fully sustained. The robots are down.
I mean, how do you stop this push? As you say, robots plus the Greaves. Malady's got all the sustain here for the team. Stormstorm's going to try and make it up. They use the global.
Roar.
Onto the puck. They're trying to see if they can burst through Quinn. They can't. Quinn, he's going to get the phase shift off. He's fine. Eki dies to the tree. Quinn survives. Shibe's gone. It might be over, folks.
It might just be over. They threw everything onto him. They threw the SDO to try to purge the shields, and Quinn still is able to survive.
They couldn't get him. This Rex is gone.
They're just too far behind at this point for that type of commit play with this lineup.
Stormstormer.
That's the Rex. They can perhaps just continue to.
They're going to fight on.
Tinker is here. He's got Greaves. He can heal the allies up. So AVULUS, they have 20 seconds till Beastmaster, but they're not going to be able to get out of the base. They have to just try to defend.
I'm going to have to give it a shot soon. Very likely be their last one unless they can execute the play immaculately.
I mean, they don't have global, they don't have roar. You used everything in that last fight, and you weren't even able to bring down anybody. You still have the Aegis, they're still healthy. It's a second set, 20 minutes. Very similar to that last game that they got, what, 18-minute bottom racks. This one they got in.
Well, that's true. How quick was the first game? Let's see, what timing are we trying to beat? First game was 25:48. This one could be on track to be a little quicker.
Yep, could be very similar. They're just going to go, I mean, they're just going to end the game round, right? They're just going to go top, and they can look to push, take tier 2, and go high ground.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, even with the Aegis expiring, right, there's no reason for Gaimin Gladiators to hold back right now.
It just challenges AVULUS to say, good luck. You know, you have to fight us, and you can't leave your base.
We did obviously last game even though overall it was very much a stomp, AVULUS did manage to get a bit of a fight going towards the end, right? They were able to make one play where they sort of pushed back Gaimin Gladiators momentarily. Let's see if they can do that this time.
Harder this time versus the Tinker, right? Just the heal that comes out, the sustain that he's able to provide. It's a lot to pierce through. Jump forward.
Now we've got the BKB on Stormer.
Okay. Let's see if he can stick on targets. Poisons. Watson. Dodging the fifth one.
Storm's in.
Connection. Fifth poison connection.
They're going to try and burst through the Tiny. He's getting pretty low. They've got him. Kill for the Tiny. Now they turn towards Ace, but Ace has got the borrowed time. They're ready. He's trying to get over towards Quinn to help him out. Quinn's able to get the phase shift off. Now with the Dream Core from Quinn. He's caught both Jibbe and Smiling Knight. Jibbe should slowly go down here as Ace moves in with the burn of the Radiant. Storm's going to make another jump over to Quinn. Quinn's able to jump out with the orb. Stormer will sneak away just in time. Jibbe, he's going to get back in on this. And they know the borrowed time's on cooldown for Ace. Can they chase this? They really need to try and get as much as they can here, AVULUS. They're moving in, but Storm's still very, very low. They're all low now in AVULUS. They're backing off as Gaimin Gladiators move back towards them. Healed up here by the Greaves. They've got the catch on towards Jibbe. Jibbe, that's a dieback from him.
They could still, I'm actually impressed that they were able to full commit still onto that Tiny. They got the 5 poison to disseminate in all of it, but the longer the fight goes, you can start to see the stupid robots start to really add up. Comes in, heals his allies back up to full, and they're able to sustain, and that was the big jump.
Watson,
he's back.
We've got the sentry here, so we'll be able to hold him back. He can look to turn his attention towards the barracks. Look to clean up the mega creep. Storm's in. Immediately though gets caught with the silence. He's just straight up dead. The Avalanche catching on with the support. Zeki and Snako have to run. Smiling Knight's caught at the front. It's over. GG's called. As Gaimin Gladiators coming in hot today, another stomp from them. This time round, it's over a minute quicker than the game one stomp, Fog.
Yeah, and this one, I mean, Malady getting all the tips from his team, an absolute beastly performance from the Tinker, but overall, I think Fear said it at the end there of the panel. Stormstormer might die on that hill of the Slardar in the mid lane as it does not work out again in their favor. Gaimin knows exactly how to play versus it feels.
Yeah, even with a bit of a better start this time, Stormstormer, didn't matter, couldn't make those moves. They had all the answers, as you say, every time he was jumping in, it felt like he was jumping into just a whole lot of stuff on the ground. The Gaimin Gladiators had ready to counter it. Smooth stuff, and indeed that Tinker. A reason why we see it banned out so often, and Malady in particular definitely making a case for, especially if you're going against Gaimin Gladiators, where you probably want to take it out. Ends the game 5-0-16 on a very farm support Tinker. Gaimin Gladiators, the series, it's all theirs. It's a stomp today, 2-0 against AVULUS.
Thanks, Owen. Your summary was longer than the game, mate. What's going on? We're trying to get out of it. No, I'm just kidding. Love you. Right, anyway, yeah, it was a bit of a stomp again, a minute quicker, which is incredible to think about when we talked about how one-sided the first game was. I love it when the commentators in the desk work in synergy because they pointed out, Clint, you were right. Stop dying on the hill of the Slardar. That didn't exactly work out.
Almost as if we saw it happen the game before.
Indeed, history was indeed
But if this was best of 5, do you think they would try to force it one more time?
Yeah, they'd definitely win the series reverse sweep with the Slardar mid first pick.
Yeah, and obviously as well, I mean, just, you know, Malady, like, just incredible performance.
Absolutely.
There's a reason. Is insane.
I mean, if you thought the mid Tinker was toxic back in the days, this new position 5 Tinker is kind of doing the same thing in terms of stacking. At one point of the game, he was the second most farm hero on the map, which is pretty insane to think about.
Yeah, well, he had a higher net value than the mid.
Yeah, after he picked up that shard from Tormentor. But yeah, great performance, great draft from Gaimin Gladiators. AVULUS, again, like some of the stuff that they tried to do at the early stages of the game weren't really working out, and just a difficult game, like just a difficult series for them. I think they need to go back to drawing board and rethink how they think about Dota in this patch.
Sure, and I think as well, it's just worth talking about. We had the interview with Quinn where we were talking about how Gaimin Gladiators are in a rut. Now, sure, obviously you might be able to argue, okay, they were the better team, blah, blah, blah. But, you know, look, when you looked at their finishes, these were teams that have been achieving roughly similar finishes of late. Gaimin Gladiators looked so much better today.
Oh yeah, definitely. I think maybe getting slapped around by Spirit when you are a team like Gaimin can definitely give you a lot of like tape to look at and get butter very quickly. So I do think this team is going to continuously get better. I think Quinn said it as well. He thinks this meta might be pretty good for them. I tend to agree with that statement. It looks like quite a good meta for them. For AVULUS, though, not so much. I mean, I think Lacoste said it best. They need to go back to the drawing board and think about how this patch is going to play out for them, because I didn't really follow the logic in what they were doing too much in their drafting. Sure, maybe it's just comfort picks. That I get that part, but comfort picks have to succeed in some way.
Well, you also made an excellent point when we were kind of talking about it before we went live, and that is that a lot of the picks in the draft, they were just kind of like blind picking. They weren't reacting to what was happening. They were like, we're going to take this hero, and then, okay, well, we can pick around that, says Gaimin Gladiators. And then like, okay, well, we'll just pick this hero. And they really left themselves open to kind of get countered, and to, you know, it was just a bit of a strange one, I think.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to point out Malady one more time. He's the newest addition to the team, and we can definitely feel that he is gelling together with his friend, that he brought him in the team. They're playing the lane really well. It doesn't get better than this coming out from your position 5 in terms of the score, in terms of the itemization that you're getting. Holy Locket, Mech, Solar Crest gets Guardian Greaves as well. He was all over the place. I mean, it's easy, but we also see some of the things that Gaimin Gladiators are doing with a little bit of a global presence. They did have recall facet on Keeper of the Light in game 1. This time around, they did have Tinker, so they can be pretty much anywhere on the map with the supports.
Yeah, let's just break down how the game went. There was a rotation at 6 minutes. That was kind of nice.
Yeah, it's going to be my job to show the residential good play that AVULUS had of the game.
There's one every game.
Yeah, and this is one of them. And they learned from the last game that they need to bring more heroes to this mid lane. So Silencer does come to the mid lane, gets that kill on the puck. Things aren't looking too bad at that point, but you needed more of that, right? You need to make more rotations there. I think it's just a little bit harder with the Slaughter to make those rotations. DK is a lot easier.
Yeah, this is the one where they're trying to square up. Sure, you're going to be getting that extra bit of intelligence. Tofu is going to die, but you're giving solo XP to Ace. And also Smiling Knight, he
forgot his calculator.
Yeah, he forgot to run the numbers on this one, because he gave even more gold to Ace and even more solo experience. So Ace is pretty happy about this one. They're gonna do the same thing again. Now they're bringing in more numbers, so you have 3 heroes, but you have the spell mechanic against Silencer, which is gonna be really nice, and Tofu is gonna be there, well-placed calling coming out from him, double dead shot, and they're gonna be ready to clean up. He gets level 6 just in case Phantom Assassin wants to get another jump, and he would be able to survive. So yep, them not understanding how tanky this Abaddon is costs them the whole lane pretty much.
Yeah, it's just one of those. It's kind of like having watched AVULUS last time. They were never this, you know, like just blown out of the water in games. Like, it kind of always felt they would have like a little spell where it was about decision making. This one, just, I don't know, very hard to find any positives for them.
I mean, the only good thing to look at this game is they pretty much tried the same thing twice and it didn't work out. So now you know there's a problem that's the elephant in the room, essentially, right? But there's a lot to look at. Their read on the game is not very good this patch, and they need to just wipe the board clean and start new, I think.
Yeah, I wanted to point out the difference between 2 carries. A lot of the times you would see Phantom Assassin come online, especially in the previous patch where she's like being super active early on. But this time around, like, you can see that those deaths in the lane definitely did matter, and you can see the itemization. Echo Saber Yasha coming out from Tiny, he's building into status resistance because it's that good of a game for it. And Phantom Assassin at the time, she's not ready to take the fight. She doesn't have Battle Fury.
No Battle Fury up.
Yeah, even though like the kill participation can be slightly misleading, but this is the fight where they feel super strong. They're bringing in numbers. You see Tiny kind of leading the charge as well with the Tinker. They don't have to be afraid of anything, and this is the time where Gaimin Gladiators, they bring 5 heroes. Phantom Assassin is still not fight ready. How are you going to be fighting into this? Holy Locket, Abaddon, you know that you don't have enough to burst him. Legit impossible fight to take, and Gaimin Gladiators, they understand how strong they are, so they group up together, and Watson is just completely dominating, getting the cleanup there.
Without getting locked into any hyperbole, because we haven't really talked about tournament chances or anything like that yet. What have you? Is it too early to maybe say Gaimin Gladiators are so back?
Nah, they're back for sure. They're definitely back. Like, they got to win they're stomping
Absolutely.
again, right?
Top
So
three.
they're back. Absolutely.
No, but you could definitely see some improvements already. Maybe they needed a little bit more time. They brought in a new basically 2 new members, if you want to think about it, in the recent couple of months. So they need to change things up. The patch did drop as well. But yeah, I got to agree with what Quinn said, what Fear said, that this time around, I feel like the patch is going to be good for Gaimin.
Yeah, well, let's hope. It's always good to watch them succeed. Thanks a lot, guys, for your company today. We're going to take an extended break, but we are bringing in the afternoon team, the late night team. It's going to be Shiva, T-Gov, and Jenkins. I know you want to stick around and hear their thoughts, so make sure you do.
Please welcome the true stars of tonight, the heroes of Dota, who have claimed the top prizes from 1xBet. Best carry, Phantom Lancer. Best support, Marcy. Best mid lane, Zeus. Fudge. Best Players Award, 1xBet customers. 1xBet, it's your pick.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Hello everyone, I am here with Snaking from Team Falcons. Snaking, so good to see you yet again. Another tournament, big prize pool, big everything. And here you are once more, Team Falcons. Good to see you.
Thank you. It's always a pleasure. Happy to be here. Excited to play.
Okay, great. Snaking, I chose you today because I'd like to do something a little different. I want to have a serious interview with you for once. Okay? I want to talk some real stuff here. Falcons has been on an absolute dominant spree for so long, but now, kind of not so much, bud. I'm not trying to be this guy, but we're not seeing all those first places before, and it's very interesting for me to see that dynamic because you guys have stayed so strong in that. A lot of teams these days will, you know, switch out some players. You guys have been together since like 2023, have you not?
Yes, we have. We've been together since November 2023, I believe. And I think a big part of our success is like we've worked really hard. And I think we respect each other's amount of effort. Obviously, with the recent result, hasn't been as desirable, but we know we are capable of it. It's just mostly, I think there's some things out of our control that are not going well. And then the things within our control, we're not performing as well as we like individually and as a team. And I think sometimes we just need the hard times to remind us, you know, that we need to keep working hard and remember what losing feels like.
New patch might help or hurt your chances here?
I mean, I think new patch really depends a bit of a luck, because I think like maybe some of your heroes gets buffed, maybe the patch benefits you more than other teams because you figure something out first. I think it's quite random, but I think overall in general, if you put in more effort than someone else, then you'll find stuff that they have overlooked. So I think it should benefit us more than others.
Let's talk about the new map. Okay, I know one thing about Falcons, you guys always find the worst abuse and then abuse the hell out of it until it's gone, the most disgusting things. Do you notice anything crazy on the new map? You like the waterways, the Tormentor, anything that you guys really enjoy tormenting people with?
I don't think we have. I think people have learned really fast. Like people throughout the years, like as the years go by, like people copy each other and understand things a lot better. And I think right now, I don't think we have that much of an edge over other people because I think everyone understands the importance of Tormentor. Sure. They understand how to play around the map. So I think there will be some smaller, finer nuances that we'll have to figure out to gain an edge.
You like the Moonshard system though? Yeah, or the Madstone, excuse me. The Madstone system, you think that's cool or is that a little too experimenty for you?
I mean, I think the system is cool and it's like less RNG and more like, it's more easily you can predict when you'll get neutrals and like how you can approach it. Because I think before it was just kind of up to chances and like it's good to have some RNG in a game like runes. Like you get DD rune versus regen or like oftentimes like these runes will set the pace a lot of game. But I think like if you have too much of it, then the game becomes too chaotic. So I think having some element of RNG is good, but like I think the neutral is like the neutrals items itself, whether it drops or not, and then what you get from it is like too much. So I think them limiting the amount of RNG is good.
I mean, but there's still some RNG though. Like the GPM, if I don't see the GPM, I get pretty upset. Okay, I like gold.
I know you like gold. That's why you play techies and you choose a fast, so you keep all the enchantments.
Yes, exactly.
So you get all the GPMs.
There's always a choice. All right, you're a real Valve rep. I like this, Okay, give me the Falcons vibe check though. How you guys doing? How you guys feeling? Do you feel like you're, you know, the same as you've always been? Things a little different?
I mean, how we feel Falcons right now, obviously we have kind of had a lull period where we haven't performed as well as we would like, and I think we had some tough talks. We had some like heart-to-heart conversations so that like we can understand like, you know, what is not working out, why is like our communication not as good, why are we feeling, you know, less trusting of each other, and like and we did a pretty deep dive, and I think now after coming out of it, I think we'll work on the things we talked about, and I think getting it off everyone's chest is like a sign of relief for everyone. So I think just by doing so, it's already gonna have an improvement in our communication and gameplay.
Why don't you just do a game and just kick somebody, man? This is your call. Just get rid of somebody.
The coach is kind of useless role. I think we have a target.
Okay, all right. But no, I find that to be super respectful, and it's got to be a tough process to just keep working it internally rather than just say the easiest thing would just be to get like a new blood or something like that. So knowing that's a very conscious decision that you guys are making to just keep it together and you know, work on that, is that you think gonna last in perpetuity?
I mean, I think changing players is just only changing the set of problems you have to deal with, because like I don't think you're going to be actually necessarily solving the issues at hand as a team. So how I think about it is like, if you were to remove a player, it's because you see no way forward besides removing the player. Like, because like I think if people were willing to work with each other on the problems on the team, because there will always be problems. It's just a matter of what they are and what you choose to deal with. And I think like communication, willingness to work is like is essential. And if someone's not willing to do that, then you should consider like whether they belong on the team or not. But if you trust their skill, you trust their willingness to work with you, I think that's the most important thing.
Wow. That's fascinating, because I've talked to a lot of Dota legends in the past, like guys like Puppy, who will say, you know, having to change teams is essential because you have to restructure and rethink of everything. So your line of thought is really interesting and honestly really respectable. I really like guys that are willing to put in the work, and it seems like Falcons definitely is. So I'm sure this will be quite a light road for you guys here. Hoping for the best, and thank you so much for the intense interview. Snake King, it is always a pleasure. We'll see more from Snake King and Falcons coming up from PGL Wallachia. Woo!
Hello and welcome to the second half of the day here for PGL Wallachia, and it is day 3 of this group stage, and that means it's an incredibly important day, especially for the 4 teams, actually it's 8 teams total that will be playing in the second half, because is winners and losers time. And I know that sounds very, very bland and generic, but it is not, because there's literally 4 teams that will be happy and 4 teams that will be sad. And 2 of the teams that are happy will go forward, and they will be having some days off over the next few days because they'll qualify directly to the playoffs. And 2 of the losers will actually be straight up going home, because elimination is here already. To talk about all of that, I am joined by Tigov and Jenkins. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
I thought you were going to say, speaking of 2 losers.
Yeah!
That's what I was really thinking.
I could have done that.
You could have done it. Too kind.
I'm trying to be kind sometimes.
Yeah.
That's just too real.
Why are your hands so soft, man? Can I call you soft hands?
Yeah, you can. I haven't worked a hard job for like 5 years, but I did before that. Is this what happens
when you get 12K MMR? It's like, I don't need to go outside anymore.
All right, this is worrying that it's being said every day now. This is not me doing it. It's my peers around me.
He's got such an ego about this. He never stops talking about the 12K MMR. And I said, T-Governor, it doesn't count when you're paying Mason to boost your... What are you laughing at?
That would be
What's funny?
If I wanted a single player to try and help me win MMR.
Anyway, speaking of winning MMR,
anyway, yeah, moving on.
Speaking of, look at this. So feast your eyes on this. We got day 3. Well, I'm still laughing. Great. Jenkins, why don't you talk us through the middle part that we just had?
The middle part.
This one.
Yeah,
This one right now.
Let me see. Best of 3.
Okay, I will.
Yeah, you're gonna have to handle this for me.
We already had 4 series, and all these teams were before today 1-1. Now we broke that, proverbial tie, and we got now 4 teams that are 2-1.
Oh yeah, because there's 2 streams, so they're we're going at the same pace on both streams. Then
the biggest shocker to me is I think the trajectory Heroic is on right now. Right, the previous Wallachia winners, they also had Yuma coming in after they had Parker leaving the roster after that, or getting kicked technically.
He was the MVP.
Yeah, he was, but I feel like that is to me the shocker. But again, we can talk about that later.
Yeah. I thought I will also say Tidebound 2-0 Wildcard. I thought that
also
was
very good.
Cool.
Yep.
But these are the series we got coming your way, and I'm especially excited for those 2 because obviously those are the 4 best teams we have here. We also do have on the B stream, we have the 4 teams playing that are playing to avoid elimination. But let's first focus our attention on our upcoming series, Falcons versus Spirit. I know it's gonna be a good one. Focusing our attention first on Falcons. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think, Tigov, we've come to the point where Falcons is coming in as not the favorite.
No, not at all. Jenkins and I yesterday, when we were talking about Team Spirit after that series, we had like the giggles. We were just so excited.
You guys were fanboying very hard.
Yeah, because it's like
which is fair. Yeah,
it's not often when you watch a series at like Tier 1 Dota that like you can just see like the draft connecting beautifully, the play connecting, like everything was aligning for them it being their tournament. And again, it's pretty rare. I feel like often we have multiple teams, like I think other people have been mentioning on the panel earlier. It's like you have this kind of blend of there's multiple teams that can win a tournament, but this time, especially because of how Spirit played, it is so scary. I don't at the moment see a team that is like on their level. So Falcons, there's a big test for them now.
Yeah, and I think it's very cool that we have Falcons, the best team of 2024. They were very good. They won almost everything last year, but that was before Team Spirit was in their final form. Tigov really wants to say something.
Asterisk, Tundra is actually also in the Spirit form. I kind of forgot about Tundra for a second.
Sure. I mean, yeah, we know that they're on the other the qualification match later today. But these are the results of these 2 teams. And I know Spirit has won a lot of this, and that was all in this season, Jenkins. But there's one thing in particular that stands out a little bit more than that.
Yeah, the most important thing, and also if you look at some of the other results, I didn't want to put too many on here. Falcons has won a lot as well. It's just if you go back a little bit further. But the one thing that does not change is the fact that they have very long games. Their average match duration is like 45 minutes or something whenever you have these 2 teams playing, and that's average. That means in a series, like there's a 40-minute game and then a 1-hour game. So I can guarantee to the audience out there, stick around for this one. I'm guaranteeing you at least one 1-hour game here.
You know that
Jenkins guarantee.
I was gonna say, if that doesn't happen, I mean, you're gonna have some very
I will PayPal everyone in chat 5 doll hairs each.
Doll hairs.
No, don't point it out, Shiva.
Yeah,
nobody heard.
I think
and I want to say one thing about Falcons in their defense, okay? Yeah, they've had it a little rocky lately, but they had Skeeter having a surgery. This is going to cause some issues in terms of their ability to practice. They were missing Malrine at the previous tournament that they played. So they've had a few tournaments where things have just not been normal. But I was talking to my boy Curtis. I was 69,000 actually on the way here. He was on my flight, and he told me that these guys they did a like retreat thing where they did a boot camp where they didn't play Dota, and they did kind of psychological stuff, like, and they did physical tests, and he said this really helped the team. This really helped their mentality. They're all feeling really good coming into this tournament. So I have pretty high hopes for them, honestly.
That sounds like a really cool retreat.
It sounded extremely healthy. It sounded so healthy, and for a team that has Amar and Malrine, I think they need this psychological stuff.
But what you're describing with the length of games, like this type of team, they like to get that winning position, hold out the game longer. Like if you aren't all on the same page, like on kind of mentality wise, you can find cracks and that will crumble and you'll make mistakes, right? Like, so you do need to have everyone on board and ensure that you are having like a good day every day, because like their playstyle is a little bit more disciplined in nature. And also, when you say that length of game Spirit, though, the wins they've had so far, 22-minute win, 27-minute win, 26-minute win. So far at Wallachia, they are just cruising through their opponents.
But also, it's very clear that the opponents in the first 2 days were a little bit of a different caliber.
That is 100%. The point is, I feel like this series is going to be about how will Falcons set up their map to ensure that Spirit don't create that like snowball pressure that they've applied to their weaker opponents. And yeah, we'll see what Falcons can do. And so far, Spirit opening up straight away with the Magnus.
I don't think anybody's upset with that.
Yep, no complaints.
I think since TI10, we've all been very happy to see the Spirit Magnus. I think we're all hoping for a Collapse Magnus.
I think so too. So is there anything in particular that we are expecting from this series? Because both of these teams have had a couple of different playstyles coming into this. They have tried to reinvent the meta. The one hero that is missing for me at the moment is going to be the Tinker. We saw that be very successful yesterday. I don't think we saw it in the hands of Mipashka or Snaking yet, but I can totally see both of them playing it as well.
I think Magnus already is quite a nice answer to the Tinker, because Tinker's always about positioning. You want to buy like Locket and Greaves and Eighth Lens, maybe a Blink, and if you're getting dragged into a bad position, it's naturally going to go pretty poorly for you. A hero that also has done relatively well for Falcons was the Dawnbreaker, which was a decent answer to the Magnus, whoever you RP, your Solar Guardian, but yet to really pick that up. That matchup can go both ways, but we're gonna need to break this one down real quick.
Slardar is not a first pick hero. This is interesting.
It's second pick, yeah.
And well, first pick in terms of not the Dota buff numbers. Against Magnus, I don't necessarily see what the counter is. I mean, this is historically one of Amar's best heroes. I'm sure they can play it on multiple roles as well. I feel like this is a Skeeter would be more than happy to play a big melee strength guy.
I think we saw Malrine on it as well.
I think the answer to your question will just be pacing. Where Magnus with Blink, you're setting up other heroes to get the kills, and then Slardar with Blink, you're killing heroes by yourself. And if Slardar, you execute a hero, then Mag counterplays on you, you're already setting up the fight to kill a hero, bait the Magnus onto you, and now 4 other Falcons heroes will be able to play around this logic. So I think if you are able to play on your own terms, it is a scary matchup in the early to mid game. Sure, as it goes later, Magnus will just be the better team fighter, but
I'm just wondering why they picked it here and not leave it for later in the draft, because it's not going to get banned. Or maybe there's something in scrims where Falcons has been playing a lot of Slardar and they think that it's going to get banned in the second phase.
I mean, I spoke about Dawnbreaker, right? But Dawnbreaker was their flex core. Like you're mentioning, Slardar, it could just be their flex core, right? Like Falcons, to have strong drafts, they always need to have that flexible core into 2 strong support picks, and then they punish their opponent by then unraveling everything. Yeah. It is the formula that we often see from them.
I'm entertained by the Pango ban. We've seen Spirit have no problem dealing with Pango yesterday.
I mean, and Amar literally said that it was a bad hero in an interview at Dream League. He's like,
but he also said we picked it for honor, right? They pick it anyway.
Yeah.
But it does boil down to the pacing that I mentioned, right? If it is an off-lane Slardar and you have a mid Pangolier, now you're going to have Swash into Corrosive Haze. The Slardar will find the hero, like I mentioned. Pango can then follow up on that Slardar initiation. Like, it is a just overwhelming early fight, and we're yet to see Spirit be tested in a way that their early game, they're put under pressure, so they have to make the comeback. They need to play the long game. And these are the heroes, at least, that Falcons might be looking for. We're talking about long games. Falcons might just try and play a very quick game with the aggression. Especially that's what Spirit's, respecting with their bans.
So now we're looking for the support. Tinker is still available, and I feel like you probably don't want to leave this to Magnus lineup. He really enjoys abusing the stacks.
Warlock and Jakiro both are in as well.
Yep. There's still Shaker available. If Slardar is to go off lane, Shaker does enable the Slardar to always have farm in lane. So there's many options, but they're stable.
We should have known this.
Yep.
They have played almost every game with the Crystal Maiden amongst their mates.
Undefeated so far, 4-0, but yeah, their flavor of the month for position 5 is just the Crystal Maiden. Good laning. The key thing is with the facet that provides the physical barrier, he's not maxing the Crystal Nova to utilize it. He is still going 1-3-1 with Frostbite. He's taking the cast range talent for Frostbite and often thinking about Aether. So Crystal Maiden is a backline root spamming hero. Very difficult to deal with.
This is an incredibly strong lane too. CM Slardar, if they do want to run Skeeter Slardar, which he has played. Yeah, this looks very nice, very nasty.
How does the Muerta Magnus compare?
There's just a lot of counterplay. Slardar jumping in, you're going to have the calling to silence up the Slardar, you got Deadshot to push him away, you got Magnus then to skewer him. I think it's going to be all about the clear execution required for Falcons, and you throw an Ice Path on top of that. If you don't jump and get the kill, one of these 3 heroes will punish you for that positioning, and then they'll capitalize on it.
I love the lane too. The Muerta shoot back into Skewer if they do want to run Collapse in the off lane playing Magnus.
Doesn't it feel like Spirit's just setting up for like a potential Sven as well? You then have Jakiro's Sven lane, the armor buff up to deal with Slardar.
That sounds extremely good. Yeah. And it just, CM is such an easy jump. Like this hero will melt you in a fraction of a second. You talked about playing as a backliner, spamming out the Frostbites. Like you need a hero that's going to jump and kill her.
Yeah, so that's where I think that's the end of this phase for Spirit is like kind of Sven. And we'll see if Falcons identify that with some heroes to at least put some pressure on that type of pick. But support plus mid is where I'm leaning.
It's crazy Abaddon is still available. It's completely just untouched. I mean,
it's Falcons. It's not just like it's DK +1 to continue the high armor map playing.
Yeah, they played the 3 strength cores.
I mean, they could DK Morana here, something like just more map play pick off. We'll see what they go for. They pick DK. Yep. I was going to try and say spicy heroes, and I realized we're talking about Falcons.
It's Falcons.
Yeah, so I was like, oh, sorry, got to tone back my excitement for heroes.
Do we expect any spicy heroes from Spirit?
I mean, their draft looks incredibly meta to me.
Yeah.
Like this looks really good. If I had to pick a, first 3 picks that I would want in a game, it's like I couldn't think of better heroes than this. Falcons is going, like their Slardar CM opener is Falcons specific. And so is this. This
finally. I've been asking for Rubik into Jakiro for so long.
Jakiro and Magnus. Honestly, 3 heroes that are amazing to steal any spell.
So we've been talking about Rubik specifically for that reason quite a little bit, but why did it take so long for it to get picked?
The hero in laning is still not the strongest compared to other supports. You have Fadebolt to secure range creep, you have Lift to keep your offlaner alive, but that's about it. You can't really skip waves very well. So if you are picking Rubik, you need your offlaner to want to play in the lane and not play for wave skipping. And a lot of like Tundra style of Dota that we've been seeing is like wave skipping and playing around that. So I think Rubik is low value due to this. But when you have a game like this where it's like your Slardar, your DK, great front line, you're playing into the Jakiro, the Magnus, you still want Ice Path, you just have the better Ice Path the entire game. It is like the kind of the perfect recipe to be able to pick him up. And into a tiny as well, you got Avalanche to steal, Ice Path to steal, Shockwave from Magnus.
Yeah.
Deadshot, like, yeah, Crit can close his eyes and he'll just steal a good spell.
This is the classic if Rubik has too many things to steal. Like every 4 position is just like, am I dreaming right now? This is the perfect Rubik game.
We'll see if he can get the big steals, but
yeah, it is crit. I mean, this does put a lot of pressure on him. Like there's a lot that he can do in these team fights, and his life is very valuable. He can't just walk around dying. If he survives in a fight and gets off like a couple of extra steals, you can completely change the game against this lineup.
Yeah, but once again, Falcons will probably adopt the mentality of after laning phase, it's continue securing that farm to ensure we get to our BKB timings. I think if they play too aggressive on the map, and they die a couple times, and they don't get to their BKBs, they will lose control of this game. So expect early aggression, Tormentor plays, but the classic Falcons way of playing Dota is respect the need to ensure they can't just throw away this game with too much aggression. It's very scary, the Spirit lineup, when you run into them incorrectly.
This meta, it's so hard to predict where heroes are going to go because Tiny can be a carry, Tiny can be a mid, Magnus carry mid off lane, DK
like
mid carry, Slardar any core role.
I mean, because of the Jakiro, I still like the Sven. They've already banned out PA on Falcons. Is there a different? Oh, is that? I mean, Troll also is a very good option into Slardar. You just never get bashed. You don't really die. You can survive long enough to enable the counterplay. So yeah, there's Troll, there's Sven, they banned Lifestealer. Sure, Radiant Spire.
Oh man, they banned Lifestealer with the Slardar.
Yeah.
That's like some new meta understanding, because I really feel like offlane Slardar does not handle a Lifestealer like it used to.
But in the game, I guess it would complicate, like the Rubik stealing Ice Path, you got CM with a root. Like if these two supports have no kill threat on a Lifestealer, your game could get a little bit more difficult, right?
Yeah, and then it means that Jakiro can leave the lane and go gank other lanes, which would be really nice.
Mm-hmm.
I honestly like the idea of a self-sustaining carry for Spirit. I mean, could just be Abaddon for Radon.
True, I kind of just forgot to even think about that hero.
Yeah, it doesn't usually make it through this far.
For the side of Falcons, is there any role in particular we're looking for? Considering they do have a lot of flexes, do we feel like they're more slotted in now than they were when they got picked?
I feel like since they get to see the last pick, they probably haven't slotted in their heroes. My guess is it is a Slardar offlane. But if a mid, that gets countered by Slardar gets picked right now, and it's clearly a Tiny carry, they'll run the Slardar mid.
I feel every time I will mention this, is it still a good Invoker game?
For Laurel.
For Laurel? Oh yeah, wait, my bad. I had BZM in my head.
He's just that good at Invoker.
Hey, save it for the next series. I was wondering where that was coming from.
Ahead, guys. I just want to
go
see
for
a
the
BZM
Radon Ursa
Invoker at some point, but different series.
I mean, I do think Ursa is very good against DK eventually. Like, you just do so much burst damage that his tankiness, his armor, his regen doesn't do anything. And this is especially true with the Revenant's Brooch build.
It's just hard to kill. Like, when you get online, it's just a combo breaker, right? It's maybe why the Falcons are banning like PA, Lifestealer, PA with the jump out, Lifestealer with the rage, Ursa as well. Like, they all kind of fit the same archetype of you need a lot of resources to kill this one hero, and then it sets up for the correct Magnus jump, the correct Tiny jump. And Falcons, they go for the Razor. Sure. You get last pick in the draft, you see melee hero, you want to stop him from playing, and also the bans. We didn't really talk about them, but you're banning out a Viper, picking an Ursa. That is one of the classic, I want to play Ursa bans, just because of how strong you are. Razor, to some degree, also is in the same category, but you have to win your lane. You have to snowball that momentum.
Yeah, don't you think it's a bit bold having to win your lane against a Jakiro? Like, I feel like Jakiro is really good against Razor. He links, you just use your Q, he's too slow to continue linking the Ursa. Ursa jumps away.
But that's where Rubik comes in, right? Like, if you jump on a guy, you can like lift him back. Like, you have ways to play the lane, but it can be a little bit, back and forth. But I still think, of course, the Rubik Razor should do well in that lane. It should be like, 70-30 towards them. The Slardar into a Tiny. Slardar should be able to. They're actually still deciding between the Slardar and DK. They yet to pick up who's going to play who.
Yeah, Mallory and Slardar. Okay.
But I do like the Slardar going mid though. I feel like that creates the tempo you need, because when you play from like one rune into the Razor lane, you will overwhelm the Ursa. You'll force him back. And Magnus, a little bit more static in nature, wants to get that Blink Dagger. So you might have to drag him into early fights as well. I mean, Falcons, they've got the tools to go very aggressive into Spirit.
They got the tools to go aggressive into Spirit, but you don't sound too convinced that Spirit is outdrafted here. Because I feel like we came in saying Spirit is the favorite. Are they still the favorite after this draft?
I mean, 3 mistakes and suddenly Mag Ursa will win every fight in the game. So
yeah, I think it's easier for them to execute, to be honest. I really Ursa against Razor. Razor likes to play slow fights, get the link damage up. Ursa is just, he kills you in a fraction of a second, right? If Ursa can get a good game, he's going to counter this lineup really hard.
So they can do it. They just need to execute very well on the side of Falcons. Let's hear from our commentary team if they think they can do it. Hey, Sind. Hey, Suns fan. Hey. How you doing?
Hi, Shiva.
Hi, how are you?
Sorry, what did you ask a question? I already forgotten.
How are you?
Oh, yeah, I'm good.
This is ridiculous.
Thought there was another question in there, but sure. No. Very good. Very excited to cast The best series of the day.
Could
Easily.
be.
Easily, Cinderin. You have to have positivity. Take it from me.
This is the
Mr.
best
Positive.
series of the day. Now, here's the thing about positivity, Shannon. What if this series is then bad? Then the next one has to be even worse.
Based on your logic, yes. That's correct.
Well, this is going to be a good one, and I know it will be good because we get to listen to you guys. Enjoy.
Aw.
Thank you, Shiver. She's talking more to me than you.
I know.
Cinderin.
I know.
As we have game number 1 underway of this best of 3 between Spirit and Falcons. Been looking forward to this since we saw the schedule yesterday, Cinderin. Very high quality Dota to come. Jenkins teased us with the hour-long game guarantee in this series at some point. I hope that's true.
I think that is not going to be this one, though.
Game 1, you mean?
Yeah, I don't think this individual game is likely to go an hour. Because when I look at these two lineups, I know Falcons can play this ultra late game, but I think if Spirit win this game, they will win it before then, most likely. I've got this feeling that unless Falcons crush the Ursa lane, the mid game of Team Spirit looks extremely potent and powerful. But if Falcons can weather the storm and overcome that part of the game, I think they'll finish the game before the hour mark and they will come out the victors. Right. I think the scaling potential of the Dire lineup is crazy good, but that's not to say that Spirit can't play this one late game, but I just don't think it's the plan. I think if they execute to the level that they have so far in this tournament, they're going to hit their stride in the mid game and really take it over. And here's the thing, Shannon. Razor has been picked once this tournament, I think, and it did win.
Okay.
I don't know if this lane is Razor favored, actually. I need to see it play out because Jakiro Ursa, usually Razor against melee heroes in lane is very good, but Ursa is one of the only melee heroes that can actually kill you even when he gets linked because Furious Wipes just stacks up enough. Jakiro has 2 strong slows to help you stick on your target together with Earthshock. And if Razor does not come out ahead in this lane, I wonder, is the pick even that valuable? Of course, it's Falcons, you know. Their bread and butter Razor is a classic. But, well, it remains to be seen if they can pull this off in that lane. So far, we're going to see the lane matchups. It will be the Jakiro plus Ursa against Razor Rubik, as expected. The panel is talking about how Rubik could potentially counterplay this lane with a well-timed telekinesis when Ursa goes aggressive. In the mid lane, Tiny against Slardar, I think should probably just be a draw for the most part, but curious to see if that is the case. And then up top, we've got the Muerta Mag against Dragon Knight Maiden. Not the most potent lane offensively, the DK Maiden, but very strong defensively. You've got a tanky carry with the Glacial Guard facet of Maiden. Should be rather tough for them to find kills up there. So I guess all in all what I'm getting at here, I think the lanes for the most part should just kind of go even. And then the question is whether Falcons will be able to hit their stride in that mid game when all 3 of their cores should hopefully for them be online. Got the 2-minute water runes coming up. Neither mid lane are rocking a bottle right now, by the way, so I guess Laurel's is coming out soon.
I'm back, Cinderin. Thanks for the solo cast. Really appreciate that.
Yeah.
You're the best in the business. As Amar, he was getting gone on. He's very low. Like you said, this could potentially be a rough lane for him. We'll see.
Yeah, that's a little bit. I think that was a great showcase of the potential issue in this bot lane. Because I think Rubik is a really weak support.
Snaking. Stage. He's actually going to get sniped by Rue. That auto attack range is absurd, and that's going to be first blood for Team Spirit. We talked about Rue and his Muerta play in general. Expecting great things again from him because I've seen nothing to suggest that he can even play poorly on this hero.
I think this guy is the most improved player in the last year in the pro scene. I think when he came into Spirit, people were like, ah man, is Rue the one? Has he really got it? You know, they were comparing him obviously to Mira beforehand.
Yeah.
I think he has stepped up massively, and he's playing such an elite level 4 now that you couldn't, like, if you went back and watched his replays from when he joined this team, you'd be like, wow, it's night and day. So you give a player enough time, you give him the right opportunities and the right teammates, and he's really shining now. It's been very impressive to watch his progression.
So I want to quickly talk about Slardar, because we're seeing a ton of Slardar mid, which is extremely unusual. Is it a lot of it have to do with, I would think it's two things. The river, the water being everywhere, but also the fact that there's so many tanky heroes being played in general.
Exactly. I think those are the two main parts meta-wise here. Most of the matchups mid for Slardar are good. And yeah, the tankiness like you talked about. Now I will say in the previous series where we saw 2 of these Slardars run by AVULUS, they ran both of them into Abaddon, which I personally am not a fan of. I think AVULUS did not draft Slardar under the ideal conditions, and that's even when they were last picking it. Falcons first picked Slardar here. They obviously treat it as a flex. Malrine plays it, Amar plays it, and I think they've even run it on Skitter once or twice too. So
I mean, that's the Falcon specialist. Exactly. Everything is a flex with them.
They gravitate toward cores in every meta, it seems, that they can play on all 3 of their heroes or players because they know how big of a draft advantage that is.
Yeah.
But it also requires you to develop a very specific, like, in theory, it is just flat out an advantage, but all your players need to have a very wide shared hero pool, and you need to be good as a team at playing around the different play styles that the heroes bring to the table depending on position, because it's not always just going to be the same thing where, oh, it's the same hero in a different lane. The timings will be different, the lane matchups will be different, so it just takes a lot of practice, but I think it's a very big part of why Falcons won a lot of the tournaments that they did is that drafting of their cores, in particular Laurel. There's some pressure here. Malrine really diving in deep here into the tower, trying to deny him CS. And mission accomplished. I was saying I thought this lane was going to be somewhat of a draw. So far, Malrine is showing Laurel who's boss.
Yeah. Slardar against melee heroes generally favors well for Slardar, but you do have to worry about the toss back, especially if there's any rotations to come. But I guess putting this series a little bit more in perspective, these are 2 of the 4 teams, I believe, remaining that are undefeated in this Swiss group stage. I've really been enjoying, we've been getting a little bit more Swiss every now and then for this last year in particular. I've really been enjoying the formats versus the usual that we've been seeing for so many years.
Yeah, I had my concerns about the format with, okay, well, the teams are playing a maximum of 5 games, so how much is it going to matter which teams you draw into? Where the Swiss has been used in Counter-Strike for a very long time, right? Hang on, we'll wait with that. Radon being chased down, walking the dog here is Amar, walking the bear.
Plasma Field is enough, so they get the trade. Absolutely.
So in CS, they've played Swiss for much longer than we've been using it actively in Dota, and I felt like it makes a ton of sense in CS because I think the team-to-team matchups maybe would matter less than in Dota, where you could be like, well, if you draw the specific teams in this format, do you feel like, you know, essentially, can you get an unlucky draw, right? That ruins everything. And I don't, the more I watch this and the more we play through it, I think the better the format actually turns out to be, especially because it's best of 3s. So the variance of the value of what you draw into, it's just such a net positive that every game matters.
Oh boy, Amar, Crit is there with the telekinesis. Actually brings the bear back into tier 1 range. Malrine, he has the corrosive haze, and that's going to just amplify the damage from Amar.
All right, well, this answers my questions about that bot lane. Will it work? It did. This is already now where Falcons want to be on Amar. And I love the TP from Slardar. I know Malrine didn't connect at all, but if he doesn't TP, they dive the Razor. So this was a flat-out defensive TP. And even if your mid-hero has to do that sometimes, it can really pay off in a big way. So good start here for Falcons. All 3 cores are enabled.
Yeah, Amar level 6 and Yatoro still level 4, just to give you an idea.
Yeah, that's the biggest win for Falcons right now, is definitely that bottom lane.
And this is a hero that needs time to get online. I mean, this is, the Ursa needs a Battle Fury, and once you get that, you still don't really want to fight. Need to farm up at least a defensive item like a BKB or something of the likes.
Oh, they see snaking. He is going to be cooked and frozen at the same time.
Yep,
as
he is
Jakiro
in between
does.
A dual-headed dragon and a dead wench, as Yatoro will come in for the kill. Getting a nice little snack for himself. He's about to hit level 5 now, but
yeah,
this tier 1 tower is still quite healthy, so they'll probably remain here for a bit.
This was very valuable. This ward that Spirit had by their gate effectively got them a kill and a D ward. And that's a massive help for Radon, who was starting to, as we talked about, struggle a little bit here. After the first few minutes, that is somewhat of a recovery. I haven't talked too much about top lane. I feel like that's just a lane that plays itself. It's Dragon Knight against Magnus. They're going to hit creeps, and maybe drop a voice line once in a while if they're feeling bored with that.
Yeah,
that's
of course.
pretty much what's going to happen up there, and that's why all the supports have just left the premises, because it's like, what's the point?
Well, I mean, I guess the thing we can't talk about is the facets that have been taken, which these ones are not unusual at all based on what we've been seeing lately, but the Dragon Knight going for the Corrosive Dragon, so the push potential, the minus armor to go along with Slardar, and the physical damage of the Razor as well.
Yeah, I mean, this was the exact strategy you were talking about 2 days ago that you wanted to see.
Yep,
was the Slardar plus green DK.
The fact that you remember that and I didn't is
that's
testament to my old age and dementia to come.
I don't think you can blame it on that. It's just like general intelligence.
All right, I'm a moron.
Yep. There we go.
Thanks, Cinderin. Meanwhile, Malrine.
Speaking
in
of
the waterway.
What?
Well, Slardar as a hero must be low intelligence.
That's true. That is very true. He has a 1.5 int gain.
Yeah, it's pretty low.
They say everyone gets smarter with age, but for some people it doesn't get you very far. Slardar is one of those.
True.
Troll, the dumbest hero in the game, of course, which really fits with his ult.
Well, what about Huskar? He literally doesn't have... Wait, is it that he doesn't have mana or he doesn't have int?
Oh.
Or both, perhaps.
Good question. He does have 1.5 int gain.
Oh.
So he has the same as Slardar.
Interesting. What's the point of that?
Well, he still gets the secondary benefits.
Yeah, I guess.
Right?
Yeah. Good old Huskar. All right, well, Malrine has this shield rune right now. He
wants to fight.
Will want to fight. Doesn't really have a way to initiate other than just the sprint right now. Blink Dagger's still a ways away.
Maxing out. It looks like he'll go 4-4-1.
10-minute rune, though.
It's a lot of sense.
Oh, there's going to be a collision here. Laurel gets off the Avalanche. Again, it's a really tough target to go on with the Macropyre used. Dead shot to bring him back, but Malrine is A-OK. Hey, they got through that rune at the very least. Illusions taken by Laurel.
Good proof of concept, though, because this was going to be a kill without the rune.
Yeah,
they overkilled him by 200 or 300 damage there if the rune wasn't in play. Malrine and Snaking will get to work together.
I mean, this is something interesting. That they don't really have the greatest stack killers. They're okay-ish. As Crit gets taken out, apparently.
Yeah,
but like the Dragon Knight's not going to have the AoE.
About this. That's true. Yeah.
But they do have plenty of stacks in that triangle. We'll see how much damage Spirit can do to this tier 1 tower.
What if you go Battle Fury on green DK, Shannon? What do you think?
Yeah, in range form, that's going to be very good.
What if it worked?
Then the hero is designed poorly.
Wouldn't be the first time we had that.
Yes, this is true.
This mid tower is gone. They're actually unable to defend. The big wave plus the heroes that Spirit have brought, this is a pretty big deal, getting this minute 11.
Oh, yeah.
Not only do they open up the passageway here, but Falcons are also still somewhat trying to defend, which means Radon is getting a lot of space bottom that he really needs after that poor start to the laning stage. So, despite things not quite going according to plan for Spirit, the game is still now dead even.
Yeah, and I think more space is going to be created for your Toro relatively soon because Blink Dagger is going to be here for Collapse. And I mean, we did mention he's playing Magnus. This is the Magnus player.
Yeah.
If you think of Magnus, this is the first player that comes to mind. And Blink Dagger not too far away for Laurel as well. So we're going to have double Blink initiation. Ursa could potentially, I mean, it is a hero that can participate in fights if you set him up early on. But still. Going for that Battle Fury, of course.
I love the itemization from Amar, by the way. I think this is such a good game. Yeah, we see Amar buy this sometimes on his Razor. He has like 3 or 4 different build paths. I think Yules is probably the one he goes less frequently, but you're playing against Ursa and Magnus. These are 2 heroes that Yuling is incredibly powerful against. If you see Magnus preparing a Blink RP, you can precast the Yules to cover your bases. If Ursa uses his ult, you just Yule him off, and status resistance doesn't work against Yules, which is the primary benefit of that item against that hero. Koshka will cook the bottom lane TP out. Away from this. So yeah, I love that for the Razor here, and it looks like Amar is debating between fast BKB and Sanjin Yasha, and I think you want both. So now it's just a matter of what's the order. But it's like a
I feel like we've been seeing a lot of people go for BKB later and then regret it.
Yeah.
It looks
I mean,
like he'll be
you
going
have
for
to
first.
get it this game, surely, right? Look at the lineups. You just need something to protect you from Jakiro, Tiny, Muerta. Sure, you can still get RP'd, but that's like a secondary concern that your team has to play around and protect you from Ursa when you're RP'd. BKB negates the other heroes a ton. So many stacks. I feel like we're just playing PvE. We're playing Angel Arena. Everybody's just trying to buy as many tomes of agility as they can here. Now, this doesn't look that crazy, the 12 to 11 stacks, but I want to say about half of these are ancients. So it is a lot of gold in these stacks. We just saw Radon clear out an ancient stack with the help of Collapse's Empower, plus his own ult. And because of that, Radon's Battle Fury will now be complete. He died twice in lane, and he has 1330 Battle
The beauty of Empower, man.
That is honestly an insane timing. I'm kind of in disbelief he pulled this off, and I know...
Collapse. We'll get the skewer onto Snake King. He's gonna certainly die, but Malrine and Skeeter are in the vicinity. As you can see, the ult from Jakiro is placed to give Collapse a little bit of space. He's actually showing off that he does have the RP, so don't come near.
The spell that Crit wants this game is not this one. He wants to steal Ice Path, and if he manages to do that, he will not replace it for anything else than RP. I think this is a big part of the reason that Falcons pick this is specifically because they know how busted Ice Path is as a spell. Now, you don't get, correct me if I'm wrong, you don't get the Facet version, right? Or was that the change?
I think the change was you do get it.
You do get the Facet version.
I could be wrong on this, Cinder. I'm not the analyst here, but I do believe.
I remember reading this. This is a 738 thing on Rubik, I think. Because you get the Shard version if you have Shard, you get the Ags version if you have Ags, but the Facet, I think you also get now?
Yes, I think so. Laurel, he's going to find one with the Avatos into the Muerta call as well. Dead shot. Amar in a lot of trouble. He's slowed to a crawl. He's going to get Sans on his way out, but Skewer to try and finish off the job, and Team Spirit eventually get it, and this is going to lead to the Tormentor. Now the question is, does Falcons want to try to contest? I mean,
it's hard without their strongest hero. Razor is the guy you want for this. They are going to try regardless.
I mean, you can try to delay somehow. They don't have...
Spirit don't have Radon. It's a 4-on-4, actually. Malrine finds an angle.
He does. Corrosive Haze onto Collapse. He's going to get Frostbite after the fact. Toss. Looks like Malrine going to try to reset. The Avalanche is going to clip Snake King. Ice Path to follow. And he's going to get skewered into the arms of the rest of Team Spirit. So they get the support kill. Numbers advantage still the way of Team Spirit. Well, I say that, but like you said, Radon's still not in the area.
Honestly, it's difficult to approach Spirit if they're set up with the heroes that Falcons have without BKB right now. You can just get long-range artillery to death, right? Ice Path, Skewer, Dead Shot into the Calling. So if you show on Vision and Spirit get the jump, you're playing a lineup without saves and without BKBs. You saw the Maiden there. She died from fog. Basically, nobody even had to show to kill her.
Amar, he's going to show himself.
Yeah.
Spirit looking to pounce. There's the Skewer back. Do they have the damage? Avalanche to the Calling as well. Dead shot. Goodbye, Amar. But they still want to fight, apparently. He does have a buyback. I'm not sure if he actually wants to get back into the game here. But either way, Collapse gets traded. So Falcons somehow, despite not having the numbers, able to get one. And that is a failed initiation from Laurel. He's already at half HP, and the Breathe Fire doing so much damage, and the Fade Bolt finishes the job. And now the rest of Team Spirit on the run. Maposhka is food, as Malrine will get credit for that one. You can just see how much damage the Breathe Fire does with all this minus armor. It is insane.
It hits hard.
And some way, somehow, Falcons secure themselves the first Tormy.
Yeah, this is really, really good news for them. Just the first trade-off of the mag for the Razor is okay, actually, for Spirit, but
that's a good shard,
The blink in from Laurel, I think Laurel thought he had toss ready, but it was on cooldown for 1 second, and then he got, like, effectively just got caught from that. He was trying to go for a blink toss play, then ends up, oh man, my toss isn't ready for another second. He has to Avalanche in desperation, and then he's just caught off. So that was really big for Falcons. This is going to swing the game a little bit now in their favor with that Tormentor. And we'll get it onto Crit, so they have the safe telekinesis. Kind of cool against Mag, to be honest.
Oh yeah.
If you're clutch with that, if someone gets RP'd, maybe you can lift them out and save them before they get skewered, or I actually don't know how it works if you telekinesis an ally while they're being skewered. Which one takes priority? If you can toss them out, or if the bus keeps driving.
I'm not sure. I know Hook from Pudge has the priority always. Yeah, that's a good question. Maybe we'll see the interaction in this game. Should also mention, I mean, we're seeing a decent amount of Tiny as position 1, where they take the insurmountable facet. This is the old Crash Landing, which has been nerfed several times now, but
it was so
still has quite a bit of burst.
with these combos.
I think that was genuinely the best facet in the entire game.
Oh, really?
Original crash landing.
Like, okay, so version 1.
Yeah, it was ridiculous.
Yeah, possibly. I'd have to look at them again, but
I think it increased toss damage by 35% on landing, and then it applied a slow for 2.5 seconds or something. Ridiculous. Oh, Falcons. Are they actually just going to get this one scot-free?
Well, they're actually running out of the pit.
Backing out on 20%. Spirit. They see them on the ward, so they think Spirit are going to approach them, but as a matter of fact, Spirit will run to the left.
Yeah, they definitely could have had it.
Rue got vision there. This is a very awkward spot to be in for Falcons. They're going to smoke their way out, but Dragon Form is about to expire, so you're going to be fighting with that disadvantage. Spirit will take a smoke of their own. Now, Radon is joining for the first time. Link, Battle Fury ready.
Welcome, Yatoro, to the game. He's going to go into the pit. The smokes will pop, so they know that somebody is in there. Plasma Field is going to show him as well. He's actually taking so much damage. He's going to pop the ult, though. Stay alive as a result, and they take out Malrine easily. Now he jumps on top of Crit, the Skewer. That is another death on the side of Falcons. It's now a 3 versus 5. Amar in the pit, though, trying to focus everything onto Radon. He is dead with the Breathe Fire. Roshan up for the grabs. The Aegis is taken by Lara in the end. Finally, RP from Collapse onto 2. And this looks like a lost fight for Falcons as Yatoro, the sacrificial lamb here, the sacrificial bear in all likelihood. Snake King going to be the last member of Falcons to fall. Damn. A 1 for 5. With the Aegis going the way of Spirit.
And there were a lot of things there that Falcons did right, in my opinion. Very bag users. I guess it's bug. I don't know what bug they're using here. So maybe they could see that. I don't even know what he's talking about. Maybe there's something about the Roche pit that we're not.
Spicy. Or he just really hates bags.
Yeah, it's possible.
Some old woman came into the room. He's like.
You saw Amar in the lobby. He was carrying. He was carrying groceries.
Yeah, don't ever use plastic bags. Always paper, okay? He's just trying to save the environment.
So we're going to see the replay here. So Radon goes in. He gets plasma fielded, but does get telekinesis out by... I mean, this telekinesis kind of worked against them, right?
Yeah, a little bit.
Malrine tried to chase for the kill, and then he just got his position compromised.
We're into live. Laurel going for the aggressive toss. Avalanche to follow, and now Yatoro coming to eat up the dragon. Rue gets the last hit, but another death for Falcons. It's starting to slip away a bit. 5K lead for Spirit. Age is still intact, and look who it is. Collapse finding yet another kill.
Yeah, this is not looking good. That fight around the Roche pit is really pivotal for the game, and Falcons, they were close to getting the Roche, then they backed out. They got cold feet thinking Spirit would approach when they actually weren't quite, but it's a game of chicken, right? You see them on a ward, you don't know if they're going to rush in there head first, or if they're going to take a detour around. Maybe you could have got the Roche for free, you didn't. You take the fight. You do a couple of things right. I didn't like the way they approached the Ursa with tossing him out with the telekinesis. I think that was a bit of a mistake, but Amar got a great Yules onto the Magnus to prevent the initial RP, but then he forced RP'd them afterwards. Didn't even need to blink for it. But yeah, if you lose the Slardar that early in the fight, I'm a little bit concerned for Falcon's just ability to kill heroes, right? They really need his damage to make Dragon Knight and Razor look good.
Man, when they watch, if they end up losing this game, Falcons, when they look at that replay, I guess AUI will just be telling them, they had Roche. But you don't know that, obviously.
Exactly, so it's like, from our perspective, it looks like, wow, why did you back out? But if you stayed in there and Spirit ran straight at you, it would have been like, wow, we're idiots who stacked for 4-man RP and lost the game. It's just, it's damn it if you do, damn it if you don't territory.
Oh, Dragon Tail initiation.
Tiny. That's a nice find. Yes, Aegis, though.
Yeah, that.
You gotta kill him the first time.
One more right. He misses! Oh my god! Atos now from Rue. Will they be able to turn this around? Laurel's still looking for that high five as the skewer from Collapse. They'll find the Rubik. Ice Path connecting onto 2 with the Macropyre as well. Snake King is dead. Malrine looks to be next on the list. Finally, they get the Aegis, but it's going to cost Falcons dearly, although Malrine might have the space now. Gets the shield rune, so should be A-okay.
Laurel looking for more. He'll see Skitter. Dagger on cooldown.
Yep,
nice
Avalanche does hit. He's got the toss back. Collapse with the skewer. Man, oh man. That was unfortunate for Falcons, but great synergy here from Team Spirit as always.
It's just, when Spirit are in form, it's just beautiful to watch their spellcasting. I love the way this team is so... It just feels so effortless, you know? The way they're casting their abilities, the way they're chasing down in these situations, it looked like by design Collapse was just near there to get that Force Staff so that Tiny can find that pick.
Yeah.
It's like, it felt like it was planned out 20 seconds in advance, which is obviously impossible, but they're just nowhere to be at the right times. They know how to play off each other and move, and that's also why, historically, a lot of the time, Spirit has been one of the best comeback teams in the world, because even when they lose the early parts of the game in the laning stage, they still just play off each other incredibly well to find some avenue back. And then it means when they're ahead, you're in trouble, because they just don't drop the ball very often. They play it very cleanly. So far now, the 10K lead minute 24, and Falcons, these heroes, I just don't... I think it's tough playing it from behind. It's good news for them. Amar has the BKB. I think that's mandatory to stand a chance here, but Skitter is far away.
Yeah.
And the one on Malrine is not even coming. He's going for the Ags, so...
Well, Malrine might be getting caught off guard again. Crit is going to be the first to fall. Malrine does have sprint, though, as Laurel continuing the
even
chase.
Has haste rune.
Yeah, he's not going to pop it quite yet. Has the blink up in 3 seconds.
Cool to see him buy the Manta against the Corrosive Haze, of course. A very uncharacteristic item for Tiny, but it's a good game for it.
Yeah, especially with the armor nerfs to grow in this last patch.
Helps a bit.
They will be backdooring this tower easily.
Gives him, courtesy of Laurel's item build, he has 26 agility, up from 0.
Wow, that's great.
Yeah.
Very helpful.
Wow. Love that armor.
Oh, Snake King spotted. And Collapse with that Lotus.
It really is not very often you see Snake King have this hard of a game. He's literally just feeding. And it's not by being in terrible positions and playing awful. It's just, he just can't go anywhere. Feels like everywhere Snake King goes to try to ward or try to get some sort of intel for his team, he just gets killed by a Magnus or a Tiny.
Yeah.
He's 0 and 8 on the Crystal Maiden. That said, it's kind of impressive that he's rocking level 12. He's only 1 level behind the Jakiro of Spirit, who's 4-1 and 13.
Yeah, that is actually kind of weird, isn't it?
He has 52 CS. I mean, it's classic Snake King territory, right? Even in hard games, he will find farm, and it's going to cost him his life sometimes, but usually it doesn't look this bad.
He did have to purchase the shard to help him farm.
Yeah.
Tormy should be up relatively soon. They did have a big standoff, so I'm not exactly sure the timing on this one, but we can see Roche. We won't know for another couple minutes, but that is likely what Spirit is waiting for. Although there's still 2 tier 2s that I feel like they can just walk down right now. At least one of them they can get for this next Roche.
Considering the changes they made to the Roshan timer, where you can just see when he may respawn, do you think that's coming for the Tormentor too?
Yeah, for sure.
I'm actually surprised they didn't put them in together.
Yep. Oh, Lotus. Gonna reflect the telekinesis, but it matters not here.
Falcons, I've given them a lot of props over the last year for their ability to play from behind, like avoiding bad fights and finding an avenue for comeback. Kind of Spirit-esque sometimes with how they play disadvantages, but...
Snake King, another death to your resume. Dragonform is popped by Skeeter on the other side. Laurel goes in pretty deep, but Radon is the one doing the massive damage to Malrine. Just gets chomped down. Amar has stolen quite a bit of damage, but I don't think it's going to be enough. He gets swiftly taken out. Skeeter basically all alone, and he's going to get pounded to the ground. And this is getting close to GG territory.
They don't even need our
left and right. Dead shot connects. Another death for Snake King. That's a dieback.
It's got to feel good to play Magnus in this part of the game and not even have to use your ult.
I think we've seen like 1, right? And another crit death?
Yeah.
All right, well, this one's not going 60 minutes. You're right about that one.
This isn't exactly how I visualized it. I will say I think Spirit kind of just crushed them harder in this mid-game than I would have anticipated, but I definitely think this is within, like, if you consider how these teams have played so far in the tournament, how unbeatable Spirit has looked, if the game looks quite even and they hit a power spike around this mid-game portion, you got to be super ready to strike. And yeah, they have just not been able to fight back. The Ursa and the Tiny combination doing tons of damage, and Collapse he's just fishing for them.
Yep, and
just
they're taking these buildings without Aegis. Don't even have a shard on the Tiny yet.
I
think go back to the high ground. There's going to be 5 up soon for Falcons, so they are respecting that, and we know that it's actually a pretty late Roche spawn, so another 2.5 minutes, but Can always go for the Tormy in the meantime.
And I guess if you want to go back to the draft now, looking at this, why do you think Falcons wanted to take the trade of Slardar for Mag against this particular team? Because I'm like, there might be something about how Slardar has a good lane matchup against Magnus. It's melee versus melee. They're flexing it, etc. But
snaking.
Oh,
what a juke!
Fancy footwork.
That was Matrix-esque.
Yep.
Beautiful.
Crystal
Let's
Maiden.
get a highlight of that one.
-5 move speed next patch.
Yeah, that was too good for Crystal Maiden.
Yeah, she was way too fast.
Needed.
I think Crystal Clone needs to have slower travel time. It doesn't really fit the hero's design.
That's true. It needs to be absolute slow motion. Here we go. The one highlight you'll see for Falcons this game. Hadouken!
That is not a Hadouken at all. Do you know what a Hadouken is?
It's Ryu.
Okay.
A Ryu? I don't even know how to say it.
It's
I just felt like sometimes you just get that feeling you need to say Hadouken.
Oh. Yeah, it happens frequently.
Doesn't need to. I mean, yeah.
Oh, they get the jump.
Dragon Tail. Do they have enough damage? They do. Down goes Yatoro. 80 seconds, and Falcons showing some life now. 5 versus 4. They absolutely need to get more.
That was a nice kill. I was not expecting them to be able to burst him before he gets ult or BKB off, but just great layering.
Unfortunately for them, though, Roche not up anytime soon.
It's something for Falcons, though. It is a very nice kill, but what is going to be the additional benefit here? Great execution.
Ooh.
No.
Yeah, Horn Toss available for Collapse. Root, he's going to show himself. Okay. Surprisingly so. Places down the calling. There's the Horn Toss, but the instant telekinesis to cancel out the combination. But the Macropyre doing insane amount of damage. Mallory is just stuck in the fire. He will fall as a result.
They don't even need their carry.
Yeah. Yatoro just sitting back, watching, enjoying. Deadshot, a rare miss as Collapse will hit the skewer. He's basically out of mana right now. And Amar being slowed to a crawl. Laurel will eventually catch up. Gets to toss. And this will eventually lead to his death.
Okay, Shannon, we've moved the goalpost. They don't need RP and they don't need their carry. So effectively...
He's still never casted. That's actually insane.
It's sometimes the threat of the RP is enough. That's generally what we talk about with Enigma, but... Well, with the Horn Toss available... Oh, he found a regen room, by the way. So Collapse is ready to go for round 2 here. And Laurel will...
Yeah, all they need is Laurel to push anyway, so...
Yep.
Does he have the shard? He does finally have the shard. So this will be 2 sets of barracks for Team Spirit. The tier 2 is still up.
And they're getting Roche
in the top lane. But yeah, Roche will be theirs, and they'll likely just walk down top.
And Radon is almost finishing off his Lincoln Sphere.
Interesting.
So
for the Link?
Gonna be able to... he'll block one of 3 things most likely with this, right? Either Dragon Tail, or he will block Corrosive Haze, or he will block Static Link. And if he blocks any of those 3, he probably lives.
Remember when Static Link did not get blocked by Lincolns?
Yeah, when you could ground cast
it? It's really strange, right?
Yep.
There were some weird interactions back in the day.
I think it was just because of spaghetti code, which Valve will never admit. So they would never do that.
Design choice.
Yeah. I genuinely don't know why it was a ground cast ability. I think it was it might have been a parody thing with Dota 1, that it did do that at some point. Not completely sure. It's a long time ago.
No, it definitely, yeah. It worked that way in Dota 1 as well.
Okay.
Skeeter will get the shard, so Fireball online.
Yeah, does physical damage.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Does more damage with the Slardar. I mean, the synergies for Falcons lineup, there are plenty, but...
Oh, yeah.
Doing the damage requires you to have control of your heroes, and it seems like whenever Spirit go in, they lose control of their heroes very fast.
Yeah, and they're not playing Troll Warlord.
Yeah.
Funnily enough. That's usually
either
sign up for that
pop their BKB so they can stand their ground at least somewhat against Tiny Ursa, but then if they get RP'd, they're just screwed. It's tough, and I definitely think no matter how this game ends, I don't think Spirit are getting Magnus again this series. I think it's causing way too many issues for Falcons. It's going to be prioritized to a first phase ban, which many other teams would do anyway. Falcons came in with an idea here with the Slardar as a potential counter. I think it's safe to say it has not worked as a counter at all. I think Slardar has been countered by Mag.
It wasn't just the skewers, although those were amazing. It's also just having the Empower for a hero that you've shut down in the Ursa, who just catches up and gets a normal time battle for you despite feeding early on. Skewer snaking is super dead. Avalanche coming in from Laurel. Static Link was broken. And they're going to just reset things now.
But yeah, that's the 11th one now for Snay.
They're having a rough one for sure. I mean, CM is not fun to play in states like this. Amari's going to force out the Radon ult.
Cost him his BKB, though.
As the Roshan's banner is placed, but they find a lowly Dragon Knight. Has to pop the BKB, but I don't think he's getting to the high ground. They rip right through him, and Crit gets brought back into Laurel's arms. GG is called here. Game number 1. It was pretty close at the beginning, but that Roche play, it felt like the game almost ended at that point.
Spirit have not even been challenged yet in this tournament.
Not breaking a sweat here.
They're just crushing every game. Like I think, well, what you're seeing here is just a flat-out clear tournament favorite. And I know it's early to call that. They've played only 5 games, but like no team has even, like you said, made them break a sweat. And this is supposed, you know, this is another 2-0 team. This is world-class opposition, and Spirit are making them look like fools, right? Yeah. It's scary when they're in this good form. I'm curious to see what team can find a solution. If the panel has some genius ideas here for what Falcons can do in Game 2, it's time to bring them up now.
Shiver, what's the idea?
I'm going to talk to the smart people about that. Thank you, guys. We have very clever ideas.
Where are the smart people?
You guys are the smart people.
Oh, it's us. Oh, that's not good.
Yeah. So what's Falcons supposed to do? Now, let's break the game down from the start, though, because there were a couple of things in this game that stood out. Yes, Spirit won very convincingly again, and we did also already favor their draft. It was just easier to execute. That happens sometimes. But we do have to talk about how that happened, T-Gov, because you said that there were some glimmers of light for Falcons.
Yeah, I feel like they did have opportunities in laning phase to create some tempo for themselves, right? You have a Slardar that can play the map a little bit quicker than a Tiny from mid lane. You have a Razor that can play into an Ursa. Sure, the Jakiro X Factor can break that lane, but I think the main issue for Falcons is when you have Rubik and Razor in your off lane, and the Ursa is able to keep the farm against the Razor, that's the big issue.
He won.
Ursa
won the lane.
actually just won the lane. And we're not going to really show too many highlights on it, but it's the fact that Maposh got to pull the small camp, Spirit stopped Falcons from pulling the hard camp, Ursa had like good lane position, what it felt like nearly the entire lane. So Falcons just, with their last pick in the draft, with the Razor, they did not shut down the Ursa. And then Collapse was just popping off as well. It's
what a treat watching the Collapse Magnus, all these skewer backs. I mean, I just in general love tiny mag games. You just see people flying around all the time. And you know, the thing is, against Falcons in particular, this is a good sort of style to play where you're playing the repositioning heroes, because Falcons always picks like 3 beefy cores that just stand in front. And guess what? If you reposition one of those heroes, the fight is over. Like, look, these heroes can die if you're just isolated.
Yeah,
you know,
that was a
one
very
versus 5.
sturdy DK that we just saw getting blown up.
Yeah, and this is where Falcons, you know, naturally we like to see them have a little bit more time to come online. But in Spirit, right, your Mag free farms against the DK, your Tiny just free farms against the Slardar, also free farm. So Spirit's entire lineup is built on an even timing. But for Falcons, it's like Razor needs a lot of economy, DK needs a lot of economy. Like, even if you win your lane, it's more farm required. But for Spirit, you can play on a Blink Dagger and Tiny, a Blink Dagger and Magnus, your entire game's good to go. Like, sure, Ursa needs Battle Fury. On the other side, it's like, you need a Mage Slayer, you need a Blink, you need a BKB. Like, your Toro is happy because they are just cruising through the Swiss stage right now, the group stage. And yeah, Falcons have got to change something up for this next game. It is, if they repeat this, then yeah, Spirit.
Look, Root didn't die a single time.
Yeah, very good.
Muerta, after all.
Good for him. Yeah, I mean, he really is the best Muerta, it feels like.
I think there's a couple of, people have their
I know
favorites.
Fear says, who's the Chimera?
1J. Fear says 1J. Yeah. I think Lacoste also says, he says Saxa, I think.
Saxa's good. Yeah, he's really good. Yeah. These Muerta players just look really impressive, but you know who looked even more impressive?
Yeah.
This guy. Collapse on Magnus.
I mean, he was on his Magnus. That's cheating. Of course I'm
gonna lay my cards on the table. Maybe I'm a stupid guy. I'm definitely a stupid guy. I feel like letting the Magnus through on this patch is already a risky move. Letting the Magnus through,
like game 1 of a best of 3. You think it was like, hey, let's see what they got?
Maybe I'm just gonna bet my left testicle that Magnus is banned next game. I don't think this is getting through again unless they can pick it up on the side of Falcons. There's no way you give Collapse Mag again.
You should have said that. We do actually have paramedics on site, so
we do.
No, that's a real bet. What was the other thing that I said? I'll pay $5. Pay
$5 doll hairs. $5
What was that for? Do you remember?
You'd pay $5 hairs if I think it's just Spirit didn't win or something.
Yeah, along those
it
lines.
was very generic.
Yeah, it was very generic. Yeah,
yeah, it wasn't
fine.
very, you know.
It was a
risky.
really funny bit, I think. But you know what else is funny? Let's look at some
comparisons.
Let's do some comparisons.
Yeah, we can do a comparison. T-Gov, we got Ursa, Razor.
I mean, we really kind of harped on it a little bit, but I feel like the fact that you have Amar, of course, into Ursa going for an early Yules is quite nice. Sure, your Taurus, the scoreline isn't looking too good, the 1-2, but look at that net worth. The net worth is so critical. If you're picking Razor to play into an Ursa, the equivalent of picking a Viper-style hero, that has to be like 5k net worth Ursa to 7k or a 4k. The fact that the net worth is identical, that is a losing lane. And yeah, we are going to look at some highlights. I think the main thing is his entry to the game, the top net worth Razor, with Collapse having such a free time, plus the supports rotating in, the whole team knew, if we kill Razor, they have no game to play.
That being said, though, right after this, because obviously this is around the 15-minute mark, as we said, and that's when the Tormentor spawns. Team Spirit is not normally the team to really try really hard to go for the Tormentor, but they were there. So was Falcons. I thought it was very cool to see both teams, you know, feeling it out, going toe-to-toe. And it was Falcons in the end that win the fight there. So they did get the Tormentor.
Did they get the Tormentor?
Did they get the Tormentor? Because they won the fight. I know that one.
They did win the fight. I think Spirit got the Tormentor.
Yeah, that's what my memory says, but maybe I'm old.
It was kind of back and forth down there.
It was
kind of back and
very
forth.
back and forth. I thought that at that point, like,
I'll be honest,
as even.
I completely forgot about who took Tormentor.
I'm not even going to try and guess. It's becoming less relevant these later days.
It's all a blur when Spirit's just styling on the team.
I will say, if you're playing like some 5-man into 5-man, and you have that kind of standoff situation where both teams are looking at each other, which always does happen by the Tormentor, the team that is always favored is the one that has the repositioning. It's like the Bat Rider team, the Tiny Mag team. So that's why we saw so many skewer backs, because Falcons was just waiting in the wings, you know? They're waiting for the Tormentor.
Yeah.
You know what's even more sad before you go to a break?
Oh, yeah.
If there ever was a time for Rubik to have a good game, it's against this draft.
True,
Rubik's not coming back. That's it. That was the test.
If Rubik can't pop off or do some work in a game against Tiny, Mag, and all these heroes, maybe there's never a time we should see the hero.
Yeah, maybe there's also no time that we see the Mag hero again. But if you're curious to see the future, well, not see, to know the future of Jenkins' left testicle, then you should stick around. We'll be right back.
Please welcome the true stars of tonight, the heroes of Dota, who have claimed the top prizes from 1xBet. Best carry, Phantom Lancer. Best support, Marcy. Best mid lane, Zeus. Pudge. Best Players Award, 1xBet customers. 1xBet, it's your pick.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome to another episode of Dota Letters. I am here with a Dota legend himself, Mr. Seb. We had you come in because you have such wide knowledge of Dota players and talents and heroes. None of that will probably help you in this game. All right?
Good to know.
Yes, you got
Good to know.
2 minutes and 30 seconds to guess what the description is. You get 10 hints. Do you understand? Do you want to yell hint, or is there something else you like to yell when you need help in a game?
No, I'll just... hint? Help. I'll just scream for help.
What is a hint in French?
Indice.
Yeah, we're not going to do that. I can't pronounce that.
I'll just say help.
How do you say help in French?
À l'aide.
Yeah, I can't say that. All right, well, we'll just go for it. Sorry.
Help is good.
Help is good. All right, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay,
I think.
Let us begin. Our first one, here we go, Seb. A phantom presence, I haunt the battlefield, striking from all sides, I appear without warning.
Phantom assassin, I appear without warning to pursue my victim. What is that?
Illusions.
What the hell is that?
What? It's a hero.
Okay.
It's a description. You could ask for a hint, though, if you need.
Okay, hint.
Hint? All right.
Oh my God.
Second to last name is an R.
What? Jakiro?
Jakiro? No, a phantom presence.
Yeah, I'm choking right now.
Give him another hint. Give him another hint. It's a hero that ends in and is a ghostly presence that ends in and can haunt the
Spectre.
Thank you very much. All right, Spectre.
It's gonna get better.
Okay. A brilliant inventor. I unleash my might upon my enemies. Tinker, got it.
Okay.
Next, a gleaming talisman that has a
celestial. Well, that's Spectre again, no?
Celestial aura.
The spirits.
Okay, it's 2 words.
Keeper of the light. No, 2 words.
It's an item. I'm gonna help you out.
It's an item. It's an item.
You can use your hints.
Oh, yeah,
you run out of time.
Hint. Another hint.
Okay.
Another hint. What is this? What are these hints? These scams?
This is the game, all right? Now, it is an item that supports would buy to bolster their carries or weaken their enemies.
Solar crests.
There we go. All right. I'm helping you out too much. I'm a walking.
Venomancer.
All right. What? Next. Damn, next.
Crimson gem pulsing with dark energy.
Yeah, that's right.
Have infinite vitality. Oh God.
You still got 5 hints, 50 seconds.
Yeah, hint.
All right.
Pick me up with a hint.
B.
Another hint.
All right.
Oh, I feel like I should know this one. Dude, I still don't know.
It's okay, it's okay.
Another hint. Bloodstone.
There we go. All right.
Bloodstone is a gem. Marcy.
Marcy, a gaze that turns flesh to stone.
Red Fury.
That ain't that kind of show, all right?
It's a hero.
That's right.
Flesh to stone. Medusa.
Close, but my flock strikes from the skies.
I don't know what a flock is.
It's a grouping of birds. 2 hints left.
I have no idea. A hint. Another hint. What?
Out of hints. It is a stone bird.
Visage.
There we go. All right, last one. You can do it.
I can't do it.
All right.
Mystical.
Just give up. The man read mystical and he just relinquished. Okay.
Oh, but these like, there's too much vocabulary I don't have, man.
What are you talking about?
What's a halberd? I don't even know
what is a halberd. It's an item in the game.
Is it an axe or something?
An halberd?
Yeah.
It's a type of.
It's like a weapon.
Yes.
I don't know what a halberd is.
Can you guess or not?
I need to take a breather. All right. Oh, nice and chill now.
Okay.
A mystical halberd crackling with potent energy. It unleashes bolts of pure force, hindering enemies' magic resistance.
Wow. You should have narrated No Tail's book.
Parasma.
There we go.
Yeah, you see? When I'm given the time and I'm not being stressed out.
Just a man who needs time to think. Well, you did exceptionally well.
I'm pretty far away from the best score, right?
No, I actually think you're right. You might be on the upper levels.
Okay.
People panic. People freak.
I feel like you're just being nice to me.
I'm not being nice to you.
I'll just accept the lie for now. I'll live in the lie.
Thank you so much, Seb. Well, we're all living the lie as we continue our lives, but you did a fantastic job. Well done with Dota Letters. We'll see more fantastic performances as Seb plays at PGL Wallachia.
And he is playing right now, but not on this stream. You're on the wrong stream. If you want to watch OG, go to our B stream. Right now, we are here with 2 teams, Falcons and Spirit, and we are about to head into the second game of this best-of-3 series. Winner of this series is guaranteed playoffs. Loser will have another shot, of course. Both of these teams are 2-0 right now in the Swiss stage, and Team Spirit is 1 game up, and they're doing very well. And I feel like, you know, you might think we're singing their praises just a little bit too much. I heard our commentary team do the same thing as well. Sinnerin said, oh, it feels like we're watching the favorite of the tournament. It's because it's been a little while since we've seen Team Spirit in this form, T.
No, 100%. They are looking immaculate. It does feel like I just want to see them play Tundra to truly understand it. Yes, they did play the grand finals, but then there was like that kind of couple-day break, and
it's different.
It was like such a weird finals, but yeah, I'm very excited to see the future of Spirit in this tournament, and for Falcons at least, they're going to have to step up in this next game. I feel like they're going to kick themselves a lot because their lanes did not go how they expected it to, and then they just lost the game straight away after. Like, lanes are so important. They're going to have to just try and improve in one game's break.
No, I do think that Team Falcons, Jenkins, is a team that can adapt mid-series. They are, of course, led by legendary AUI.
Yeah, they got AUI. They'll be fine. I think he's going to see all the faults in the draft, which I believe one of them is definitely the Magnus. I mean, they seem to be enjoying the Slardar in general on this patch. And you know what? I respect that Falcons is trying to go back to their old way of not picking what the meta is and instead defining the meta and picking the heroes that they're really comfortable with. Unfortunately, Slardar is not like the Grandmaster tier hero, you know, like Raze or Timber. These heroes are still really bad. Like Falcons had such a strong couple of years that all of the heroes they did this with in the draft are all bad.
They got 1 year. Isn't that mad? Well, 1 year and 2 months or so.
Mm-hmm.
So they got their time in the sun, and all the heroes that they did it with already have been hit hard.
And they've been bad for a while now. I feel like Timber's been quite unpickable.
Yeah, the heroes, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, not Falcons. I mean, they've had a good couple of years. Don't get me wrong.
There. They're 2-0 right now.
It's good to see Mallory back. I will say, like, I want to see this team as in full form. I would assume while he was busy with his stuff, and you know Skeeter busy with his stuff, there probably wasn't that much scrimming going on.
Yeah.
So I could imagine this is one of those tournaments where they're coming into it with very little scrims, if any. And so I do expect them to power up through the group stage. But just like we said with Gaimin yesterday, I think any team that's running into Spirit in this Swiss stage is like, ooh, I kind of wish this was one of the other ones. Even Tundra's looking more shaky than Spirit in the games that we've seen.
I will say, though, this is all good that they're facing these teams now, T-Gov, because you want to adapt and learn from this team right now.
Yeah, I mean, that is the beauty of the Swiss format, right? The fact that if you can get to 3 series wins, you then enter a double elimination from the upper bracket. Like, you have so many lifelines to be able to learn that it's not as like punishing as you know, a quick group stage or something like this, right? Like, it really is a matter of watch them, study them, and try and just process what they're doing. And specifically, Spirit, Tundra, they're the 2 teams that replay studying is the best to do so.
Yeah, so let's see what they learned from the previous game, because we got Falcons with second pick, so they get 4 bans. They could be banning that Magnus in those 4, but there's a lot of heroes that you don't want to play.
Don't do it. Don't let it through.
There's a chance, Jenkins.
Don't do it to
Spirit
yourself.
Have already banned the Bristol and the Nature's Prophet. I will say, Spirit, in the previous games that they've played, they've not seemed like the team that opens the same opening twice. So potentially that might be why Falcons might be leaving the Magnus in.
Yep, but I believe this is the first time in the tournament that we're seeing Spirit on the same pick order. Every other draft has been like their second pick, then they go to first pick. Their second pick, go to first pick. This time, it's 2 games in a row Spirit is on first pick. And for Falcons, the only change available is not banning the Darkseer and ban the Magnus.
Yeah, this is good. I mean, the thing is, like, you don't want to insta-ban the Magnus because then it looks like you're really scared of it. Yeah. So you want to ban all the heroes that you're planning on banning as well from the first game anyway, and then take the Magnus out. Because otherwise, Collapse, he's going to be too smug.
Yeah. Oh, God, instant Magnus. Yeah, look at me.
They're so scared. They're so scared.
But, T-Gov, you did just mention a very important point in one of the rare drafts. Never mind. I was going to say that Darkseer makes it through, but he doesn't. Still gets banned, and Terrorblade will be first phase picker for Spirit.
Again, the Darkseer ban from Falcons in the last game was not because Spirit would first pick it, but more like it's just good down the line, right? They're just using it as a high-value ban. Either way, we do see the Terrorblade, of course, offlane and carry.
Yeah, I like the Darkseer ban because of that. Like, this is the hardest counter to Terrorblade carry in the game. Even Terrorblade offlane. Like, you might go for some sort of utility build to start, but you always end up building into just normal carry Terrorblade, essentially. So getting the illusion from Darkseer, like, this is one of the highest win rates against the Terrorblade in the game. So this allows them to continue to have the flex to carry, potentially.
And weirdly enough, actually, for Falcons, a lot of their building block heroes are the ones that are already removed, right? Like, they banned the Nightstalker against themselves, but they don't want Spirit to have it. Bristle's banned out. They lost a little bit of faith in Dawnbreaker, but now they're going back for it. So in regards to like the position of draft, Solada just lost a game, and they tried using it as their kind of draft-enabling hero. Nightstalker's gone, Bristle's gone. They only really have Dawn left out of the main heroes, so it's not surprising, but Spirit will be very prepared for this.
I do like Dawn against TB, at least if it's like in lane. Even though Dawn does some physical damage with the Q, it's still a lot of magic damage with the W, and TB is a really low HP hero. You can run him down with like a magic damage support, something like a Muerta, and kill the TB. Then again, with the Aghanim Scepter build being nerfed, I know people like Dawn against TB because TB just kind of stands there and fights with meta, and then you Dawn ult, and then everyone gets the mischance, or TB's not hitting from the Dawn ult. However, nobody's going Ags anymore. It's like a damage build people are doing.
I think the main thing is, against Terrorblade, no matter what position it is, you want to be able to kite out the meta as long as possible. And with a Solar Guardian, if you keep that hero alive, you land, you can then disengage from the fight, play around meta, be on cooldown, and then take the fight after. Or it's enough buff just to be able to win the fight.
That's interesting. Solar Guardian to disengage.
You can.
Yeah. No, that's an interesting idea.
Of course you can Solar Guardian in and take the fight,
of course.
right?
I mean, that's usually that's the idea. Is like it's about like counter initiating. But I like the idea of Solar Guardianing and then just get out. You just dodge the meta. That sounds pretty good.
We have a little bit of a change up in regards to Team Spirit bans. Obviously, previously they banned the Pango and the Dawnbreaker, but now they're targeting Snake King. They banned out his Crystal Maiden and the Tinker as well.
I mean, so far he has played 2 heroes at the tournament, and they are
those are them.
Crystal Maiden and Tinker.
Those are the ones. He's out. He's gotta be Mirana now.
I'm scared for him. Does he? Yeah. Does he have the heroes?
They gotta pick Mirana now because otherwise Spirit takes it. There's nothing left.
He plays more than that.
He does, of course. He does play Enchantress and whatnot. But
I'm sure he plays Jakiro and Warlock.
He does.
So it's interesting because it never really seems to me that, oh my goodness, Crystal Maiden really was the saving grace.
No, I think when you called the Jakiro, I was like, yeah, that sounds like the perfect pick here. I mean, it's high magic damage against a TB, which is, let's face it, likely to be in the off lane. Like, this gives you a lane win against that.
That's what all these heroes do, right? Falcons off another team that win their lanes. That's why I think losing that for game 1 was a little bit of a shock, because they lost it because of how bad their lanes went. CM, Tinker, Jakiro, all very strong in meta, because they are so dominant in the laning phase into nearly any offlane duo that you see at the moment. And the best counter to Jakiro is the
Rubik.
Is the Abaddon. I've lost faith. I really think Rubik has a place, but maybe after that last game I lost a little bit of faith. But I still have hope that it can show up at some point. But Abaddon is one of the harder counters to Jakiro. You can just dispel his damage, and then eventually you have like Blade Mail to return the damage, Harpoon to drag him into bad positions.
But it does mean, because Abaddon, the nerf that happened to Abaddon was more to support Abaddon, because that means that you lock in the Terrorblade as a carry rather than Collapse playing it on the offlane, because you lock in Abaddon as the offlane.
No, for sure. And they might not rush towards it, but if they see that the hero and go, we don't care, they might just go for it.
Oh yeah, cool. So
the old school.
Yeah, Rue has been playing this. I mean, it's really nice with the TB because you Chakra Magic him. He gets a second everything. I mean, he gets a second Q. He gets a second.
I mean, his ultimate's reduced. It's the only hero in the game.
His ultimate, which we can call that's Metamorphosis. This is reduced.
And he went for the recall facet last time, right?
Yeah, it's very, very good.
Yeah.
Yes, he goes for recall. With recall, you get 2 charges on the teleport, and because Keeper Light can recall himself to an ally, he can then start the TP onto an ally, TP another hero to him, so when he gets to his friend, he's brought him and someone else. Yeah. So he is, in current meta, pretty much just an IO.
That's just so spooky.
Yeah.
I feel like with the Caudal TB, you got no stun so far. You need some big stunning guy. Maybe a Bane. Let's get a Bane. You play the map. You call the Bane around. The Keeper goes to the Bane as well. He's running through the trees, catching people. That sounds nice. I'd love to see a Miposhka Bane.
Yeah, wouldn't complain at all.
Anytime. I'd love to see Miposhka Bane. It's true.
Because the other stuff he's picked is the Jakiro. Oh, okay.
No, so this will be probably Miposhka Caudal or Miposhka Muerta.
Or we've seen Nothing to Say play it mid lane in other series.
Yeah.
I'd argue maybe they're keeping it alive, but also we've seen Murta from Mosquito Clan play Murta in the 5 position.
Okay, yeah.
So right now, Coddle can be mid 4-5, Murta can be 4-5, right? All 3 heroes are all to be in different lanes, but the key thing is, it is good wave shove on all 3 heroes. It's really strong fight when they're together, and the Coddle can amp every hero now, like multiple dead shots, reflections. They still need that team fighting body to play around.
Can you have 2 of the callings down at once?
What's the cooldown of the calling?
It's pretty long. It's like 30 seconds or something.
Then no.
But what if you recall then chakra? It's double the cooldown reduction. Anyway, you're reducing the cooldown on a very high impact spell, which is, once again, essentially an ultimate. Like the calling functions like an ultimate. And they go for the Ember. I mean, this could still be an Ember offlane and carry Dawnbreaker on Skeeter.
There's some like nostalgia with these drafts. Like Bounty used to be one of the counters to Coddle, because you'd run around the jungle, you'd check for any stacks he's making, you'd track him up,
find him.
You'd find him.
Yeah, he just needs to be found.
You just punch him a couple times, and now he's half HP, so he's not as desirable to make aggressive moves. And they need to take the Ember away, because Coddle Ember, again with Chakra, very good. But you do open up for some responses, and they're keeping the Terrorblade a little bit alive still with the flex, but you need that hero to start the fight. And now Coddle can drag the DK in from behind the tree line, and DK will then blink over the tree line to start the fight. That's also another thing, that if you don't have a hero that can reposition once recall, it gets a little bit clunky. Like you're just randomly teleporting a guy to you. There's no like explosive play. DK will bring that with the Blink Dagger build.
Here's a question. Do we think this is going to be a DK safe lane so that they get the DK into Dawnbreaker matchup?
Or just to stun him when he goes to Dawnbreaker?
Yeah, this is what people were doing. I think it was Dream League 24, or maybe it was Fissure Player. It was one of these tournaments a few months ago that it was like, it was always the DK into Dawn. It's just the lane counter. But then again, it could be an Ember. But
I mean,
on the flip side,
Amal has played it, right? Off lane?
Yeah, DK should also beat an Ember, or at least do fine against an Ember as well. So you know that you can get a good lane on DK, no matter what.
I think for Spirit, just putting DK to mid and deciding if Terrorblade is off lane or carry feels a little bit nicer. Unless they have a better hero, but I still think they need again, with the Tidebound, it's easy to make the point, but they need the Tidehunter type hero for Spirit, right? Like where you walk around by yourself on the map, you get jumped, and that's when the Coddle TPs in with the DK, and then you turn it around, right? Like they don't have a hero that wants to stand in the middle of the fight. DK with items can, but Terrorblade shouldn't be the one getting jumped first. Coddle more to play the back line. DK plays Blink build and starts fights. But they need the heroes to soak the fight. And that's the offlaner for Collapse that I'm trying to find right now. Any Collapse heroes that really fit that archetype?
I don't mind the idea of Mars. It's not really. It's another Blink Initiator. It's not really like a stand there and start the fight, but two Blink Initiators can kind of fulfill that role.
Yeah, you can fix the problem of that. Yeah.
They played the last time they played the Keeper of Light. It was in combination with the Mars on the offlane.
It feels like a strong lane because you're reducing the cooldowns on these, low cooldown nukes. Just nuke the wave out.
Abaddon is still available, right? With a Dispel to track, you then have Chakra for multiple shields.
Yeah, I mean, and against Ember, Jakiro, this is a nasty Dispel game.
Yeah, Abaddon is still very, very good. They do ban the Mars.
Yeah.
Another option in meta would be the offlane Faces Void. You have Chakra to have multiple time walks.
Yeah, but
time zone to lock down.
It's not a strength hero.
Doesn't need to be, because you buy Halberd anyway, so you're very tanky.
Okay. We'll see. Team Spirit banned out the Huskar. So they are implying Ember offlane Dawn carry? Or what?
I feel like part of it is just, it's Falcons.
They're controlling the flex, though, because Ember is flex between mid and offlane, and if you don't ban Huskar, then suddenly, Ember can go offlane, Huskar goes mid, and it just is annoying, so...
Yeah.
I think giving Malvarine absolute last pick Huskar is one of the greatest cardinal sins of Dota history. You don't do that against this team.
And then you go for the Abaddon. Yep, that's...
I mean, it's strange to see it pick last for Team Spirit, the fact that it's still in the pool, but we talked about it. They'd rather ban out the Mars and the Tide instead of the Abaddon.
And they could still run Abba carry or TB carry, depending on what this last pick is. That's what I really like about this.
I think now, Ember to mid. Is there an Amar? You only have 20 seconds. But I think Ember mid and then Dawn carry and finding an Amar hero could be a good option. But what is the Amar hero? I'm actually quite stumped. I don't really know what the pick is.
Don't raise her again. Oh, they're going to go with the Malrine Lina.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's a Grandmaster, Lina. He will do well.
I mean, I'm always a fan of a Malrine last pick Grandmaster hero. That's always going to be good. Let's see. I mean, Lina versus TB, very strong. It's a low HP hero who doesn't like to be bursted with magic damage. Although, I have seen a lot of the Linas mid going for a right-click build now. But we'll see. I mean, even the right-click build can be with, like, Mjolnir, MKB. Like, you can still get magic damage through those right-clicks. So it's definitely really solid against a TB.
We'll have the Terrorblade then in the safe lane indeed, and he'll be supported by the Muerta.
There's a lot of pressure on Malrine in this game. If he doesn't Laguna kill a hero, their fight is very skirmishy, right? Compared to the sustainability of Kotl Hill with the DK Mage Slayer, Terrorblade Sunder, Abba with the Mist Cores and Shields. Like Falcons, if Lina doesn't get to create those number advantage moments, I'm a little worried for them. Tempo and pickoff is the key theme once again for Falcons. And for Spirit, just try and control the game, get to the items, and just play the better map with how devastating it's going to be. Terrorblade pushing waves, Kotl pushing waves. I'm a little scared for Falcons.
Yeah, I was gonna say I feel like I've been here before. Another grim picture for the team that's playing against Team Spirit. Falcons, what needs to go well for them to have a shot this game to force out a third game and be the first team to take a game off this team?
I mean, like T said, it's a very skirmishy lineup that they have. They have a bounty hunter, so you can always snowball with track gold. Any of their cores can snowball, especially the Lina. If they can get Malrine off to a good start and get him some extra gold, he could legitimately 1v5 this game. I have seen Lina do work.
Do you think the supports will have the freedom to roam around? Obviously, the bounty hunter kind of has to, as the nature of the hero, but I feel like the Jakiro will just be stuck.
The Ember offlane into Terrorblade can be a little bit spooky as well, right? If it's like an Ember bounty into Terrorblade meta reflection. Again, lanes with the issue in game one.
You cut those waves. That's what you do.
They have to just have better lanes in game two. If they play the same lanes like they did last game, then yes, Spirit should easily win this game.
Okay, well, let's see if Falcons can beat the odds and be the first team to take a game of Team Spirit here at Wallachia. We're finding out together with Sunsfan and Cinderin.
Game 2 is upon us. Team Spirit versus Falcons. Game 1 sucked. Game 2 is going to be a lot better. I guarantee it, Cinderin. This is a matchup we've been looking forward to. Game 1 was a warm-up game for Falcons, all right?
All right.
That's all it takes, a warm-up. Now they're back in it. Their fingers are nice and loose, nice and warm. They got their heating packs for the people that have terrible circulation like me, and they're going to have a better show in Game 2.
And they replaced all of their heroes.
That's true, yeah.
It's pretty cool to see from both teams here that entering Game 2, there's only one repeat pick, which is the Muerta for Spirit. I know Dragon Knight was also in the previous game, but it was for the other team, right? So, and even that one repeat pick is now being played by Miposhka, so they put it on a different priority in the lineup. So, a lot of adaptation, a lot of theory crafting here being put into effect. I think the last pick, Lina from Falcons, I think was a very cool idea here. There's a lot of pressure on Malrine to perform. I think Lina is unpicked this tournament for a reason. She got nerfed really hard in 738. But in the right game, the hero can still be very good. And the main things I'm looking for a good Lina game are, number one, are you able to not get jumped too much, which I think is the case in this game. Nice. The only real jump in Spirit's team is a potential Blink Dragon Knight. Nobody else is really going to jump you in the back line. And secondly, whether you go right-click or magic-focus build, are there heroes that you counter through artillery and with magic damage? Because if Lina goes right-click, she's still going it with Mjolnir, right? Yep. Generally speaking. So, and that's Terrorblade. So Terrorblade and Dragon Knight don't like to take too much magic damage. They have high armor. So I think this was a really cool idea from Falcons, and look forward to see if Malrine can pop off in this game. And
I agree.
Challenge Spirit.
Lena's a cool hero this game. I have a question, though. So Dawnbreaker, we saw Skeeter play it the other day as a position 1. A lot of times you want to have this big tanky guy up front that he can ult on. Now, Ember does have a lot of mobility, but I wouldn't call him the tankiest of heroes. Like, what do you think of the Dawnbreaker having the exact same play style where you're just kind of off to the jungle, waiting for somebody to initiate, then you Solar Guardian in? Is he going to try to be doing the same things? Is it going to be less effective because of his the lineup overall?
I think that's how you have to play carry Dawn, right? The way you utilize the hero's skill set is largely through out-farming, because you have the luxury of farming and fighting basically simultaneously. Think Nature's Prophet. It's no coincidence that Skitter plays Nature's Prophet and Dawnbreaker for this team in a lot of their games, because they are a very efficiency-focused team, and the way this carry functions just plays into his strengths of using the map that way. But like you said, the only real setup is Slight Chains and maybe an Ice Path. Although, I guess Bounty Hunter is a little bit of a wild card in that. Sure, Bounty doesn't have the longest stun himself, but you get like the quote-unquote stun of the enemy team getting jumped out of nowhere. It's hard to react to if you get Solar Guardian just from an Invis hero, right?
Yeah, very true.
And if Bounty has level 4 Shadow Walk with the right timing, he can back-to-back stun for a total of 2.8 seconds, which is, that's a setup.
Yeah, as long as they don't have the vision, I suppose.
Yep,
but
exactly.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see if they can execute that to a high degree. But like you kind of brought up in game number 1, Team Spirit have looked pretty flawless so far in this tournament.
Yeah,
and we'll see if anybody can really contest them. Game 1, not so much.
That's the thing. I think it's cool in a tournament if there's a quote-unquote a boss that it's a matter of can anyone figure them out. And I know it's early. We've not played too many games, but I think it's fair to say so far that Spirit has just overall looked the best, which makes for a cool storyline. Like who's gonna give them their first big challenge? Who's gonna maybe defeat them? And that's obviously going to be. That's what I'm looking at right now. Is who's gonna step up to the plate and make this team bleed.
Well, to be fair, they haven't played Tundra yet. Right?
That is true. That is true.
Was the 5-game finals that they just took place in. Spirit did take that in the end, but yeah, those two teams in general have just looked better than everybody.
Yeah, we'll
but
see
things can
Tundra
change
in
quickly.
play after this series.
I mean, this is still the like this patch is in its infancy, right? So things change pretty drastically, especially when it's such a big patch overall. It takes quite a lot of time for players to adapt and discover new things. Right now, you can see that Collapse is leading the way in terms of CS on the Abaddon. He has the Mephitic Shroud facet, which is the main one we've been seeing.
Yep. The carry Abaddon we saw from Radon yesterday went for the Quickening. But yeah, Mephitic is the more popular choice in general. But both facets very good. So I don't think you can really go wrong, because both choices are just so flat out stable and strong that one might have an advantage over the other in any given game, but you're never going to be like, damn, I really messed up by picking, you know, one or the other. They're just simply extremely strong facets, both of them. Which I think, in a way, kind of, I guess, is the ultimate goal for facets, is that you either want both to be, you want it to feel like a meaningful choice, right? It should never be, all right, one is always better. It should be, okay, for this type of game, this is how I envision things are going to go.
No, I understand what you're saying. I don't know if that's true for Abaddon, though. You really think it's that meaningful of a choice for him? Because, like you said, you're fine with both in most cases. Like, what makes this one better?
Right, I guess what I was getting at is either you want both to be solid choices, or if they're polarizing where one is bad sometimes, it needs to be good sometimes too, right? And I just think some of the facets are just flat out no-brainers still. They've improved it.
It's gotten a lot better.
On some heroes, it's just like, there is no way you're taking this facet, right? Compared to the other one. In Pro Dota especially. There's just...
Not everything's about Pro Dota, Sinner. Some people don't want to control their Visage familiars. That's fine. Perfectly fine. As we see the calling in the bot lane, Radon is going to get first blood onto Crit. It will be a trade as Crit kills him from the grave, apparently. Okay. How does that even work? And Amar going to be pressuring Miposhka, but the dead shot. Amar has to be really careful. Okay. Gaining some nice regen. Miposhka does come out on top. Can't say I'm too surprised. He just wanted to go all out in a blaze of glory.
Oh, it was the blood grenade. I was looking. I was like, what in the... How... Yeah, that's literally the only way that could happen. Unless if Ember hadn't dealt damage to Terrorblade. I was like, that's not what happened.
Blood grenade is it's such a rare occurrence. I feel like there needs to be like an explosion of blood.
Oh.
Very important. Like the really bad looking one for Rupture, just put that as the blood grenade kill. The one that looks like it's in 2D. Just a little request for Valve.
Oh, nice find here from Malrine. The Haste Rune gonna make his rotation down toward bottom. This could be big. He's level 6, and we know Terrorblade is vulnerable.
Yep.
And he's also dead.
Slave and Laguna available. That should be an easy kill, and indeed it is.
Oh, he might go for more.
Laurel, he's gonna be able to take out Snaking with one last right click. And the question is, how much will this cost on the other side? They don't find another. The dead shot will hit Malrine. Does not have, or at least he did not at the time. Yeah, he still does not have LSA at his disposal.
Is Amar... Malrine just stuck around and took a whole lane wave as tax away from the Ember. I don't know how good that really is. I think when you're playing offlane Ember, you're a little bit more starved for experience than when you're playing mid. I think this gank from Malrine was great, but afterwards I would have liked to see him just immediately run back to mid with his Haste Rune and let Amar take the free wave out of the Terrorblade kill to accelerate him a little bit. When you're playing non-mid Ember, this hero, I think Amar's just flat out going to go 4-4-0 build. And the faster you get these spells to high level, so you reduce the cooldowns, you get to play that offlane style a lot more effectively. But now, instead, with that wave taken by the Lina, he's still half a level away from 6.
What do you think about Amar playing Ember? We saw this the other day. Definitely does not feel like an Amar hero. It doesn't mean he doesn't play it well. It's just he always has his signature Mars and all these tanky type of heroes as mid lane. Laguna Blade onto Laurel, taking a lot of burn damage. We'll walk it off, though.
It's, in a way, it does share some thematic style with Slark that Amar likes playing in the offlane. You know, the whole poke and prod, be elusive, try to draw attention to yourself, but not too much. But yeah, it's definitely, it's not one of his like top 10 played heroes even, I would think. But if there's a patch where people can make it work, he's not the only player to play this offlane this tournament. We have seen it before as well.
What is up with that bounty rune area? Nobody ever goes for that. It's always tons available.
Yeah, Spirit just picked up 4 bounties.
Yeah, and just like that, that's a 1K lead. Crit is dusted. Dragon Tailed as well. Big Illuminate to follow as Laurel and company. Okay, the Solar Guardian is actually in place. They want to try to contest these camps. Peter is actually just ignoring the heroes. Gonna go for Collapse instead. The Aphotic Shield still applied. Has not skilled his ult quite yet, and Snaking is gonna easily get ticked out. So lots of rotations to this triangle, and looks like Spirit will still have access to their stacks.
Yeah, Malrine with no point in LSA can't really set anything up
surely
yet.
a 1 level would be valuable here. Allows for the Laguna. Okay, a little too slow.
Damn. That was, he skilled it right after he died.
Yeah, unfortunate.
Very nice kill here for Malrine.
We saw this yesterday as well. I feel like players are a little too greedy. The min-max on the borrowed time. Just get it.
It's, I don't know, I still think it's the right thing. I mean, clearly it's the right thing theoretically. The question is, how often do you mess up? Right? If it happens 1 in 10 games, I think it's still better to not skill it until you need it, but you're going to see the replay here. Crit giving that vision. There's the stun. Laguna.
Let's see.
Plenty of time here to skill it. But yeah, skills it right after.
Unfortunate.
Yep. Nice play. That's why you take the chance. You go for it. Falcons know that he likely hasn't skilled ult, and they play the man, and they win it.
They play the man. 2K lead for Spirit here early on.
Malrine, 4-0-3 here. When's he gonna skill it?
Yeah, I don't know when the normal time for him would be. He does have an Arcane Rune now.
There's just some meaningful value to having a point in LSA, right? It's a setup for Ice Path, it's a setup for Dawn ulti. But really valuing the efficiency of just the raw farming, that extra point in Fiery Soul.
I mean, it's the min-max.
It is. It's one of those things where if one stun point could get you 1 kill, specifically because you had it, that probably outweighs the benefits of the Fiery Soul point, but
I'm sure AUI has done the math.
Yeah, we'll AI 2000, our good friend.
Yep. Skeeter has a Solar Guardian available, so can join at any time. He's going for Blade Mail.
Oh, Collapse almost took top tower, actually.
Yeah, Collapse already 2K into his eventual Radiance. So what do you think about Radiance this game for the Abby?
You need to stop calling him
I'm not going to
You're
stop.
specifically calling him Abby now because it bothers
What do I care? It's the juxtaposition, Cinder, and it's cool. It's funny, okay?
Okay.
Just deal with it.
Yeah, sorry, I don't understand.
I understand that you don't understand. Mid lane, Dragon Tail from Lars will try to get away. There's a Solar Guardian coming in. There's the LSA, Laguna Blade, Starbreaker, goodbye.
All right, level 9's the sweet spot. That's when you get it. What do I think of Radiance? I mean, it's pretty standard, right? You're likely to play the type of fights where you are in the middle and you want to just run around giving information for your team and do additional damage to make space for the Terrorblade in fights. So if you compare this to going, let's say, Harpoon, I guess the mindset here is you're not likely to get to just stick on a target and run them down fully, but you are likely to get some movement around the fights. So, all
right, they're going to try to pop the borrowed time. They do so, bring him back to full HP. Collapse really doesn't want to die here. Has not purchased the Sacred Relic as of yet, but no more damage to come from Falcons. They just want to put that bad boy ult on cooldown. Make sure he has it skilled first, actually.
I will say one of the downsides to Radiance here, though, is that you're actually not blinding very much. Dawnbreaker, Starbreaker can't miss.
True.
Emperor's Slight Chains.
Oh, Dragon Tail.
That's a
Malrine might be ticking out. It's going to be close.
Out.
Yes, he does fall. Amar trying to get some retribution here is crit. Finally level 6, so the track online is a very rare miss from Aposhka.
Rue wouldn't have missed that one because he never misses.
That's true. Aposhka, how dare you? Yeah, we didn't really talk about Keeper of the Light. I mean, earlier today, Owen and Fogg were talking about how crazy this hero looks with the recall, especially on a map that's so big. Are we going to be seeing this hero get picked / banned, just contested a little bit more as the tournament goes on, you think?
I mean, so far he hasn't lost. So I'd say if Spirit win this game, the hero's 4-0.
Oh, yeah, Toro. Searing Chains is going to set up the LSA.
Nice find.
Laguna Blade. Laguna not really needed, but they'll take it.
You take no risks against Terrorblade. Okay. You don't want to give him a chance to Sunder. Just get him out of there immediately. Get the track gold for your team. And Spirit are going to try to put some pressure back the other way, courtesy of this mid tower, and they will claim it. But that was still a very big kill for Falcons. Not only is it on the Terrorblade, but it was a 4-man track. And you want to get that bonus gold and accelerate your Lina as much as possible. Jenkins was talking about how this is the type of game that Lina can truly hard carry, which I agree with. But yeah, you need to have the lead, which he does. Not by a landslide, but it's the makings of something good. The Mjolnir is coming close. Interesting to see him opt for the Mjolnir before Travels here. I think there's a world where you go Maelstrom, Travels, and then Mjolnir, for example, but flat out just immediately accelerating that damage. I guess you have some good Mjolnir targets in your team. Throwing Mjolnir onto Dawnbreaker when she has Blade Mail makes her insanely dangerous to hit.
Yeah. And not too bad for Amar either, since he's going to be in the midst of things.
Yeah.
We'll see if that static charge comes into play this game. Tier 1 tower forted. Falcons going to try to still take this away.
I mean, Poshka is set up, but over time, surely Jakiro will whittle away with this liquid fire. I think
there's a defense mounted, though.
Do it. Yeah, they're...
Dragon Form activated for Laurel. He has the Blink Dagger.
This is a very good read from Falcons here to not get caught off, because most teams just sacrifice this tower here.
Yeah, and Poshka trying to be juicy bait, although on the other side of the map, Collapse finds Skeeter.
Yeah, he has
the
hammer. This is a very fast Radiance because he didn't finish Corrosion. He just got the Orb of Frost.
Ah, that's true, yeah.
We'll save that 700 gold, and that makes for a much, much faster Radi.
Well, they're going to set up for this
Torment time.
Tormy.
Yep.
And you can see the smoke from Falcons. They want to contest as well. Crit.
He was barely spotted on a sentry. They place a secondary one, but he gets a good path around the right-hand side. Obs is placed. Falcons with the better vision.
Oh, the Dragon Tail initiation. Ice Path to follow, though. Solar Guard is going to keep the bounty alive and stun Laurel after the fact. Starbreaker destroying him, but the silence is doing absolute work against the Amar. Finally, they get the Dragon Knife, but the question is, how much is it going to cost them?
Oh,
first is Snake King. Amar will be able to Remnant away. Skeeter completely out of mana as Collapse just wants to force the issue. Does not have his ult anymore, but the Radiance will continue to burn. Good Searing Chains.
Wow.
And the dead shot not hitting this time. So 2 for 1.
You talked about Matrix shit in last game from Crystal Maiden. That was the real Matrix from Amar. He dodged the dead shot with a single target sleight of fist. So flat out bullet timing that one. Really, really nice. Otherwise, he would have been dead, I think, just from the impact damage of that bullet. But when all is said and done, despite getting that jump and the kill on the Dragon Knight, just the overall damage over time from Radiance and Mephitic Shroud.
Yeah, they're going to try for this. There's a scan out. Dragon form from Laurel. He's back into the action. Crit might be spotted. On the other side of the tree line, though, is Yatoro does have his meta available.
Kind of surprised to see Spirit still not dewarding the Tormentor. They just
that's true,
They don't have a single sentry, so this is a bit of a blunder that we'll see if it's going to cost them. Dawn, no ulti, no mana. Looks like they might just get it, just winning the war there of, yeah, I guess attrition, right? Abaddon is healing, Caudal is healing and giving mana. Falcons ran out of juice. And
a bit bad RNG on the shard drop. They certainly would have preferred it onto Rue as Snaking. He's going to get the Ice Path. Macropyre still sticking around to try to get this Caudal as Collapse is in the area with the Aphotic Shield and heals, but not going to be enough to save Rue. The question is, do they have enough damage to go for Collapse? I doubt it. Ice Path keeps him in place. Laguna Blade, now the borrowed time to get to full HP. Collapse still not ready to give this up. He wants to continue to fight, and I think that is a mistake.
They called his bluff.
Absolutely.
It looked like he was trying to, he was trying to look bigger than he was. There was no backup there, and kind of looks like a fool at the end of it. Gets the tip from Amar. It's just like, what are you doing, bro?
The classic.
Because he might have survived there if he just tried to run, right? I don't know. They earned so much on him.
Dragon Tail from Laurel with the dead shot should secure at least the support.
Yep. Rue's gonna teleport himself in with the recall. So in kind of similar fashion to game one, the earlier portion of the game looking quite even. This was when things started to accelerate for Spirit in a very quick fashion.
Yeah, when's the Roche fight?
Yeah.
That's what we want to see.
Doesn't seem likely that Spirit can just turn this into a stomp compared to game one. I think this time around Falcons have stabilized a lot better. I think their core matchups make a bit more sense. And especially Malrine will be the X factor with that. Fast Mjolnir now working on the Pike. Still just running brown boots. I'm curious to see when these get upgraded. Surely after Pike he goes Travels, right? Like you can't keep playing without that on this Lina. Rather pitiful move speed without those.
Well, he's banking on all the track kills to come. Yep. As another death for Snaking, so back to back.
Yeah. He's had a rough series so far. I think in this series, Snaking is like 1-17.
He has to kill this game, though, right? So that's
he got one kill last game as well, I think.
Oh, did he?
I'm not sure, actually. Maybe he did go 0 and
I thought he was 0-for, but I could be wrong.
You might be right. It's been rough. It's a rough life out there as a position 5 against this meta. I'm being told he had a kill last game, Shannon. Stop spreading misinformation.
Sorry about that. Fake news. Yep. Snaking is a god.
Okay, that's an interesting angle on that. He went 1-13. Godlike.
Godly. Well, you can see Team Spirit trying to find somebody on the outskirts here, getting some wards down as well as Skeeter. He's just going to farm away to his heart's content. He has the BKB now, going to go for the S and Y.
Yep. And similarly to game number 1, Radon with a couple of deaths in lane, and then playing the full-on catch-up game and eventually taking top net worth. This has once again now happened on that Terrorblade. But on the Ursa, managed to get the Aegis, and then the game just exploded wide open. This time around, looks to still be focused a lot on the farming, less so the aggression. And closing in on what seems to be a Pike for himself. Keeping that range has to be the name of the game here for both teams, with both Lina and Terrorblade opting for that item.
Shield Rune taken by Collapse. Good luck getting through that.
Yep. Wait, so how does Searing Signet work on Abaddon when you have a Mephitic Shroud? When does this burn them?
That's true.
Aside from, is it just the Mist Coil that can proc?
Smoke initiation, and guess who it is? The god himself, Snaking.
Oh, got him. Oh, they also found crit. A little extra snack here.
Yeah, we'll get a couple tracks off, but that's all he can do at this stage. So 2 supports dead again for Falcons as Spirit just a slight lead at this stage. Lamar knows that there's yeah, they're just gonna split farm here. Nice little pack. They know that they can't do much. Although Maposhka is found by Amar. He's gonna pop the ult to try to TP out. The Solar Guardian is there in time.
Good timing from Skitter. That was
Silence is gonna delay things. Using the cover of his silence pretty nicely, but yeah, doesn't matter in the end. They get the trade of Wisdom Shrines.
And that Starbreaker, it hits hard when people are low, when you've got Brigand's Blade.
Yeah, he really needs... I wonder when he's going to prioritize Shard, because against the Muerta, you would think that that would be pretty important.
Just being able to cast it before the calling, you
mean?
Yeah. Yeah. It's tricky because
I guess he already has BKB.
He has BKB,
so maybe it's
and
not that
I think BKB is actually kind of necessary. I find that playing Dawn into reliable silences is really difficult if you don't have BKB. Like the Shard conceptually might feel good enough because you can. You're like, yeah, if I just cast it before I get silenced, it doesn't matter. But more often than not, it just gets in your way. It's the same if you're playing against Ricky. It just feels really bad to have your Shard, because every single time you're silenced, the Shard is worth nothing, and you paid 1,400 for it. The BKB will always be your guaranteed connection for Starbreaker, which this hero is obviously all about in the mid-game fights. So I do like the BKB, and I like the SNY too. I think it's better than getting Shard right now. He might buy Shard after this, just for the mobility aspect and the guaranteed better connections onto, in particular, Caudle. I think would be a really nice hero for the Dawn to connect on.
That's a tough one.
Yeah,
it's gonna
have Ember to help him get there.
Yeah, true.
Amar eyeing up a Manta, so you can take Amar off of his heroes, but you can't take him off of the carry style builds.
Yeah, of course.
The Mage Slayer into Manta offlane Ember. Wants to make sure he scales. Shiva's coming next for him.
Meanwhile, Yatoro with the Manta Hurricane Pike. And gonna go for the flavor of the month, Revenant's Brooch on the Terrorblade. You've been a bit of a disbeliever in this item, at least for how often it's being picked up.
Yeah,
obviously against certain heroes, it does have its value.
Right, I'm just unsure, really, because when I see it picked up on heroes that only use a portion of the item, like we saw Sumail buy it on OD, which didn't really make sense to me, and then we've seen, I think the games where it makes the most sense to me is you're picking it on a carry that really benefits from getting the crit chance, and where you're against heroes where you want the magic damage.
That's a free track kill for Falcons. They'll take that. Yeah, the spell lifesteal on Terrorblade does nothing, as far as I can tell.
Yeah, it doesn't sound that great, but
maybe it's just about the idea of making your damage more rounded.
Yes, exactly. The mixed damage seems to be a big part of it, having the magical damage crit.
That crit found out.
Speaking of crit.
But his team is nearby. LSA into the Solar Guarding. Actually, the ult is going to be popped early from the Abaddon, as Collapse now will try to run, but he's got to be careful. Macropyre placed into the Atos, and Amar is being burnt to a crisp by his own team. That doesn't make any sense.
Nope.
Using the fire to his advantage. There we go.
That's what Ember generally does.
So somehow nothing comes of that.
Yeah, Abaddon is a tricky kill. If you don't have layers of back-to-back stuns, he had basically the perfect timing there on the Aphotic Shield cast as well, and they just can't really run him down.
This feels like we're waiting for a Roche fight at some point. But at what point are they going to be comfortable going for it? Either team.
Rian well equipped for said fight. Now with the BKB, he opted to not finish Pike, but back for the Black King Bar. Now Pike back in his quick buy, still doesn't want the boot to travel. I'll stop talking about it now.
Yeah, please stop. I'm really tired of this conversation because I don't say anything.
Why doesn't he have treads, Shannon?
Brown boots is enough.
Yeah.
He's just waiting for the tier 5 items. He knows this game's going to go. He heard Jenkins talking about it. He's going to get the Swift. I don't even know the hell the names are anymore.
Fleet-footed?
Sure, fleet-footed enchantment with the tier 5. Won't need boots at that point.
I mean, the thing is, this is not like unprecedented, right? It's not like this doesn't make sense. It's just a matter of when is it going to happen. Seems like Falcons are playing relatively tight together, considering they're playing a Bounty Hunter Ember lineup with Dawn. A lot of the time, on a macro level, you want to spread your heroes out so that you can find moments of opportunity to gank heroes that are farming on their own, but it's just difficult for them to kill the cores. Abaddon is a really difficult kill for them. Dragon Knight's super tanky, and the Terrorblade with Manta Pike is not going to be an easy find. So Falcons seem like they kind of feel forced to group up, and that to at least some extent defeats the purpose of their lineup a little bit. Now
Dead shot.
Straight up force a Roche fight. This is...
And scan, so Spirit, no.
Dangerous.
Oh, yeah. Dragon Form already popped.
They don't have Dawn there. She's continuing to farm bot, which makes sense, but it does, of course, also mean that the Roche kill itself will be a lot slower.
Yeah, there's a Searing Chains to start things out. Team Spirit, they're going to try to continue on here. As Laguna Blade looked like it was used on Collapse. Fine Remnant away for Amar.
Clutch. Very close to getting Dragon.
I mean, the thing about this is Team Spirit are on a slight timer with this Dragon Form. And meta.
And meta, yeah. Meta's actually expiring in a few seconds.
Yeah,
they can get it up relatively fast with Chakra.
Yeah, that's fair. Not an ultimate, so definitely a good combo. He has Demon Zeal, though, so his melee form is not super useless like it usually is.
Yeah, he's going to have meta again so soon. This is a classic combination that old Liquid, when Kuro used to play on that, used to love to run with GH. They were playing Coddle Terrorblade with Miracle, and they just kept spamming out non-stop Conjure Image split push pressure, and then having that meta way more frequently. It's an old strategy from years past that still works when Coddle's good.
That's right.
What do you know? Yeah, meta's ready again. It just ran out. It feels like it's been 20 seconds.
What about Dragon Form? That's the other one.
Yeah, that one you can't do.
You can't reduce that without an Octarine Core, but he's only 15 seconds away, so Team Spirit will have round 2.
Yep.
And Roche getting close to the half HP mark.
Interesting, they're poking this with Collapse bot, and Collapse is even showing on the wave. So kind of daring Falcons to come fight them, and then they're going to TP him in with the recall or with the TP itself.
I mean, that's the beauty of this global nature. I mean, you have on the other side as well. The Dawnbreaker you talked about, even the Remnant from Amar if you want. And Coddle will match that. Does he have the Shard yet on the Coddle? No. He didn't get it from the Tormentor, which is unlucky as we talked about, but we'll see if he prioritizes that at any point. Starbreaker, though, they actually find the DK all alone.
That's a big pick.
Oh boy, Skeeter gets credit for that one.
Even pop Dragon Form.
As Malrine and company will be able to get the tier 1. And they will almost certainly go into the pit.
Yeah, I think they're going to concede this Roche. You just saw Laurel immediately draw the lines to push the waves. And Amar, another global hero, is just going to come and take out the trash bottom. And he can still connect to the fight.
Yeah, Collapse is going to show himself, but...
Radon wants to go 4v5.
What? Okay, he gets Star broken. Half HP already, has the Sunder at its ready, but Skeeter with the BKB. Not able to finish the job, though, so he has to be careful now and reposition. As Roche really low. I cannot believe they went for this. So far it's working. Skeeter is so low. He has to get this in. He gets bashed by Roche and destroyed by the Illuminate. Roche super low, and Brew will take the Aegis. Spirit gets the Roche kill as well. Amar now on the run. Radon continuing the pressure with that meta form. Illuminate will clip him. I cannot believe they got away with this.
Wow. Oh my god.
Amar in the tree line. Dead shot not going to hit. They might need to just give up on this. This is a difficult one to catch. But still, they get away with everything.
And now with this Aegis on the Coddle, he's ready to push high ground. Gonna send him in. This has to be in like the bottom. It's not in the bottom 10% of Aegis carriers in all of Dota, I guess, because sometimes you play him mid and give him the Aegis, but
as a support.
Support Coddle with Aegis minute 25 or 30, whatever, is it's kind of funny, but wow, that was honestly sick play call, right?
Yeah.
Identifying that is a possibility from Radon is because it looked like their original plan was to give it up, and I think that was also what the way Falcons read that. They saw the Abaddon was still bottom. Oh, hang on. They find Emperor.
They have the damage dead shot to follow. The stun lock.
Manta.
He pops the Manta with the Remnants to go onto the other side to their triangle.
That's
Amar, mass TPs by the outpost. And the right clicks from a Collapse with the burn. Dead shot again hits, and they find him finally with the blinding light of Rue. And that is no Amar for a full minute.
I mean, do they actually just try to push high ground here? They have meta again. Is this a full... How far is he away? He needs about 1,000 on the Scotty on Radon. Snaking wisely will TP away here.
Well, it came down to the Roche fight again. 5K lead now. As we're going to watch this. Radon just balls of steel.
Yeah, Skater taking a beating here. Just gets dropped very, very low. The neutral item as well of Radon helping out greatly here with the
this bash,
serrated Shiv with the Vast enchantment for the attack range on Terrorblade is extremely strong.
Rue just casually with a fucking bright horse just picking up the Aegis. Gotta love it. Oh, Skeeter. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Laurel, they see him. They got the stun. Does have the BKB, and the Nightfall will be successful. Nightfall would be proud, but this is going to lead to a Tormy for Team Spirit. Actually, I feel like he moved a little too much. Usually it's BKB TP immediately. That was a BKB take a few steps.
Yeah.
That's like the Nightfall 1.4 version.
Okay, very specific.
As there is the shard for Rue. So now the double charges to recall. And this is where this hero just feels crazy.
Yeah. So you can, the amount of cooldown reduction you can give to Terrorblade, right? When you recall him twice and then chakra him, it's crazy.
Collapse with the Basher now. We'll be finishing the full Abyssal. That's what at least is queued up at the moment. And Amar not that far away from Shiva's. And the AC almost done for Skeeter at the moment. Just the recipe away. And for Malrine, looks like the Shadow Blade. So that's his move speed. Doesn't need Boots of Travel.
Look how many illusions are in the top lane from Adon. He has not popped his Manta. He has 4 illusions.
God dang.
That's that chakra at work.
Look at those particles. That's a TI winner right there.
Yeah, you gotta deal not only with his damage but also with the wallet.
Yeah, that it looks fearsome. Pay to win. Scare your enemies.
The intimidation cosmetic.
Yeah, the Conjure image does last 10 seconds longer with that 20 talent now. And Yatoro will continue to siege. Laurel on the low ground looking for an opening for the Dragon Tail.
They need to get rid of these illusions sometime soon. This is just step by step burning down the base. Low risk push. All right, Laurel will up the ante, going in first.
Yeah, just wants to tank it up. Tower is taken. Falcons. Well, you can see this as the bash from Collapse after the blink in.
Okay, that was a big Lotus.
Range barracks down. And they're going to try to reset as Miposhka gets a bit low.
Yeah, this Caudal Shard, the heal of Illuminate.
Well, more importantly, Cinderin, the Caudal Aegis about to expire, and they need to respect that.
Yeah, they're backing off.
Rue cannot die.
Rue can no longer deal 0 damage to the buildings and has to go back. But yeah, that's that second part of the shard as well, just having that 100% Illuminate heal. The 500 AoE heal on very low cooldown, extremely powerful.
Falcons not that far behind, though. I feel like high ground will still be annoying for Spirit to take.
The tricky thing is Falcons in theory have decent poke and damage over time, right? With the Emperor Slight Chains, with the Mjolnir Lina attacking the illusions. It's the Caudal that's the X factor in all of that, right? He's negating so much of the damage with the heals that when Spirit are going for the push, it feels like if Falcons want to truly stop the push, they have to start committing a little bit. And if anything goes wrong, the counterplay could just be a game ender when you're pushing with Terrorblade. You got to be very, very careful with how you select your fights, and you could see in that base defense that Falcons were rather timid about it. They never used Dawn ulti, they never really went in. They were just trying to poke and prod and see if they could find a weakness. Now with the pipe on Bounty Hunter, maybe this is going to help a little bit more. Crit with some decent inventory here on that Bounty Hunter.
Yeah, how you felt about the position for Bounty this game as a pick?
I mean, they only have 11 kills. It's one of those heroes that it's rather difficult to appreciate just how much it's doing when we're watching Fog of War the way we are, where we watch both teams simultaneously. But a lot of the time, Bounty does a lot by being missing. Just giving information the enemy team isn't privy to, allowing you to farm that extra creep wave in a side lane on a core, etc., and then it can build up over time. Forcing the enemy team to buy sentries is economic damage, but Yeah, unfortunately for Falcons, it doesn't feel like the game has gone the way they ideally would have wanted, right? So the bounty hasn't truly paid off.
Round two.
Here it comes.
No Aegis on Coddle this time, Falcons.
Satanic on Radon, though. These illusions are also starting to be pretty damn tanky. They jump
tail onto the Lina, but they're going to re-aggress, it looks. They're back up, at least for the time being. And Yatoro is just doing so much damage, and that's a full lane. Although, fortification at the last moment. Feels like this is inevitable.
The siege creeps.
As Radon goes in for the last poke, he'll get it. And Falcons, I don't see them going in on this.
No. And it's so easy to sit here and be like, just go, you know, but it's...
Well, let me ask you this.
It's not easy to engage
What
into
items are they waiting for?
This MKB on Lina might have been the final piece. Now they feel like there's enough damage that perhaps they can take these heroes down. But again, the problem is the Terrorblade is rocking 4,000 HP. It's such a tough kill to take down Radon. It's not only his 4K health, there's the Keeper of the Light Illuminate, there's the Aphotic Shield that with Blink they can protect him with. So I genuinely don't think Falcons can kill Terrorblade first. I don't think that's the angle you're looking at.
Laurel, this is a really deep attempt as the Solar Guardian comes in, so they're really committing to this. Laurel, he's going to get sundered by Yatoro. Very healthy indeed. And Collapse has come to play as well, but the 4-step onto the high ground, crit's going to be A-OK. Amar, the LSA and the Laguna Blade, Collapse's ult finally goes off. Remnant's in. Laurel, he's going to go in pretty deep as well. As Malorine pops the BKB in retreat, he's trying to run away. A nice ice path on the 3 heroes with a huge slide of fist to follow. Skeeter doing so much damage. Down goes 2 cores of Spirit. And this somehow worked out for Falcons. Baposhka on the run, looking to be the 3rd casualty in this engagement. Starbreaker hits, that should ensure the 3rd death.
That's a lot of gold. Track kills.
Oh, yeah.
And that's exactly what we were looking for, right? Don't go on the Terrorblade first. They went on the Dragon Knight. They found a little moment of weakness, and Radon comes in for the saving Sunder, but yeah, the formation of Spirit there was just way more broken than it is when they're the ones pushing high ground and they get to place their heroes the way they want. And as soon as the fight gets fragmented, you get that value out of the Bounty Hunter. And the Lina especially, tons of output there coming out from Malorine. 6,000 damage in that fight.
Yep, kind of bad luck that Roche is not. It's another pretty long spawn.
Yep.
So Falcons won't get a freebie.
Crit's just waiting in there patiently hoping, but not going to be the case. Still, that's about half the lead gone in one swing. So important fight for them, and most importantly, they found a recipe for something, right? Because it's felt like for the last 10 minutes that Falcons have not been able to find a moment of vulnerability, but this one, this worked out. They find an isolated Laurel, and to be honest, when the Sunder comes in, it's kind of looking dodgy already now for the side of Falcons, to be honest, because the Radon still has a Satanic, but when they get this chase through, they think they can kill off Malorine, not quite. They keep the chase going with Collapse. Not enough in the tank. Obviously, had expended his ult, and this ice path.
Yeah,
beauty.
Snaking.
Beauty from Snake.
All those deaths just fuel him into a huge ice path.
And now they get the Aegis on Malorine.
And by the way, Cinderin, Boots of Travel has been picked up by Malorine.
Oh.
Congratulations. You called it. 4 items later, picks it up. That's why you're the analyst here. They have the Aegis now. So they were able to snag that eventually. Yatoro was going to go for the Butterfly, by the way, but obviously sees the MKB, so reroutes now into a Swift Blink instead.
Makes
Not
sense.
quite finished with it yet, though.
And I also think it makes... I would argue, in a way, maybe Swift Blink is better regardless, even if Lina didn't have MKB, just because if Terrorblade gets to be the center of attention in the fight, I think that's good for Spirit. If he can just blink in even offensively and just start hitting the backline, forcing the Lina out, maybe killing the Jakiro, he has so much health and so much backup that he can play very aggressively.
Rue is spotted. Crit looking for the stun. He's going to get it. That'll lead to the Horsey dead.
Okay.
Nice pickup. Another track kill. Still plenty of time on this Aegis to try to regain some semblance of map control for the side of Falcons.
A patient mid-game from them, and now the payoff is massive.
And we're getting pretty close to some 25 talents as well.
Now the Dawn is massive.
Yeah, exactly. The Starbreaker cooldown reduction -4 is pretty ridiculous.
Very, very strong one. The Lina 25, I guess, is not I mean, the crit on targets affected by spells could tip the scales a little bit further against the Terrorblade.
Yeah. He's not that close to it at the moment, though.
No.
Level 22.
Some ways to go.
I am anticipating an eventual Ags for Yatoro. Being able to swift link in, get a fear, AoE fear, is so powerful on this hero.
I think so too. I definitely think that's got to be what's up next after this. Instead of replacing items, I think the Axe synth would be nice here. Opted for the Sunder cooldown talent instead of meta duration. So yes, 10-second cooldown on the Sunder.
Well, what do you need meta duration for if you're getting all that CDR anyway?
I mean, he can't reliably have meta all the time. If he had that talent, I think they could keep 100% uptime on meta, actually. But he's valuing this more because if he does play aggressively with the Blink and get a Sunder off, they have 10 seconds to kill him. It puts a lot of pressure on the enemy team to really need to execute flawlessly. And of course, also, if we get into a situation like the one before, where he uses the Sunder defensively on Dragon Knight first, he waits 10 seconds and then he goes and kills an enemy hero with the health he just lost. So, some interesting ideas here. Smoke coming out. Laurel, it's too late though. Falcons already got that wisdom, and they will know this now.
Yeah, Malreen's going to show himself, though. He does have the Aegis, of course. They're going to start out on him. Nullifier applied as well. There's the Snake King initiation with that Ice Pack, but the Lena's already dead. Life number 1 down. Macropyre already placed as well. The focus right now is on the Abaddon by Collapse. Super healthy overall. Laurel ticking damage onto Skeeter. He eventually will die. They really want to get Coddle. Amar gets rooted instead into the dead shot. Double kill for Yatoro. And that is a 1 fight for Spirit.
Rue's Coddle playing that fight is like a highlight on its own. He's
just running around in circles all around Falcon members.
He kited Ember without dying for 20 seconds. And I completely understand and agree with Amar's play call here of targeting the Coddle.
Whoa.
Oh, okay.
Malreen?
He just ran down Malreen. Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, because if you don't go on the Coddle, he's just too disruptive in these fights. So it's Emperor's job. It's very clearly premeditated that Amar's like, I will go and ruin Coddle's fight, but he still got off all his spells on Rue, kept his cool, used a nice Ogre Seal Totem, had 2 or 3 good Illuminates, got the blind off, and just kited around Amar.
Second lane of Rax is theirs. Malreen had the buyback. There's a buyback on the Skeeter as well, but not Amar. So at best case scenario for Falcons, it's going to be a 4 versus 5.
This has got to be Megas,
They have to defend. Can you win against Megas is the question. Initiation from Laurel, Collapse, trying to get this dieback onto Malreen. At half HP, he's going to be fine. Skeeter buys back into the game. Fortification popped as well as the Manta dodge on the Laguna. Disgusting display. Collapse will pop the borrowed time in retreat. And with Ember coming back in 10 seconds, it looks like it's a full retreat from Team Spirit. Although I say that, the jump back in from Laurel, they're never done initiating apparently. Radon jumps in with that right click, with that Metamorphosis. Skeeter kind of all alone right now as both Laurel and Collapse are chasing him down. They get the bash, but not going to go any further. Just want to get this building damage. Range Rax is dead, as Amar trying to do as much damage as he can to these retreating members of Team Spirit, but that is a full set of racks again, which means mega creeps for Team Spirit. They're gonna lose the Abaddon though, and Skeeter will continue on. They have to fight to the death here. Radon getting right click by Malreen. The buyback comes out, but can't get off the Sunder, so he goes down. Buyback is available though. Falcons have to get more out of this. Maposhka, TP successful. Track onto Rue, attempted TP onto the high ground, but they have the Searing Chains into the Lotus, so now they have the reflected everything, but still dies. Does not have buyback this time on Rue. Damage being done to the tier 4 towers by the creeps, but now you have to withstand these mega creeps, and I mean, you have to force buybacks if you're Falcons here.
Yeah, you need to get this Terrorblade forced out, but I don't know if they can realistically get there in time. They have no good waves that are connected. Spirit made sure to push in every single lane before they went for this high ground finish, and this 60 seconds Terrorblade timer is what it's going to take the wave to reach mid almost. If this gets killed by the Megas, the one that's coming in now, these 3 pitiful mid creeps dying, means the next wave gets delayed a further 15 seconds here, and
I mean they're not even pushing.
They're not even trying. Like, and I don't think they can. So
that's crazy.
You're gonna have to accept now that you're contending with Megas. The good news is Malreen is going to hit that 25 we talked about, and he's close to a Divine Rapier. So we're in that territory now for Falcons where it's all in.
Boy.
I mean, why not, right? You already burnt your buyback, so there's no better item to buy for a chance at somehow
at eternal
swinging this around.
Glory, Cinderin.
Yep, that's right.
So Yatoro back in 10, and in terms of the buyback situation, only 3 in the game in general, but 2 of them are on the Falcons side, surprisingly. But Yatoro maintains his. So, in all likelihood, Team Spirit will want to wait this out for all the timers, all the gold that's needed for these eventual buybacks. Try to secure Roche, go for the eventual push down with the Mega Creeps helping out.
Spirit can just keep... It's so hard to play against Megas and Terrorblade together. It's like... It's kind of similar to the amount of map pressure you face when you're playing against Megas and Nature's Prophet, where you're just constantly forced to deal with stuff around the map.
Oh, it's Tormund time.
Yeah. There's no shards. Oh, there is actually. They're going to get Fireball here.
Wow!
They'd rather get the gold, I think, but...
Well, they do get gold still, but
they
not
get
as
less
much.
gold.
Yeah. Divine Rapier online for Malrine, ladies and gentlemen.
He needs to not get jumped by Dragon Knight. That is alpha and omega right now for Falcons. Keep Malrine at distance. Allow him to attack. You gotta throw in bodies if necessary, just to make sure that he is not the first point of contact. Like that's the one way that Spirit just flat out instantly end, is if they kill
One issue with their lineup is they don't really have hard saves. They have the Dawnbreaker ult. They have things like Icebreaker that are Icebreaker. I was thinking Starbreaker and
Icebreaker is a facet chance, so it is in the game.
Yeah, you have the long range Ice Path from snaking, but
yeah, and the damage is too fast. Malrine doesn't have any armor item, and he doesn't have a Lincoln's or an Eon Disc, so if he were to get jumped by Terrorblade and Dragon Knight together, I think they 100-0 him.
Yep.
So you've got to be very wary of your positioning here on the Falcon side. And
so Rue only 250 gold away from having buyback. Now the question is, do you wait the full 4 minutes for the Abbey?
He has refresh.
It's also, yeah, he just bought something, so he's 2K away now as well from the full buyback.
I mean, Abaddon with level 25 and refresher playing against okay.
Well, he has the Aghanim Scepter now. Searing Chains onto the Coddle, getting really low, but Lotus is up. Ice Path comes in, locks them in place. The Starbreaker incoming from Skeeter.
Malrine's on the run.
Really couldn't find any good connection, though. And you got to worry about their base. The Mega Creeps are hitting it at the moment.
Yeah, they have
one tier 4 is dead.
One hero
Falcons
needs to get
have
back
to
now.
GTFO.
Yep. Abort mission. Very small moment of opportunity. They went for the try again on the Coddle, but they can't take him down.
They see Laurel, but he's not scared. He doesn't care. He's going to kill some Centaur creeps, apparently, in the meanwhile. Abyssal Blade. Do they have the control for Amar? He gets feared up. He gets silenced as well. He's dead. Buyback's still there, though. The tier 4s are done. You have basically nothing in your base now. It's Malrine. Really needing to find a connection with this Divine Rapier, but it was not to happen there, and this means Roche is a freebie. This is a Refresher Shard, Aegis. I don't know if they've been collecting Lotuses, Cinderin, but if they have been, then the block of cheese could be a reality. Actually not going for Ags on...
Oh, they are exactly doing that. Collapse went over for them now. You're right. Creating a block as we speak.
Oh, nice.
Well, trying to. Doesn't have enough space.
Oh, no. That's
there we go.
Always a problem.
All right.
Spirit going to push the envelope. They're going to force this buyback out of Amar, who's going to have to use it pretty damn soon. The Ancient is fully exposed. And Yatoro's Illusion starting to pound away. Can Falcon somehow defend? All eyes on Malrine Lina with that Divine Rapier. Buyback comes out. Spirit, not too bothered by it, though. Getting rid of all the extra vision that's at the disposal of Falcons.
Skitter buys a dagger. Last desperate measure here, trying to get to that back line.
Oh, Amar trying to backstab, and he gets bashed up. He is dead. That's a dieback. Malrine, we're watching you, my friend. He gets Laguna Blade up along with the Reckless. We're done. Can he get the Sunruff? No! He actually falls, but that's life number 1. Malrine now has to try to get back to the base, but they are way too fast, way too much CC as the GGs come out. Divine Rapier on the deck. Yatoro secures it for the glory of the post-game item inventory. As Spirit take this 2-0.
Still think that was a good game from Falcons and just a good game overall. Much more competitive than the first one. Falcons showing, you know, they're bringing a lot of new stuff to the table in this game. It wasn't quite enough. Spirit still come out ahead, but this is the first game that I felt like Spirit were truly challenged in this tournament. So it's a good improvement from Falcons. It's not quite enough for this individual game, and Spirit will be the first team of the tournament to move on to the second stage, and they will get a couple days off to further polish their strategies, but for the time being, it looks like it's the other teams that are playing a little bit of catch-up here.
Spirit still undefeated, Shiva!
Thank you very much, Sunsfan and Sinrin. This was a 2-0, but I will say this second game we just saw, Falcons made a very, very, very good run in this game, and it gives us some hope for more back and forth later down the line if they should meet again. Here to break the game down, we got Jenkins and Tigov. Jenkins, this game was a lot more competitive than the game we saw before. It definitely did feel like the adaptations that Falcons made were working.
Yeah, I mean, they almost did it. I think Malrine for Falcons, if they did not end up winning, would probably be the MVP. He was putting a lot of pressure on Yatoro in the bot lane, but, you know, unfortunately, Abaddon is also a carry hero, and Collapse was kind of free farming, and he carried a lot of these early fights, running in with his Radiance Blink Dagger.
But what we're seeing here is kind of like the times in which Spirit didn't look too strong and Falcons were able to capitalize on it. It's when the Abaddon had his ult on cooldown and he still looked to take the fight. Terrorblade had Sunder on cooldown, still looked to take the fight. Like when those instances occurred, Falcons felt like they could try, like actually go toe to toe with Spirit and take the fight. But as soon as Spirit, you know, identified that they can't always overextend, they have to play on their resources a little bit better, it wasn't really a problem for them in the fight. So it feels like Spirit we're getting punished, but we're able to kind of recalibrate that throughout the game. So the long game was kind of both teams just kind of adjusting, and it was always going to be a hard game for Falcons. We mentioned in the draft, like when you pick a Lina last pick like this, you have an Ember off lane, a Dawn carry, you either break open the game and just shut it out before your opponent comes online, or you have to wait for that clutch play, and it never really came for Falcons as the game drew, you know, much later.
And speaking of clutch plays, you know, I feel like that what you were saying about Team Spirit, like making the adjustments, is usually what we see from them. Like this is how they win games. This is how they won multiple TIs. It was never easy for them, Shiver. It was like their games would go to like 3 series. Their games would go to like 50, 60 minutes, and they would have to do the Spirit thing where they come back into the late game. Yeah, so it's kind of refreshing, I guess, to see that they're not just like stomping everybody and that they have to be forced into those positions to make those clutch plays. And it's also a reminder to those teams that they can still beat you even if you're winning the odd fight here or there. And it's mostly because of this guy. The captain. He's making all the calls.
He is. He's also normally not the one to play the Muerta. So it was, I think, very cool to see him play that. It also is maybe a little bit worrying for teams down the line that they can flex that Muerta if they pick it early on in the draft.
Yeah, I mean, due to the change of the Aghanim's, I think that ability to play in either support role is very clear because you can farm quite nicely with Deadshot. Your calling is extremely good in team fight. And if you stumble your way to like a 30-35 minute Aghanim's and have an AoE stun from the support role on low cooldown, it is going to naturally feel really good. So yeah, just depth of hero pool, strong consistent play, Spirit, again, another series where they are looking to be one of the top 2 teams in the tournament.
They are. I am still very happy that it was a little bit more back and forth because we like seeing Team Spirit play and it's very fun to watch, but we also do like, you know, the back and forth a little bit. So this is very promising. They do get a couple days off, so we'll see where that brings them with their preparation. But it also gives other teams a chance to catch up, as we heard from our commentators. Let's take a little bit of a closer look to some moments that happened in this game. I believe, Tigov, we are first going to look at, why not, around the 15-minute mark. I feel that keeps coming back. Obviously, Tormentor, very important.
Yeah, and I think the whole reason why Spirit had a good grasp on this game was their fighting around the objectives. First, you have like the 15-minute fight around the Tormentor. It does look a little bit dicey for Spirit, but they continue poking, whittling down the resources of Falcons to eventually have a big enough kind of fortified position in this fight to take Tormentor. So that's kind of like tick 1, they've done it. The second one is then going to be like Roshan. It's the same logic. They're able to contest that and get it for themselves. But yeah, if you are playing against Spirit, you have to be ready to take this fight. And obviously every team is playing for this fight, but Spirit is just playing it just so much better than other teams we've seen so far.
Yeah, it's kind of cool because in the past they didn't go for it. They only recently, I feel like,
Of course,
Why
it's
not?
gonna be.
They're ahead already. Why not?
Yeah, it's gonna be draft-based, hero-based, and kind of that. But yeah, if you give Spirit a little bit too much, they are gonna just run over the map with it.
Yeah, let's have a little bit of a moment here because Team Spirit is the first team to make it to the playoffs, and we are connected to Miposhka right now to talk about that. Hey, Miposhka, congratulations on the series and for making it to the playoffs. How you doing?
Hello. Yeah, we got it very good. We won.
Yeah.
The series 2-0, so we are really happy.
Yeah, just another day in the office. I mean, so far every single day it's been very, very clear 2-0s. This one probably was the most competitive. I have a question because it was Yotoro that had an interview with Slacks just a couple days ago, and Yotoro said, "Yeah, this should be an easy tournament for us."
Mm-hmm.
Do you agree that sentiment? And why do you think this should be? And this feels so far so easy for you guys.
I hope the same, but I can't say same because I'm usually not thinking about this. I'm just trying to focus on every game and win every game and play as like how to say, like better and better. And I can also agree with him because we won previous biggest tournament and our form was really good and at the grand final, and as I feel we didn't lose our form.
Yeah, do you feel like sorry? Do you feel like the B patch hurt you at all? Because it doesn't seem like you guys missed a beat.
As you can remember, at the start of Dream League, we also were in very good form. Like we won every team in like a dominant style. So I think it's not only about patch; it's just more about our mentality, about our focus. Like right now, we are trying as hard as possible, I guess. So I guess that's why we are playing good.
Hey, Big M, good to see you. It's Jenkins here. I wanted to ask you about the Dream League Grand Finals. Were you guys like tilted at all when the bullshit was happening to you? And how did you mentally go into the last two games and still win? What was the mentality like?
I was not really tilted, but I felt that, someone stole something from like my piece of my soul, That's what I felt like when I going to sleep and that day when it happened. But like when we understand that match will be rescheduled, so we talked between each other. We also talked with our CEO, and we made a plan like what we want to do during these days, and we just decided like, okay guys, we definitely need to take some rest, so we going, who wants to move to his house, take some rest, and we also decided to play some Clone Wars, so not to lose our form. And after that we just came back to bootcamp and tried to get this mentality and form again. And probably that's what didn't happen in first game, but also in our first game our draft was not really good because we were not ready to their first pick Abaddon. But after that we decided like, okay guys, we can just ban it and let's see what will happen. And they did some mistakes. Our draft was very strong, and also 33 fed us on in the trees. And after that I was like, okay, game will be easy, I guess. So I was really tilted, and not maybe tilted, but I was like, I felt a lot of emotions, and it was really hard to struggle. Yeah, but it was also very hard to save your mentality during these 2 days. It's like, I don't know, that like was longest grand final ever I played.
Yeah,
something like that.
Well, congratulations, man. It's unprecedented what happened to you guys. So it's extremely impressive that you maintained your form. So congratulations.
Thank you so much.
To bring it back to this series, so in game one, you had Jakiro Ursa against a Razor Rubik. Did you expect your Ursa to be the same net worth? Sorry, your Ursa to be the same net worth as the Razor? I was kind of expecting that lane to be a little bit harder, but it felt very easy for you guys just to kind of prevent the Razor taking over that lane.
We didn't expect really Razor, but after we saw that pick, we knew that their lane is not really hard, but we just did a few mistakes on lane. Like, for example, when they cannot really pressure because Rubik is not really strong, because every static link Razor press, we can just, I can just press my dual brace, Ursa can just try to get out with his first spell. So our lane was not that hard, but we just did few mistakes, but it doesn't really matter because Razor was really bad pick in our opinion, and I guess he didn't do anything.
This is true.
I got one more question, Maposhka, before we let you go. You've got, and your team, got a couple of days break. And I know that during one of those days, it's going to be Yatoro's birthday. So I was wondering if you guys had any plans for him.
I don't know. We're just going to play Dota as usual.
Going out for dinner, extra nice meal?
Maybe. I guess there will be a little bit, some
a cake?
Yes,
yeah,
cake.
yeah, cake.
So we will try it. But I don't know, nothing extra special. Okay. Because we are one tournament and we came here to win, so we can't really relax,
No, you're in the zone. You're in the gaming mode. Yes. Well, I am looking forward to seeing you playing in the playoffs. Congratulations once again on this clean 2-0, 2-0, 2-0 sweep here in the group stage, and we'll see you again soon.
Thank you so much. Goodbye.
Thank you. Yeah, that was obviously Maposhka, and I will say, I mean, he's in the zone. You can tell, like he says, it was hard to maintain form during those grand finals, which was split over 3 days total.
But they did. Very impressive.
And that was also with the lower bracket finals in there as well. But it doesn't seem like he left that form behind, It seems like those 2 days where he had to maintain that focus, he just continued on together with the team.
I mean, the main thing from the interview he said was, the performance of a team isn't based on patch, it's based on how the team is in the moment. Are they talking to each other the correct way? Are they breaking down the game correctly? They clearly are in that position of understanding each other perfectly to be able to deal with, any mechanic that gets thrown at them, any hero choice. And we're seeing it in the draft as well. They're one of the few teams that feels like every draft is slightly changing based on their opponent, where they're not following a perfect formula, but they're beating everyone. So yes, if they can maintain this form, then grand finals are waiting for them.
Yeah, but there's one team in particular that could potentially rival them in the grand finals again, and that's of course Tundra. We're going to see if Tundra gets a clean route to the... Actually, it's not possible. They already dropped one game. So about a clean route today to the playoffs, as they will be playing next up against Team Liquid. Also, just to close the topic of Team Spirit, for those wondering, Yatoro will turn 22. I know, 2 times TI champion, 22 in just 2 days. And with that, we are moving on to our next series. We're going to have a short break, but when we're back, it's Tundra versus Liquid.
Please welcome the true stars of tonight, the heroes of Dota, who have claimed the top prizes from 1xBet. Best carry, Phantom Lancer. Best support, Marcy. Best mid lane, Zeus. Fudge. Best Players Award, 1xBet customers. 1xBet, it's your pick.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Hey there, you're still watching Wallachia Season 3, and we are ready for our final series of the day. And it's another series where both teams are 2-0 in this group stage, and that means winner of this series will be qualifying for the playoffs and get an extra couple of days rest, and of course have that clean route, a little bit of extra stars to your name there. We got ourselves Tundra and Team Liquid, a best of 3 between these two, and I am still joined by Jenkins and Tigov. For this series, I feel like, Jenkins, it is fair to say that where previous series we had Spirit as our favorite versus Falcons, this time we would have Tundra as our favorite versus Liquid, right?
Yeah, I think so. And, you know, in this tournament so far, the favorites have usually won, the higher seeded team. So the seeding was great. However, this is Team Liquid. This is the TI winning team. And I know that we're going to say this every single time they play when they're not doing so well. This is one of the most resilient teams in Dota. So Tundra is still going to have to put their try-hard pants on. You cannot relax against Team Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, especially because you have like heroes like Tinker working out for them, right? And they are, you know, every series they're trying to. I think they're understanding Sableye every little bit more. Of course, comparing, you know, it's an easy bit of analysis to say comparing 33 to Sableye, but yeah, it's going to be a harder road, I think, for Liquid to get returned to that form, because when you were at the top to now. But the key thing between these two teams will always be the mid lanes, right? You have BZM for Tundra, Monkey King in that second position there, 80% win rate. In the last month, this is the last month of competitive play, he is such a playmaker that he connects with Director, he connects with 33, he brings so much life to their games. And often his hero pool is targeted, but if you kind of look at these heroes, take a little screenshot, and then when we move to the next heroes, if that's possible, to straight away go to Nisha, they're somewhat the same, but you're seeing Monkey King on one side, but not on the other, right? And Monkey King will counter, you know, half of Nisha's hero pool. So I think that's
pretty much all of these.
Yeah, true. Pretty much all of these. So Monkey King to me is a key hero, but when you look at the style of play from BZM to Nisha and the heroes that they're playing, they are close to identical in what they do and bring to the team.
Can I go ahead and put something on the table here? Maybe you pick it up.
Maybe, yeah. Look, the table's there.
I'm going to put down, what if you take the Monkey King and you just say, well, friggin' screw Nisha, let's give it to Mickey. Let's give him his favorite guy. Mickey Monkey King has been a classic. It's a hero that can go through the portal with an Orb of Corrosion. And the rhetoric for this patch has been, you either need a carry that farms stacks or a carry that goes and kills the other carry. And Monkey King's that guy.
Or let me also put this on the table with it so you can pick it up.
A lot of things on the table right now.
I also know
I got a mic.
that, and I know it's been a little while since it was used this way, but Boxy plays a mean Monkey King as well.
Oh, he does courier sniping, Sheever.
Yeah, he does.
Pick that up, T-Gov.
Yeah, which one are you going to take off the table?
Which one are you going to take?
I prefer the carry Monkey King.
You're going to take the Monkey
I'm going to pick
What
up.
if you have the choice to leave both on the table?
Well, then BZM gets Monkey King.
Okay, then knock it off the table.
Then I knock it off the table.
Knock them off the table? Okay, fair enough.
Thank God we have a comparison for what they're playing right now. God, one's actually quite toxic, but Husker, Slaughter, very annoying.
Yeah, Slaughter's pretty nasty.
But either way, of course, when you think about mid laners, you then need to think about the position 4s, what they bring to the game, right? And a lot of these heroes do naturally want to play into mid, and with the changes to bottle not refilling, Trusty Shovel being very important, because you get Trusty Shovel, you walk mid, you provide a water rune for your mid laner. I think the 4 hero pool has to always kind of synergize with your mid laner, because if they don't, then you're not really able to translate that kind of winning side lane into overwhelming mid. Because if you break mid, the game is so different, and hence why, you know, the top teams in the world are the ones that their mid laners are able to provide so much more in the first, 10 to 15 minutes.
I'm surprised that this Soxa fellow is the only guy that's really picking a lot of the Shadow Showman.
Yeah.
Because I feel like the level 15 break mechanic on Hex is such a hard counter to a lot of the meta garbage. Bristleback, you can take him out with the break. Abaddon, you can take him out with the break because his ult can't automatically activate because the Hex also silences. You know, I think this guy's honestly, I think he's going to win a TI at some point.
Oh, again. Again.
Did he win a TI? Oh, good for him. He's 6'9" tall, and he won a TI.
And
Can
he
you
also
win
came
more?
second
Can you win
something?
more in life? Nobody cares about second.
Oh.
We learned that the other day, right, T?
Yeah, in
You
Dota.
can win 3 TIs. Maybe. No, let's
Why is Sableye doing an L? That's mean.
No, it's a square. He just forgot to put his hands.
No, he wants to take a picture. That's how you do it when you take a picture, right? You frame it.
Yeah, but he's not. That's very out of frame.
He's framing it out with the left hand.
Oh my goodness, he's also pointing at this team logo.
He's calling Liquid losers.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
It's the L for Liquid, guys. Come on. There you go. I mean, this is a good comparison. It's cool rivalry. I don't think the players see it as a rivalry. 33, gets to leave to make his own team, and it's Saberlight that gets a spot instead. But it is cool to talk about.
Shiver, he wants to prove himself.
Yes, I think he has a chip on his shoulder.
33 made a mistake leaving Team Liquid. Saberlight's defending his boys and saying, look, I'm the better offlaner here.
That's the L for look.
That's the L.
L for look, yeah.
Let's focus our attention on the draft because we got one on the board. And I want to compliment myself for only now mentioning BZM's Invoker in this panel, particularly. Because I know that I'm not the only person that's a fan of him playing this hero.
Everybody
and I just
wants to see it.
I want to get it from you guys. What needs to happen for that to happen?
I would argue for Tundra, it would be having a couple kill combos in the side lanes, because if you get one stun, especially because Invoker is played with Exort and Cataclysm, early stun strikes are very valuable. So if you have any kill potential on side lanes, Invoker will feel better from the mid lane.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree. You don't want to pick it, or you don't want to pick it first. It would be very bold to do that.
It would be making a statement.
It would be making a huge statement.
For your tournament duration, if you're playing the long game, you might want to do it and win with it so that people will feel the need to first phase ban
I can respect that. I can respect that. I don't think teams ever do it, but I can respect it. I think it's cool as hell if they do.
We do have that first phase Tinker ban. I think that is big respect, and I think if Liquid would have been second pick, they would have banned it out as well, because Whitemon just is like that, is also a menace on that hero. Other than that, some usual suspects that are still in the pool. Ember Spirit is picked up, but is there anything else? Because do these teams just completely ignore Magnus, for example? Is it just not a hero for them?
Yeah, at least for Tundra, they aren't really ever rushing to Magnus. Like, you don't really see 33 play it. BZM, we saw his hero pool just before, didn't really contain it. So yeah, for now, they do pick up the early Ember Spirit. I always like when people pick a hero that has very notable counters, because we'll instantly know in Tundra's mind, like, what do they think is like the biggest one? Like, of course, Monkey King, Huskar, we saw Slada. There's like 3 big counters to him, and we already spoke of Monkey King a little bit too much, but we'll see which single ban Tundra want to use and what that hero will be.
It's got to be Huskar, right? Nisha's already played it in this tournament. I don't think Slardar is the worst matchup ever for Ember.
No, it's Huskar, then Monkey King, right?
Yeah, definitely.
And others.
Yeah, Nisha definitely plays both. Although I feel like maybe there's a world where you leave it all in and you just say, I'm going to cut the wave, I have some tech, or they flex the Ember to some other role. Like, have we checked Soxa? Has he been playing an Ember position 4? You know, I could see him messing around with that.
At the moment in pubs, he hasn't really dabbled with it.
Okay, then I seriously doubt that he would in competitive.
Key thing here, I'd say for bans at least from Liquid, is they're already respecting what Tundra's answer was to an early pick Jakiro. Before, they picked Batrider in the 4 position and a Tidehunter in the off lane. Tidehunter doesn't really care too much about the Jakiro spam. You will buy Mage Slayer, you have Vlad's Phase Boots, you're already tanky enough that the early Jaw Breaths with Kraken, you can just get rid of it. And then Batrider was the kill threat, so if Jakiro steps up, you can die. So they're already going, you know what? We want our Jakiro to have some presence, we'll take out one of those heroes. And they do ban out the Monkey King. So the drafting-based hero that would give Liquid a little bit more life is removed. They don't care too much about the Huskar.
Yeah, they do. Okay, that's why they leave the Huskar.
Yes,
because they knew that they were going to pick the AA.
Is that a Whitemon AA?
Yeah, I hope so. Of course, we have seen AA from Jinku in the 4 position, but you know what? It doesn't really matter if it's 4 or 5. I just hope the build is where they max Vortex, go 1-3-1, because playing on Ember, when you have the slow from the Vortex, when you have the magic amp from your Vortex, you have Searing Chains, like, it's so much damage. Like, you show yourself for a second, you are going to be like half HP from these 2 heroes in the early game. You pair it with another support that has some damage, like a Morana or something, they're killing the entire map, wherever they go. They're getting pickoffs on pretty much any hero.
So we saw Xingqiu go for the Bone Chill facet. Do you want Whitemon to go for the exposure facet, or are you still okay with Bone Chill?
Cheever, I'm going to throw it back to you with another question.
Yeah.
You're the Ancient Apparition expert. What's the counter to this hero?
Well, first of all, I learned from T-Gov that my build's completely wrong, so I don't know if I'm the expert.
Trust your gut. You got to trust your gut here.
Yeah, trust your gut right now.
Well, you're the most squishy. The thing is, I cannot really relate to a pro player because my positioning sucks.
Is Weaver good against the Ancient Apparition?
Anything that moves.
Because you move out of the cold tree. It's a low armor hero.
He's a very slow hero.
So he can get on you and take you out.
Yeah, he can. There's no escape. Your positioning is key, and therefore anything that can and that means also anything that can mess with your positioning is also key, and that Tiny can do that too. So this is very spooky.
Just saying, 2 days ago when I was binge playing pubs, I did beat Saxer in a pub. I played AA.
He's 13k MMR.
And he played Void. And then a day after, he started playing AA. So not to take any credit.
But if Saxa plays it, it's because of you.
Because I beat him in a pub.
With AA.
Yeah, it's totally not Jinkyu playing it competitively. But I'm going to just make up this this narrative.
Nobody trusts Jinkyu anyway. He's playing all sorts of dumb shit all the time.
Yeah, exactly.
He just has fun in his old age.
I don't know what facet it went. It won't load, but...
Where do we want to go with the Weaver and the Tiny? Because Weaver can be played as a 4, but because it doesn't really do well. Well, we haven't really seen it as a core.
I would guess this is a 4 Weaver. This is probably going to be Boxy playing it. I do imagine against the Ancient Apparition in lane, there's some pretty easy kill threat there with a normal offlaner.
Yeah, I will say, I mean, it might be... Actually, I know they just need another stun.
The key thing is they're matching the fight with fight, right?
Yeah.
Like on one side, you have a Ancient Apparition with Cold Feet and Vortex spam for the early, and then on the other side, you've got the Bugs with the Avatos, and they still go for the Marana that I mentioned, which is one of the better combinations. It's another hero that will take that Vortex Magic Amp with the Starfall, with the Arrow. So these 3 heroes, Weaver, Jakiro, Tiny, they will all die. If these 3 heroes for spells, disappear. Liquid need to try and combo break this. Okay, I'd say if Ursa was banned, then like Tidehunter for Tundra would be good here. But with the Ursa still being available, they probably would just shy away from picking an offlaner in that capacity. Just because it's a very good counter. I just like the fact that both teams are going to be so aggressive. This is not really, one side should be, oh, you have to farm for 20 minutes. Like it's like levels bring both of these draft to life, not gold.
The Beast is still available. I mean, it's not so good into Jakiro. I'm going to go for the Bristle.
Bristleback. A little bit flexible as well. The Ratchet could potentially
definitely
play
flexible.
Yeah, the overall aspect this game will go the way of Tundra, so they'll probably be happy to keep that flex open. Let's see where Tundra wants, or where Liquid wants to go with this, because this pick, if you are overall first pick, then this pick going into the next ban phase is your most important pick because you have 2 bans to protect it.
You know, if you wanted to be really nasty, you could just Viper this. You would shit on an Ember mid, and then kill the Bristle with Break. And also, I feel like he's kind of like a combo breaker in a way, just because he's got so much magic resist.
But then you have a Viper, and if you want the break, wouldn't you just go for a PA still?
The only issue with this is you have a lot of, like, one, it's a slow hero. AA will provide additional slows to stop you from moving nicely in the fight. After laning phase, Ember will have a Mage Slayer to prevent your damage output.
Will you bet your left nut that he does not go for a Viper here? Are you that confident? Because you sounded confident.
I sounded pretty confident.
Is it left nut confident?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, you're saved.
I tried saying yeah just before I saw the pick. I promise I didn't see the puck when I said yeah. That was it was like roll it back, production. Come on, let's rewind. We have that tech, I'm sure.
It's all good. We got
puck against
though.
Ember.
But that also means that we have a Tiny carry, right? Sorry, puck against Ember. Is it good?
We do have a Tiny carry, yeah.
Doesn't he doesn't Ember slam you down mid in terms of the 1v1? Maybe it's different now that Puck can dodge projectiles and gain HP and mana.
We've already discussed to great lengths that the kill nature of Tundra's first 3 picks is pivotal to their draft. So to combo break that with Phase Shift, Orb, Yule's buying hero as well is going to help a lot.
So hard lockdown as the final Tundra pick for the Puck.
Yeah, would be a good option. Or additional tempo, right? Like you Bristleback should have a good lane into Jakiro Tiny. If you have another hero that provides that, let's go kill the map, then it can be very scary.
Hard lockdown. Faceless Void, Time Square.
Yeah, sure.
let's get it. Let's get it out there. Time dilation. They ban it. They were trying to pick
Tundra was on the same. No, they were just very scared of it.
It's just a very good hero for either team because of how much skirmishing fight there is.
Low cooldown.
Time dilation would delete the logic of either draft to succeed.
So we're looking for a Saberlight hero on one side. By the way, obligatory Tidehunter is still in the pool.
I like for Tundra Bristle carry and put Tidehunter off lane. That'd be happy. That'd be quite nice.
Well, Tundra has overall last pick, so Liquid, if they want Tidehunter instead, they can pick it up first.
Yeah, true. Which is the correct logic, right? Even though it's very good for Tundra, the hero that both teams would probably pick is somewhat identical. So I like how Tundra banned the two heroes that we liked for them.
Yeah.
A Primal Beast would give them a break for the Bristle.
Yeah.
That would be a crazy last phase pick for Liquid.
El Saberlighto's favorite guy currently. I mean, other than the Dawn, but they've shied away from that in this tournament.
Is Magnus still available?
Magnus
he's still in the pool.
Offlane Magnus is still perfectly fine. You just grab these heroes, put them into bad positions.
They ban out the DK. It's their last ban.
Well, that makes me think they're going to get a Dawn, but against AA? No, you can't do that. He counters healing.
He does?
Cheever.
He does counter healing, but, you know, he doesn't always hit his ultimate. At least I do.
That sounds like, that sounds like there was pain when you said that.
That was pretty painful.
It's also, I would imagine that Liquid knows how to play against it, so then he should only hit his ultimate on one guy, you know? So, because you're spread out a lot.
That's why with Ancient Apparition, having Shard from Tormentor, having a stun, feels really nice when you do hit the ultimate. But some support players, when they get to 20-30 minutes, buy a Blink Dagger to make sure they don't miss the ultimate. And the classic is picked up, the Primal Beast. Aghanim's Builder for break on the Bristle, Shivas, etc. With items, very good. Into AA Slow plus Ember Root and an arrow from a distance. You can maybe struggle to enter the game. If these heroes are in good position, they can just prevent the trample, prevent the pulverize.
Do you want a new hero for 33 or for the retro? Because the Bristle can still go either way. Do you have preference?
I mean, we were thinking some hard lockdown.
Ooh, Ursa Bear.
They will not go for that. They will instead attempt to dumpster the Primal Beast in lane. Does that even dumpster a Primal in lane? I feel like it's probably 50-50.
By the way, T-Gov, you can take credit if you like.
What credit, sorry?
Saxon will be playing Ancient Apparition.
Yeah, it's right. He's gone for the wrong facet, though, but we can talk about that after the game.
What?
He went for Bone Chill. He's looking at Jin Q.
The Xing
Oh, right. These pros, it takes them a little bit of time to truly respect a hero like Ancient Apparition.
If all the pros are doing something and I'm not doing that in my Herald pubs, then that's when I think that the pros are bad. That's been my logic.
I don't think they truly appreciate the AoE cold feet.
I know, Shiva. But again, there's a time to play. We can break it down after the game, but for now, I think the Ursa shuts down the Primal for sure in laning phase, and we'll be able to just create that unkillable moment in the mid game. And it's always nice to threaten Tiny. I think Tiny carries that have no obvious counter to how does he actually die makes Tiny kind of run away with a game. And your early game will be following behind the Bristle with the aggression of supports and Ember, and your late game is Ursa kind of connecting on killing the Tiny. Sure, Puck will be a problem throughout the game, but if you kill off the Tiny and leave Puck by himself, who's he really going to be able to play with if they're dying?
I have seen Nisha really pop off on these Puck games where he's uncountered.
Yeah.
But it just feels like it's been a while since we've seen that, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So who do you think is going to win?
Liquid.
There it is.
Ooh, there
Tundra.
it is. Let's hear a little bit of extra opinion on this from our commentary team. Suns fan, how you doing?
Hi, Shiva. Great. I can't wait for this game. This is the game of the day for sure. Definitely haven't said that today thus far.
I think you did say that.
No, did not. Jenkins, shut your mouth. Everybody, it's okay. I can tell my business partner to shut his mouth because our wallets are being destroyed live. Anyway, back to you, Shiva.
But you're doing it together, and that's what matters.
He's laughing through the pain. Enjoy the cast, guys.
Thank you, Shiva. Really appreciate that. Anything to get my mind off of the lack of money in my life, Cinderin. How are you doing?
Speaking of no lack of money in someone's life, have you seen Whitemon's hair today?
You mentioned it, but I have not seen it yet.
Look at that.
It's what the heck? It's not even the same person.
He has. Oh, this is a. That's $1 million. I don't even know if he had a haircut or if he's just really.
He combed it.
Put in literally every product in the world today, but a very.
Yesterday, it
very
looked
different
like
look.
his hair was backwards. That's what it looked like to me.
And today it's forwards.
Yeah, it's normal today.
This is the kind of series that you want to level up for. You want to make sure you're in your element.
Oh yeah,
100%. I'll tell you, when you've done your hair nicely, that can give you that extra 10% in the Dota server.
All I can say is take advantage of the hair while it lasts, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, that's the other angle. Thank you. That was a very negative perspective. Once again, Sunsfan TV, thanks for that. Time for the bounty runes.
Thank you, Cinder and Dota.
It's going to be a 2-for-2 split.
So both these teams still undefeated. Only one will remain with Team Spirit as the 2 undefeated teams to this group stage. Yep. Who are you expecting? Before this series started, did you have a favorite?
Yeah, going into today, I would say overall, I feel like Tundra has looked a little bit better and more consistent. Both teams, obviously, like you said, are 2-0, but in some of Liquid's wins and losses, I think there's been more moments of perhaps not exactly being on the same page or a little bit of a wrong read on power levels during the game, where I think Tundra for me have been a little more consistent, but I don't think this is like a very one-sided affair regardless. I would say this series has more potential with what we've seen from the team so far of going to 3 games than the previous series we had, so we'll have to wait and see how this goes. I feel like both teams have got a ton of heroes this game that they're very comfortable with. The strategies make sense. There's a lot of good synergies across the board. T was talking about how there's a lot of value to Ancient Apparition in this game, despite being picked into nothing at the time, except what was the only hero they saw was the, I believe it was the Jakiro, right? So it wasn't really obvious why this would turn into a good AA game, but with Ember...
Oh my goodness, Whitemon. Beast. That is unexpected, to say the least. Starstorm level 2. This is the one that deals more damage and blinds the target for the second meteor that comes down. Perfect placement, man. Really good.
Yeah, it's crazy how it's easier to hit your spells perfectly when you can actually see.
Yeah.
That's what the haircut will do for you. You move it out of the way. That's good stuff.
To be fair, he did perform quite well with that mop on his head. So
he has played amazing.
It seems to not matter what kind of hairdo he has. He's been a beast.
It's funny how in the last series we were talking about Rue as maybe, at least in my opinion, the most improved player in the last year, or at least since he joined Spirit. I also feel like Whitemon has really made a name for himself in the last year.
I totally agree. It feels like he's been around forever, and he's always been good.
Yeah.
But he's taken to another level on this team.
It's like there's something about this team that just really has allowed him to shine as a player. And he has always been one of the best supports in SEA ever since he made a splash. But there's definitely there's something else. Like, he's become almost like the golden standard for 5 now. There's very few players that you can say with confidence are better than Whitemon at least 5 to 10 heroes that he plays. And overall, he just seems to have a very good sense of the limits of his hero. So, gotta say, he's very much improved as well and been very impressive.
Yeah, well, on the other side of the coin, Cinderin, since there has to be a negative with every positive, the yin, the yang, as it were. Liquid, yes, they're undefeated in this tournament, but in terms of recent results, have fallen off a lot. Obviously, there's a big change to the lineup with bringing in Saberlight, also known as Saber Chad, of course. Just hasn't fit in as well as people would have expected, perhaps. But this tournament has been looking a lot better. I mean, panel talked about his Primal Beast being very, very good. Are you you think this is just something that needs more time, more sample size to get the cohesion going, or is there something else?
And I also think it's important to remember the overall perspective of this lineup as a whole, right? Like, they had a great TI. There's no debating that. But Liquid as a team for the last year or two has been very up and down. So swapping out a player and not replicating the success you had at TI does not necessarily mean at all that that player is to blame or isn't the right fit or whatever you want to call it. It's just like among the teams that have been winning big tournaments or placing high, I think, would you agree that Liquid is maybe the most inconsistent of them all?
Oh, 100%.
So, you know, it's just a matter of they're gonna find their stride at some point and look incredible. That has not really happened since TI, though.
Yep, that's very fair. Not sure where the inconsistency comes from as Boxy taken out again by Whitemon's. Got the sentry on the sideline.
Killed him with the blood grenade of all things. Just a flat-out impact frag grenade.
Yeah, pretty insane. Nisha, in the meantime, will be playing the puck. This is his patented hero, no doubt about it. 15-4 right now versus BZM, who's been on a hot streak. 18-4 on him right now, so a slight lead.
Yeah, Nisha needs to be careful here, too.
Yeah, Boxy making his way over.
Oh, this is a he got the slight chains.
He did. Nisha will be able to jaunt away, though. And the swarm is placed. BZM is in a bit of trouble.
Nice blocks.
Waning Rift to follow as well. Boxy doing a great job trying to give this kill to Nisha. And, well, Boxy will eventually take. I think that was with maybe the swarm. Is the Starstorm again from Whitemon trying to disrupt what Saberlight is doing here.
Really nice from Liquid, though. They also managed to get a kill on the Bristle up top simultaneously.
Oh, wow.
So 2 successes at once there, and getting Nisha his water rune is very important, because this mid lane was starting to look scary. If Boxy doesn't come and help there and Nisha gets slight chained and run down on the rune, BZM forces him back to base or kills him. Speaking of which...
Really impressive high-fiving while killing somebody. Always... Saberlight, always a good personality to have in the game.
This
Doesn't take anything too seriously.
It's one of those things where, you know, when lanes are hard, you start cutting waves. So, for example, a lot of the time, Darkseers, traditionally, if they're laning against a bad matchup, they'll just start cutting the wave with Iron Shell together with their support. But against these two heroes, Ursa and Mirana, when Ursa has boots and Mirana is 2-0-1, you actually need to be careful when cutting the wave, just because they have so much chasing potential. So really need to keep your distance, and Dyrachyo managed to connect over and kill him off, and Dyrachyo's having a totally free start here. 35-13. Phase boots at the ready minute 5. More harassment onto Box. These double Starstorms. This spell is so cheap for how much damage it does. 90 mana.
Yeah, this facet is quite good.
It's 90 mana for 300 damage. It's insane.
I have been a little bit surprised we haven't been seeing more Mirana.
No, she's lost almost all her games. So.
Okay, well, that'll explain it.
But the Starstorm in lane looks very, very good.
I mean, I'm sure we're going to be seeing the Searing Chains arrow combination as well at some point. Whitemon's already used his leaps, and yeah, the coil coming in from Nisha. This looks to be a free kill. Will Boxy take it? No, Nisha finally claims it.
And they also got the power rune in the meantime. Insania covered the top rune there, so no grab for BZM.
There's a little bit of debate on the facet for the AA, Mr. Saksa. We saw this the other day as well, the bone chill, reducing the strength. And they do have 2 cores that are big, beefy strength heroes. What are your thoughts on this facet?
I mean, the alternative is to get AoE Cold Feet that scales with the level of your ult. And realistically speaking, landing this on multiple targets in the middle of a team fight with level 1 ulti is not that easy. It's 200 AoE, then it becomes 300, and then 500. When you're 18, the AoE is insanely big. But yeah, you need to get there as AA, which is the problem, right? Whereas Bone Chill is just reliable the whole time. And it's also a matter of, I think a lot of the time what pro players think about when they look at their facets is how big of a percentage of this game does this matter in, right? Yeah. If you can take a facet that does something all the time, the laning stage, the mid game, and the ultra late game, which Bone Chill does, versus one where you, first of all, need to get your ult before it does anything, and then you need specific situations to occur before you get the value. I would say statistically the pros generally favor the ones that are just always on. So I'm not surprised. I think the other facet does have its time in the sun in some games. I personally think Bone Chill is better in this game because Liquid's heroes aren't going to be stacked on top of each other very much. The AoE isn't going to help you that much when Puck is jumping around the backline. So is Weaver, just, you know, skittling around.
Boxy gonna take a ton of remnants, but the coil coming out from Nisha along with a TP from Insania. Ice Path will hit. Do they have the damage? It looks like it. BZM with one final
nice
fish.
arrow.
He goes to the other side though. Arrow helping out quite a bit, but BZM still will die. Nice Starstorm again from Whitemon. That does so much damage now. Nisha will get away, so 1-for-1 trade, definitely in favor of Liquid again.
Yeah, where did the
fortification to just screw over Saberlight even more.
So Saksa denied the power rune there, got rid of the haste. What do you... Okay, so a different question about the AA. What do you think about Saksa on this hero? Like, player-hero combination. This one really caught me off guard that this was a thing he even wants to play. This does not strike
fit his style. Yeah.
Saksa, in my opinion, one of the best of all time on the position 4 at playmaking. And this hero doesn't playmake. It's a follow-up strictly, basically. He's been having a lot of success with this team playing scouting heroes like Bounty Hunter and Ricky, setting up plays and giving information, and playing like Shadow Shaman or these types of heroes with stuns that set the scene. So this one for me, I don't know. If they're making it work, it's fine, but definitely not a hero I would, you know, connect with this player much more so on Whitemon.
Yeah, that's definitely true. I mean, keep in mind when he had 4 accounts in the top 4. Think about that for a second.
One of them was exclusively playing AA.
Yeah, well, they were all carries, and AA can be played at a carry at low MMR, Cinderin.
Right, so he did that on the way up.
Yes.
Right, so when he started the Smurf.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Well, these stacks have been discovered by Boxy and company. Nisha wants to try to do something about it. 33 is just going to continue to farm. Former teammate, of course.
They stole a decent chunk there.
They did, but the Ancients are the real heft here.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of them.
Yeah, they can't really steal those very easily. Tiny can do some damage with the tree throw stacks, and then you've got maybe a Pulverize or Trample combo, but yeah, you're really exposing yourself to being counterplayed if you try to steal them.
Nice path will miss, and well, Invis taken by BZM. Pretty nicely done. Coil onto 2 right now, but the Searing Chains onto 2 as well. Arrow not going to hit this time, but the Cold Feet does proc, and Mickey will tumble. Big kill for Tundra. They come in numbers. Boxy getting pretty low. Will Shikuchi away as BZM being harassed by the puck, but looks like everybody will disengage here.
While all of this is happening, Daracho is having the freest game of the tournament. There is genuinely absolutely nothing stopping him right now. 100 CS minute 10 on Ursa.
Well, the only thing stopping him was his courier dying with an item a while back, but
yeah,
luckily for him, he wasn't.
If that's the biggest problem you're having, your game's pretty good.
Yeah. Not too shabby.
And it is, I think, overall a pretty good Ursa game. The one major issue...
Saberlight, Searing Chains hits him before the Onslaught can finish.
Yeah.
Another death for him. 2K lead now for Tundra.
So what do Liquid really have against Ursa except Pulverize? That's the one thing. That one ignores status resistance similar to Yule's. There's not much else that Ursa is really too concerned about, I think. You can enrage through most of the problems. When you're this farmed, you're going to get the Blink Battle Fury into maybe BKB and just running at fools.
Yep.
You have really good setups with Slight Chains.
So. Ooh, Coil immediately snapped. Nice, bring it back with the Waning Rift as well. The silence still applied. One last Sleight of Fist, but BZM dies as Boxy under the Tier 1 tower will try to bait him in, and he does. Time lapses away, and there's the Pulverize on the Whitemon. Beautifully done. That was very risky business from Boxy, but he gets away with it.
Yeah, that worked out great. And on top of all of that, the top lane is vacant right now, so Mickey is now going to take half the tower. So some more pressure and progression coming out of the side of Liquid. Yeah, these mid moves have been very successful, killing off BZM 3 times on that Ember. And honestly, every kill has been a pretty minor overkill. So they needed all the resources they brought. It's been really good, just good play calling of which numbers to bring when to be successful.
Yeah, but while this is happening, Cinderin, 12-minute Battle Fury online, 33 taking out several Ancient stacks while smoked.
Yep.
Looks like he's going for Glimmer Cape as the first item on the Bristle. Lots of magic damage on the other side, of course. Almost exclusively magic damage, in fact.
Yeah, it's going to be really good until Tiny starts packing a punch. Glimmer is incredible value here.
Still doesn't look right.
Quite a while.
Item does not look right on core still. I can't get it through my head. It's so weird.
Tundra did have a game the other day where they bought 4 Glimmers and got stomped. That was against Tidebound, I believe. But they did win the series.
That's true.
Which is why they're here.
So I guess Spirit is the only... I had to look, actually. Are they the only team that hasn't lost a single game, then?
I think so.
Because Liquid, I believe, has lost.
Yeah, Liquid also lost a game. At least one.
Well, Saberlight will be going for... Is he actually going for SNY first item?
Yeah, looks like it.
Don't you have to go BKB on this hero?
Not necessarily, but I'm a little bit concerned about... So SNY is usually good value if you can like soak damage and kite and stay alive. But you're against Ursa AA. Is that likely to happen? I don't know. But you could make the same argument against the BKB, right? If you're going in with BKB on and you pulverize anything that isn't Ursa, he's going to kill you.
Saberlight.
Great.
Yeah, they don't even bother with the other kill. They want the big boy. They get him
here. Saksa will be the one to grab the...
Have we seen
Rise?
Ice Blast yet?
I don't think so.
I think so.
No.
Oh, and the steal of the Wisdom Shrine. Nisha will get here too late. Dyrachyo claims it for himself. Nisha does have the coil, but there's the Enrage, and you just walk away. Extra stats. There's this Boxy coming in from the south hook. It's a nice swarm off his Whitemon. Has to delete some of the bugs to be able to stay alive. The AA Blast finally used, but completely whiffed. As Whitemon eventually does die, and now Dyrachyo and company continue to get chased. Remember, this is close to the 15-minute mark with the Tormentor, so dying right here could be an absolute disaster for one of these teams. Ice Path gonna connect onto 2 as Nisha coming in with a nice Waning Rift as well. Will jaunt away. Boxy still being a nuisance on the southern side of this fight. He's gonna use the time lapse along with the urn. They have the vision. He has to be careful. Back into the trees he goes, and Dyrachyo a little bit too low for comfort. We'll have to go back to base to heal.
Oh, the orb.
Ooh, the orb actually clips him.
Nisha's playing this
That's a
beautifully.
big kill from Liquid.
He did so much work on the puck in that situation.
Dyrachyo enraged again, but now he's completely surrounded. Dust will reveal. Can they? No, doesn't look like they'll be able to find it. Instead, he'll kill off Boxy instead. Coil onto 2. They find 1. BZM. Trying to kite as much as he can, but he's going to get avalanched as he returns into the Pulverize. Ice Path in addition from Insania. Nicely done. Big kill from Liquid, and another big kill incoming is 33.
Wow.
Can't quite finish off Saberlight as the AA Blast does hit Nisha. He should be able to get out just fine, but a lot of big kills for Liquid here.
Really nice skirmishing from all of them, really. Especially Nisha in that situation did a ton of damage and avoided a ton of damage on the puck. Took advantage of, I believe he had an Arcane Rune during that entire engagement. And finally Saberlight playing it on the edge. Just barely getting the job done there. Does that say cast Coil twice?
Twice, yeah. Beginning and the end of the fight. He might have had, I'm not
How
sure
long was that fight?
Yeah, maybe he had an Arcane Rune, I'm not sure.
He did, but even then, that's an insanely long fight. Well, it was.
It was quite extended, yeah.
All right.
I mean, they moved from one side of the map to the other, essentially. Tormentor's still there. And that means both teams are going to be in the area to try to contest. And the Tier 1 tower still up and running for Tundra, as the Moonlight Shadow will come, but Liquid can see that it has been cast. Saberlight on the other side of the tree. He's going to get Searing Chains. AA Blast applied to him. Arrow connects as well. He's going to tick out eventually as Dyrachyo focusing on Nisha. They're going to be able to kill the Ember Spirit, though, so BZM trades his life. And now the focus onto 33. That's probably not the right target. Dyrachyo now just ripping through the tiny Mickey. One more right click will suffice. In fact, Saksa gets the double kill. As Nisha, very low HP, will jaunt away. Trying to tick out here. The right click not enough to finish him off as Boxy. Time just jumping all over the place. That's the 3rd death for Liquid. Although Nisha still alive, is it gonna last much longer? He gets off the illusory orb, but they have enough damage.
These fights are really close. It's very much the margins. Again, great job from both teams on the opener. Perfect execution onto the Saberlight kill, but Liquid equally good on the Ember counterplay. But down the stretch, they ran out of juice eventually. The puck and the Weaver just can't keep sustaining the fights if they go this long with the items that they have so far. Wait, you're looking down the stretch in this. Of course, eventually Puck will be able to play, you know, 1 minute long fights with massive impact, but for the time being, not the case. You're seeing the replay here, really nice layering of the spells. They're going to kill off Saberlight without him getting anything off, but equally, Ember gets nothing done here with the amplified damage rune on Nisha. But still, he couldn't really clean house with the damage rune. You see, he has to jump out here, gets really pressured by the cleaves from Dyrachyo, and if you're spending the majority of your amplified damage rune on hiding and playing defensively, again has to jaunt away to the left.
can't believe he lived for so long.
Yeah, he lived really long, but...
And he goes back in here again.
Yeah.
Balls of steel.
This re-engage is just flat out a mistake, I think.
Yeah, and the Watcher. Well, Tundra end up winning that fight. They get Tormentor. Soxa is the recipient of the shard, so his Ice Blast will stun with the cold
also
feet.
get the mid tower, so...
Yeah, they're getting a lot here.
A lot of back-to-back wins there for the side of Tundra. And look at that net worth. Dyrachyo is just so far ahead. 4-0 and 4 on the Ursa.
An Orchid on the Ursa. Wow.
That is interesting. I mean, he is identifying the fact that Nisha is playing without AVULUS, right?
Yeah.
So for the foreseeable future, he can't just kill him.
Onslaught will avoid the AA Blast, and that's enough for Saberlight to get away. Yeah, you're right. This is going to be really rough for Nisha if they're able to just get the jump on him.
I really like this choice from Dyrachyo to go Orchid here. I think most players in this situation will go Basher for similar logic, but the Orchid is just so much more reliable against Weaver and Puck. It will be weaker against Tiny, though. So that's the trade that you're taking.
Mickey spot, so it won't be a surprise. Avatos into the illusory orb, and the casual right click is enough.
That
Dyrachyo dies.
Big find with the Shadow Blade.
As we've talked about before, usually the Dyrachyo death turns into something very good for his team.
Yeah,
they have 30 seconds to prove this correct.
They just win a lot. Region being snagged in front of Nisha by Whitemon. Yeah, still very even game, and the kill on Ursa is massive. If they can somehow slow down Dyrachyo a little bit more like this and not allow him to get to his BKB, that would be big. And that's of course the price you pay going for this Orchid, right? Is that you do not currently have that BKB defensively to protect yourself from a play like that one. This one lands.
Good attempt from Soxa. Boxy, always an annoying hero. Or Weaver, always an annoying hero, played by Boxy. He's going to be going for AVULUS. He's actually not that far away from it, so he'll have an answer for the Orchid. Question is, will Nisha, also doing exactly the same?
It's good both defensively and offensively against Ursa, so it's just a nice value purchase for both of them. BZM will get out from that.
Oh, the Ursa jumping on the puck here. Nisha, arrows coming for him, will sidestep it. Orchid not quite enough. The burn, he will survive through it. Saberlight trying to create some presence here.
Dyrachyo's just on the hunt here.
Yep, Blink is back up, but Nisha eventually gets away. Yeah, if they can...
Okay, I think somebody said back there, and it probably wasn't Dyrachyo himself. He's gonna go chase Boxy, though.
Yep, he's dead. Doesn't quite have...
instead.
Yeah, the Orchid not quite online yet, so...
Little known fact about bears, insects actually a major part of their diet. So
wow, that's really interesting.
That was an important kill there for the bear. And he will also grab an Aegis.
Yep, and they will let him claim it by himself as he continues to get bashed up. So first Aegis online.
Oh, Nisha needs to be careful here. It's a Moonlight Shadow gank. 33 will reveal this by damaging the mid wave, and Nisha's getting the hell out of there top left. But he doesn't know for a fact which way Dyrachyo is going, so he can't really feel safe over here on the left either.
He's playing with fire here.
Yeah. Dyrachyo will now instead pivot and go for the easy Jakiro kill bottom. Should be totally free here.
Oh, yeah.
Sania.
Essence Ring.
No way out of this one.
Delays the inevitable. All right, Saberlight has the SNY and is now going for the BKB.
Yep.
Well, they dust reveal Soxa. Avalanche is going to clip him. Will be an easy one. So across the board, 1-for-1 supports. Oh, Dyrachyo. Do they have any cancel? No. Yeah, Orchid is going to be countered here pretty shortly.
This is a really good ward that Liquid have here around the enemy secret shop. It's seen so much movement and continues to do so against Whitemon now crossing through. Boxy. Is he going to cut the next wave, or is he trying to set up something around mid? Looks like he's just going to steal the enemy Ancients. Finish up his Yule. Feels very comfortable with that ward covering his entry.
PZM. Slide of Fist. Well, Mickey needed the Jakiro nearby.
Yeah. BZM's out of there. For the time being. He might Remnant back down here, then he'd be in trouble.
Yeah.
Wallachia drawing a lot of geometrical shapes of different sizes. Can only imagine what they mean. One of them covered half the map. He said this is where the enemy team has their base.
Yep. It's a nice trivia question for longtime Dota players. Where is your base? All your base are belong to us.
Oh. Nice trivia question. Where is your base? Only old-time Dota players will be able to answer that, of course.
Of course. S and Y is being built across the board, it feels like. This one now online for Mickey. So extra status resist, along with his Facet, of course. Really good against the AA ult, which is always going to be a big issue for these tanky heroes.
Yeah. Definitely is why I've been focusing a lot on Doraccio this game, because I feel like his hero is the key for the side of Tundra. As for Liquid, it's a little bit more of a mix. I think both Puck and Tiny can ultimately carry this game. Puck through sheer kiting and just poking and prodding. Speaking of, Saksa. Gonna get jumped, but with the Glimmer Cape.
Not just any Puck, Cinderin, as well.
That's true.
The Nisha Puck is a thing of legends.
Nice defensive Yule, but now he doesn't have it for himself.
Orchid is now available for him.
Kill
Arrow, boom.
Or not even gonna need
Whitemon gets the kill.
Insania.
He actually dodges the AA blast that would have stunned him.
Damn. That was pretty clutch. Was he on the high ground there?
Huh. That was in a weird spot for sure.
Gonna find Saberlight here, BZM.
Yeah, Searing Chains, but he has the talent now to dispel that Searing Chains. Always a good one to have. And the eventual Aghanim Scepter, I'm not sure how early you want to go for it, but obviously BKB's going to have priority. But against this Bristleback, pretty damn good. I mean, even in some respects, it's pretty good against Ursa, just preventing Fury swipes from stacking.
They do have really long duration, though.
Well, more so while he's attacking, it's not going to stack up, right? While that's active, while he's broken.
Oh, you mean like that? Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, not the dispel. Yeah. I don't think it can be dispelled.
No.
If I'm mistaken, right? But yeah, more so for the Bristleback more than anything. And 33. I'm just assuming this is another S&Y. Man, this item was nerfed as well.
Not that much, though.
I mean, from 25 to 20 stats, that's pretty big.
Yeah, the rest is the same, though. So it's good stats, good movement speed. You know, it's just an all-round feels-good item for a ton of heroes still. Preparing the Tormentor. Somebody took down the time, or did they? Seems a little bit unsure when exactly they killed this.
TM. Valve time.
They smoke to surprise the Tormentor. Maybe try to...
It's so funny if they're like a full minute off.
They're smoking to try to entice the Tormentor to show up.
I mean, it's not... It's been 20 plus seconds.
Very poorly accounted for at this point.
Yeah.
They've been here for half a minute.
My goodness.
Yeah. The thing we talked about last game when we were like, when do you think Valve are going to show that along with the Roche clock? Definitely would have been a buff to Tundra this game.
Yeah, that's
counting
a big
to
waste
10.
of time. It's been a minute.
These pro players, they're committing their lives to the game. Counting to 10 is, it takes, if you skip out on school, you might miss the...
All right, 10 seconds away, Cinder, is my guess.
All right. Well, now you have to prove that you can count to 10.
Well, it's already been a few seconds, so I'll say 6, 5, 4.
You're counting
3,
down from 10, so you could not count to 10.
1, 3, 4.
Okay, at this point, they're a full minute off.
Yeah. I said that would be hilarious, and I was kind of right.
They actually are a full minute off.
Man alive.
What?
Keep that camera on. We're going to keep track of there. It is. The cube has been released.
There it is.
Somebody notify Tundra.
Oh, Doraccio. There's the Yule. But the Ice Blast could stun him.
Oh.
Nice force staff.
Yeah, he's going to get away. Dust a little bit too late.
Well played from Boxy.
Both Shrines of Wisdom secured by Tundra. As the damager now for Nisha. I wonder if they're talking to that Tormentor now. Like, surely, guys, let's go see if it's up yet. Somebody really screwed up on the time. Somebody.
I mean, at this point, they
they'll write
know
it
it's
down.
up, right?
Yeah, they'll
Sure.
write it and they'll copy paste it into the chat. Wish we could see that.
Oh.
Now a smoke from Liquid. They have the time.
Yeah, Dyrachyo will not have ult for this now. If this fight were to break out.
Whitemon with the shard, so extra leap, and then the blue belch from the Panther. No, the Avatos will delete Soxa, completely insta-gibbed.
Oh, they saw Whitemon too.
And Whitemon, he
kills.
is dead as well. So both supports on the deck for a bit. And Liquid, I mean, they did give up both their shrines and the Tormentor. But they've got a couple supports as 33. Yules will cancel the TP. It's only a matter of time. And down he goes.
That's a lot of
BZM
kills.
was orchided up initially. Coil is used by Nisha as well. This is amp damage, by the way. He will be able to dodge everything else, though. Yeah, Liquid very active all of a sudden.
Getting those 3 kills. And that's the thing about that Tormentor. Dyrachyo kills it by using his ult, but can't really join any sort of fight for the next 30 seconds. And
oh, would have been fine if they got the time right, because they had 4 heroes there.
Yep, true that.
Now, BZM had such a good tournament so far. It looks like Nullifier is just about finished for him. So
yeah, they're
Yule
sick and
Scepters,
tired of all these Yules and Force Staffs. They're just kiting the Ursa. So now, with this in hand, well,
Hasty. On the other side, Saberlight found Soxa. Does he have the vision, though? Dyrachyo's going to come. He's going to get pulverized. Here comes Boxy as well with the Swarm. Down goes Soxa. Dyrachyo finally pops his ult, but he's surrounded. The Big Bad Bear's trying to chase the Big Bad Saberlight. We'll have to go for the bugs instead. And he is just taunting away because he knows he is dead. 3 kills for Liquid. And now they'll try to get even more out of it with a tier 2 tower, potentially.
The map seems very difficult for Tundra supports to play because they're just getting scouted by Weaver. They're getting killed by Tiny 100-0. The puck can find them and coil them. So I think for the side of Tundra, probably time to start grouping up as 5 a little bit or playing it a little bit tighter and look for a smoke play. But question is, how much are Liquid going to get here? Ursa dead for 50.
Yeah.
There is another wave coming in, and they have a defensive glyph themselves for their wave too.
Oh, and the siege unit does fall.
Oh, they actually get nothing out of that glyph. And they'll just...
Still 30 seconds. Of course, they don't know that he doesn't have buyback, but still.
But this is so big. If they get this Roche ahead of the
Roche
Ursa...
up. Okay. Yeah, taking that away from any Ursa lineup, always valuable.
Time for an Ice Blast, Soxa. You would kill the bug.
Not anymore.
It's coming now.
Is coming.
This is decent impact.
Boom!
4-man. But
will lead to nothing.
Yeah, they're not phased by this. They assume that the actual group of play isn't coming, and they'd be right. Aegis for Mickey.
And Roshan's banner for the next push. 4K lead now for Liquid, getting a slight separation. And Dyrachyo, I mean, he's had that basher, so he is going to finish the Abyssal to try and get the full lockdown on these pesky heroes on Liquid's side. And if you're Nisha rather, will you try to itemize against? I mean, I feel like nobody buys Lincolns these days on cores. Very few and far between. Could go for a Lotus on somebody and apply it to Nisha.
Oh,
the Yules will be able to dispel. Gets off the phase shift as well as the AA blast is coming, but the brunt of the damage is all on the bear. He's getting pulverized. Finally pops the ult. Dyrachyo gets to the high ground. The Greaves will keep him healthy. Toss up by Mickey. They have no break right now for 33. As they are kiting Mickey pretty hard here.
That was very, very close for both teams to get the big kill that they wanted to open the fight with, but both do manage to escape. Dyrachyo down to like 5% health there, getting off his ult and running away. So close call. But that does seem to be a little bit of a struggle for Tundra in this game. The fact that they don't have a direct stun. to just open on this puck and kill him. They open with the Orchid, then they Yule, and then they have to either hit an arrow or an Ice Blast. And if Nisha plays it well, he can generally navigate around it. So Abyssal on Dyrachyo is going to be a really big game changer for Tundra. But until that point, Liquid should very much be looking to just keep running the map as they have for the last 10 minutes. They've been finding more or less every kill has been them. Just more and more advantage going their way.
Nisha. Oh my goodness. Nullifier.
Oh, that'll do.
Yes. Down he goes.
Oh, and now they have to get the hell out of here on the other heroes.
We'll TP out. They have the vision.
They have Gem. BZM has the Gem. He sees him the whole way.
Will they be able to catch up, though, is another question.
Nice help from the neutral
Tentacle
creeps.
Surprise will help out Liquid in this case. As Mickey with the Avatos, he has to hold his ground. Saberlight coming in from the high ground as well. Nullifier applied to the... Yeah, he actually changes his mind. He's like, fuck this, I'm out of here. But that is Aegis.
He doesn't
And he is surrounded. AA Blast to come. And down goes Tiny now. So 2 big core kills as Tundra helping equalize this game for themselves a bit.
And the biggest thing about this is not only do these kills obviously give them a ton of gold, but Dyrachyo, getting both of them is going to get him his Abyssal now. So that bridges that gap that he was looking at probably 2 to 3 minutes of farm to obtain these items. And then by just killing these 2 heroes, he gets it more or less instantly. So now he can do the job himself now, which is a huge change. He can just jump and kill Puck. He can jump and kill Jakiro. I actually don't know if he can kill Weaver. As crazy as that sounds, Boxy is quite a lot tankier than Nisha in terms of raw HP. Nisha with more armor, though, yeah, I guess it's kind of equal. Maybe the Puck is a little bit tankier, as a matter of fact. So I think he can kill either of them in one burst.
Another Wisdom Shrine taken by Tundra. They've definitely gotten the fair majority of them this game.
White Mon going to show to kill the Siege bot. Might cost him his life.
Yeah, he's going to get Yules'd up. Still has 2 leaps. We'll go to the north. Coil is broken. And the Waning Rift does him dirty. And like you said, Dyrachyo's Abyssal's online now. The question is, what does he want to go for next?
Okay, I have a different question for you. Without looking, guess what Boxy has in his quick buy on the Weaver? I'll tell you what current items he has.
Well, I just saw because they clicked on him. Thanks, Observer.
Wow, that's...
I'm going to guess Butterfly, maybe?
Wow, that's a great guess. How'd you come up with that?
What do you think about... I feel like...
So he's trying to become a carry as well, right? But
I suppose.
He has Pike, which is a decent carry type item, but is the Butter really that good value versus, let's say he bought a Nullifier?
I was going to say Ags could be pretty damn good this game against an AA.
Yeah, that could also be good. I don't mind going the 4th core route on Weaver here, but I'm not sold that Butter is the item here.
It's strange.
Because if you have a Nullifier, all of a sudden you're countering out the enemy's 2 Glimmer Capes.
Socks up, pulverized, Mickey with the Ava. Bonk. Stun lock complete. No, I agree. I mean, you're countering 1 hero, right? And
it's also just, it enables your teammates a lot that you have this. You could also buy Hex. You know, there's different avenues for this.
We'll see if he changes his mind.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Currently queuing up the Talisman of Evasion now. He gave up on the rest of the Butterfly for the time being, so... Because he did commit. He bought the Talisman.
We have a double Mindbreaker right now.
Oh, Mindbreaker Ember is just so dirty.
Indeed. Insania on the high ground. They know he's there, though. Nullifier into Arrow. Saberlight has to onslaught away. Under the cover of the Moonlight Shadow, Tundra want to continue, but they have the coil onto the Ember. Is this enough? It is. BZM just falls. But big trample from Saberlight. Not able to finish the job, though, as Dyrachyo will delete 1. Now the Orchid applied to the time. He's going to Ghost Scepter. And onto the high ground that Bear goes, and he drops to the deck. So kind of a haphazard fight overall, but Liquid come out on top with 2 core kills.
Yeah.
Started out really well for Tundra.
2 cores for 2 supports. Again, they have really had BZM's number this game. And I think this pivot that he's doing now is necessary. He's going BKB. He's had enough. And it begs the question, should he have done this over the Nullifier? I understand why he bought it against the double Force Staff and Yules. There's a lot of problems for his teammates to kite, to get kited by, rather. But Yeah, this BKB just seems necessary now. Too many issues.
This tower
gets
destroyed swiftly thanks to Mickey. And Saberlight, you can see the Aghanim Scepter online, so Uproar breaks. Oh, the instant Hex onto Nisha, he's deleted! 85 seconds, no buyback, caught off guard as Mickey has to stand his ground now. Saberlight gets off the Pulverize as well, and they find 2 kills instantly. And now even more coming the way via Mickey, and that's a full team wipe in a way. Obviously, the Ember Spirit now spawns up, but they lose their bottom racks completely, so the sacrificial puck turns into basically a team wipe.
Yeah, that was definitely a deliberate genius play from Nisha, running in to get hexed.
Okay, he remnants into the ice path, and Silas in with the onslaught. BZM will remnant to the other side.
Okay.
Has another one to work with. Do they have the catch?
Well, he definitely juked the Tiny.
He juked the ice path as well as the courier being used. So try to give some vision, and BZM is eventually found. He will likely have to buy back in this game if they continue to push here.
This is getting a little bit sloppy here. Both teams with some, honestly, a little bit uncharacteristic mistake. I guess Nisha's might have been lack of information. I think that might have been the Hex reveal there.
Josh is going to pop it, the BKB and go very deep. The A blast can get onto 2. The Tiny pretty damn low. Will try to exit the base from the south as Soxa continues the pressure, but Duracho, he's getting triple teamed right now. 1v3 in the mid lane. Arrow not going to hit. Boxy will time lapse, and it looks like Liquid will be thwarted here.
I love that Ghost Scepter purchase on Mickey, by the way. In every situation that the Ember can't nullify him, he can tank and survive the Ursa jump. I think this is a great example of how do you think about itemization, right? Because the half-empty way of thinking is they have a nullifier, they're going to nullify me and kill me. And the half-full way of thinking is if nullifier is ever used in any other condition, this can be a total lifesaver. And I really like this way of thinking about itemization myself, where I think it's better to itemize for to consider all the good possibilities rather than the one bad one and just be paranoid all game that they're going to do the perfect thing. It's not always going to go down like that. So I really like this. He's obviously at some point going to replace this Ghost Scepter, but just for the time being, it can be very valuable. And the goal for Liquid is to finish this game off within the next 5 minutes. So, and it doesn't really matter what his 7th item is.
Yep, very true. Tormy
BKB now
is taken out again, and Duracho actually
finally gets the Ursa shard.
I'm surprised he didn't prioritize that. That one is very, very good.
And now that he has that, Octarine is...
And a 25 talent.
Incoming, yeah. This is going to be a massive upgrade for the Ursa. The question is it a little bit too late with how much he's been kited in the previous fights that were so pivotal? But definitely still within striking distance. This game, 10k lead for Liquid is not insurmountable. And we've seen from both teams, when the fights click, they click in a big way. Soxa almost has a Hex too. So it's going to be the Hex from Bristle and the AA to lock down these pesky elusive heroes to let Ursa munch on them.
Yep.
And the damage, without a doubt, is going to be there from Duracho. With the 25, the overpower attacks, or the Earthshock charges, both of them being really good with the build that he has now, can really stay in these fights much longer and put a lot of pressure.
So Roche guaranteed to spawn in the next minute. This is what I was confused with before. Apparently this has changed the implementation of the... I can't tell if that's supposed to be working that way, though.
I'm looking at the clock in the Roche pit now, and if the clock isn't bugged, he should be spawning right now. Otherwise, we can't trust the clock either. So, because the clock isn't... Or is it showing? Oh, it is showing. Wait.
Just make it work the way it used to. It's too confusing. Well, we'll figure it out. Everything's going to be fine.
Yep. Okay.
He'll spawn at some point. As a
well,
smoke
the
on
guaranteed
both sides.
respawn is in 10 seconds, so both teams should be ready for this.
Yeah, they should be.
This is about the maximum respawn possible. He spawned 5 seconds
BKB
early.
from Saberlight. He gets off the Pulverize. Ursa in so much trouble. The Greaves can keep him alive. He pops his ult. Now the Abyssal Blade to try to turn this around on the Primal Beast. Saberlight is dead just like that. Nisha with a triple coil, but you can see the overpower outside from Duracho. That shard being put to good use. Soxa stuck in no man's land. He's dead. Buyback coming out from Saberlight, so right now it's a 1-for-1. And the Bear left all alone. That's going to be an easy cleanup. And Duracho is dead for 100 seconds, no buyback at all, as the Shivas is going to clip 33 as the chase will continue. Feels like it's only a matter of time before they find this kill. Pulverize available. Although, in the cover of darkness. They do get the Avalanche to cancel the TP, and the eventual kill comes to be for Liquid.
If they know there's no buybacks, this game's over. They could actually just run it down mid. Yeah, well, Bristle has his, but I think these 4 heroes could just finish the job. But I guess they're not certain about the state of affairs here with the buybacks, so they're going to grab the Roche instead, the safer play. Yeah, honestly, when Duracho managed to turn that around, I thought that was going to be the makings of a good fight for Tundra. He survived the initial onslaught, and then he got to turn around and kill Primal, but the buyback from Saberlight plus some really nifty plays from Nisha will get it done. Almost 25 now.
Double Roche banner. My goodness.
Yep, they could place them side by side, and then Ursa can kill them both within 1 second.
Yep, that's definitely the strat.
But we get to see that.
All right, Mickey will be deleting the mid lane. They're just going to go throne, it looks like.
Oh, they're still doing the throne.
30 seconds of no Ursa. Fortification is up. Surely it's going to be used here. Indeed it is. There's the first buyback.
Yeah, this way they force the buyback and they can still take mid-racks. Let's see what they fancy here.
You can see the aggressive usage of the Roshan's band. They are next to each other. They actually did it. Your horrible strategies are coming to Tier 1 Dota somehow.
Oh, arrow?
Ancient exposed. Ursa up in 5 seconds. Parable onto several heroes. A Blaster's coming as BZM with the BKB and gets off the Sleight of Fist as well. Mickey's going to BKB and just focus completely on the Ancient. He is hitting like a Mack truck right now. Looks like it'll be enough. He's at half HP. The BKB about to end. Fortification no longer is there as Liquid will take game number 1.
Damn.
What a game.
Yeah, and what an ending.
What a strategy with those double Roshan banners next to each other.
Huge difference there to plant those 2 banners, the taunt. Yeah, in that final fight, I thought this was actually potentially going to be really dangerous for Liquid. We know they expended a buyback on the Primal Beast. If they go for this push and they don't have enough damage and time to get it, maybe this could have been scary. But when that final fight broke out, Duracho actually didn't go on the Tiny on his Ursa. He went on another target, and Mickey was just finishing the game. So I don't know if that would have been enough to change it. He still had the Aegis on Tiny, so probably not. And Liquid were just...
He probably didn't want to get close to the Roshan's banners because he'd be too distracted.
Yeah, that's right.
Properly.
He would just have to go and try to pick up those flags instead of getting
makes sense.
Defense going.
Who will get
great game?
The flag win in game number 2? Shiver, take it away.
Thank you very much. Team Liquid takes game 1. I will say this was back and forth the way we want Dota games to be. Very enjoyable to watch. We had a little bit of the Duracho show. We had the Team Liquid show. And here we have the Jenkins and Tigov show on my left as we're going to break this game down. Tigov, this game was very pleasant.
Yeah, it was just like
a little bit of everything.
A little bit of scrappy fighting here and there, just trying to break down your opponent. Like the fighting for everything. Every moment was, do we get the puck? We don't get the puck. Do we get the Tiny? We do get the Tiny. Do we get the Ursa? We get the Ursa. Do we get the Ember? Do we get the Ember? You know, everything was just like go, 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 go. And that's what I want to see in a Dota game. Good luck if you understood any of that.
And we got to see Ancient Apparition in his glory. Shiver.
Yeah, but if he loses, that means he'll get buffed.
I love your positive approach to everything. You know, that was good. Nah, the AA was coming in handy. I mean, he was like dying every now and then. We were seeing like this hero gets caught out. There's just not much you can really do. The hero has no escape mechanic. But the AA blast with Duracho and Ursa, genuinely, this was like killing heroes full to 0. Yep. So that was pretty nice. Like it looked like a decent pick actually.
Also, major props to Liquid. It felt like they made BZM and 33 look like they could do nothing in the game. Like every time you see BZM step up, he's getting jumped by Saberlight or coiled by a puck or jumped comboed by a Tiny. And then 33 as well, it's like he's trying to go for like a 3rd item hex because he's scared of the puck and whatnot. So it was really good from Liquid to pretty much shut down everyone and make Duracho like the everything for Tundra.
But he was for a while the everything for Tundra.
Yeah, it was. You know, he had a good amount of farm. Blink Battle Fury showing up to fights. He had 2-0-4. Looked pretty good for him at this point. But it was kind of like, it really felt like the entire game was on his shoulders. And yet, he was actually taking it on his shoulders. He was jumping the right heroes. He was doing a lot of damage. He wasn't feeding. He wasn't dying. He was using the Essence Ring quite nicely, getting in and out of fights. Like this cleave here, this took Nisha to 20% HP just based off the cleave alone. So Nisha had to play the fight from the sides, which, you know, Puck is more than capable of doing. Because like every time he jumped in, he would get lower and lower HP, barely surviving, but he eventually went down because he needed to go back in. His team was dying.
But I kind of expected at this stage of the game, the fights to be a little bit easier for Tundra. the fact that the fights are already getting drawn out by Liquid this well, when you add an extra 5,000 gold across the cores, it is just going to get better for Liquid in the fights, right? Like the Puck is now not on a sliver of HP. She's going to be like half HP, 3/4. And I think that just naturally compounded to bigger problems. And because like, Dyrachyo, he's looking after the Battle Fury Blink. He's going straight away for an Orchid. He wants to kill that Weaver. He wants to kill the Puck. He wants to try and create moments. But again, Liquid, they brushed it off. They positioned really nicely, and I think it all boils down to I think Saberlight on the Primal Beast. Like the fact that in his early game he was getting ganked, getting shut down. He really was kind of like an irrelevant hero. But then he gets to Blink, BKB, Ags, and he's always like kind of starting the perfect fights, getting the jumps, and kind of gave so much life to Liquid's team fight.
You know, I actually completely forgot about the Primal Beast matchup versus Ursa. It's on him too. Yeah. You can't deal damage with the Fury Swipes if you're broken. So they picked Ursa into the Primal Beast. And in those fights, I was like, oh man, 33 can't do anything. Wait a minute, Dyrachyo also can't do anything. He's doing no damage. You know, that's an interesting pick there. Maybe a little bit higher value on the Primal Beast.
Yeah, let's take a look at another clip in the game. Around 30 minutes is the one we're going to. And it is, it is this one.
Yeah, goodbye. This was just devastation on all fronts. Liquid finding every pickoff across the map.
Because at this point, it was still so very even.
It was very even, but this is Dyrachyo's, I don't know if it was his first death, but it was his first death after, I can't see, I'm too blind.
This is his second death, but it's the fact that at this stage of the game, any death on Ursa feels like it's the, you know, a game-changing moment,
It was his first death after snowballing and being the guy where, like, you need to not die to carry this game.
And I feel like for Liquid at least, their entire lineup is built. Once they get some kills momentum, you know, Weaver's hunting the map, Puck's hunting the map. Like they're just, the map is there, you know, they're going to get anyone that they see. So for Tundra, they need Bristle to scale into the game. They need BZM to be tanky, or maybe like a Lincoln's, a BKB, and a Shiva. Like the fact that the Ember and Bristle could not stand their ground, and it was just the Ursa show to try and keep Tundra in the game, it amplified Liquid's ability to just show, like, this draft is so much fun when they have freedom. And there was nothing stopping them, really, other than, again, one hero.
Yeah, they were completely free. You're right. And I'm just wondering, looking at this, like, I saw the Ember in that you know, screen, and I'm thinking, like, do we ever see the Ember first pick do well? It seems bad. Insania, that was a nice high ground initiation for his team so they can kite backwards. It gives Tundra this false sense of security to run in. BZM gets picked up by Giga Chad, Saberlight, our MVP of the match. And look at the break. Look at this. 33 can't do anything. They have to use him. They're just trying to kite him, but there are other heroes.
Again, Liquid, after when Jakiro dies, they still hold their position. I think this is a thing that we've seen a couple times now from Tundra against Tidebound, against Liquid in this game. It's they see an opportunity, they keep going, but then they just get deleted in an instant. Like BZM there, if he's not the one going in first, if it's another hero, they might be able to win the fight. But the fact they lose their Ember so quickly, it's pretty difficult. Like they need Ursa to like soak that initiation.
And how do you do it? Okay, can you tell me if I'm wacky tobacco
Bristle.
here? Because
yes, you are.
Because okay, tell me if I'm Giga wacky tobacco then. Because the status resistance on Ursa does nothing against Primal Beast ults, right?
No, but he at least has, you know, some damage reduction. I think the key thing is Ember is your damage with Sleight and Chains.
You're broken. The tiny toss isn't.
Someone has to die, but it should be the Bristle. Let's finish this conclusion. It's not the Ursa, it's the Bristle. Bristle has to go in.
I mean, that's normal.
I get that, and I'm with you. Like, I'm fully with you on that, but I'm just thinking Ursa's dog shit. I feel like that was a dog shit pick.
He also has BKB.
In retrospect.
Okay.
Yeah, but Primal Beast thing goes through the BKB.
But I will say, I mean, we're talking a lot about heroes. This game surely wasn't decided on draft. We did favor Liquid's drafts a little bit.
Maybe it could have been. They had last pick.
I think drafts were fine. I think both teams are very happy with what they had. I think execution-wise, Liquid obviously just played better in the multiple fights that were taken. And I think for Tundra, BZM just got picked off too many times in the Puck Coil, in the Primal Beast. And at some point, again, it's very easy for them to do it. They have Coil, they have Pulverize. But if he has to kind of readjust his positioning, and 33, I think someone has to sacrifice themselves. But 33 often doesn't like to do that too much. But if he steps up a bit more to sacrifice himself to enable Ember in the fight, maybe it's okay to play out the game. But yeah, Tundra looking a little shaky in some of their, you know, their team fights. Again, specifically Tidebound yesterday against that Tidehunter game. It was a rough one. This game as well.
Only game one of a best of three. Who knows what will happen in game number two? Actually, you'll know what will happen in game number two if you stick around.
Please welcome the true stars of tonight. the heroes of Dota, who have claimed the top prizes from 1xBet. Best carry, Phantom Lancer. Best support, Marcy. Best mid lane, Zeus. Fudge. Best Players Award, 1xBet customers. 1xBet, it's your pick.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
A second game between Team Liquid and Tundra. It's one game up for Team Liquid, which maybe before the series we were not expecting in terms of how the team seeded before coming in. But if you look a little closer, you, for example, just look at what they've done in 2025 so far. They've played 2 series with each other before this one. All games went to Liquid. Tundra did not win a single game there. So can they break that with this upcoming game? We do know they're able to adjust, Jenkins.
Yeah, you're right. This was one of the few teams that beat Tundra in the group stage. Were they the only, or was it they lost to?
No, there was another one, and during Blast also Liquid beat Tundra, and that was the best one. But yeah,
2025 is the year of Liquid beating Tundra.
Yep. Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, the narrative that I always like to say is that I feel like Liquid is the type of team that they always play to the strength of their opponent. They are the Tyson Fury of Dota. They can get wobbled by shit teams, and they can knock out extremely good teams, which means they're always a pleasure to watch. The games are never easy for either side. Even when they won their TI, it was never particularly easy for them, but they are extremely resilient.
That being said, when both of these orgs were in the finals of TI, it did look incredibly easy for them. The finals themselves.
Just the finals.
Yeah,
just the finals themselves were a bit one-sided. But let's see how this one's going to play out. We're going to be heading to the draft of game number 2. And I know it wasn't just draft. We already talked about that for the previous game. But it is where it starts if you want to adjust and you want to set yourself up for success better. So where are you going to change? Because Jenkins, you criticized the Ember first phase pick by Tundra, and to be fair, BZM did not have a great game.
I actually want to make another criticism. Like now that I've thought about it in retrospect, of course, retrospect is always much easier.
Yeah.
I really think that the last pick Ursa was a mistake. I think Tundra has historically, since having Duraccio, always been better when they just first pick his hero. This is when they win. This is how Gaimin won with Duraccio as well.
So it's not the Ursa specifically as a hero, it's his pick position in the draft.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of A, a little bit of B, but mostly it's just the Duraccio effect. This guy's on your team. You know he's going to play the same no matter what. Just pick him as hero, you know? Just get it early. Let your other players have better matchups because you're going to get the Duraccio hero. Like, they picked him into a bunch of counters anyway.
Yeah, there is also different for Tundra this game because Tundra will be first pick. Previously, they were second pick, but it does mean that they have less to ban. And it also means that Team Liquid has got those 4 bans so far. Banning Tinker, Nightstalker, Lifestealer seems pretty straightforward. I believe this is actually exactly similar as what we saw last time. Abaddon and Darkseer are the two. Never mind, Abaddon ban. Darkseer is the one that's still in the pool.
Yeah, I mean, the key thing is the Lifestealer ban. I think Tundra's the only team first picking the Lifestealer, and then, of course, Tinker. Yeah, speaks for itself.
Rare Darkseer opportunity. You gotta either pick it or be ready to... Because the thing is, Liquid only has 1 ban for this one.
Yep. And
do you really want to waste it on a Darkseer? It's not a waste on a Darkseer. Or do you want to just pick the Darkseer because you definitely don't want to give Jakiro Darkseer?
Again, mostly I think, of course, Darkseer is extremely strong in the patch right now. The fact that you gain HP mana when you level up, so your laning phase isn't as punishable. You don't have as much regen getting ferried out. The team fight, the way that Liquid won that last game does scream Darkseer, right? It's that constant fight, but I would argue it's a second phase hero, and they do go for the Void. We already spoke about it in great length.
It's also purple, but we've not seen the first phase pick faces Void. We speak about it like, oh, you know what? With all these heroes picked before this is an okay faces Void game. I think Dilation is so good against Bristleback, for example.
I think
many times.
It goes back to the narrative that T has been saying for most of the drafts here, is that like having a core that you can, or a core flex hero that you can pick early in the draft feels really good, because then you just pick your 2 supports out of phase, and this hero can be played as a support. It's a 4. It can be played as an offlaner with the Halberd, or you can play it as a carry like Duraccio has. So it just makes your draft easier to pick this early.
And against Jakiro, one of the stronger lanings heroes, if you have an offlaner that can survive the damage, right? You take up Jewel Breath, you let it tick down a little bit, then you time walk out, or get some HP back. You're going to be able to play the lane.
You can dilate him too. He's got the low cooldown abilities. That feels pretty good.
So overall, not opposed to the Void, and there's nothing really to speak about in regards to the Jakiro.
No, and the Darkseer is already banned as well, so that makes sense, because Liquid obviously can pick out of the phase. Forgot about that small part. So what does Tundra want to do? Because we have no idea. Jakiro is as open as it gets.
Yeah, they're going to have to wait. I think for Liquid, it will be more interesting to see where the flexibility lies, right? So far, they have played it, I believe, in... Have they played it in support so far with Boxy? Yes, they played it only in support so far.
Okay.
So out of phase is probably going to be the Insania hero, so that flexibility continues. He's played Silencer and Crystal Maiden.
You don't want to lock in a different core?
No, I like keeping the Void a little bit more alive. Force Tundra to pick 2 heroes, and then there you go, okay, Void support or core. So out of phase, I'm expecting Crystal Maiden or a Silencer.
Do you just think that Ember is just straight up a trap? Because he used to be so highly contested.
Honestly, yes.
Nisha plays it as well very well.
I think so. I agree with that logic. I feel like teams have answers to it. Like, every team has a few answers, and it's really hard to ban all of them.
Well, they do go for the Silencer. Nice catch, T.
Thank you.
and yeah, that is still fairly open, fairly generic. Tundra has to make their plan first.
5 seconds remaining.
I really do like the idea of picking Big D his hero right now.
Early on, what would you go for?
Maybe not right now. It's Faceless Void would have been great, but it got taken.
The only other hero he's played at this event so far is the Ursa or PA, or the other two heroes, right?
A lot of the time you would like PA Warlock here, but there's a Jakiro in the game, so this is going to be the 5 position most likely.
I'm sure that Saxa can play either one as well. Surely you can switch that about.
Sure,
I don't know if it's worth it.
Maybe you go for like a Beast +1 because I think the summons into Silencer feels really good, and Faceless Void
I
does
got
not
the hero.
like playing into
Brood. That's the hero. Oh, dude, come on. Ugh.
Why would Brood be the hero?
I liked the Brood just because they can play off lane and carry, and then against Void and Silencer, these heroes cannot deal with Broodmother at all for the early pressure, which would have meant that Liquid in this position would have to pick 2 heroes to now counter a Broodmother that is flexing in 2 lanes, and it just overwhelms the pressure on the draft for Liquid. It makes them have not as much control. Either way, they go for a more stable approach with the Doom and the Marcy. Doom.
Marcy's flex, right?
Yeah, sure. Technically can be. I'm expecting it to be the 4 though, with the Doom. We see how with Scorched Earth, you like to dive towers. Marcy naturally will drag heroes, throw them in if he wants to go for that facet, of course. But it's a kill hungry lane.
She's really good at going through the portal too and ganking some Jakiro lane, like the Jakiro slows and stun.
It's also another BKB buyer, right? Your Marcy will buy BKB as her first item. Doom naturally buys BKB very early on. So around 25-30 minutes into the fight, you're expecting Silencer to not have as much impact because with reverberating silence facet, it will be the second silence that will be the key thing, not the first one, as they quickly dispelled.
Someone's definitely got to get some bongo boots this game. I imagine this will be 33 on the Doom, picking that up against the Times Square. You just
mean the boots of bearing, just
the boots of bearing, of course. Everybody knows what that is as well. You just boots of bearing out of the chronosphere.
You click it, you run real fast, and even no Times Square can stop you then. Terrorblade.
I like the TB with Void. TB has always kind of struggled. Like he gets in there and fights, and you know, if you were to like chrono, a lot of the time you're going to be chronoing him. Also, they're both carries, but he really benefits from the Times Square buffs that you get.
Once we enter the mid game, oh god! So that like for Tundra to kill a hero, they have to get through a time dilation, a time zone from Void, a global silence, Terrorblade potentially with like a Manta dodge or a Hurricane Pike disengage into Sunder. Then you have Magnus as well with the RP. Like every hero in Liquid has a way to turn around a fight, and for Tundra, their fight is very scripted. Marcy jumps in, or Doom's a hero. Like, it's a very clear tell for Liquid if they can or can't take a fight and if they can turn it around. So I think for Tundra, they need a little bit more, I think just, I guess, gap closing heroes to actually utilize. We've doomed this guy, he has to die.
Tundra Esports.
And we got ourselves the Ursa still coming out. Are we more happy with this Ursa versus the previous game?
I don't mind it. I think specifically for...
No, Jenkins does not agree.
the main thing with Ursa is like, you are going to win your lane if you have the good matchup. Like, he won his lane against Primal Beast.
Yeah.
But I'd argue his teammates let him down, not the Ursa being a bad pick. In this game, he has Jakiro Ursa into a Magnus. He will farm well. And it does answer the question I had of, like, if they see a hero, he has to die. Ursa likes to buy BKB. That's a way to deal with the global. So I don't mind it.
It could still be a Magnus mid, Void 4, and then you pick some other offlaner for El Saber Lido against
Very
the
true,
Ursa.
very true, yep.
He's only played 4 so far. Primal Beast is still available, but it looks like Tundra thinks that it'll be a mid. I mean, there's no good disable for a puck, so I think that's an excellent ban.
Yeah, it will be Liquid with the overall last pick, so they can decide what they want then. Let's see what is the gaps that Tundra has that they need to cover with their last pick, and what would most likely be BZM's hero here. Is there side lane kill potential with the Sunstrike T-Gov?
It always goes back.
I have to
Invoker. It always goes back.
I mean, there is, but I don't know if
never mind. Invoker banned.
It was banned.
Liquid thought the exact same
They
thing
did.
as me.
They don't want to get Sunstruck.
There, yeah, I understand.
My hesitation to answering was like, do I want... I know it's BZM, but like, did I want to see the Invoker in this specific draft?
Yes.
Oh, I want to see it.
Maybe if he didn't go for Exort and he like played on EMP, that could have been pretty cool. Like to EMP burn the void so he can't time walk. Like, either way, maybe overcooking.
Yeah. I always think about that one too, but then you know these like sick freak Invoker players just want to play the cool fire facet right now.
Yeah, I want to Cataclysm and kill everything.
Yeah,
awesome. It is very stylish.
It's too satisfying.
For BZM, again, the silencer is very annoying, but I wouldn't be surprised if like, Shaker or something. But then by banning Puck, you're probably not picking Shaker.
What's this mid pose they both got going on?
Yeah, they got the guns. The mids always have the guns.
They do.
Last game, Nisha did outplay BZM for nearly the entire game. So BZM, he feels that pressure. It's like, no, I don't want to get outplayed.
He's got to imitate. Yeah, imitate.
Okay, we got the Storm Spirit as the final ban coming out for Tundra, and they'll get themselves a Morphling on the board.
Ooh.
So how does that play out?
Cool.
A Morphling mid-action?
Yeah, I'm a big... Wait a minute. Oh, yeah, the strength facet has been changed. Now it's shotgun morph. It's not the cooldown reduction on morph. I have not seen this yet. I'm very excited. I'm a morph core strength facet enjoyer myself.
On any lane.
On any lane. So now you can, for anybody that doesn't know, the strength facet, it used to give you cooldown reduction when you morphed into somebody. It no longer does that. It makes it so that your adaptive strike does a shitload of damage based on your agility.
And they do want to change the mag, by the way.
At the moment, he has Ebb. On BZM. He's not even doing...
He has Ebb.
He has Ebb.
So he's just going to go normal Morphling mid, just carry more from the mid lane.
Yeah,
Maybe he'll change it still.
Well, no, we'll see. But the key thing for Tundra is if they can get to their farm, their hero scales like insane, right? You got a Morphling and an Ursa and a dude like that is so greedy. You have a Battle Fury carry, a Midas off lane, and a mid Morphling who probably needs like Vlad's Manta to fill the game, right? And on the other side, Liquid, they don't have as much skirmishing aggression as the last game. They can take a lot of the map over with the Enigma. I think that's why the pick is good. The lane, sure, into Jakiro, the Eidolon's going to be a little bit annoyed, but I'm expecting that tier 1 tower to take a lot of pressure. If it does fall straight away to mid lane, Tundra, they don't want to lose towers early, but because of the Enigma, they're probably going to have to find a way to defend them. And their cores don't naturally defend towers.
What do you think about the Marcy rotating through the portal and putting pressure on El Saber Lido? That's a way to stop the pressure?
Yes, it's critical. I think if Saxa has the wrong positioning in this game, then suddenly that's when towers disappear. Like if Marcy's in the correct place, killing Enigma, then he can stall out the game for his team.
So we're all looking at big 6'9" boy Saxa then to see how this game goes.
6'8".
He's 6'8".
Yeah,
sorry. Oh, that's too bad. That's not nice.
We're talking about his height, guys. Just saying. 2 meters and 3 centimeters. Yeah, without further ado, though, you guys want any final words before we head into this game?
I think we're in for a treat. We got a Magnus draft. We got Enigma, big team fight ultis.
On one side.
Yeah.
Not on the other side.
Oh, that one side is enough. They're the underdogs in this series, and they got to do cool shit to win. I love it.
Okay. I know 2 other people who love some cool shit. Sounds fun!
Holy shit, that's right, Sheever. I love team fight, Cinderin, and we have a lot of it. We got the Global Silence, we got the Black Hole, we got the RP, we have the time zone, I guess, is part of that equation. And that's all on one team.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
These 2 drafts are so extremely different in nature that...
Am I crazy that I think this game, there's no way that this is going to be close? One team is just going to dominate. I don't know why I'm getting that feeling.
That's usually how these games go, where one team has a massive amount of team fight heroes, is that either the cost of that sometimes is that you get outpaced.
Yeah.
And if you lose lanes and all you have is your big team fight, if that big team fight fails once, you're just falling completely flat. And in the other games, your lanes go fine, you take a couple of great team fights and you just snowball the entire game. So I totally get where you're coming from, and I think that's definitely possible here. For me, the biggest wildcard in this entire draft is the Morphling mid, which came completely out of nowhere for me. I know BZM is a master of this hero, but...
Oh, Mickey. He's just dead.
Dead to 2 supports.
To Saxa. Okay. Well, that's a start that Tundra probably were not anticipating, but they'll be happy with.
Yeah. That's a very surprising kill to randomly just find us 2 supports there, but...
Anyway, go ahead, Morphling.
Yeah, it's just usually when you see mid-morph, the panel was talking about potentially running Ebb, or excuse me, Flow instead of Ebb, which BZM ended not doing. He's just playing the Ebb, this is the carry morph general facet. When we've seen mid-morphs go Flow, it's been because they've had like really powerful heroes to turn into with the old cooldown reduction or the new spell amp. But in this case, there's no like obvious hero to turn into as that facet, right? Like maybe Magnus can be okay, but perhaps the idea here is you just turn into exactly Void. Like maybe time dilation is just that good that having Morphling against that is a strategy that Tundra came prepared with here for that. I want to say almost inevitable Faceless Void pick because Liquid have not shied away from picking this for Boxy before either. They're running at position 4 once again here. Should be interesting to see. I do think the lane top should be quite easy though for the side of Liquid. This is not a good lane against Enigma. Dual Breath is good, don't get me wrong, but Ursa does not kill Eidolons very well.
Yeah.
So Saberlight should be able to get good denies and CS here.
Yeah, and it's another example of comfort hero for Saberlight. This is one of his signatures for sure.
Absolutely. He's a very good Enigma player.
Now, I do want to talk about Marcy a bit because this hero has been picked a lot, it feels like, and the success rate is non-existent. It's like a 19% win rate.
It's 2 and 9.
It has looked, I mean, okay, to be fair, a lot of the games that we've cast has been core Marcy, and it has looked terrible, like absolutely terrible. Feels like it's just like a very narrow window of when it actually should be able to work. But I feel like this support Marcy makes more sense to me with this rebound facet.
Yeah, Pick Me Up is strong for sure.
It's very good. There's no way this isn't good.
It's just, it's maybe not the most, oh, there
we're going to see it right there. Insania. He's going to get disposed back. If Mickey is in his meta form, see if he can get the trade. He will.
No brain drain, though.
Insania does, technically.
Silencer did die first, so mana and remains intact. Yeah, I think Pick Me Up is a very strong facet when you're playing for Marcy. The only issue that I see here is that there's a lot of pitfalls if you Pick Me Up offensively, right? You're going to be jumping into Magnus, Enigma, and Void. So you got to be very, very careful with how you use it. But I think defensively, in theory, it's awesome against Time Zone, right? Should be able to jump your ally out of there.
Don't think you can though.
So if when you connect in,
if you're
get
outside
leashed.
first, you mean?
Yeah. If you start outside, can't you bring them out, or do you get leashed when you jump in? I actually don't know this.
I would think that you can't do that.
Okay.
But we'll see.
Yeah.
You shouldn't be taking my word for it.
No, I mean, it's one of those interactions that I genuinely don't think you can really know until you try it.
Loxy, and Fury swipes too much to handle, pops the Fairy Fire. Oh, still has a little bit of HP, but
we'll die. It's going to make them work for it.
Yeah. Good kill there.
The trade-off, though, is that Saberlight has the wave in an amazing position here on Enigma, close to his tower, so he can just keep denying out this flag bearer creep.
Man,
stabilize.
Remember the old days with EG having the double bubble strat?
The Enigma Void.
Black Hole Chrono. Now we have Black Hole RP Time Zone.
Yeah.
It's come a long ways.
It's the... I don't know what you even want to call that. It's like a square, there's a ring, and a hole.
Okay, well, I'm not going to go. I'm not going to go down the road.
No. Wait, what's that game called where you need to fit the shapes into the right box?
Yeah, it's for children. I don't know.
What do you call that box? That's what this is.
It's an IQ test.
It's the IQ test lineup for Liquid. Let's see if you can fit the shapes correctly.
Infernal Blade. Well, Scorched Earth doing a decent amount of damage to Mickey, but once that's over, he doesn't take any physical damage, essentially.
And in theory, this should be a pretty good Terrorblade game, right? The Morphling pick from BZM can maybe make his game a little bit more tricky, but I genuinely like Terrorblade against Doom as well as Ursa. I think this pick was very clever coming out from Liquid, and I think they picked Ursa into it even, which I'm not completely sure about, but it's just, in theory, if you Doom Terrorblade, he's in trouble because he can't Sunder. But if you ever get in the situation, it's kind of the mindset we talked about last game with, are you looking at the half full or half empty? In every situation, Terrorblade isn't doomed. He's one of the heroes that can force Doom out of the fight very quickly, negating his Scorched Earth, just overwhelming him. He plays with illusions that Doom doesn't deal with too well. So a lot of upsides there.
Well, Boxy's already used the Time Walk. He's only level 2, and there's the offensive rebound. Boxy is super dead. And now the Dispose still available. Saberlight drop back.
In range.
Will pop the stick, staying alive. Soxa under the line of the Tier 1 tower. He will get the kill. And he eventually does fall, but Saberlight with a double kill from the grave, essentially.
Yeah, no experience, though.
True.
So this is still very good for the side of Tundra overall in terms of levels. But yeah, it does leave 33 to his own devices down here bot, and that's not enjoyable. So he's going to be running away very swiftly from this situation. Looks to be going for the Halberd here, going for Ring of Health into Vitality Booster. I don't think he's just going to keep the Vanguard. Then you might as well finish the Halberd, right? It's just that good. But yeah, so far so good. I want to say really neither team pulling massively ahead in the early laning stage. And is it fair to say that that's probably better for Liquid, specifically because they have this massive
100%.
Teamfight lineup that this doesn't need to happen to?
Definitely.
Because at the same time, I don't think Tundra have to crush the lanes, but they just have to play clever mid-game. But it was definitely a concern that if Liquid's lanes would fall apart, they would have a very steep recovery curve.
Yeah, all they need is levels and just a couple items, and they're online.
Yep. Saberlight will have very fast drums here. And BZM hasn't successfully shut down Nisha at all in this Morph versus Mag matchup. He's actually losing on farm. Doing some good damage to the tower here with the amp damage rune, though. That's a little poke and prod.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Saberlight with the Malefice, not going to be in range to use it there on Dyrachyo, but
he's almost level 6 on Enigma. Could be an important timing up here. Dyrachyo just cracked 5, so easily should be a faster 6 for Enigma. I say that there's a lot of creeps coming into the tower, but I still think Enigma will get it first.
These Eidolons.
Yeah, especially if he gives him a little bit of a snack here.
Dyrachyo is getting a bit low, but Whitemon is making his way over. Drums now online for Saberlight pretty early.
What do you think about Boxy skilling Time Lock?
Huh.
That's the majority of Voids we've seen play this utility time zone build have just gone at least 2-2-0 at level 4. I guess he wants to...
Black hole available.
Yeah.
He's...
He was close to going for it. I actually think he could have made that with a drum play. They'll get the Malefice kill instead. Insania coming over for a little bit of a brain drain.
Eidolons will do their job, and now the tier 1 tower likely will fall. Nisha able to skewer away. Soxa no connection found this time.
Yeah, Dyrachyo can't even farm here. Box is actually just running at him with his hero here. Just being annoying. We'll time walk off a decent chunk of the damage. This feels bad as Ursa.
Oh yeah.
It feels real bad to go and farm this camp mid at 8. And Boxy isn't letting him do it still. Oh, well, he needs to not die, though.
Time walk is up now, but it doesn't matter. Solo kill, Dyrachyo. I mean, maybe he's happy now, Synderen. You get a free hero kill while you're at it.
Now it feels a lot better.
33, rebounded in. Doom is available. Do they have the catch, though? And you can see Saberlight coming in from the north. Not going to be able to save his friend. Gets the Malefice on the Whitemon. Obviously wants to go for a better black hole if he can for the first one of the game. Might have to... Oh, looks like Nisha comes in to finish the Jakiro. And Soxa just delaying as much as he can.
Yeah, he'll get
Let's
Malefice
have rebound again.
Here. There's nothing to jump off, though.
So the
Can you make that sound?
No, I'm not even going to try.
Do your best.
Nope.
Come on.
Definitely not trying.
You can do it.
Be too sexual, Synderen. You're not going to be able to resist yourself, as Soxa will eventually fall to Mickey. So they at least give it to the TB. And now the Blink Dagger for Nisha.
Yeah, playmaking unlocked. So far, it's mainly been Saberlight on the Enigma. Has been part of 5 out of 6 kills, but this is where this dichotomy between Magnus and Morph becomes really interesting, because Morph is not a traditional mid laner in any sense. It's going to be
go for this.
Farming a lot.
Bringing the blink. There it is. RP. And the skewer, it's enough.
Ooh, even gets the int steal for his friend.
Blink reveal. Yeah, the relocation with that skewer helps that out.
I said his friend. They might just be teammates. It might be strictly business.
We should just assume all of these teammates hate each other.
Yeah. I mean, how could you like Insania? He's a very toxic person. Very mean.
Soxa. Oh, there's the bash coming out from Boxy. Level 1 for the win. And he's going to be taken out easily.
The brain rot continues. Silencer with another one.
And that tends to happen in Dota, no matter your profession. Black hole available. Yeah, the TP is canceled. That was questionable.
Honestly, this is starting to...
It's snowballing a bit.
It's a 1K lead. You know, let's not get ahead of ourselves, but there's a lot of really good things coming together here for the Liquid lineup that they would have... If they could have this game state before the game started, they would be very happy.
100%.
They would take this 10 out of 10 times. So this looks very healthy, and I'm looking toward Nisha right now. With this early blink pickup, the fact that the enemy mid is a morph, he should have kind of free reign for the next 10 minutes to be the only playmaking core in the game, almost. With this lineup from Tundra being very much on the greedier side. It's definitely... The world is his oyster, as you like to say.
I've said it once, I think.
And you love oysters.
No, actually.
No. You love the world. Probably not either.
The Dota world.
Oh.
You know, Saberlight. I'm interested what build he's going to go for. So he has the drums. He's going for the Glimmer Cape right now. Interesting.
He even has it. He's very farmed.
It does feel like this is an incredible BKB Linken's game with like the old school type of build from Enigma. But I know that the last couple of years have trended towards auras and tankiness.
Dyrachyo, don't do it. All right, he doesn't do it.
Good job, Dyrachyo.
Nisha's been set up here for quite a while. He's just waiting for anyone to show to defend this tower so he can get a skewer, but they're not going to bite.
Sox
take the bot tower.
Level 5, along with Boxy, actually. No time zone yet.
Yeah. I want to see these two heroes fight each other. I think it'll be really interesting. Just a level 5 Marcy on Void Action, just standing there punching, doing no damage.
All right, it's your job this game to pay attention to the rebound on time zone, okay?
Okay. Understood.
It might not even occur.
It's entirely possible.
Because they have to be outside the... Oh, global silence into the RP.
Skewer. Oh. He doesn't have skewer already.
Okay, now he has skewer. He's going to get 2 instead of 1 with the black hole. But they don't have the damage at all. And Dyrachyo and company will be feeding on Saberlight. That was really weird. You're going to get the rebound stun onto Insania. Down he goes.
What the fuck?
It looked so bad into so good into so bad again.
Oh, that genuinely seemed like Liquid had total miscommunication. Insania's like, he's out of position global. Then they RP. Nisha doesn't have skewer. It comes off cooldown when the other hero TPs in. Then he skewers them into a black hole that they have 0 damage in. Oh,
there we go again.
What the hell was this?
This is quite the highlight.
Global.
Yeah, 4 seconds, too. That's a long cooldown.
And he still finds this skewer, and then he gets thrown in. And then the black hole, but 0 Eidolons.
Oh, Lord. That is something else. Insania pathetically right-clicking from outside.
There come the Eidolons. Where were they?
Oh, that's true. Wow.
They just start strutting down the river.
Yeah, they're really fast in the river. My goodness.
If they were there in the black hole, that could have been pretty good.
Oh, for sure. Sucks that.
What? What was that? Oof.
Well, Battle Fury now there for Mr. Dyrachyo. As Nisha gets the skewer off. The shift is already there for BZM. Ice Path into the back right there. We're going to see the time zone out to 2 with absolutely 0 damage to follow. Boxy just has to retreat in shame, but Whitemon, he's the one taken out first in this engagement. And Mickey now on the run. Disposed back. Does not have Sunder any longer, so that's going to be an easy cleanup for Tundra.
Mickey just came into Sunder the mag, right?
Something like that.
And then died. I don't know if that's
Sox
good.
is going to be skewered on the cover of the tier 2
this
tower.
Is good, though, for Liquid.
Tower doing more damage than the heroes at this point. BZM. That's a lot of debuffs applied to him.
Yeah.
He has the waveform. Shockwave. Okay. Waveform onto the high ground. TP's out because there's no vision. Sentry too late.
Nisha was not confident he was on top of that. He had RP.
Oh.
He can definitely RP him from the low ground up there. So he was unsure whether BZM committed for the full waveform across or just the short one. And therefore he does live the uncertainty protecting him in that situation. That would have been a very valuable RP kill.
Okay, we talked about this pregame, but let's talk about it again because we're seeing it come to fruition. Execution from Liquid is going to be harder because these are really big team fight ultimates. And layering them sometimes is a little tricky. And if you don't get it right, which they didn't in that earlier engagement in the top, these are all on cooldown. for these important fights afterwards. Yep. Tundra could take advantage.
And they're going to do that right now. Well.
Global
no.
silence. Saberlight, he wants to kill the bear. Dyrachyo gets rebounded to his death. And here come the rest of Liquid. RP onto 2. Into the skewer, into the arms of Saberlight and company. He has Black Hole in 1 second. Doesn't even need it. And this will be the Tormentor for Liquid instead of Tundra. Risky business from Tundra, and they pay the ultimate price.
Wait, how did Dyrachyo have no HP there? They didn't even get the Tormentor low yet, did they?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I didn't see the lead into that situation. I just looked down. I'm like, wait, Ursa's on 20%. And then they just globaled and ran at him with the Enigma. So huge play for the side of Liquid. And look at the Observer ward. They didn't deward while doing it at all. There was an Observer. There's a ward right on top of them right now.
They did get the Tormentor relatively low.
So Dyrachyo burned his ult, didn't kill it.
Yeah.
Oh, this has not been Tundra's best series ever. I'll tell you that. This is
They
not.
look very sloppy today.
Oof. That is such a costly error. This is way worse than not going there. You know, now not only did you not kill the Tormentor, you handed it over and you died. And I just, once again, I just don't even if he used his Enrage to try to kill the Tormentor, that's just inexperience on their part, not knowing the limits, right? Like,
well, it is a relatively new patch.
It is.
Tormentor is very strong now.
He did play Ursa last game against the Tormentor and
small sample
didn't have any issues then, so... Well, whatever that was, we didn't see the whole lead-in. That was massive.
Yeah, maybe he was low going into the Tormentor anyway.
Yeah, so he had to ult early, and then he didn't have enough Fury Swipe stacks, and then, yeah, that's probably what it was. That was costly for Tundra.
Yeah, and that leads into a 4K lead for Liquid. Which shard did they get? Is it the Silencer, I assume?
Yep. The big
more brain drain. He's got 8 stacks right now. And yeah, Roshan, we talked about it in the previous game. If you can take this away from Ursa, that in and of itself is amazing.
And the Silencer shard is not bad. If there's going to be more and more fights in this game, stealing 3 int from each hero that dies is quite meaningful.
Yeah.
Tundra are trying to go and contest this. If they want, this play has to work. If they're going to go for it like this.
Saberlight has Black Hole.
They have all spells.
Yeah, all 4. All 4 big ults are online.
They're not even trying.
I'm going to include Time Zone as big ult.
Yeah.
The jury's still out on whether that's a fact or not.
Yeah.
We'll give it the benefit of the doubt here. Aegis on Nisha.
There's going to be a Vessel now in just a moment coming out for Boxy. Will help them kill off the Morphling before he has that Manta. The Marcy can't really heal very much. Against Ursa, it can be nice. Against Doom, it's very good. So, it's a solid choice here from Mickey. Wait, is that the Mantipomorph? It is the Mantipomorph. So, the good news for BZM is he gets that just before the Vessel. So, likely will not find a kill on him because of that item.
They just planted a couple water runes in the river. They're just sitting there. Living for a rainy day, I guess. Oh, Nisha didn't have vision of Whitemon.
Oh, he'll see him now, I think.
The Dragon Tail just... There it is. Harpoon into Skewer and into death.
-3.
Such a scary... That's true. These are starting to stack up. But once Magnus gets this Harpoon, it is hard to deal with. Especially for the supports.
Well, this is happening. We're still... I mean, this is just... Okay, so in terms of overall familiarity with this, obviously Tundra are very familiar with the heroes and the strengths that they have that they're playing, but in terms of overall pace, this is a little bit of an awkward game where I wonder if they know for a fact themselves what timing they're waiting on, like which item, which timing of... Because we can keep talking about, well, when the cooldowns are unavailable for Liquid, that's when you fight, and that's all fine and dandy, but you need to force them to use them first.
Yeah.
So if they have everything ready, when are you actually ready to go on Tundra? You kind of want to find skirmishes, but you don't really have catch, so it's hard for you to start the fights on your terms. If anything goes wrong, you can get globaled and counterplayed on.
Oh, they're not going to go in with Dyrachyo. He's going to blink in manually, and that is a gone Void.
Yeah.
And Waterrune's still there. Okay. They deny it eventually.
Ironically, he might have survived if he went for the Vanguard he was queuing up earlier. I think that the damage block against Marcy and Ursa there would have been enough to get off the time walk, but with the Vessel, he is killable. Despite having the Gossamer Cape, that one hit you dodge doesn't do very much against Marcy and Ursa. They have enough hits where that came from. They'll go for more. This could be a big opening on Saber. He will Glimmer.
All the big ults are up, though. Mickey getting pounded on by Dyrachyo. Reflections. He's not going to be able to dodge the reflection. There's the Sunder with the global silence.
Oh!
And Saksa will fall.
Oh, that's such a bad
Dyrachyo inside of the time zone. This is a disaster for Tundra all of a sudden. RP onto 2. Do they have the damage follow-up to take out the Morphling? With this skewer, it's enough for 33. As BZM TP's out to safety, the only remaining member of Tundra to escape this death trap that is Liquid.
Oh my God. Why is nobody tipping Saberlight? That was such a terrible black hole. Oh my God. It
doesn't.
There it is. There it is. All right, Mickey. I was waiting on it. I mean, Saberlight's just sitting there smiling.
When you have 4 big ults, you can miss one. It's not a big deal.
True. I mean, that's the thing, though, right? He's sitting there smiling. He knows he messed up, but the conditions were still good enough that he could totally whiff that, and they still win it. Oh, man. That was... He's not going to have a worse black hole than that this series. I'll tell you that. That would be...
Well, last time you said that, it did get worse, so...
I think the closest hero to being in that black hole was 300 range out of it. Out of the 2 targets. That's why I had such a visceral reaction.
Maybe he's lagging.
I don't know. Well, it's a good sign that he can laugh it off, you know. It's like, I bet he's just saying in team comments, sometimes you miss, guys.
Let's see it again.
This was really patient on the global from Insania, by the way. This is super clutch. He's still waiting, and now, right before the ice path, there's... Dude, that was so far off. Oh my God, I love it. But the time zone's clutch. It's very good. Obviously, Ursa's entire ulti is being spent running out of a time zone, and then nice RP from Nisha. I'm hearing a Doom in live.
Yeah, but this is the Aegis. So, okay, you trade an Aegis that's about to expire for the Doom, but Boxy at the very least gets cleaned up from Tundra's perspective. Ice Path with the Macro Pirate. Nisha does have to be careful. Doesn't have Skewer for 13. The Sunder to keep him alive. There's the global in just a retreat. And Nisha on the doorstep of his base will still fall. So Tundra get what they came for. Looked kind of weird at the beginning, but it results in what exactly they wanted. I'm not sure if they can get the tier 2 on top. We'll see.
Oh, probably. BZM pushes really fast on Morphling, so I'll force at least the glyph. Yeah, this game's unpredictable, man. It's
delivering.
And the thing is, that Doom, we were both like, that was an Aegis target, but you just want to force anything when the cooldowns are unavailable,
yeah,
right? If you go on the mag and you can kill him a second time, either you're getting the mag both times because of one Doom, or the enemy team helps and you can get a bigger fight out of it. But now they got to be careful. Liquid are...
Oh! Time zone. It does hit 1. It does hit 1. Is there any follow-up? Absolutely not.
Wow.
That time zone was in a different time zone, if you catch my meaning.
Yeah, I do. Good news is Saberlight still has black hole, so we can throw that one after.
That's true. The time zone is the least important of these spells, let's be real. They have Boots of Bearing anyway to fully counter it.
Can't Boots of Bearing out a black hole, though.
Not yet. Maybe in the next patch.
Yep.
Intergalactic Boots of Bearing is the upgrade to come. Saksa.
Oh, you like the Beastie Boys, huh?
I've heard of the Beastie Boys. I don't get the reference, but we'll continue on here.
They have a very famous song called Intergalactic, Shannon.
Okay. Yeah, I surmised as much based on what you said.
Well, you said you didn't get it. Then you did get it. Stop lying to the audience, please. It's not cool.
All right, sorry about that.
Yeah, all right. Apology accepted. It's nice that you can apologize and recognize your mistakes. That's becoming less and less of a common trait.
In my country?
Shout out to my homie Pirate Software.
Oh, okay.
All right. Still, even game state now. Once again, I think this now is going to come down to the next Tormentor, which surely both teams have total track of.
Oh, for sure. Dyrachyo has to pop his ult. There's the harp. Ooh, the Skewer misses. Saberlight has Maleficent, though, and Black Hole as well. Trying to not have to use it. There's the BKB.
He will not have to use it.
He will not. So good choice from Saberlight.
Yeah, even better that they got the BKB out of it, too.
Absolutely.
It wasn't just the kill. That's a 9-seconder for nothing.
Feels like every engagement there's something awkward about it.
Yeah.
Every time.
But I do think that's the thing about these lineups clashing, though, right? It is just... It's a lineup issue for both teams that makes this seem so clunky, right?
Yeah.
And that's not to say that either team picked badly. There's just some inherent clear flaws with some weaknesses that they have, and then it's a matter of can you avoid that or overcome it in any given situation. And so far, I have to say I do like Liquid's position quite a bit better, especially because this Ursa is missing a key timing for the hero, which this time of game is when you want to be running the show. You want to get the Roche, you want to get some key picks. So even if the gold is even, how much net worth will this, or impact will this net worth
Soxa is found. He does get the rebound off, but the harpoon into the skewer. He actually has a BKB, excuse me? Time zone is placed. He's going to fall eventually.
-3.
Saberlight with the black hole and the global on top. That is a dead Morphling. RP to follow. 4 dead for Tundra.
Right.
And Liquid clicking on all cylinders here, and an immediate Midas pick by 33. Of course, he has the fastest, so he can sell at any point, but just comical after losing the rest of the team.
It's funny because in a pub game,
yeah, exactly.
Doom would do that and not sell it.
Yeah.
This is like, all right, 1v9. Okay, I'm buying Midas. See you guys in the jungle. All right.
On the doorsteps of the Tundra base, fortification is used. And most of the creeps taken out.
This is a lane.
Oh yeah.
They can't stop this Terrorblade onslaught right now.
It is a melee Terrorblade now, though. Well, it has the Demon Zeal, has Empower as well. Didn't really talk about that interaction, but a very good hero to have Empower on because of the high stats.
Yeah, and the massive attack speed value. It's wonderful.
So 1 lane for Liquid. Tundra, you can tell they want to fight right away because these big ultimates are on cooldown.
Yeah. Duracho looking for food here. Yep, will maybe find himself a silencer. He has Force Step, though.
He does. Onto the high ground he goes. He's going to get some help from Nisha, who skewers the bear onto the low ground. Now Saberlight making his way over as well. Has the blink. Maybe they just have to leave Insania. They're going to use the BKB on Duracho. He gets what he came for, but it's not that big of a prize.
Everything for that. He had to use everything to kill a 5. He used ult, BKB, and 20 seconds.
He needs Basher pretty badly.
Yeah, and this obviously means that, well, as soon as Insania respawns, that was a very small price to pay. They'll have all their ults again, except Black Hole.
Yeah, Roche is up, though.
I don't think Liquid will just let this one go for free. They're going to scout it out.
No RP for 8 seconds. The big cooldowns are getting close. Rebound in. Not going to find anything in time zone.
That's a good one.
3 heroes. Jakiro's in a lot of trouble. The RP brings in both heroes as well. 2 dead already for Tundra as BZM has to get away with the waveform. They lose a 3rd, and guess who's up? Global Silence himself. As Roshan will be Liquid's for the taking.
It's like me calling you Belch. It's like taking one thing you do and making that your entire personality.
Global Silence.
Global Silence has respawned.
I mean, why even bother calling him Silencer? Just Global Silence. That's his name.
Oh, BZM actually still being chased.
Yeah.
Awkward situation here, Boxy.
Spirit Vessel applied, very annoying.
Saberlight in the Glimmer.
Ooh.
Has Black Hole. He was close to being in range, but was scared of missing it by 400 range, so let him go.
Aegis for Liquid. And Banner as well, so it's going to make the next push a little bit easier. There's still a tier 2 in the bot lane. And I'm not sure what the Tormy timer is. Is it up? It is.
It is on, yeah. Duracho heading over there.
To get low HP so he can die again.
Well, that would not be great. He's going for Disperser, by the way, on the Ursa, so no Basher.
Yeah, and how does Disperser work in time zone?
I mean, I've seen multiple players buy it specifically against Void, so I'm assuming it just has good value. But I don't know. I still can't say I love it here necessarily. I think maybe the aggressive angle of... Is he getting this?
He enrages right away. BKBs as well. And he'll get it. Soxa with the shard.
Yep. Yeah, I'm not sure about this versus the offensive angle with just straight up Abyssal or Basher and try to kill 4, right? Oh, Soxa will be using that BKB immediately. And Liquid, well, guess what? Enough time has passed.
All ultimates online. Tier 3 tower dead. You can see the Tundra heroes in the bot lane. They're just going to give this up because they know that Megas can't be achieved, so might as well just buy themselves a little bit extra time. Even Roshan's banner was used for this, not needed in the end.
Yep. And what's the timing that you're waiting for now on Tundra? What's going to be that game-changing item? You have the Disperser on Morph, and you're working on Disperser on Ursa. Dispersa, if you will. You like that one. You're just pretending for the audience.
I do like that one, actually.
Of course you do.
No, you know.
Because it wasn't good.
You know me too well.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure what item it is there that is going to be the full-on game changer here. They have the BKB now on Doom, so 33 more likely to be able to stick on his target and get in there. But here's my million-dollar question: who do you Doom?
Yeah.
Are you trying to Doom the Terrorblade who has Aegis? Or are you trying to Doom Mag before RP? Or are you trying to Doom Enigma before Black Hole? And even...
Well, Enigma about to get a Lincoln's, and guess what? Magnus also.
Yeah.
Well, he's going BKB first, but he has it in his quick buy.
And if Liquid initiate, they can just
all right,
global,
this is... Ooh, global is forced. Remember, Mickey has the Aegis, so wasn't really in that big of a...
Yeah, I think that global was probably unnecessary, actually.
All right, time to tip Insania.
Well, he's a real friend, though. Keep him safe.
Yeah, protect him at all costs. Now BZM finally gets the BKB. It's just so much goes through it in this game. Hard to itemize against Liquid. Boxy, we've seen the Spirit Vessel Yules, has the Ghost Scepter as well. And now a smoke from Liquid. 4 out of 5 ultimates available. Global Silence was wasted. Saberlight with the Lincolns now, so Doom not gonna be useful unless it's already popped, as Nisha's Courier's killed, so that's a BKB. That's a pretty big deal.
Saberlight scouting out the smoke, though. And Tundra gonna be caught in an awkward corner here, potentially.
Yeah, the jump in from Boxy gets the Yules onto the Doom as the RP on the sidelines only on 1, along with the Black Hole only onto 1, into the Time Zone only onto 1, but do they have the damage? They're gonna lose the Magnus to start this fight, but already 3 dead for Tundra. A complete disaster, considering BZM, the Scotty doing work. Ultra kill for Mickey. Every ult was on 1 singular hero, and it still worked out.
Yep.
Because Mickey was in the middle, and he has the Aegis still for 30 seconds.
I really like that play call from Saberlight to just be like, I'm just Black Holing Doom. I think that's good enough. And it is. If they don't get the Doom off, again, Tundra's heroes are just struggling to set up any sort of meaningful teamfight control. So if they don't get a skirmish-style fight where they get the jump weight to Roger, okay, this is a weird position to be in. Global Silence now, available twice over with the pressure.
That's crazy.
Or Insania. Throw a little more team fight on your team fight. Yo, dog.
Yeah, well, you can waste one and not worry about it too much.
Yep. Duracho. Well, he's opting to move out now with the ward he had on that high ground. Feels confident that they have left the premises, which is correct. But not fully gone yet. Mickey hanging around. Okay, he is fully gone now. And that's actually a dead giveaway for Duracho that there was a hero there. Otherwise, that wouldn't have cycloned him away. That's why he scanned, but Mickey's gone.
It's only a 13K lead for Liquid. Feels like it's more than that.
Yeah, but again, this is what I was talking about earlier. How valuable is the gold that the respective heroes have? Because it's cool to have all this net worth on your cores, but if they literally just get hard locked down by BKB piercing abilities, then their net worth doesn't really get to show itself, right? If the Black Hole goes full duration, if you RP a hero, if you cast global so your supports can't realize their net worth in fights, then that's the thing. They have nothing against the... They can't really deal with the global silence, right? Their supports are going to tank the full global twice over.
That's actually hilarious, though. There's 4 BKBs on Tundra and 0 on Liquid.
Yep.
This is an item that people generally don't want to buy. I mean, you're seeing freaking Glimmers and SNY kind of taking the place of BKB. You having to buy 4. Of course, Niches is on the courier, but we're not going to count that yet.
It feels like a necessity because of time dilation, right? It's really messing them up in fights. But this support Void is doing a ton of work in the game. Just if Boxy gets any 2 or 3 hero time zone and they put global on top of it, if you don't have BKB, you just die. You can't counterplay it with any spells. You can only Boots of Bearing. And yeah, as much as everybody's celebrating that as the ultimate solution to time zone, I don't think that's necessarily just a clear-cut get-out situation. If there's any skewer, any stun, Malefice even is enough to keep you contained.
Yeah, they sure do have a lot of crowd control on Liquid. Nisha with the shield rune now. They're going to smoke. And believe it or not, ladies and gentlemen, we have 6 out of the 5 ultimates available.
Yep. And BZM, he almost...
Oh, 33. Was he spotted? Woo! Okay.
The illusion.
RP not actually used, but 33 is going to be pursued.
Yeah,
he's
see him
pretty
with the
fast.
reflection. He's stupid fast, though, in the water, especially with this River Von Aura.
Yeah, that makes sense. Saksa back into the exact same spot that 33 was.
Yeah, they'll never find me here. Oh.
Rebound, and they want to kill the silencer. It's not enough quite yet. They're just going to reposition.
Daracha.
BKB already used in time zone. Not really going to get much. It is Saksa, though. Again, he's already used the BKB, though, so kind of a whatever kill, although he doesn't have buyback. So either way, it's a 5 versus 4, and you still have most of these ultimates retained.
And you have to do something about Terrorblade. This is going to fall within 10 seconds, this lane of barracks. You got to go now.
Members of Tundra coming in from behind. Boxy will time walk, and Ghost Scepter basically spotting the backstab attempt. As Daracha going in really deep, he's going to get Black Hole. Do they have the damage to follow this up? Into the RP again, and down go 2 cores of Tundra. They do have buyback this time, though. And you can see BZM turning into Terrorblade, trying to take out the silencer, but Insania will continue to live. BZM skewered back and dead. Buys back. Triple buyback now from Tundra as 33 BKB'd up. Looking for literally anyone to kill on the side of Liquid. They're just casually ripping through them left, right, and center. They finally get Insania after he's already expended the ults. The question is at how much cost? Is BZM destroyed? Mickey just 3 shots him for the Rampage. And with all these buybacks, he can get even more. Saksa, Ghost Scepter's going to keep him alive a little bit longer. This might be a double Rampage for Mickey. Indeed it is. Skewer onto the cliff. Arteezy waving from afar. GGs are called. And Liquid 2-0 in very, very convincing fashion. Will this be no, he doesn't get the triple Rampage though, Cinderin. Game ruined.
Yeah, I think he's pretty disappointed about that. Yeah, what a game. Before this series started, I said I feel like overall in this tournament so far in the first 2 series each team has played that Tundra have been looking overall better than Liquid, but this matchup, Liquid are just doing really well against Tundra in general, and this series no different. 2 very one-sided games overall, I feel like.
Yeah, it felt like Tundra, very uncharacteristic gameplay from them today.
Especially, I think in this game, when you look at the drafts, I think Liquid kind of cornered them. I don't think this was where Tundra wanted to end up in terms of strategy, and it made for a quite one-sided affair. So great job to Liquid. They finish off 3-0 and advance to the next round.
That's right, Shiver!
Thank you very much, Hans van der Sitter and Team Liquid, the second team to move to the playoffs next to Team Liquid. Congratulations to them. Here to break the game down, Jenkins and Tigov. And Jenkins, it felt like this game, you know, someone asked Liquid, how much team fight do you want? And Liquid said, yes.
Oh. Yeah, that was nice. That was unlimited team fight. We even saw that one fight where they were using every big team fight ult, but individually on a different unit. And that's cool. I love when a team can do that. Like, you know, the comms are really good in the game. You know, they're vibing because usually if you see that, it results in complete devastation. But sometimes you're just like, oh, I need to hold the Ursa. Okay, well, in that case, somebody needs to deal with the Morphling. So they're making calls like this. And that was very nice.
Yeah. in the entire time, it's like when Nisha goes in, you have the communication where Insane is looking for like, okay, are you ready? Okay, I'll global because I don't want them to maybe have a turnaround spell to protect you. Same thing elsewhere. It's like if your carry doesn't step up to fill in this game, then you might struggle, right? But Mickey finished the game 23-7 on the Terror Blade. Every single spell that connected, he was there to connect on that damage to turn it around. And yeah, it was just an incredible game. It feels, now in hindsight, it's a little bit unfair. You know, poor old Tundra, you know, they want to farm their way to a win, but you're farming into team fights. So even if you do farm, you're never going to get to play this game because the team fight is just so much better on Liquid.
Yeah, and even if you potentially bait out a big ultimate that completely misses.
There's another one.
It's fine, there's more. And this is, I believe, Jenkins, the one you're talking about.
Yeah, this is the fight, yeah. Look, you got Black Hole on the bottom side of the screen, and you're going to have time zone to lay it after. Global on top, it's... Whew.
Yeah, I mean, the most important thing here was that Mickey was extremely high net worth, and he was able to A-click a bunch of heroes.
Yeah.
Whether it was because of the time zone or the black hole, or just a basic Magnus, RP skewer, or just the skewer, like it doesn't really matter as long as he gets the right clicks off. He had enough net worth, being 23-7, that he is going to provide enough damage to kill any of these heroes.
There's also 2 games in a row that I feel like Liquid have perfectly shut out both 33 and BZM from the game, right? Like in this game, there's not a single real Doom moment where it's like, wow, that created so many more opportunities for Tundra to win out the game. And then the mid-morphling, it was like a last pick in the draft. It farmed a bit, didn't really do much. It was just kind of there. So fair play. I think Liquid, just drafting-wise, had an exceptional approach at dealing with Tundra. They've not lost to Tundra so far in 2025. There's clearly a reason why. They just know how to do it. And again, people in this game, they might be praising Saberlight's exceptional black holes, missing them or not. They might praise the Magnus, but I feel like Insania, his globals were just timed really nicely. He wasn't rushing to press it. It was just layered to perfection, it felt like.
You liked his build as well.
I did. I feel like a lot of people in Silencer have thought about like Aghanim's and utility, but I'm a big fan of just going straight for that refresher. I think the global itself is high enough value that if you can get to a 5,000 item, gold item, you can just break every fight. So I think the refresher rush, very good.
Yeah, I mean, I really like how Global Silence played in this game. I think that he hit his Insanias extremely well, but also the laning stage. Like, this is, you know, why Mickey had such a good game. Is like, it takes a support. You know, if you look at the kills of Mickey, he's got 20 kills. You know who's got 20 assists? Global Silence.
I believe he had, did he not have more?
He had 22 assists.
Yeah, 22, there you go.
Yeah, he was actually 3-2-2 between the kills and the assists. Yeah.
No, he had a fantastic game. There were a couple more moments we'd like you to show, and one that was very important. I feel like unintentionally we keep going back to the minute 15 mark.
It's just so important.
But this was a cool global though as well, right?
Yeah, and you know, I like that the teams are not necessarily looking to take the Tormentor. It's kind of like the team that's looking to take the Tormentor, the team that shows up after seems to be the one that is killing them, and then they take the Tormentor themselves.
So that's because once you're in the Tormentor area, it is just such a massive choke point that your positioning is key in here. And this is another nice global, right? It's the fact that he holds it, he waits, he sees the stun connect, and then when additional heroes jump in, that's when the global connects. And that's why we are giving Insania the MVP. You know, your Enigma goes through the Twin Gate, then you global. You see the Terrorblade, you don't have to rush, then you apply it. And the amount of team fight available for Liquid, of course, we've already said it multiple times, but it was the way in which it prevented Tundra from feeling like there was any scaling. So I think against other teams, if they pick less team fight, Doom, Morphling, Ursa, you give them 30 minutes of farm, how do you kill all these cores? But yeah, Liquid just identified it very nicely.
Gotta praise Nisha as well. We gotta praise, because Global Silence is a very boring hero. So let's praise the cool shit. You know, the skewers were magnificent. There were some the magnificent, of course. The harpoons, do something, do like a thing with that. Like a pun.
Harpoon.
Fuck yeah, that was awesome. The harpoons were fantastic. The RPs were fantastic. Nisha was doing, like, it was hard to pick an MVP for this one.
Well, you know, we did pick Insania already for the MVP, but there's only one guy that has the highest numbers on the board. That's all we care about, right, Mickey? You got 20 kills, so, you know, clearly numbers show you're the MVP, right?
Nisha is always MVP, in my opinion. So.
Oh, we actually went for Insania this time. Would you agree?
He was kind of griefing. Yeah. He killed my Nisha mid when he forced him. He did, in mid skewer.
He did.
That's a minus points for the MVP. I don't know.
Fair enough, fair enough. How are you doing? Because this series and this last game in particular looked very fun. We saw you guys smiling on the camera. It feels like you got good vibes going on. Is that right?
Yeah, always good vibes in our team. Sometimes, maybe not the previous Dream League, but here is always good vibes. Especially now with Nisha and Jabs drafting, and I'm taking more of the maybe in-game calls, I guess.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Because how does that work for you? Because right after TI, we talked, and you said, you've taken over the drafting role. That was very new for you at that point, so it was obviously a lot. And now you're getting a little bit of a break with Nisha and Jabs drafting. How did that go? And is this, what you prefer?
I think we're still experimenting because Blitz is not here, so we're just testing out stuff and see how everyone feels. But right now, I'm chilling. I'm not really doing anything special, so it's good.
And how's Jabs as a coach compared to Blitz when Blitz is not around? Like, you feel like he's falling into the correct footsteps, or?
No comment. Jabs is amazing. Jabs is the best.
There you go. He's not standing next to you right now, right?
No.
It's all good. I'm here with Jenkins and T-Gov as well.
Hey, Big M, good to see you. You said that the vibes were not so good during Dream League, and I'm just wondering, of course this happens to every team at some point. What is it that you guys did to recover the vibes then after Dream League?
I think we just put a lot more effort in. Everyone started playing more pubs and, going into more details in our games, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, just more hard work, I would say, and effort.
Fair enough. I want to ask you about some Dota. It seems like every single game is kind of still determined a little bit by the Tormentor, or at least the Tormentor fight. Do you think this is a load of bullshit? Like, do you want the Tormentor to be nerfed, or are you kind of okay where it's at right now?
I would like it to be not so snowbally, less snowball and more balanced. But yeah, I don't know how they would do it. Maybe reduce the gold and whatnot, I guess.
Okay, thank you.
Would you be upset if Tormentor just got removed?
No, that would be more fun. I don't like fights where there's like corner of the map. I feel bad going to the corner of the map to fight for objectives.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. Going back to the whole point about the kind of picking up from Dream League not being so good, etc. You've already played like this is your 4th tournament so far in the year. There's a lot more qualifiers and tournaments coming up. Like, are you already trying to manage potential like burnout and the fact that like you're playing more pubs, you're playing a lot of tournaments and qualifiers? Like, is that something that you're thinking about, trying to manage your time a bit? But
not really. I think we've been managing our effort levels like well for like upcoming TI and Riyadh, so it's no problem for us, I think.
Okay. And after winning this game in this fashion, are you going to always push for your team to draft this way? Because as a carry, having this much team fight, do you think it's like, I'm not going to say cheating, but like, do you feel like it's like easy mode where you just get to A-click because your team's just going to, they press R, ultimate, and you press A-click, and then you win the fight on the game?
Very enjoyable. I like seeing my gold go up. I just A-click around and I just, I start yapping in team fight and it just goes up.
I see.
No, I mean, that worked out great. This game definitely was a lot of fun to watch, and we saw for you guys that it also was a lot of fun to play. So congratulations once again for making it clean 3-0 out of this group stage, and we'll see you in the playoffs, Mickey.
Thank you. See you guys.
Thank you. I mean, I personally thought that Tundra was going to win. At the start of the series, I thought Tundra was going to take this. This was a different Liquid than we saw on day one, Jenkins.
Yeah, I'm glad whatever they did to reset. I do think that there's times for, in life in general, but let's just isolate to Dota players where you're just kind of playing bad. Like, you're just not trying really hard enough. There's this circle where you're, getting invited to tournaments and you're going to everything. And then all of a sudden you kind of have these expectations and you stop trying. And you're like, okay, we suck. We need to try a little bit harder. And then people are underestimating you. And then you get to tournaments and then the cycle repeats itself. And you just kind of hope that you're at the peak of that cycle around TI and Riyadh time. So it's nice that he's able to identify that. Like, I think the idea of like managing our effort is very interesting, because it's like, we are going to play and we're going to put in enough effort to go to tournaments, but you also don't want to burn out like T was talking about.
Well, that's why when you put in enough effort, you can just win 2-0. And that definitely saves you a little bit of work in third games, like basically every team did today. Let's take a look at what has happened on the mainstream today. We had 4 best-of-3 series, and every single one.
Whoa.
Clean. I mean, in terms of results, we definitely had a little bit of fun games here and there. But in terms of results, though, T, what stands out most to you? What were you thinking was going to be different?
Honestly, I think Xtreme has been looking better. I think Gaming woke up a lot since yesterday. I think yesterday Gaming, it easily could have been an AVULUS win, but they improved their drafts immensely, and so I think that not being a shock, but was more okay. They're returning to some form, and then maybe even you could argue the whole Liquid Tundra was a little bit of a shock. I was expecting a 3-game series. And maybe for Tundra yesterday, when they had the Tidebound and they lost that second game, I was like, oh, maybe that's like a bad game, whatever.
Maybe Liquid has a chance.
But now today, it's like there's some actual cracks in Tundra that they are now consistently losing some games, and they aren't as immortal as we've seen from previous tournaments.
No, very true. They definitely have a little bit of work to do. They, of course, are not eliminated. Don't worry about it. You'll see them in action again tomorrow even. But let's first take a look at what happened today at our secondary stream, or rather, what is happening today, because they're not yet done. They are in their 4th series. We had Aurora. They 2-0'd Heroic. We had Tidebound 2-0ing Wildcard, which I personally thought was going to be a little bit more close, Jenkins.
Yeah, that definitely could have been a 2-1 or a 1-2. Like I said, at Fissure, a lot of the teams were actually rating Wildcard very highly, saying they were winning a lot of scrims, taking games off of good teams. But on the flip side, you have half of Wings Gaming. You got nothing to say. Like, you have such experienced god-tier players, and I know we've seen these players come back and then sometimes fall flat, so there is a bit of that expectation where it's like, oh, they're washed. But no, this team seems to be finding its groove, and that's very exciting.
Yeah, and then those 2 last series, at the end of the day, you saw OG losing there to Yellow Submarine, and you also saw that there's a series going on right now still between Na'Vi and Mosquito Clan. Now, in terms of the former, OG did get eliminated because these series are between teams that are 0-2 right now. That also means that Na'Vi versus Mosquito Clan, loser of the series, will be out. So far, they are just about starting game number 2, with Na'Vi being a game up. So don't worry, we're going to send you over there after we wrap this up. But I do want to get some final words on our first eliminated team, T-Gov, in OG.
Sending it to me, the hard job. They look like they're just a little bit of a lost team. Game to game, identity feels like it's changing, and this was the only tournament they qualified to out of all the qualifiers they played so far. So it wasn't like a crazy reality that we're in, where they're eliminated. I just expected them to win a series, maybe, before going like 0-3, especially when they're going to Yellow Submarine, who they have a stand-in. They're role swapping every other game between their position 3 and 4. So I don't know. It's a really weird, but OG, they're just not a good team at the moment. No. They have a lot of work to do. I'm not shocked they've been eliminated.
Fair enough. And the fact that there's still a series going on also means that because we have the Swiss group stage, we don't know our series for tomorrow yet. Not exactly anyway. What we do know is that tomorrow will be the final day that we'll have 2 streams running at the same time. There will be 1 stream with all the teams that are 2-1 right now, and there will be 1 stream with all the teams that are 1-2 right now. So that means 3 elimination series, 3... possible elimination, I should say. Possible elimination and possible advancement series coming your way tomorrow. We're still starting at the same time. So even though it's less series, we are still starting at the same time. We'll just end a little bit earlier. And yeah, as said, there is a series going on. So it's going to be Na'Vi versus Mosquito Clan. And we're going to send you over to Trent and Lyrical, who'll take you through it. And of course, if you don't have time to watch the series, make sure you keep an eye on all the social media channels, because that is also where you will find out what the series will be for tomorrow and when you can tune in and all that jazz. You should do that anyway, by the way. That's just smart, so you know what you can expect when your favorite team is playing. So thank you so much for tuning in today for this stream. Enjoy Na'Vi and Mosquito Clan with Trent and Lyrical, and we'll see you again tomorrow.
Big win out of mid lane, controlling the game for Mr. PP.
5 seconds remaining.
He's got a full minute to decide. Heroes that jump out in these situations are usually like Storm Spirit.
Okay.
If you're trying to like win a game at a mid, that's one of the biggest ones. But there is Crystal Maiden, which can be pretty annoying, honestly. I think that's going to be it, though. I think it's... Oh, let's go. Finally.
Dude, I don't know. I'm not a believer. I think this is a 2-0. This is looking scary to me, man.
I can't believe... my main concern is that he didn't pick it versus last game versus the Ember.
Yeah.
When it looked busted.
Yeah, this looks scary now. I mean, like... Also, I guess it doesn't matter that much to the Venomancer, but it kind of matters. Like, controlling area around. He's going to eventually get towards an Aghanim Scepter, but, like, there's roots, there's the Pango rolls. I mean, even issues with, like, the Diffusal Blade later, if this Shaker just gets all of his mana drained from him, he's going to have a bad time, Trent. He's going to have as bad of time as your voice. It's going to be rough.
Yeah.
Holy moly. Okay. Well, we did get a draft from Mosquito Clan. I'm very concerned about its longevity. I keep on just unconsciously bringing things back that are talking about the health of the team.
Yes, I understand. Yeah.
I don't know how that happens. You know, my wife went on a trip out of the country, and I had to take care of a daughter, and we both got sick at the same time. And I remember just feeling like the Crypt Keeper, you know, just like my hand raising as I slowly felt the life draining from me. But it's going to be good. Game number 2.
It's fine.
Mosquito Clan kind of feel that way right now themselves after what was a pretty rough game number 1.
No game 3. No game 3.
You don't think so? You don't think we're getting one of those?
I really need one to not happen.
All right. This one right away. That's what you love to see. Smoke out. Mosquito Clan, what can they do? Oh, are they going to level 1 Roche? Okay, sorry.
Yeah, they're going to level 1 Roche. That's what's happening, bud.
Yeah,
we're in there.
Sakushi. It's going to happen at some point, god dang it. Whoa, what is that Primal set? I hadn't seen that one before. That was cool. So, Mosquito Clan set up over here to the side. And it does look like QBFY is not in position to cut the first wave. Interestingly enough, Nidomi is over here trying to find areas where the Venom might eventually be jungling. I'm not sure exactly what's happening.
Oh, I was going to say they're going to just have Boom do it, because usually you do 1 Blood Grenade and Trample, right? And you kill the wave.
But he has boots.
But he doesn't have a Blood Grenade. So I don't know.
Maybe it's enough with just boots? All right. Looks like that is going to be 3 of them out for Navi.
Also, I think that got nerfed. I don't even think Blood Grenade does it anymore. So it might not be enough.
Dude, QBFY is like, screw you. I'm not even going to try and go kill that wave. Dude, is Primal just going to get tri-laned here? Surely not. Yeah, they leave. Okay, so heading back up top.
Let the Venocam begin once more.
Dude, this is the most degen thing ever. He's not even like gonna help in lane at all. We need a 3rd little camera over to the side, or a 4th one, just to see him off there, you know, waiting for camps to spawn.
He just takes the mid lane. That's perfect. Thank you.
Look at him go.
The 3 most important lanes.
I mean, you know mid's just going to be a trade, surely. Actually, I feel like Earthshaker might have a chance to really mess with Sanctity a lot here. But we'll see.
Yeah, it should definitely be good for the Shaker. 100%.
Yeah. But the other thing that's kind of interesting about the choice of going Primal is that it is a hero that, you know, does a lot with those early levels. and can kind of, you know, play a little bit more just
That's
the
good.
experience game.
Because he's not going to get very many.
No.
Oh, look at this courier call in for the position 1 Marcy. That's just beautiful. Now his
That's
2
nice.
orbs.
Yeah. Ready to play. You know what's interesting? He might actually gank mid at some point with this primal.
Well, he's got nothing else to do.
Yeah.
Pretty soon.
What the hell is he doing? Oh, he's going
body
to grab-
blocking.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
But now the bugs. Get him.
Matthew goes down.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, he tried to contest him. He tried to contest him. Why would you do that?
No, he came over. He got Crystal Nova too. It was a little bit of everything, you know. It was the friends, friends as well.
Well, not what you want to have happen. So these Venos, they end up getting first blood every time. I don't know how it's happened every time we've watched the Veno jungle, but they always get first blood. It feels like.
Well, that is true. Actually, you're right.
And actually, this double wave coming in, they weren't able to control the creeps, and Boom is going to have what he wants. Now, Kaori does go down just to the right clicks of Abba, so a little bit of salvation up there somewhat. As Shad goes toe-to-toe against Vidali. We'll have another Rocket Barrage in a moment, so that is enough to make sure they get the Healing Lotus.
Honestly, not bad for Boom. Like, the wave is still kind of close. They are trying to double deny. He's now running over. He almost got the courier, but won't have time to go for a D ward as he's holding that sentry.
Yeah, I think this is actually working out like fairly okay. Because the other thing is that we had talked a little bit about it, but like if he wants to later, you can also QBFY just drop a bunch of wards onto Boom, and then that makes his ganking potential even stronger. Although that slows down the farming of the Veno, so you can't do that.
No, can't happen.
Glyph in the mid. PP trying to mess with Sanctity a little bit. It is not going to work out, as he still is getting all of this CS right here, just about even with the Shaker. Veno steps on over. We'll be able to secure that rune for the Pango. So support still
also,
doing support things.
Yeah, we also know that it's very hard work being the support jungle Venomancer. We checked out the numbers.
Yeah.
And in one of the games, he did cast his Plague Wards 416 times.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, wow. That's a workout.
Yeah. Level 3 Adomi is going to try and come and contest QBFY here. So steps over, will be soaking a little bit of experience, while Kaori manages to kill Vidali. So that is a bit of an issue there. Does that mean that now you kind of have a game if you're Boom? I think so.
Yeah, you do. He's getting the camp. Sorry, the wave in the camp.
Oh my god, he left. But now they know that ward that they placed down so long ago, it's about to expire and not see him. Oh my god. I think it will see him right as it expires. But he just leaves. Like, he knows that, Yunomi was coming to block his camp, so he says, screw it, I'm just going to get out of there. And now he can go and farm Ancients.
Which are blocked.
Okay. That's something. I don't think he has a... he should be able to fly out a sentry pretty quickly. Yeah, has one coming immediately.
It's going to be too late, though.
Yeah. Domi coming back through. Has another ward. So we'll be chasing him through this area. Steps over. Tries to secure rune. Doesn't get it. Matthew, PP playing together will get the Arcane. These games are super bizarre. It's like tough to track who's coming out on top between all of this, because it does feel like ABBA and Primal are kind of at the same level with how much they've been able to shut down Vitaly. Domi gets another courier.
Dire's courier has been killed.
And still sitting pretty. Up top, they're going to go. Finding this ABBA. How much they have left in the tank. Kaori dodges from those Revenants, but it is just going to be an easy kill on to the CM. Sanctity made the rotation, but can't do anything here. Shrine claimed. Matthew gets the other. Primal. Hits on the
top
pike
as well.
A miss as they're rolling, trying to gang him down. Do manage to get the dead shot pushback. Still not
Yeah, we're
quite level
watching
6.
both offlaners in trouble.
But they both survive.
Yeah, both bailed out by their teammates.
Oh, he got the Ripper's Lash. Oh no. As Shad goes down even, they do bring that movement through. Marcy. Exactly what they needed. PP shows up. Spots him. The root is there. UBFY had already used the ulti, but the Ripper's Lash is destroying him. PP in trouble. Tops the Echo. Oh!
What?
The turnaround. Don't mess with PP. It's not for the faint of heart. What a timing on the Echo.
That was like a 2014 Echo. That was like Big Dick Lanham Echo when he used to just obliterate entire teams when you hit everybody. What the hell? That was nuts.
The Echo with the creep wave. If it was just the Primal going in, it would have been fine. But no. Jeez. Look at this one again here. As they're trying to chase him. And finding... it is enough. I wasn't sure if they were going to be able to get him before time lapse or not. So as we take a look at the replay of that, yeah, I was hoping.
Dude, the timing.
Yeah.
Perfectly done.
I guess it was only 2 creeps that ended up doing it. That glyph actually ended up screwing them up.
I think it was the slugger too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Setting boom directly into Kaori.
Yeah.
That's a big percent HP.
That's a fair point. Yeah, I guess if it's a hero death, it's 250 at this level. It's nuts. Well, 6-3. What could have started to look a little bit sketchy is now starting to look good for Mosquito Clan. Trent sweating as Matthew and PP are going to try and
I've already made the call. I messaged Lizard. I was like, hey, bud.
Boom is there. They miss on the fissure. Things getting a little bit awkward here. They do push him up to the high ground. Shad. Oh, no, he's caught. PP, where are you going? Oh, nowhere to escape to. And Pike now also has to just jump away, but the slow is going to be there. Photic shield. Literally turns. Wants a kill on the QBFY. Primal onto Matthew. And now with the bugs out, Shad need to be careful. They turn. Time lapse gets away.
Pike wants in.
Still thinking about going for a bit more. QBFY throws out the Gale, the jump, the kill. They all explode. Oh, Abba did have ulti up, but he died too quick? What did he die to?
No, it must have just ticked.
Oh, yeah, that's sure.
It has to be.
Boom ends up going down. Maybe he didn't have a point skilled and skilled it too late? I'm not sure. Something happened.
Well, oh, yeah, I guess in theory, if he skilled it like as he was dead, yeah.
9-7.
It's kind of fun being biased. Let's go, Navi.
Replay.
My voice can't take game 3. Let's go.
I'm just trying to see. Yeah, he didn't have a point skill. He was saving a point and then didn't get it off in time.
Oh, that's brutal.
Yeah. I mean, that should not have worked, you know? Like, for all intents and purposes, look at how quickly they just blow up right as they come in.
He was just a fraction too late.
Yeah. Brutal. Again, the Echo, just to close things out. You get to see Primal's body flowing across. You can see. Ugh. Not pleased. Smoke up as we get back into the world of the living.
Yeah. Bring on the shaker.
Pike. That is 2 TPs coming in. Coyote throws out the root. Wants to get away. They're going to roll. Shad shows up. Do they have enough damage? QBFY onto Vitaly. They find him. Sanctity still controlling, and they get the Noxious Plague onto Pike. So he is going to die. Now they jump forward. Shad in no man's land. Needs to get some separation. Needs to back out of here. Sanctity is nearby too. Yudomi chasing. They have a jump. How much damage do they have? Do they have enough to kill off this gyrocopter? He's mega low. Turns to fight. Is going to fall. On the other side, QBFY starting to die to Matthew. The fissure is out. And even though he's got all of those wards, it is not quite. Oh, yeah.
Boom. Oh,
thought about it. He thought about it. Abba didn't have ulti, I guess, so that was maybe part of the thought. But
the lack of TP, unfortunately, Booms was still on cooldown when that whole fight was going on up there too, so we couldn't get there any faster.
Right. And amongst all of the heroes, very little separation between like the top and the bottom of the chart here, right? Like the highest net worth hero in the game right now is 6,400, and then like you've got Veno at 45 still. Kind of weird, but I guess that's kind of what you come to expect.
And another early Orchid, this time from the Veno instead of the Weaver.
Right, Weaver going for the Spirit Vessel instead. Already has the 2 charges ready to go. Isn't immediately clear who you're trying to get the most value out of that. I mean, you know, it's obviously just better in general, but we'll see if it ends up making a full amount of difference. I kind of feel like this Orchid reveal might do more than the Urn or Spirit Vessel is going to end up doing, but we'll see.
Yeah, it definitely feels that way.
But Mosquito Clan sitting together behind their tier 1 tower. They do have Echo back up again, and first component of Kaya done. As down bottom, Pike is almost completed with the Battle Fury. So she'll be staying behind the gyrocopter at least until that's done. Domi goes in for a moment. Boom gets away. They saw him on that sentry. Smoke up, though. And now a chance for a battle. QBFY in the smoke. Boom, ready to jump forward as the 15-minute mark comes around. Are Mosquito Clan going to try and battle for this?
I don't think so.
Drop down some wards. Immediately ready to take those away. And there's the Orchid reveal. So they'll kill the Weaver and should be able to pretty freely get the Tormentor.
PB is still coming in. Is he really thinking about this?
I mean, they don't. This is a crazy play if he goes here. They saw vision of him, so yeah.
Yeah, he's got to run. Yeah, get out of there, dude. This is not for you.
That is a little bit over halfway to Aghanims.
CM might die. I was gonna go unwind and run.
Jeez.
Jesus.
That was really close. Okay. Big magic damage coming out from Earthshaker, and now he also has a bottled amplified damage. I don't think, I mean, Na'Vi have a pretty substantial lead, but if they take a fight right now in a bad way, I think that they could throw it all out instantly. Likewise, if you take a fight and you get that Orchid off onto Earthshaker, maybe you're in a really good position.
Yeah, or Pike, because like he's still just
waiting. He sees him. A chance. Oh, instead they find him. Abba over to the side. QBFY. He gets found. He gets killed. Shad is nearby, and now Shad chasing PP. Kaori there with the slowdown. He's in trouble. They bring him and kill him. Oh, that is not the way they were hoping that fight would go. Yodomi needs to get out of there. The time lapse does not take, well, it does take the dust off of you, but it reapplies instantly. God, and that, I mean, you've got a primal BKB now.
They just gotta find Pike some more gold. Like, he has the Battle Fury. He's gonna try and catch up to this Gyrocopter now. If you can just get a little bit of a window. The question is how much they're gonna lose on the map right now. Yodomi is actually gonna go down here eventually. Get chased. Yeah. After all that, cannot escape the power of the beast.
Did he have detection there?
I don't think so.
That was crazy.
Sorry, did he?
They bring down
no
the
echo
Pango.
required.
That's an important kill.
Atos into death.
Yeah, a real important one. So 14-11 as Shad has Ags done. Working on his second component now. Or, well, second item, I should say. It's going to be a Dragon Lance.
I mean, look at Pike, too, though. He's getting a triple stack on Ancients with his Battle Fury. Sorry, a quad stack.
Oh.
That is a lot of gold.
I don't know if I've seen the Marcy's pop the ulti for these, but this is kind of cool. Yeah, I mean, Marcy is going to be a problem. BKB with her is going to do a ton to this gyro.
She needs a lot, too, though. Like, you really want the shard as well, so you can actually be a little bit more aggressive in the fights and not so dependent on your teammates.
Yeah.
But I guess Weaver helps for that a lot of the time. Kind of in there in the mix.
They're also going to have a Solar Crest for Kaori. So more ways to help deal with that. Speaking of, is in some trouble right now and will be a super dead Crystal Maiden. Defusal done on Sanctity, but not really able to take that fight. He's still working on his Aghanim Scepter. Yeah, this is like a pretty decent window for Mosquito Clan right now. The only real thing that's like a little bit scary is that Marcy doesn't have a BKB. But this is where Earthshaker is very strong. What do you think about him not going for an Ags, by the way?
I like this build. I prefer the no Ags a lot of the time. I like Kaya BKB.
Finds him. Sanctity silenced. Punched. Boom. Moves in. They have BKB at the ready if he wants to use it. Pops it there. Now the control. Kaori saves it. The pulverize is out. And now with Shad showing up, it's going to be more than enough for the finish. They take down 2 and a third soon to fall. That's just good old-fashioned Crystal Maiden gameplay. You die for the team.
That's right. And that Orchid, that was the big fear. The Shaker, like, even though he survives through a lot of their disable, he's just Orchided right after. So, no chance for the turnaround.
And Roche is coming down right as the DB is there.
Yeah, that is bad news for them. They really needed to try and find a fight after the BKB. Try and utilize this Battle Fury to try and get a quick BKB unless Marcy's would actually be scary.
That's so awesome. Oh no, he got tossed. He got thrown out of the pit. He's stuck.
Sorry, I'm just really torn up about this game. I'm just a big Mosquito Clan fan. I can't even speak.
Oh no. Shad is going to manage to get himself an Aegis now after Roche so rudely threw away the Venomancer. That's going to be a dangerous one to watch for it. Like, getting thrown into that little grove of trees there, it actually could be game losing. You know what I mean?
I sound as old and frail as most people cheering for Na'Vi these days.
Oh no, why would you do that to them? Oh.
not
But
the
I'm right
same
there
team.
with you. Let's go. No,
Yeah.
3.
I just like imagined you with a white beard and like a walker raising it above your head.
Dude, by the time I can grow a beard, it's going to be white. It's never happening.
You don't think so?
Nah, no, facial hair is just not there. My brother got all the genes. He's got the beard.
That's rough.
That's nice.
It is nice.
Yeah. Good job, bud.
I look like Santa. It's pretty sick. Well, Idomi, he is working next towards the Yules and some Force Staffs, trying to get some more defensive abilities online. They have Blink, but he's gonna try and not just get horribly murdered here. Unfortunately, that might not be in the... Well, okay.
Look at the little plague wards on the ball.
That is pretty cool.
Oh, that's great. It's...
Oh, Shad
Sorry,
has
I
the
distracted
Aegis. The rest of the team had left. Shad in trouble. Shad going down. Oh, a rare miss from a player that does not normally do that.
Navi, I
Shad
need
gets
this.
caught.
Yodomi
wow.
gonna die in the exact same spot, possibly?
Trying to run. He's farming XP from those bugs. Dude, he gets out. Is their favor twisting? Are they starting to pull it back?
Is this the turn?
There's a chance. Think about what happened last game. You know?
That's true. It was 10-0. And there it is, the BKB. Pyke can finally play the game.
Abba gets gone on. Blade Mail is there.
They don't even pop the ulti.
Yeah, I think they're recognizing. I mean, they have to get the ulti popped before he can commit Pulverize. Ooh, this is a good angle though, and they're running right into people. Got him caught in mid-animation, so he couldn't blink away. Now, in a world of hurt, that is a dead Earthshaker.
No teammates to help. No chance for a turnaround play there. Shad. He's fine.
Pyke is stuck up on the hill. Pyke.
Tactical.
There they go. Honestly, I think if he wasn't stuck up there, they might have gone on to Shad at that moment.
Yeah.
Nice steal of the illusion root. Unfortunately, can they grab him? Not quite. Gotta run, gotta hide. Kaori. Oh my god. Now they silence, force out the BKB. BKB turn, Pulverize is there. Damage out. Aphotic shield. Keeping him fine and dandy. Now the Yule Scepter lift up. Throws out the Plague. Good dead shot. Keeps him back. Pyke, after already committing the BKB, can't afford to go in anymore. That was really well played by Boom.
Yeah, that could have been very good for them, but not quite able to follow all the way through. They're still going to wind up pressuring this tier 2, though. Sanctity gets the Agnums delivered.
Got him there. Yeah.
Yep. I get there.
Easy peasy. And Pango has, like you said, Sanctity, the Agnums, kind of a little bit far forward on the positioning underneath a ward. Is he going to end up in some trouble? Immediately just gets away. Yeah, that feels bad. And anytime somebody's like slightly out of position, I feel like it has to be punished so quickly by Mosquito Clan because it's not happening that often. And on the other side of things, Lily's just going to get jumped on again here, I think. They're going to use it. Pulverize down. Forces the ulti. Now he's got to play safe for a while. If he steps too far forward, he might get punished. They have BKB back up in a moment for the Primal. And while this is all going on, Shad is farming, accelerating his lead above the Marcy. Killing it here.
So just kind of slowly closing out the map.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's all you gotta do right now is Na'Vi. Just don't give anything for free. Don't give PP a good opportunity for an Echo Slam.
Right. 17 to 16. And down bottom, the wave is shoving in. They leave a gem, I think, on Muerta. Doesn't want to accidentally lose it. Oh, no, there's a raindrop, excuse me. Oh, back in base. Back at home, rather. Domi. It's going to be found here. Gets killed off. Pyke up on the hill. Do they realize that this is going on? I don't think there's any way that they would know that he's up here. Are they going to try and jump on a boom? He has BKB and Essence Ring. I mean, they got him. That's the snipe they needed.
What can they get out of this? I mean, you got a good kill. That's really what you get. It's just more time is the answer. You know, farm a few more camps, finish the Basher on Pyke. Have a better chance of contesting Roche. Oh, is it?
But I don't know if they can get that without Marcy ulti.
No, probably not.
Well, Roche dead, may respawn in a minute. We'll see then what the timer actually is. As Italy blinks forward, Yunomi sees the plague ward and knows what that means. Does have an Orchid on Abba now. So a little bit better control, but everybody pretty much has BKBs at this stage. I guess Pango doesn't actually. So if they could ever catch the Pango before he gets rolled, that's maybe where you can get something working.
Yeah, hoping to avoid that with the Blink Dagger. So that's the idea here from Sanctity. Sure, he gets it off nice and early. But maybe with Weaver sneaking around in the back lines, could have a chance at it if they get a good Go Slam jump.
Oh, Primal's going Axe too. That's going to be really nice because then you can just pulverize the Abbot and kill him before ulti maybe. I guess you need a silence too.
Yeah.
Which is what the Orchid is for. Oh, Veno, you're ready.
Dun, dun, dun.
It's got to feel so bad playing against this Veno, man.
That's what happened to me. That's where I got the plague from.
Yeah, that's
Why do you
right.
think I sound like this? These jungle Venomancers all day. Comes through the internets.
They find their man and they kill him. Yes, yes they can and they do. They're looking for more. 50 seconds, no Veno. There's an opportunity here if they can catch people. Fortunately, Trent, they cannot catch people.
Oh, they caught Boom.
Oh my God. Down bottom.
Crumbling. Lead dissolving. Marcy getting large. Possibly in charge. Tormentor is theirs.
It's about to switch.
They better hurry.
Yeah, are they not going to get it in time? Oh my God, they're not watching?
No,
are
they got minus armor. They'll get it.
All right.
Minus armor goes crazy.
So that does also mean that Roche is going to come back down to his summer home. And if they wanted to, they could think about going for that one again. Wait, where's Roche? Oh yeah, it is a spawned. Okay, that was a quick respawn on Roche.
He's running.
I don't feel like there's much that's changing into the favor of Mosquito Clan, to be honest. Like, these little pickoffs here and there are good, but the fights just still feel so hard for them to take that unless they get some like huge opening, I don't see it going well. Now, this could be the way that you do it. If you take a bad fight around the Roche pit.
I don't think Gyro has that scary of damage right now. Like, yeah, comparatively to their saves and their HP on the Radiant, he's not that spooky, you know? Like,
right.
So if you do get the big dunk, I definitely think these fights are pretty winnable for Mosquito Clan because the Marcy is like scary damage.
Yeah. That is true. And the Basher can create a problem. Going for the Abyssal Blade.
Wait, they're waiting for them to come and contest because they think that they're heading over here. Nobody's showing on the map, so they're taking it slow. They're farming jungle, and they're faking them out. They wait until they see somebody showing. They show up top, and now they're going to keep going for it. Oh, and he goes Yasha Kaya on Earthshaker.
It's good. They got to win some fights now. I like that smaller item to upgrade what you already have. Make use of your BKB.
I mean, he has a lot of spell amp now, doesn't he? 22%. This could do some serious damage.
Yeah.
Looking for those chain stuns. QBFY queuing up the Hex next. While Mosquito Clan pressuring out that top tower. They have a Lotus now too. That's the decision for the Weaver. Okay. But they're gonna have to contend with this. I don't know if they're gonna decide to go high ground or not. God, that was a lot. But the wave is dead, but they still were able to break through backdoor protection. Jump forward, find him. Shad, Abyssal Blade. Shad pops the BKB, runs away, realizes the danger, had to get out of there. Domi, Yule Scepter lift up. They're unable to get him past. They blow up QBFY. Shad realizing that danger did get out before he lost the Aegis. So right now only down a Veno, but still a little bit scary.
They do get a big item in the probably Magnum Scepters. Next time they go for the push, quite a bit better. They can just reset, lots of time on the eggs. So they want to try and find a fight when there's no BKB on this gyro.
That was awesome, Kaori. I love that. Just ultied the wave to get it out.
Yeah, it's good. You're not fighting without gyro BKB, so retreat.
Yeah. Retreat, reset, probably saved the tower. Maybe not. Who knows? Maybe it wouldn't have gone down anyways. So Veno back up again. He's ready to get back to doing what he does best. Boom is just pressuring out mid. They jump forward from Sally. I'm not sure about this one. Pulverize goes out. The Fissure to break it. Hanging on, has BKB at the ready. Now, Mango rolling, catching, pushing. Pike, Bash connects. More damage out from Shad. So they force several abilities. PP still sitting up on that high ground. Trying to bait them into a tough position. I mean, keep in mind, this is no longer going high ground with Aegis. Like, Na'Vi are actually okay fighting out in the open.
They do get the Shadow Blade on the Muerta, give them a chance to maybe get out, find some sneakier plays. There's a lot of Sentry combos, though, from Na'Vi. So, just for the Weaver already.
Yeah, that is a little bit of a strange decision by Matthew, huh? Is it just now getting the point in Arcane Aura? It's crazy. Well, 21-17, a very close game that we've got here. And Octarine Core is going to be the next call for this Shaker. It seems like the only one that's really struggling to get net worth in this game has been Kaori on this CM. Still somehow is the one that's buying the shard or the gem. Throws out the missile. Heading down the mid lane, 45 seconds left. BKB and backpack. But Shad not willing to step up to high ground. And this is kind of what we saw last time from Na'Vi, right? Like, you get out to this type of a lead, instead of trying to sort of force the issue, you sort of take control of the map. The only issue is they're not shutting out Mosquito Clan completely. Like, Mosquito Clan is staying right with them.
And the question is, do they try again here? Like, do you want to try and smoke out and catch the end of this Aegis? It's pretty tempting if you're Mosquito Clan.
Right. I also do sort of worry. Well, actually, I was going to say that I was worried that ABBA eventually counters out Gyrocopter really strong because of the Aghanims, but doesn't appear that he's going for that right now. Instead, queuing up the Bloodthorn and then into the Aghanim Shard. I guess if they get the Ag Scepter Roche, he's probably the one that takes it, and then he can get both of those for free. BBFY. They spot him on the wrong side of the fissure, but it doesn't matter. The Venomancer is easy pickings at this stage of the game. Does have buyback. Him and Pango are the only ones with it in the entire game.
I think it's time to do a little walk in here for Mosquito Clan. They're feeling it. And they want to just like jump Abyssal if anyone chose to defend.
Right.
Yudomi scouting them out. Shad. Gonna be seen by this ward.
They're kind of baiting out this area. I think they know that Weaver would be coming over here. Maybe? Maybe not. God, I'm trying to remember the rule for 7 on the thing. You know that there's... Do you know how to tell when the Lotus is about to spawn?
If you hold Alt.
Okay, that's if you're cheating. The other thing that you can do is you can look at the timer at the top, and right now it's 38, for instance, right? So if you do 3 plus 8, what does that equal? It equals 11. And so it's not going to spawn then because that's not divisible by 3. But if it's 39, you do 3 plus 9, it's 12, and that number is divisible by 3. That means that it's a multiple of 3, which means that a Lotus is going to spawn.
That works for any number.
Yeah, any
which
number.
is crazy.
Yeah. It's really useful. The number for divisible by 9 is insane. Or 11, sorry. 11 is you like add the first number, subtract the second number, add this first. There's something like that that goes on with this. Crazy. Or no, that's not what it is. If you transpose two numbers, then you take the difference between them, and if that is divisible by 11, then that number is divisible by 11.
Math.
Dude, number theory is some crazy stuff. I hated that class, but there were some cool things like that we learned about that are like completely unusable in everyday life. Why would you ever want to know that a number is divisible by 11?
Honestly. I don't know, but look at these neutral items that our observers
so
trying to say are really important because they are. Like, hey, you guys should probably look at these. Yeah, that is indeed a pretty good item on Earthshaker for how this game's going. The ceremonial robe could be the game changer. And one of the biggest talents in the game is level 20 Muerta. 2 charges on Deadshot as he's working towards the Aghanims. That is a game-winning spell.
I love to see game-winning spells, Trent.
Look at him kill those croakers.
It's almost max duration Roche. Jesus.
Oh, yeah.
We're staying with it. It's happening.
Wahoo.
Let's see how it goes here. Okay.
If we hit 50 minutes, I'm just going to make Lizard jump in the VMix.
Okay.
He's just going to have to cast off the BGM.
We've never done that before.
The mid-game shift.
I mean, there's very little delay, right? So, yeah, it could work. It's fine. I guess, yeah, the PGM, there's no...
Yeah, he's fine.
Well, he could just ask you questions and you could respond in text.
That's pretty much all I got left at this point.
They do find Boom for a moment. He has the gem. BKB did have the Ogre Steel Totem ready to get out of there. So in a minute, there will be more Lotuses that spawn because if you add 4 + 2 together... this one we gotta do more of. We gotta do more of these divisible by things, you know?
Right, yeah.
That's what we need more of in Dota. Clearly. I would know what it is for Roche, but Roche changes every time, so that doesn't really matter that much.
I'm trying to save myself for important things, Gabe. Please.
Okay.
All right, smoke breaks. There, that's my contribution. You go now.
Good stuff. They're looking. Pyke takes over the Watcher.
Okay, yeah.
Really big.
That's good.
Really big. You know, honestly, Veno also should be able to put his Plague Wards onto, like, you know, creeps. It's messed up that you're not able to do that. Smoke up, Trent. You ready to play-by-play?
Yeah. They're coming in. They're ready, looking for a play.
So good. I mean, this is kind of for all the marbles. And they have amazing position for Mosquito Gun. Don't go up this hill. Don't go up that hill. That hill is not where you want to go. Oh, QBFY, he's going to go up the hill. Don't go up the hill. Never go up the hill. Oh my God, and now bouncing back and forth. That's not where you want to be. This is a horrific fight. Get out of here. Cancel. Get him gone. Now the jump immediately, but the 4-staff save. Coyote there to help out a friend in need. Shad trying to do what damage he can, but he's just got to run. Wow, the Hurricane Pyke the chase back, but the fissure was there. PP lays it down hard. Gets the kill. 4 dead. Oh, and trying to push this to a game number 3. Whoo, dog.
Yeah, I mean, Marcy, we kind of knew. We get to the point where they have so much control with the Shaker. The Shard is very helpful. You have the Aghanims on the Muerta coming out here in a second to even add more to it with these 2 shot charges. That was a bad start to the fight from Na'Vi.
As you can see, just this replay that is coming up in the moment. It all fell apart so quickly. And like one of those moments where, you know, as soon as it didn't work and your Veno died with like out getting anything off, I do kind of wonder why commit to the fight, you know? I get like it probably just meant that you were giving up Roche at that point. They felt like they had to get that Aegis, but now they're staring down the barrel of even a more difficult battle, and Muerta has Ags now, like, yikes. Even more control. Refresher, Shard on Earthshaker. Oof.
And now a blink on Pyke as well, so you're not even that dependent on your allies for the positioning. He doesn't have the Shard yet either, so the blink's pretty important.
Yeah.
Once he's blink and Shard, then he's going to go real crazy. QBFY will have to force staff back up to the high ground just to survive. We finally get a Daedalus on Gyrocopter. He just sold his Butterfly because there's an MKB on the Marcy.
Yeah.
But they've needed this damage for so much longer. Like, they're just not scary.
Yeah.
Unlike my voice, which is very scary. Ooh.
Pyke does have the Unleash duration extended by 6 seconds per kill, and then we also see the cooldown on Echo Slam reduction. So 25 talents coming out. That is some scary stuff to deal with, and they're also going to start going high ground now. So trying to defend against this, pretty tough at this stage. Slowing down Pyke for all they're worth. They have the jump forward, saving the BKB for the moment. The bash through onto 2, control. The damage is out. He's already dead once. Are they going to be able to get him again? I think so. Boom has the control as Marcy revives, immediately dead.
Dude, just let me die. Please. Will someone end this game?
Back and forth we go.
What is happening? Let me go.
They heard. This would be awesome if this game went to like 2 hours. That would be so sick.
I refuse to leave. I will die with this game.
Oh my God, the Daedalus. You said it. That's what they needed. That was the answer. They had to just get a little bit more damage. And honestly, buyback status, Marcy bought out. Oh no. Oh, they have Roche's banner. They're gonna get a lot here. No Marcy for 60 is a huge problem. Does Shad, do they realize?
Yeah, but do they dive and get dunked?
I mean, they're going straight for this.
Oh
God, oh God. They're going for it all. Marcy, have you gone a bit too far? Na'Vi, they hear the call from Trent and say, end this game, and they decide to come and join for it. Shad's stuck on the wrong side of the fissure.
Yeah, but he
does still have Refresher. They get the range Rax, pops the BKB, runs in, realizes, I gotta get this Rax at the very least. It is dying to the catapults, and it looks like the catapults are gonna be able to finish it off.
Dude, go catapults. That's crazy. They
that was
actually
really well
finished off
done.
the melee Rax. They needed that so bad.
And heads up to Shad, right? He recognizes, I have to get those melee racks. I need to get a few more hits in, but then the catapults will finish it. So good. I can't believe Marcy died without buyback.
I know. I mean, I don't blame him for not having buyback with how they were playing and pushing, but it's crazy they got that chain.
I like, just dying that quickly, when you have like an ABBA, feels like it shouldn't happen, you know?
And yet it did.
And yet it did. Pangolier Refresher now. Earthshaker still hanging on to the Refresher Shard. He has a Sacred Relic. What is that for? Queued up. Is he going to buy a Rapier? No, okay. Wait, what? Okay, no, he went for the Overwhelming Blink. I mean, you could go for the Rapier on PP if you wanted and just like turn it to, you know, the magic amp. Spell damage.
And just go for it all. That would actually be really hype. And then, you know, you drop it, they grab it, and then Pike kills them, and then we have Rapier for the Mercy. It's genius.
I mean, it would move it up to like 50% spell amp or something crazy. He's going Shadowblade instead.
It seems a lot more reasonable.
I don't know. I'm not even sure if it's going to end up doing that much damage realistically in these fights.
It is crazy that Dota Plus is favoring them when they're down 11K.
Yeah, I just think this is the problem with the lineup that you have.
It is so winnable, though, if Marcy just glues someone. Like, you'll die so fast, though. But, I mean, same thing coming from the other side, obviously, with the gyro.
Right.
It's all about how the fight begins.
And it's worth noting, like, Shad feeling confident with where they're at, that he does not need to go for, like, a Rapier or something. It speaks to where Na'Vi feel like they're at in this game. He is saving and now does have the Synth Agnum Scepter along with buyback. Buyback status across the board. It's the Shaker that's lost it for time. Then you've got Pango and Primal for gold spent. So we'll keep our eyes on it. But this game feels like we could be going pretty late, you know? Roche capable of respawning in 2 minutes. We'll see what the timer is there. Maybe we'll get our first 60-minute items. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, that'd be great. I'm getting a second wind here. It's all right. You know,
Yeah.
I'm feeling it. We're coming back.
I was hoping that you were going to say, like, we're getting a second wind or something, you know. Just die partly through. No such luck.
I'm just so inspired. You know, I can battle through it now.
So Matthew throws out a dead shot. They are not smoked, but they are heading across the river. And in they go, trying to bully back a little bit. Kaori leading the charge, the very scary Crystal Maiden.
It's got that attack speed. Never forget. The greatest talent in the game.
Oh, she did take it. Interesting.
Yeah, man. Always. The bugs. See you later.
True. Smoke up as 5 from Mosquito Clan. Really takes the Watcher. Could send in like Manta Illusions or something if you want. I'm really not a fan of like the Manta on ABBA as they jump in and get the kill onto Boom, but the counterplay is big. The counterplay is huge. Marcy Hex Pike down to such low HP and trying to get away, but no! Is gonna just die! Shad, too strong. You take the primal, but it comes at a cost, and well, Matthew might be next. Still durations left on this. Sanctity turns, hits, gone.
He took so much damage from the Veno, too.
Yeah.
The Veno actually did the most damage than Mercy somehow. The Hex, the Silence, and just all that magic damage stacked on top.
It was
wild.
Some of that's the plague, the wards on the Pengo. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so 3 heroes dead. They do all have buyback.
It is a... Wait, what? No, it's a fast Roche.
Yeah, it is.
It's like less than 1 minute.
It's a minute, yeah.
Oh, it is 1 minute. Yeah, exactly. It's just the top of the mark.
Shad, find him. Yomi there. Nullifier out. Echo. Combo gone! Oh, PP wasn't playing around. He takes him down and finding more. PP with a double kill. And finds another. Give him the triple. Listen, don't come around this way if PP's playing.
What just happened?
They thought that they were stronger than they were.
I mean, he just...
Oh, and Roche is up. Roche is up right now.
He just got fissured into death. There's no play there.
Yeah. I am I am unsure how they play this going forward with Gyrocopter. It seems really like he needs to get something else to keep him alive. And I don't know what that is. An Aegis, realistically.
Yeah, that's the answer. That is the key to Echo Slam, but now, I mean, this is a, what, level 27 Earthshaker with a Refresher Shard, Refresher Orb almost purchased.
Yeah, I guess maybe some of that was like Nullifier too. They might have like anticipated that they could have gotten some save with like Solar Crest and Force Staffs and stuff like that, but it didn't happen. Oh, and PP buys the Refresher Orb himself, and that allows them to pass over the Refresher Shard if they want to. Jump in, control, back, Pike, caught. Still starting to fall. Gyrocopter back up again, so they stop the push and maybe can look for more. Boom, controls. Ooh, Ogre Steel Totem, nicely played.
All right, so what's cool is they have the Refresher Orb on the Pango. So Sanctity uses that to delay them while the Gyro is still dead. Gyro now back up. Now they have a second Rolling Thunder if they need it, like get away, but he can also just hold off on the cooldown thanks to the 25 talent.
They didn't burst through the Aegis at the very least. And I want to see how Shad tries to deal with this, like, this burst that comes from the Earthshaker. You know what I mean? Like, there was just way too much too quickly.
I feel like it's a Wind Waker or something, but no one's even on that path at all.
Right. And if you do try and get a Wind Waker, you might just get stunned as it's happening too. Yeah, it's, I mean, Earthshaker is very, very strong for a reason. Oh my God, what if he just echoed all of them by that creep wave? Can you imagine? Honestly, standing near these creep waves is really scary. Shad?
They're actually
he
so
sees the
close.
courier. He sees the courier. Now he's break smoke. You dome me out. Shad isolated. Bugs on him. Got to be careful. Fissure to start. Kills off the bugs. Now Sanctity rolling around. He does have that refresher still at the ready. PP looking from far. Throws out another fissure. He's still fine. Now the turn. They get the Venomancer Gale onto one. This fight is so separated, though, that they're going to lose Matthew. The Muerta in trouble. They don't quite have enough to kill the Weaver yet, but now they might. As he comes back down, he has the time left to get the kill. But Pike jumps, finds the finish. Now the Echo Slam. Control. Force Staff. Kaori gets him alive. A second Force Staff. Shad trying to get away. Satanic is out. The turn. The damage. He brings them down. Finds that kill. PP's still doing damage to the side. They have to run away. Pike is on top, and they kill the Gyrocopter, but it's cost them so much. And Sanctity, he takes down PP. 1,800 gold. Marcy now caught. Marcy dead. They are finally gone. as all 4 are dead. No buybacks at all. Oh, what a freaking win. Unreal.
Oh, from like 13K lead at 40 minutes, they are going for the finish now with the Rapier.
Ooh. I mean, there is still PP. He needs something miraculous here. He's got the Echo Slam.
Looking for the greatest Earthshaker play of all time.
He would need everything and a bit more, and it's just not looking like it's gonna happen. And they find it, the dust. 56 minutes into the game, your offlaner has the dust. Na'Vi are gonna take the victory 2-0 over Mosquito Clan.
I've never been so happy to see a win.
They're doing it, man. Jeez, what a game. Those 4 stats from Kaori.
That was amazing. That was absolutely amazing. After what happened to that bottom lane push and feeling like that, you know, they kind of had this big go that they needed to try and take some objectives, and they get dunked, and then you somehow bail Shad out. Look at him. Look at him. He's like, I can't believe I lived there. Those 4 stats were crazy.
I guess that they just didn't get the nullifier out in time. That's the only thing I can think of, because that should have stopped all of it. Like, these moments right here, you thought the game might have just been over after these fights went so terribly for Na'Vi, like bouncing off the cliffs and all the rest of it, and it just did not end up mattering. Na'Vi had the answer over and over again, and were able to come away with the victory. Really impressed. And again, showing the problem, this Veno thing it's an issue.
Yeah, eventually. I guess it was.
Well, you said it yourself. You did a lot of damage there at the end. God, this one right here. This was brutal. The Pango roll through, the 4 staff, and then I guess he didn't get BKB
yeah, he didn't get the BKB
something.
in time because he didn't get the swap in time post Aegis. A classic, by the way, core players. Because versus Pango, there's no reason for you to be stunned. Then again, there would have been a fall from the Primal Beast anyway, I guess, so maybe it wouldn't have mattered, but...
And then this one right here, getting the Noxious Plague onto Marcy.
And look at this high ground hit. Like,
yeah,
this gyro just gets him.
Could have made all the difference. I mean, he had a missile on him anyways. It was probably going to be a death no matter what, but even still. And then this towards the final little bit of damage. A rough one indeed as we get to the end of this. My God. Trent, how this is too much.
It was too much. It almost killed me, but I made it. I survived. I'm on the mend somehow. It appears to be returning more so, maybe just from the raw excitement, or my voice finally just giving up on trying to make me stop.
I don't know. Where's the nullifier?
Oh, look at this. Oh, this was so sad. 1, 2, barely alive. Look at this trying to run after him. It's like, kill this damn gyro.
It didn't happen. And then it was almost enough here, but at that point, like, you're already so far. They did end up killing the gyro, but Sanctity came in to help finish this up along with Boom. An incredibly solid performance. Yeah, Boom actually did a ton.
Boots of Travel to purchased by Shad. Like, when the game is over.
Right, yeah. So sick. And unfortunately, PP, we will get no more of for this tournament, as it is going to be Mosquito Clan eliminated at this point in the game. Na'Vi able to come away with the victory there. And, you know, honestly, I think this is another one of those teams that you really got to watch out for. It could go south so quickly.
Oh, thank you, Lizard, for being potentially ready.
Oh, yeah, appreciate that. Shout out to Lizardo.
He's now like, oh, wait, they lost? That's basically the message you just got right now.
It's crazy.
But yeah, very, very well played here from Na'Vi. And Mosquito Clan now, unfortunately, will be headed home as Na'Vi managed to survive. Our standout player, Sanctity. I like that. He had some massive stuns that they desperately needed to try and bail out this gyrocopter. And a lot of the second halves of this game showed it to Boom as well, because I think their control to allow this eventual damage to come out is certainly what helps secure things.
That's right. Yeah, Shad does bearing the heavy load in that last game, and here he was just you know, able to play that gyrocopter and get the help that he needed from his team to deal with that Marcy, to dodge away from the ganks and the fights that were coming his way. So really impressive stuff. And that's going to do it for day 3. I think we're on. We've got one more day of the 2 streams going, and it's going to be another wild one, most likely.
It is. We got stuff, though. We got stuff to show. Lyrical. We got the results. We got results from the A stream. So we're going to start. I'll let you describe it since I'm dead.
Oh, my God, I am jealous. What the fuck? What the hell happened? 2-0-2-0-2-0-2-0. Interesting. Wow. Okay. Xtreme Gaming, Team Spirit, and Team Liquid. I mean, to be fair, this is where I feel like you'd want to see the full 3-game series as well. And we got gifted some solid ones in here.
We did. This was us right here.
Aurora ended up making it through Team Tidebound, which is what I was hoping to see there. And then, of course, Yellow Submarine and Navi, the Eastern European powerhouse, is able to dodge elimination, knock out OG and Mosquito Clan. And we've got some other stuff that's coming up here as well, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
The full standings. Yes, we do.
The full standings, which I'm pretty stoked to see here. This is the graphic that I always love. This one's cool. Oh wait, no, this isn't the graphic. Sorry. This one's good too, though. Don't want to offend you, production.
These are our, he knows what we want.
Yeah, this is really cool here. Look at
All right,
that.
so those are your saved teams up top. So your first 2 teams who get to survive are Team Spirit and Team Liquid. Very similar logos, very similar places. Boom, winning. Tomorrow we're gonna find some more winners. We get 3 more teams in the 3-1. But then, of course, along with OG and Mosquito Clan, way down at the bottom of the eliminations, we're going to get more eliminations tomorrow as well. So we knock out 3 more teams, and then eventually 3 more teams.
That's right. Yeah, this is going to be something to watch for sure. So Stream A, like we're talking about, Falcons versus Tidebound. That's a trap game for Falcons. Tidebound has looked really good when I've been able to see them. Aurora versus Gaimin. Haven't got to watch either of those at this tournament so far. And then Tundra versus Xtreme. I think that's going to be the best game probably of the day. Definitely one that y'all are going to want to watch out there. Tundra versus Xtreme. I think this could be the grand finals match, honestly. Xtreme have really impressed me so far at this tournament.
Wow, that's a bold one.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd like to see them do well as well, but you know, China, they're still on the come up.
True enough.
That would really cement it that China's back if they win that one.
Absolutely. Schedule Stream B. So we've got a couple of matches here. Nigma Galaxy facing off against Yellow Submarine. The beginning, Heroic versus Wildcard, and then AVULUS versus Navi. Again, all of these, I believe, are going to be elimination matches. So come tune in and see who is going to get knocked out. It's going to be an interesting one. I think that there's a lot of different things that could happen there. Trent,
that is correct.
Any final words before we close out for the day?
I'm hoping that I will be mended by the 3rd series tomorrow, so that I get to come back. My fingers are crossed. That's my hope.
Well, here's hoping. Well, we're either going to see you or we're going to see Lizard tomorrow. We'll find out which one it is as we're getting ready. I think that we're good to close out the show now, if I'm not mistaken. So we're going to end it out. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in so much. PGL Wallachia Season 3 continuing tomorrow. We'll see you there.
Ding Un picior de ploi pe gură